This mage was once a culinary student with a humble dream, to become a famous chef. Following a familiar Isekai trope, he was hit by a truck and transported to another world, a land filled with monsters, magic, and an empire locked in a war against the dragon race. Unfortunately, right after arriving, he was forced into a 15-year military conscription. Under the name Alison, he survived the war and became a legendary archmage. After all those hardships, Alison was finally able to pursue his dream in this strange new world by opening a restaurant in City Z. Just as Alison was tearing up like a child in front of his restaurant, a woman spotted him. Thinking the young man was in some sort of trouble, she approached him and asked, "Are you okay?" Alison wiped his eyes and explained, "I'm fine. I'm just so happy that I was finally able to open my restaurant." Seeing a young man as the owner of such a well-kept place left the woman a bit surprised. "Oh, you're the owner of this restaurant? It's nice to meet you. My name is Ren." To protect his identity, Alison introduced himself as E. The two quickly hit it off. "I guess you haven't been here long, have you? I don't think I've seen you before. Are you here all by yourself?" Alison replied. "Oh no, I'm here with a friend I met in the military. She sleeps a lot, so I don't think she'll be up until the afternoon." After chatting for a while, Ren asked excitedly, "By the way, you said you're opening a restaurant, right? Doesn't that mean you need a place to get meat?" "What perfect timing. My husband owns a butcher shop. If you head into the alley to the left of the village gate, you'll find Gold Butcher Shop." Hearing this, Alison decided to go get the meat right away to prepare for his opening. "Oh, really? Thank you. I'll go right now." But Ren suddenly looked worried and hesitated. I should warn you, he has a bit of a temper, which sometimes worries me. If you think he's being too rude, just tell him I sent you." Even so, Alison wasn't too worried. She was such a kind person. How short-tempered could her husband be with a wife like her? "I've dealt with all kinds of people during my 15 years of service." He spoke boldly, but as soon as he saw Clone's terrifying face, Alison recoiled in fear. "Well, about that, I'm the owner of the restaurant, and this is the butcher shop, so I'd like to buy some meat." Before he could finish, Clone slammed the table and shouted, "I'm not selling." When Alison asked why, Clone grew even louder. "Are you deaf?" I said no. "You're a restaurant owner, right? I've seen plenty of jerks like you. You buy meat cheap and then sell it for double the price right before it expires. You've been scamming me for 3 years with that business model. I don't know where you people come from, but I'm sure you're just the same. I have no meat for you." Just then, a giant hand descended onto Clone's head. "What are you rambling about? I came here because I was worried." Just as I thought, even though he was furious, the moment he saw his wife, Clone became as obedient as a puppy. It's true what they say, a shark on the streets but a goldfish at home. After dealing with her husband, Ren turned to apologize to Alison. "I'm sorry, E. Once he gets annoyed, it takes him a long time to cool down. You're looking to buy borin meat, right?" Although he didn't want to, Clone finally surrendered, fearing another smack to the face. He grumbled as he went to the back to get the meat. Ren apologized to Alison once more. "I'm so sorry again. Back in the day, he used to take great care of a restaurant because the owner, there was a comrade of his when he was a mercenary, so I think he was really shocked when he was betrayed like that." Understanding the reason behind it made Alison sympathetic, but he was quite surprised to learn that Clone had been a mercenary in his youth. Noticing this, Ren asked, "You don't look that old, though? Ah, have you served your military time?" Thinking of those 15 years of his youth lost to the war, he couldn't help but tear up. "I've had quite a lot of trouble. I've been through some rough things over the last 15 years. Just as Alison was about to pour his heart out, Clone returned with a bag in his hand. "Here's the meat. Why don't you show off your amazing skills?" Alison checked the meat and was quite surprised. He didn't expect to be given this instead of the borin meat. Clone laughed smugly. "Ha, you thought I'd give you the precious borin meat? Borin meat tastes good no matter how you cook it. But from now on, I will only supply meat to restaurants that I personally approve of. Try making a special dish with that cut. If you don't satisfy me from here on out, you won't even get a piece of fat from me, let alone meat. I'm very hard to please. You'd better prepare yourself starting now." Seeing Alison look dazed, Clone felt even more satisfied. "Hey, are you even listening? Heh, scared now, aren't you? Let's see if you can cook anything decent." Just then, the legendary hand strike was used once more. Clone was knocked out instantly. Women are truly terrifying. Ren hadn't expected her husband to be so tiresome, and she intended to give him a nice piece of borin meat. But to her surprise, Alison declined. "Oh, no need. I'll cook a meal for both of you. Please join me and Mr. Clone at my restaurant this afternoon." Ren was shocked, because what Clone had given him was fatty gooba meat. Before she could offer to swap it back, Alison had already turned to leave. "This is enough. I guarantee I can make something delicious with this. That's all for now. See you two later." In this world, animals and livestock had completely different names from Alison's old world. Cows were called Guka, chickens were Palinkill, wolves were Borin, and pigs were Guba. Looking at the pork belly in front of him, Alison finally understood why Clone had such a big ego. This was truly a premium cut. In this world, Palinkill wasn't like chicken. It was considered an expensive ingredient. The easiest meat to find was Guba, or pork. This pork belly was considered the cheapest cut. People here didn't appreciate it at all. Well, he wasn't going to complain since it was cheap. With the quality of this pork belly, the most natural way to enjoy it was to grill it. Alison used magic to create a flame in his palm and lit the grill. With his skills as an archmage, he could easily apply magic while cooking. That, in part, made his food taste even better than usual. As dusk fell, Clone and his wife headed to Alison's restaurant, as invited that morning. On the way, Ren kept questioning him. "Clone, why did you say that? Didn't you say you'd only supply meat to restaurants you approved of? Since when did you come up with that fancy rule? He seems honest and kind. Can't you be nice to a new resident?" she asked, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Huh, I only just met him today. How can you be so sure about him?" Ren grew even more irritated, as if someone had been blatantly deceived. "Don't you think others might have a better eye for people than you do?" "I didn't even mean it like that. Checking his cooking skills was just an excuse. What I really wanted to see was his sense of responsibility, right? Having lived together for so many years, how could Ren not know what her husband was thinking?" Even though he hit the nail on the head, Clone was still left speechless. "I know full well you're a picky eater. What if his cooking skills aren't up to par? Those two would never guess that the person about to cook for them is a great archmage." In the war, Alison had saved countless lives with his incredible magic, and now, that same magic was being used to slice meat. Every spell has its own unique use. Scoring the meat will help the seasoning soak in deeper. Furthermore, while grilling, the surface of the meat will lose moisture, making it even crispier. By the time Alison finished the preparations, the clones had arrived. As soon as he walked in, Clone acted incredibly annoyed, complaining about everything. It was only when Ren brought out the legendary frying pan that he finally sat down and waited for the meal. Meanwhile, Alison was preparing the dish in the kitchen. Once the pan was hot, he added a little oil. Since pork belly is quite fatty, he used just enough to keep it from sticking to the pan. When placing the meat down, he put the skin side down first. Otherwise, the skin would get dry while the lean meat cooked through, making it less delicious when grilled. Alison focused his entire mind on every single movement. To him, the kitchen was a battlefield, and cooking was an art form. Every action needed to be executed as perfectly as possible. Good food can enhance one's appetite through sound. The sizzling of the pork is exactly like that. He grilled the skin, then adjusted the heat to give the sides a better color. After sprinkling some salt, he continued grilling to ensure it was cooked through from the inside. Then, he cut it into bite-sized pieces. Next, he prepared a salad to go with the meat. Perhaps just eating a salty dish like that wouldn't be familiar to the locals here. The vegetables and the aromatic sauce balanced out the richness of the grilled pork belly. Mr. Clone seemed meticulous, so it was best to avoid adding anything unnecessary. Finally, he decorated the plate beautifully. The salad and grilled pork belly were finished. After completing the dish, Alison carefully served it to the restaurant's first two guests. Upon taking the first bite, Ren's taste buds suddenly exploded. She felt as if she could envision pigs roaming across endless fields. "Oh my, this is so delicious. Is this Guba belly meat? It's slightly crispy on the outside but succulent on the inside. The light acidity of the salad also cuts through the richness of the meat. I never imagined such a perfect combination." This reaction wasn't very surprising. Having tasted the terrible food of this world during his military service, he could understand why Ren felt that way. "I'm glad you like it." Ren smiled radiantly at this point. "I love it. It seems I'll have to supply the meat to ensure I can keep enjoying your cooking." Alison was overjoyed to hear this. "Haha, thank you for the compliment. What about you, Mr. Clone? Is the food to your liking?" Turning toward Clone made Alison's heart skip a beat. His plate was empty, and his face was fierce with drool flowing like a stream. "No way, the meat is gone. Bring more meat here. I need more meat." Just then, Ren managed to stop him with the legendary frying pan. "If you want more, open your mouth and ask politely." Clone then laughed loudly. "You pass. Honestly, among all the Guba dishes I've ever tasted, this is the best. It's a deal. Just tell me what kind of meat you want. I'll provide you with the best meat from the Louvre Empire." Finally, everything went smoothly. Alison had found a good meat supplier. This was enough to consider the first day of business a success. But just then, the troublemaker Rurin had woken up because she smelled the food. Things were about to get interesting. In the late afternoon, on the outskirts of the Z City, Alison had easily adapted after only a short time of running the restaurant. Although the number of diners wasn't huge, it was stable. Everyone who tried the food cooked by Alison kept coming back multiple times afterward. After seeing off the last guests, Alison prepared to start cleaning up the restaurant. At this moment, he realized that his seasonings were running out. Sauces and spices, everyone should know how important these things are in cooking. However, in this world, they are both rare and expensive. You can't just use them as you please. Furthermore, both their quality and variety are not on par with the modern world. Alison took out a gold coin, placed it into the magic circle he had drawn earlier, and recited the incantation only he knew. The fastest way to solve the ingredient problem was simply to use the summoning spell of this world to bring objects from the modern world here. Actually, he had only accidentally created this spell while trying to find a way back to his old world. The magic depends on how you use it. There are limits to the size and mass of the objects, but it was still useful nonetheless. It wasn't a perfect incantation because it couldn't help Alison return to his old world. He felt guilty about taking things like that, so he had left a gold coin behind. Besides, unprocessed products like fresh meat, eggs, or vegetables would spoil when summoned here. Pre-processed products also have an expiration date, but it seems they aren't affected. Alison didn't know why. And another thing is that it is very exhausting. Despite holding the title of Great Archmage, Alison could only cast the summoning spell once per day. After changing the containers for the ingredients, Alison put them into the magic-powered refrigerator, but as soon as he opened the fridge, he was fuming. What the hell? Where did my beer go? Alison immediately realized the culprit was little Rurin and took action immediately. Rurin was sleeping soundly beside a pile of empty beer cans when she was bonked on the head to wake her up. What is it? I didn't do anything. Alison held the beer can in his hand and questioned her. Look at this. Who gave you permission to drink all the beer in the fridge? At least clean up after yourself. Rurin was still groggy but tried to argue back. Who told you not to save the good food for me last time? And I'm a dragon. Cleaning up is something only lowlifes do. I won't clean up. Seeing the little troublemaker talk back made Alison so mad he gave her an extra punch and dragged Rurin off to work. Peel the pile of onions. Watching Rurin crying while peeling onions, her eyes hurting, she looked harmless but still a bit anxious. As she just said, she is indeed a dragon. Even though she's currently in human form, I found her after she became an orphan and lost her home during the war with the dragon tribe. I couldn't just leave her behind, so I decided to help. We've been living together ever since. Even though she's lived for a few hundred years, she's still quite young for a dragon. Maybe that's why she's still a bit childish. Turns out this is a legal lolly, huh? Everyone, don't get any funny ideas. Because I couldn't help myself seeing poor Rin getting punished, Alison felt a bit soft-hearted. I'll make steak for dinner if you finish peeling all of that, so stop crying. As soon as she heard meat, Rin's eyes lit up. Steak, you promised, okay? This lolly seems a bit easy to bribe. Alison then opened the fridge to grab some supplies. But since Rurin had chugged all the beer, he had to serve some liquor instead. It's a good thing he summoned this last time. To be safe, he figured he should probably switch to a different bottle. Clone looked at the clear liquid being brought out with surprise. What's this? It's not beer, is it water? Alison poured the drink and explained. Not at all. If you're curious, why don't you try some? This is soju. Even though the smell was a bit strange, Clone trusted him, downed a shot, and grabbed some meat. This stuff is actually pretty good. At first, it tasted a bit bitter, but the sweet aftertaste paired perfectly with the meat. This snack went great with the soju. It had a different kind of charm compared to a salad. I already knew you were skilled, but this is truly extraordinary. Could I get another bottle? Even as he praised the drink, Clone's face looked incredibly sorrowful. Alison noticed immediately that something was wrong. After downing 4 bottles in a row, Clone still wanted more. Alison hurried to stop him. Mr. Clone, you've had way too much. This stuff has a very high alcohol content. But Clone wouldn't listen. I said, bring me another bottle. I'm not leaving until I'm wasted tonight. Alison knew for sure that something wasn't right, so he asked, what do you mean? Is something going on? Finally, Clone broke down and spilled his heart out. Ren, I suspect Ren is cheating on me. She used to say she just needed to step out for a bit, but it's been happening way more often lately. Every single month, on the same day, she dresses up. This has been going on for months, so the other day, I decided to secretly follow her, and I saw her meeting up with a colleague from back when she was a mercenary. He used to be my best friend. That must be why he suddenly vanished after I opened the butcher shop. He must have felt guilty having to face me while sneaking around behind my back with Ren. And today she went out again. Even though it isn't her usual day of the month, she must not care about me anymore. Clone's mood shifted from anger to helpless, drunken sadness. Alison didn't know what else to do but offer some advice. First, please, just calm down. Getting drunk isn't going to solve anything, right? Clone couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, but I can't face the truth. And you know what's ridiculous? I still love Ren. Even with things the way they are, I can't live without her. What should I do? Such a hopelessly devoted man. That was exactly why Clone had been able to endure it for the past few months. But he had reached his limit. Their marriage would fall apart soon if something didn't change. Seeing this, Alison couldn't just ignore it and decided to help. Leave this to me. I haven't known Miss Ren that long, but I don't think she's the type of person to do something like that. Just wait here. Alison then went into detective mode to investigate the affair. And of course, he couldn't do it without his assistant, Rurin. Rurin was currently crying while peeling onions. This is too much. Alison is such an idiot. After changing his clothes, Alison told Rurin to stop peeling and come outside. There's some stuff we need to do, or you can just stay here and keep peeling. Naturally, Rurin chose to escape from the boring chores. And just like that, a guy and a dragon set off together to stake out the restaurant that Clone had mentioned. Oh man, look at how packed those other places are. Nothing like the rest of them. Those other places he's talking about are obviously Alison's restaurant. Looking at that massive crowd, Alison can only sit back and wish. But right now, the priority is finding Ren. Mr. Clone said they're around here somewhere. Miss Ren, and a man sitting right across from her. Could he be that colleague Mr. Clone was talking about? Once they found the target, it was time for Rurin to put in some work. Rurin, do you see that man and woman over there? Eavesdrop on their conversation for me. Of course, Rurin isn't going to do anything for free. If I pull this off, I get my steak without having to prep the meat myself, right? After agreeing on a price of 2 steaks, the deal was officially locked in. Rin focused her sharp dragon senses to eavesdrop on the conversation and relayed it back to Alison. Don't you think it's time to tell my husband, Mr. Men? I think my husband is getting more and more suspicious of our relationship. He's also really upset that you haven't been visiting the butcher shop. Men hesitated before replying, but you know how he is. If he finds out I'm helping you, he's going to avoid me completely. Hearing that, Alison was a bit shocked and asked for confirmation. Is that really what the guy named Men just said? After confirming it was true, Alison deduced that this didn't really look like an affair at all. So he decided to stop stalking and rushed right down to talk to them face to face. As for poor Rurin, once she had served her purpose, she was dragged right back home to wait. Meanwhile, Ren kept right on talking. I understand why you'd think that way, but it's just not fair for you to be misunderstood. You're only doing this for the sake of our marriage. Right on cue, he stepped forward and cut right into the conversation. Excuse me, do you mind if I join this chat? Just like she said, Mr. Clone completely misunderstood the two of them. A moment later, Clone, who was fuming inside the restaurant, was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. The person walking through that door was none other than Men and his own wife. Well, long time no see, Clone. Seeing that, Clone's blood started boiling instantly. Oh yeah, you two look great walking in together. Ren rushed to explain. Honey, it's just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Seeing his wife still trying to make excuses, Clone clenched his fists tight and roared at the top of his lungs. What do you mean it's not what I think? Anyone else would be fine. But why, Men? I trusted you, you bastard. Clone couldn't take it anymore and threw a vicious punch right at Men's face. But a magical barrier popped up and blocked it before things went too far. Mr. Men, go ahead and clear up this misunderstanding. Besides, why would you just let him punch you like that? This isn't going to get solved that way. Mr. Clone is going to calm down if you just tell him yourself, the one who lent Clone money when he opened his butcher shop. Hearing Alison's words, Clone was so shocked he sobered up instantly. What? What did you say? Alison calmly brought the ingredients into the kitchen. Everyone, let's just sit down and talk. I'll go prepare the food. Alison had already thought of the perfect dish for this situation. Clone had been drinking all day, so he would make a soup to help him sober up. Since Clone had brought him borin meat, as usual, a pot of shabu-shabu was perfect. Shabu-shabu is a Japanese hot pot dish with thinly sliced meat and vegetables boiled in broth, served with a dipping sauce. Alison took out a large deep pan and started cooking. I've prepared several kinds of sauce, along with soy sauce for dipping the meat, and the broth is ready. He strained the anchovies and MSG, pouring the liquid into the pot. The shabu-shabu was finished. Meanwhile, Clone still couldn't believe what he had just heard, so he asked his wife again. Ren, what did you just say? Did Men really lend us the money to open the shop? Ren sighed and explained. Yes, just like you said. Back when you were penniless after being scammed, Men lent us almost all of his savings to invest in our shop. Now that our shop has a steady income, I meet him every month to pay off the debt. That was it. Clone was sweating all over, his voice trembling. But that money, it definitely came from the Lord who paid you back after capturing that traitor, right? Are you saying that was all a lie? Suddenly, everything he had known for years turned out to be false, making it hard to accept. Men spoke up then. At that time, if I had told you the truth, would you have accepted the money? I'm sorry I didn't come to congratulate you at the grand opening. I had no other choice, because if the truth had been revealed, it would have looked like I was just swindling you. I never thought you were having such a hard time. Looks like I did something unnecessary. Clone's face darkened as he asked, but didn't you have plans to work as a mercenary after retiring? So why would you give that money to me? Just then, Alison brought the hot pot over, interrupting the conversation and making Clone furious. Sorry, the vegetables shouldn't be boiled too long. Isn't it better to talk while eating? And just like that, the suffocating tension was broken. When men asked curiously about the thin slice of meat, Alison explained that it was boar meat from Clone's butcher shop. I sliced it really thin because this is a dish where you dip the meat into the broth and eat it immediately. Please, everyone, try it. After tasting a piece, men really liked this exotic dish. Afterward, he scooped a bowl of soup for Clone and began to talk. Do you remember the Battle of Perun? That day, you were stabbed by a sword to protect me. I still remember that day vividly. We ran out of all our supplies because the battle lasted longer than expected. The only thing we could eat was bland broth. Then I caught a wild borin, even though I fainted right next to you after catching just one. The soup made from that borin was very bland, and the meat was tough and gamey. But it was better than any fine cuisine. Clone sipped the soup while reminiscing about old memories. His whole body trembled involuntarily. Yes, that's right, it was so good. Men then scooped another bowl for himself and continued. Earlier you asked me why I helped you, ignoring my retirement plans, right? I didn't have any plans back then. I had nothing more important to do than help you. Clone now understood everything, and tears began to fall down the rough man's face. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Alison, standing nearby watching the two old friends resolve their grievances, felt happy for them. But he had encountered a big problem named Rurin. Promises to dragons are absolute, but you don't treat it like that at all. Alison hurriedly tried to appease her. It's not nighttime yet, but let me make a steak for you. But Rurin was still very angry. It's practically night. How dare you treat me like that when I only asked you to do your job as agreed? Just then, men walked over, so Alison had to cover Rurin's mouth and lift her into the air. Damn, does this count as child abuse against a few hundred-year-old dragon? Men, though confused by what he was seeing, didn't dare ask much and got straight to the point. I came here because I want to ask you something. Recently, our mercenary group accepted an escort mission for a very important figure, and we want to hold a celebration party. That's why, if it's all right with you, I'd like a dinner at your restaurant before we depart. Would that be possible? This was a great business opportunity, and Alison certainly wouldn't refuse. The next day, Alison went to Clone's butcher shop to buy palanquin meat, aka chicken, but there wasn't any. If Clone could sell that kind of meat, he would be rich already. Alison was a bit disappointed. So you don't have any. You said you'd sell me whatever meat I wanted. Where did that confident Clone go? Clone was annoyed, but couldn't do anything about it. This guy palanquin meat is a different story. Oh, right. I heard they've been appearing in the Lyman Forest lately, and that was the reason Alison went to the Lyman Forest, but things were not as easy as he had imagined. Palanquin is a monster in the shape of a chicken. However, in this world, their behavior is completely different. They change their habitat periodically, making them very difficult to find, and they are extremely agile, making them even harder to catch. That's why palanquin meat is a very precious ingredient in high demand. After a tiring chase, the palanquin even stopped to taunt him, making Alison furious. Should I just set this whole forest on fire? He was now regretting the decision to add this dish to the menu for the mercenary group. After struggling for a while without getting anything, Alison had to surrender and ask for Rurin's help. After this, he would have to do quite a lot of dishwashing. Rurin then radiated the overwhelming aura of the dragon clan, making the palanquin too scared to move. With just one breath of the black dragon, the premium chicken meat was his. How was that? Pretty scary, right? If you hadn't eaten a dragon heart, you would have ended up like that palanquin. Because he had eaten a dragon heart, Alison could resist Rurin's attacks and keep her from running around causing trouble. After that, the two went around the forest and hunted 15 more palanquin to cook. After working hard, Rurin returned to the restaurant and treated herself to a cold can of beer. Drinking beer after finishing work is the best. But actually, she just went around and glared at the monsters. She didn't really do anything. Meanwhile, Alison was busy preparing food for the guests this evening. This dish was perfect for pairing with beer. At dusk, men's guests arrived at the restaurant and were ready to eat. But because this was a new restaurant with no reputation, they were skeptical. So, this is the place you were talking about? Are you sure the food is actually good? I really don't trust your taste, men. Only Min, his junior mercenary, trusts him unconditionally. People always joke that Min would say it's delicious even if men fed him grass. Just then, Alison appears and starts serving the dishes. Men takes this opportunity to introduce Minnan to Alison. This guy is a dear junior of mine. Minnan is extremely excited at this moment. I've heard so much about you. You have no idea how much my senior raves about this restaurant. I'm really looking forward to it. Even though he's being praised to the skies, Alison remains calm. Well, I hope this meal lives up to your expectations. Here you go. Looking at the plate of crispy fried chicken wings and thighs, all the customers are left wide-eyed in amazement. Alison notices their reaction and explains, "You all know the palinkill, right? This is a crispy palinkill." As soon as he hears that name, Minnan jumps up, shouting, "Palinkill? That's a legendary monster that even professional hunters can't catch." This reaction catches Alison a bit off guard. "It's not that legendary, please. Just eat before it gets cold." It's hard to believe that such a piece of chicken is a legendary monster that strikes fear into hunters. But for him, it's just a slightly difficult ingredient to track down. The moment the customers take their first bite, they can't control their emotions. This is seriously good. It's nothing like what he usually makes. Men doesn't say a word. He just grabs the food and stuffs it into his mouth, speechless. And that was just the chicken dish. It's already got everyone this worked up. It really lives up to its name as a legendary ingredient. Since it's so crowded, Alison has to head into the kitchen to find help. "Rurin, we can't keep going like this. There are too many customers. Can you help with the serving?" But a noble black dragon acting as a waitress? Are you seriously asking a dragon to serve humans? Rurin caught a legendary beast that even professional hunters couldn't capture. With no other choice, Alison decides to pull the pity card. "Well, if you don't want to, that's fine. But do you remember? We promised to open a restaurant together after the war ended, that we would overcome everything together. Dragon hearts truly are fickle. I was so happy whenever I thought about it. I can do it myself. You can go back." Even though she's hundreds of years old, Rurin is still just a child at heart, so she's easily manipulated by these words. "I understand. I changed my mind. Being a waitress might be a new experience for a dragon. I need to bring out the beer, right?" And just like that, Alison's plan succeeds perfectly. With the help of Rurin, the waitress, everything is finally handled smoothly. To reward her hard work, Alison saves some chicken and beer for Rurin. After all that hard work, Rurin enjoys the chicken with delight. Just then, Alison notices something and asks, "By the way, I haven't asked you to clean up yet. What's wrong? Have you finally grown up?" Rurin leans her head on his shoulder and replies, "Because this is a restaurant, our restaurant." He takes this chance to say he wants to skip the dishwashing duty for the month. But life isn't a fairy tale. A grand mage washing dishes for a month is unavoidable. Right then, a strange figure appears outside the restaurant. As soon as Rurin senses that presence, she immediately hides behind him. What could possibly make a dragon that terrified? Alison hasn't even figured out what's happening when the restaurant door slowly creaks open. How annoying. A human city is always such a hateful place to visit. Alison, however, doesn't seem surprised at all. It's been a while, hasn't it? Black Dragon Elder Medidana. Medidana looks extremely annoyed at Alison. "My title is not for a human like you to throw around." Alison stands up to face Medidana, ready to fight at any moment. "What are you here for?" Medidana slowly steps closer. "You're living comfortably with a dragon in such a tiny place. Is there anything inconvenient?" Rurin only dares to peek out and replies softly, "No." It seems she is very afraid of this so-called Black Dragon Elder. Alison is completely different from his usual approachable self. He seems to turn into someone else much colder. "Are you here because of Rurin?" "As far as I know, no one can contest my guardianship of Rurin. You were punished with incineration last time, remember?" At the mention of this, Medidana becomes extremely dangerous. "Your mouth is as insolent as ever, isn't it? Well, you're right. I'm here because of Rurin." Rurin, despite her fear, gathers all her courage to resist. "I'm staying with Alison. Why are you suddenly doing this? You abandoned me anyway, didn't you?" Medidana lowers his voice. "Kid, who said I abandoned you? I was just late, even though your mother made a huge mistake against the clan." Right then, Alison interrupts. "Stop talking about that. That's enough. What matters is the promise between you and me. I've heard that promises are very important to dragons." Medidana doesn't get angry, but instead, he wears a cunning smile. "You're right. I'm here to talk about that promise. It is true we promised to leave Rurin to you, but there was a condition attached. Shouldn't a promise made earlier be fulfilled first?" When Alison asks what the condition is, the elder doesn't hesitate to answer. "The age at which a black dragon is considered an adult in our clan is 800 years old. Until then, any dragon without their own cave is protected and sent to the clan's holy land. Rurin used her mother's cave, but it was destroyed in the recent battle. So Rurin, who will turn 800 next year, must leave and find her own holy land. This is the clan law. No one can defy it. If you break this rule, it will be considered a declaration of war. Alison sighs after hearing this. Fine, go ahead and do as you said. Medidana is furious and radiates a terrifying killing intent. But Alison isn't afraid. He continues. I was worried for nothing. Why? Couldn't we just do that? I thought this was a declaration of war. Medidana can't help but almost transform into his true form. You brat! You may have eaten the heart of our leader, but you are looking down on us too much. He really lives up to the title of Black Dragon Elder. This power is truly terrifying. If he unleashed his full power, this whole place would be leveled to the ground. Rurin senses the danger and keeps pleading. Alison, I'm fine. You can't declare war. Alison just stands there with a confused look on his face. Huh? Declare what? I was just talking about building a dragon cave. Medidana and Rurin both stand there, stunned. War between dragons and humans nearly broke out again because of this guy. Alison continued. I mean, we have a whole year, right? We just need to finish it during this time. We have enough treasure so we can start now. We can do that, right? Medidana didn't know what to do, so she slipped away. Yeah, that's doable. Then I'll be back in a year. And that was the beginning of Ison's Dragon Lair project. Simply put, a dragon lair is a home for a dragon. Magnificent decor and treasures are the trademarks of a dragon's lair. It takes a lot of time and money to build one. That's why Ison wouldn't have any free time, even if he started right now. But unfortunately, the restaurant suddenly got unusually crowded. Culistomers were rushing in because of rumors that the restaurant sold palinkill meat. Even though Alison had already said that he no longer served that meat since it was a special menu item, the number of customers didn't drop. Despite Rurin's help, the workload was still overwhelming. He couldn't keep going like this, so Ison had to find a way to reduce the crowd. The next day, Alison took Clone into the forest to the palinkill pack. Clone was completely confused. What's this? What the hell is going on? Alison explained. Palinkill? What else? I'll supply palinkill to you, the only one in the Empire. You sell the palinkill meat and attract more customers. Clone still couldn't believe it. What? How are you going to catch a palinkill? Even the top hunters in Greg City find that difficult. But it wasn't hard at all. He just had to bribe Rurin with meat. Alison reassured Clone. You don't need to worry about that. Mr. Men's mercenary group has already eaten it once before. The profits will be split 5,050. I'm not giving it away for free, so I'll take half the sales price. Clone immediately objected. What? You're doing too much. You catch them and hand them over to us, so why would you only take half? But Ison didn't care about the money. Half was fair enough. I can't supply them in large quantities, so I won't take much. Instead, you should use it as bait to sell more of your other meats and buy Rurin some new clothes and treat her better. Although Clone was annoyed by Alison's unreasonable attitude, there was nothing he could do, so he agreed. Fine, I'll sell it for you. Don't change your mind. Of course, Alison wouldn't. This was the plan he'd come up with to reduce the number of customers coming to the restaurant. But there was one problem. Palinkills periodically change their habitat, and naturally, Ison had already accounted for that. With a mere wave of his hand, he created a giant barrier enclosing the palinkills within the forest. Witnessing this, Clone's jaw dropped in shock. Creating a barrier of this size was no simple feat. This isn't something you can do after just a few years of studying magic. Alison, who on earth are you? Alison just kept his secret. Just a restaurant owner who retired after the war, like you. Mr. Clone, please keep my use of magic a secret. That was how Alison's plan worked perfectly the next day. His restaurant was completely empty, not a single customer left, just as planned. But Rurin wondered if this was really something to be happy about. Alison was tearing up. He thought at least 1 or 2 customers would remain. But at least now, the 2 of them had time to build the dragon lair. Hearing that, Rurin was delighted. Oh, that's right. The lair. Heh. Will you live with me when we finish building the lair? Ison immediately refused. Of course, he would live here, the place he had put so much effort into building. Rurin threw a tantrum. What? Then I might as well declare war on the Black Dragon clan right now. Damn, the fate of humanity didn't look too good. Alison had to soothe her, saying that the lair would be nearby, before Rurin finally calmed down. And the location for the dragon lair was none other than the hill right below the restaurant. Since the restaurant was on the outskirts of the city, all the surrounding land belonged to Alison, so they could do whatever the heck they wanted. However, they needed to reinforce the inside of the cave with magic, or the whole hill would be doomed. Rurin was fired up and decided to start digging immediately, but her companion bailed at that very moment. Well, I'm heading back to the restaurant. Good luck. It meant he couldn't leave the restaurant for too long, right? Rurin was left standing there. He said he was going back to work, but instead he laid out on the table, enjoying this rare break. Just then, someone walked into the restaurant. Excuse me, is this that famous restaurant? Ison hurriedly stood up to greet him. Welcome. I don't know about famous, but this is definitely a restaurant, the customer continued. I heard I could eat the legendary palinkill meat here. Ison felt exhausted. I'm sorry, but we don't serve palinkill meat anymore. You have to stop by Clone's butcher shop. But the customer wouldn't leave. But I can't. Is there anything else? I want to eat something. Anything at all. Alison told the customer to wait a moment and headed into the kitchen to prepare a meal. From the way this person dressed, Alison could guess he was like the son of a noble in trouble, and since he shouldn't discriminate against customers, Alison would serve him as usual. Alison then used magic to cook. The only thing I can make that a kid would enjoy is a hamburger, since I make it often, Ison muttered. For the meat, I'll use minced unka tenderloin and shape it. Add a little salt, and pan-fry it in butter with a bun. Place the meat over some greens and top it with demi-glazed garlic sauce. And finally, the egg I got when I caught the palinkills. And just like that, a hamburger that could bribe a dragon was complete. Ison thought about the recipe in his head while cooking. It had become a habit of his. The young man was amazed when he saw the dish. Wow, is this a sandwich? Too lazy to explain, Alison said they were basically the same thing. Just as the young man was about to take a bite, a man suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. Young master, I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing in a place like this? What if you get food poisoning from eating at a place like this? Please, come with me. Ison couldn't stand the restaurant being insulted, so he spoke up. I tried to hold back, but you've gone too far. The man didn't stop. Are you the owner of this restaurant? I don't know if you realize who you are preparing food for. This is the son of the Lord, the Baron of Greg City. This is the heir to Baron Dion. But that didn't bother Alison at all. I don't care if it's a baron or a duke. The food I serve is for a customer. Is there a problem? The two then argued back and forth, neither willing to back down. Seeing this, Diane quickly intervened. Please stop. I'm fine, really. Feeling guilty, he left a gold coin behind before heading out. But this only made Alison feel even worse. A moment later, Rurin ran back, covered in mud and crying. It's Eo's turn now. I'm telling you, it's Eo's turn. I've done all the work, I can't do any more. My hands hurt so much. But Alison had already changed and was preparing to go out. Don't be like that. I'll do the digging tomorrow. More importantly, I need to go somewhere. Rin asked curiously. Going somewhere so suddenly? I'm hungry, you know. Alison stared intently at the gold coin in his hand and said, I'll cook you something when I get back. I've accepted the payment, so I have to get it done. We need to go to the Lord's castle. At the Lord's castle, Dion was sitting gloomily alone in his room when a teleportation portal suddenly appeared. Stepping out of it were Alison and Rurin. Greetings, young Baron Greg. Diane was too stunned to speak, but Alison approached him with a paper bag in his hand. You must have forgotten something, right? You haven't tried it yet, have you? I've warmed it up, so go ahead and take a bite. Damn, is this a delivery service in another world? I wish the guys at my place could use portals like this. Holding the hamburger, Dion started drooling. Even though he had many questions, he decided to take a bite first and think later. Was this kid really planning to eat food from a suspicious guy who teleported into his room? He must be out of his mind. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Young master, I heard noise in the room. Is everything all right? Alison looked utterly bored. Are you kidding me? Let the kid eat his hamburger. What a jerk. Diane looked at Alison, trembling and pleading for help. What should I do now? Alison whispered. What do you mean? Just tell him everything is fine. You're the Lord's heir and a baron, aren't you? They can't disobey your orders. So, just be confident. Dion hung his head, voice sad, but they've never listened to me before. Instead, they always ignore me. Because there was no answer, the person outside started pounding on the door even harder. Young master, I'm coming in. Alison couldn't take it anymore. Rurin used magic to mimic his voice and shouted, Everything is fine. Get lost. I didn't give you permission to come in. Hearing a voice exactly like his own, Diane was completely shocked, but he still looked at the door with anxiety, fearing no one would listen to him. The knocking stopped. I understand. My lord, please call for me if anything happens. While Diane was still staring in awe, Alison spoke up. No, like I said, you have to create your own authority. Diane immediately knelt on the floor. Master, please, become my master. Alison didn't have a clue what was going on, his face totally blank. Then, Dion told him about his past. My mother passed away after giving birth to me. My father remarried not long after, so I spent most of my time with my stepmother. She was a very strict woman. She told me to be cautious with my actions because I am the Lord's son. Even so, I loved her because those were happy times. However, everything changed after my father became bedridden due to a serious illness. She stopped looking at me or talking to me directly during meals or parties. I want to be a good lord like my father, but the servants tried to control and limit my activities under my stepmother's orders. I had no one to talk to. Everyone ignored me. Ever since then, I felt that I wouldn't be treated any better even after I inherited the Lord's position. But my thoughts have changed after today's incident. Master, please teach me how to become a good lord. Diane's eyes sparkled with intense hope, but Alison replied bluntly, that conclusion is a bit weird, isn't it? How did things end up like this? I'm just a restaurant owner, Diane explained the reason. But this has never happened before. He would have walked in even if I told him to leave. Alison had realized the problem: he lacked confidence. It seemed like he was intentionally discarding his spirit and becoming more introverted. Alison sighed and said, look people in the eye when you talk to them. You said you wanted to become a good lord, right? The status of a lord comes with responsibility. Therefore, you must take responsibility for every word you speak. I'm not telling you to ignore what others say. Just make sure you have listened and thought carefully before making a decision that you truly believe in. If the decision works in your favor, then everything will be fine. If not, accept it and take responsibility. From my point of view, that is what makes a good lord. These words seemed to have awakened something deep inside Dion, but before he could fully grasp it, Alison prepared to leave. Anyway, eat that burger before it gets cold, and feel free to visit the restaurant once in a while. After that, Diane kept thinking about what was said. Just as he took a bite of the hamburger, he had a realization. Could it be? I understand now. A good lord must be someone dedicated to ensuring all his people can enjoy delicious food like this. It seems this guy misunderstood something completely. Elsewhere, Alison and Rurin teleported outside the city. To prevent Rurin from overthinking, Alison cautioned her. I hope you don't take his words too much to heart. Rurin asked. You mean that kid? But why did you put so much effort into him? You seem to really care. Alison took out the gold coin from before. I'm just doing the job I was paid for. Holding the gold coin, Rurin was stunned. This is 100,000 runes? A regular hamburger only sells for 200 runes. He really paid you that much just to eat a hamburger? Alison replied, exactly. That's why we need to provide him with proper service for that price. This isn't a discount restaurant. He's as rich as a dragonkin. I hope from now on he becomes a regular customer. But Rurin didn't want that at all. I'm not happy at all, because the amount of hamburgers left for me to eat will decrease. What a gluttonous dragon. In a forest on the outskirts of Greek City, there is a strange clinic that is quite famous. The doctor there is definitely highly skilled and has even mastered healing magic. But that's not why it's famous. The biggest reason patients trek to this remote location, far from the resto town, is because the owner of this clinic is not human. Elena, the owner of the clinic, is currently confiding in Ren about returning to her hometown. I've been thinking about whether I should go back home. I love helping and healing people, so I left the village against everyone's wishes. But reality is so different from what I imagined. No one actually cares about getting treated. They only want to meet an elf girl at any cost. Nobody looks at me like a doctor. Recently, a woman came and got angry with me. She accused me of trying to seduce her husband. I know not all humans are like that, and it's not that I hate healing others, but it's really hard to keep this up and carry on. Ren listened, then asked, by the way, you don't like me either? Elena hurriedly explained. What? No, that's not it. I do like Clone. Besides, you've always been good to me. That's why I accept this without any prejudice. Ren then asked again, so, if there were more things here that you liked, would you stay? There are many things I don't like about my husband. He snores, and he can be so foolish, but there are things I like more. I love how his loyalty is directed only toward me, and how he always puts his best effort into everything he does. You said you still love healing people, right? If so, why not try having dinner at the restaurant by the hillside tonight? The reasons you love this place might grow little by little, and Io's restaurant might just be one of those reasons. Meanwhile, Alison caught Clone digging a hole with a shovel. Hey Io, what are you doing here? I was planning to head to the restaurant. Alison greeted him warmly. I'm heading back there too. I was just finishing up some construction work. So, according to Clone's introduction, this is Nellen, your nephew. Since they had things to discuss, they decided to talk over a meal at the restaurant. Just then, Clone mentioned that his wife would be visiting the restaurant too. Upon hearing that, Alison grabbed his shovel and rushed back to the restaurant immediately. On the way, he asked Clone, usually, elves don't leave their home forests. That person must be very famous, right? Speaking of that, Clone felt a bit annoyed. No need to ask. I heard all the guys in town ran over there, even if they just got a thorn stuck in their finger. How pathetic. Hearing stuff like that makes me understand why elves hate humans so much. Alison replied, there are elves who aren't like that, you know? You shouldn't hold such prejudices against them. I admit elves are a very proud race. But before Alison could finish his sentence, he witnessed a shocking scene. Elena, a noble elf, was kneeling and trembling before Rurin. You are such a magnificent being. Please, forgive my rudeness. Rurin was radiating, killing intent. So, You know you were rude? I'll let you off if you spend the rest of your life as my subordinate. Alison stared with his mouth wide open. Rurin turned around and bragged. Oh, you're back? I've managed to get myself a usable elf subordinate. Alison's hands clenched into fists, covered in a flame of anger. What are you doing to our customer? Let's go back a few minutes, before Rurin was lounging on the table, and Elena pushed the door open. Excuse me, is anyone here? Is this EO's restaurant? Rurin stood up to greet the guest. That's right, but he's not here right now. More importantly, an elf. She was stared at again because of her race, making Elena hang her head low. Yes, that's right. Rurin stepped closer. They say the elf tribe is very beautiful. That's not a lie. Elena replied awkwardly. Ah, you are beautiful too. And you look much younger than me as well. Rurin flashed a dangerous smile. Younger? Are you telling me I look young? I might be young for my race, but I'm still much older than you. Who gave you permission to speak so casually to me? A terrifying aura instantly erupted, causing Elena to cower in fear on the floor. And that was the scene Alison witnessed earlier. After dealing with the chaos, Alison opened the door for customers. Haha, sorry about the noise. Please, come in. Rurin, sporting a bump on her head, was sobbing miserably. Elena's eyes widened in shock as she watched this. Am I dreaming? She's truly a dragon, something that everyone, from children to the elderly, knows. To never, ever provoke a dragon. Dragons are walking natural disasters that can burn down entire villages on a whim. They are the strongest race, the pinnacle of all beings. I've heard myths about dragons since I was a child until I was sick of them, yet he is treating that dragon like a little kid. Who exactly is he? While Elena was still bewildered, Alison approached. My apologies. I'd like to apologize on her behalf for what happened earlier. I really didn't expect something like that to happen while I was away. Elena, still trembling, asked, Are you really human? Alison was surprised, but then he realized Rurin had revealed her status as a dragon. With no other choice, Alison whispered to Elena, Ah, yes, I am a human, and that girl is a dragon. As you know, me living with a dragon is quite strange, but it's hard to explain. Can you keep this a secret? Elena was shivering in fear. Of course. I have no intention of provoking a dragon. I don't want to die yet. Alison couldn't say much other than reassuring her that she wouldn't be killed here. It seemed Rurin had left a terrible first impression. He then asked, By the way, are you the elf doctor clone recommended? Elena replied with a blank expression. Yes, that's me. I'm Elena. Alison was stunned. Can you imagine the half-star review for this restaurant if we were on Earth? I came here based on a friend's recommendation but ended up being forced to be a subordinate. That's unbelievable oppression. The first impression was truly awful. If this were on Earth, this place would have been shut down immediately. Elena continued, I heard you can eat delicious dishes here even if they are only made from vegetables. When it came to cooking, Alison was a total professional. That's right, it's possible. Do you have any allergies? Elena explained. It's not for any humanitarian reason. My body just can't digest meat, so as long as I don't eat meat, I'm fine. Alison thought for a moment and started preparing food in the kitchen. There are many delicious meatless dishes, but I think pasta is one of the best. Sauté thinly sliced onions, garlic, and mushrooms in a pan with hot olive oil. By doing this, the different flavors combine to create a harmonious taste. Next, strain the crushed tomatoes through a sieve and add them to the pan. Season with salt, sugar, and other spices. Turn the heat down low and keep an eye on it so the sauce doesn't burn. While you wait for it to thicken, boil the pasta for 8 minutes. Just remember to save some of that pasta water. Finally, toss the pasta with the sauce and add a splash of the pasta water to thin it out. And there you have it. The pasta is ready. She then served the meal to Elena. Please, go ahead and eat with your fork. I didn't add any meat, so you don't have to worry about that. Just by looking at the dish, Elena was already eager to dig in. She picked up her fork and carefully began to enjoy the delicious pasta. Meanwhile, she continued serving Gooba meat to the nephew, Clone. But Alison noticed that Nellin didn't seem very happy. Could it be that he doesn't like the food? When she turned to look at Elena, Alison could hardly believe her eyes. The image of the noble elf had completely vanished, replaced by a girl happily devouring her delicious meal. This is outstanding. Up until now, I've only ever eaten raw vegetables. I had no idea food could taste this good. It's incredible. Elena finished the entire plate in just a few bites. Just then, she walked over, startling her. It seems this pasta really suits your taste, doesn't it? Elena hurriedly covered her face in embarrassment. I'm so sorry. It was just so delicious. I couldn't help myself. Alison offered a friendly smile and handed her a handkerchief. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you like it. You don't visit other restaurants very often, do you? Elena replied sheepishly. Well, I draw so much attention in the city, so I usually just eat vegetables I buy at the market. It's not that I hadn't thought about having a proper meal at a restaurant, but they don't have many vegetarian options. And even if they did, the food doesn't taste any different from raw vegetables, so I wondered if it was even worth the trouble of cooking. Alison completely understood how Elena felt. People around here didn't use many spices, so everything tasted rather bland. At this point, Elena suddenly grew excited. But I changed my mind after coming here. That dish just now was truly delicious. I have to thank Miss Wren. This also means the bad review from earlier has been cleared. Alison finally let out a sigh of relief. She was so glad to hear that. Just then, Clone suddenly stood up and shouted, "What? What did you just say?" Nellen repeated it. "I said I just found out that Mom and I aren't blood related." Meanwhile, at the mine, Nellen's mother was very worried and had brought food deep into the mine for her son, but she had no idea that Nellen wasn't there. Elsewhere, Clone calmly sat down and asked, "Who did you hear that from?" Nellen slammed the table and shouted, "That doesn't matter now. I've been lied to for 20 years. I can't focus on work. That's why I left the mine early. I can't just go home like this." At that moment, Elena and Alison were focused on the drama, not daring to make a sound. It's true, no matter what world you're in, you just can't give up on good drama. She then sincerely advised him, "Don't you know what she had to go through to raise you? She worked day and night just to take care of you, even after your father sacrificed his life as a mercenary. Don't you think it's noble that she raised a child who wasn't her own flesh and blood? You're smart enough to understand that yourself." Nellen's face darkened, his voice trembling. I know that. I know it's my fault, but I was so hot-headed and angry this morning that I refused the lunch she prepared and called her an old lady." Hearing this, Clone grabbed Nellen by the collar in anger. "What? There are things you can say, and things you absolutely must not say." This idiot things were starting to spiral out of control, and Alison had to intervene. Just then, Wren burst through the door, panicked, and shouted, "Nellen, something terrible has happened. Quickly, follow me to the mine. The mine collapsed where your mother is. She's trapped inside." Clone was shocked and yelled, "What do you mean the mine collapsed? And what happened to his mother?" She hurriedly recounted, "I'm not sure, but it seems she went inside to look for Nellen." After that, Nellen couldn't keep his composure and rushed toward the mine by himself. Alison and Elena wanted to go along, hoping to help in some way. At the mine, everyone was trying to stop the frantic Nellen. He just wanted to throw himself into the rubble to save his mother. "Calm down, Nellen. It's too dangerous. It could collapse again." Alison and Elena arrived shortly after. "Please, stay calm. We will go inside and save Nellen's mother." The others hurried to stop them. "Listen, you can't go in there either. We can't predict when the mine might collapse again. This is an emergency situation." Alison quickly explained, "I am a healer trained in healing magic. There might be many people inside who can't move and need medical attention. We're wasting time. Please let us through." After some explaining, the two were finally allowed to enter. On the way, Elena spoke to Alison. "I thank you for helping me, but you don't need to follow me in here. It's very dangerous." Just then, the mine shook, and countless rocks fell. But luckily, they were all blocked by Alison's magic shield. "You see, I'm quite skilled with magic. I'll block the stones from hitting you." Elena couldn't help but be amazed. "So you are? You a mage?" Alison kept walking while talking. "I was quite successful in my younger days, but I've hung up my staff now. I am curious, though, what made you decide to come here? I heard you own a clinic in Greg City. I'm telling you this because one of my friends is also an elf. I don't think you own that clinic just because you're an elf. And there must have been many times when humans didn't treat you well. Yet, you decided to go into a collapsed mine to save people. Is there a special reason you do this?" Just as Elena was about to answer, the two reached a fork in the path. "Oh no, the path splits. We don't have time to search both directions." Alison closed her eyes and began to chant. Light spirits were summoned, lighting up the entire space. This left even an elf like Elena astonished. The spirits then split up and headed down both paths. Soon, they found the injured. When the worker saw the glowing spots moving, he panicked. "What is this? I must be going to heaven. I'm starting to hallucinate." But luckily, this was real. Alison and Elena arrived just in time. "Are you okay? Can you move?" Luckily, the wounds weren't too severe. A little healing magic was enough for the worker to get out on his own. At that moment, the spirits reported that there were other injured people. And so, the rescue team worked at full capacity. Alison took on the role of protection, moving rocks with her magic. Meanwhile, Elena focused her healing magic on saving the workers. Once the injured received first aid, they were transported out using magic as well. After a while, all the workers were rescued, leaving only Nellen's mother unfound. The two of them continued to push deeper into the mine and discovered her lying unconscious on the ground. Elena immediately approached and assessed the situation. "She's badly hurt. I'll cast a more powerful healing spell on her, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Elena placed her hands over her chest and began to chant. A gentle blue light immediately enveloped everything. At the makeshift first aid station, Ren was crying uncontrollably, feeling helpless. Klon stood by her side, trying to offer some comfort. Elena said the magic would work, so don't worry too much. She'll definitely wake up. Seeing her mother lying still with bandages wrapped around her head, Nalin felt completely numb. Alison also tried to reassure her, there's no need to worry. Elena quickly treated her with a stronger spell, so she's already past the critical stage. Elena looked completely exhausted, her body trembling. She suffered a severe head injury, but the treatment was successful. The wound near her eye isn't too serious, so she'll be able to see normally once the bandages are removed. Nellin then opened the basket next to his mother. This was the breakfast his mother had worked so hard to prepare, which he had cruelly dismissed with harsh words. Now, regret was too late. It was all his fault that she had come looking for him and ended up hurt this badly. Just then, his mother's arm stirred. Nellin, are you there? The first thing his mother did upon waking was call out her son's name. Truly, a mother's love is sacred. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Nellin broke down in tears. I'm here, Mom. It's me. I was so scared. What if the words I said to you this morning were the last ones I ever got to say? His mother teared up upon hearing this. You called me Mom again. I'm sorry for making you worry. And thank goodness, you weren't inside the mine. Witnessing this scene, Elena was deeply moved. She approached Alison and said, just like you said, I actually wanted to close my clinic and return to my homeland. I had become so disappointed in people after seeing such terrible things happen here. That was when Ren told me to try focusing on the things I like about this place. Perhaps I was too hasty in coming here to find that. The lifespan of humans is shorter than that of an elf, but they are able to express their emotions freely. That's why people are easily disappointed and hurt. I used to feel that way, but ironically, that's also the reason I opened the clinic. I think there are still many things here that I like, things that keep me from leaving. I like the genuine emotions of people. And now I even know the food here is delicious. I realized so much today. Before she could finish her sentence, Elena nearly fainted from exhaustion. Thankfully, Alison was there to catch her. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Then, Alison began to transfer magic power through his hands. Elena was extremely astonished to feel the magic flowing into her. Isn't this the magic power transfer technique of the elf race? Alison quickly pulled his hand away and explained, the friend I mentioned taught me this magic. His name is Rurin. Upon hearing that name, Elena shrieked in shock. Rurin? The hero of the elf tribe? That Rurin? How could you? To avoid trouble, he didn't explain much, simply saying he was a well-known mage. Meanwhile, on the hill under the restaurant, Rurin was still busy digging a hole all by herself. Ugh, that jerk. He always leaves me behind. How could he tell me to dig a hole just because I'm not allowed to use magic in front of others? It's so unfair. I just wanted to recruit a subordinate to help out at the restaurant. Just then, a stream of water suddenly sprayed up, soaking Rurin completely. After returning and seeing this mess, Alison questioned her. You mean to say the water just naturally gushed out from the ground? He wanted to know where it came from, and why she had dug until she ended up in this state. Rurin, covered in mud, stood her ground proudly. Exactly. Although Alison was furious, he tried to hold it in. Don't get mad. She didn't mean to drive me crazy. Looking at the battlefield on the ground, it was clear she had tried to keep digging but found nothing. Alison said, there must be an underground spring nearby. You probably hit the water vein. She had dug quite deep, but even with magic, it was impossible to see it from there. You remember what we talked about earlier, right? We need to reinforce the cave with a barrier. Of course, Rurin remembered that. Otherwise, the cave would have collapsed long ago. Alison then released a massive amount of magic and created a magic circle. Rurin, standing nearby, reminded him, remember to control your power, or you'll blow up the whole hill. The spell Alison used was a level 8 prison spell. In the blink of an eye, the cave was dug much deeper. Rurin didn't forget her duty either. With one stomp, she erected a barrier to keep the ceiling from collapsing. And just like that, Rurin's dragon cave was finished. At that exact moment, the ground cracked, and a jet of water erupted from deep within. Alison observed it carefully. The prison spell hit an underground spring, so now water is gushing out? This must be a hot spring. But Rurin, without a second thought, rushed in, planning to take a bath. Alison yelled a warning that it was hot water, but it was too late. Rurin screamed as the hot water covered her. Afterward, she had to take off her soaking wet clothes to warm up. Listen, you can't just dive into everything like that. Alison reminded her, while using magic to create a spherical barrier. By pushing the barrier into the ground, the soil settled, forming a clean water basin. After that, he just needed to remove the top part. of the barrier to create a hot spring. Alison then threw Rurin into the water without mercy. Rurin screamed loudly as she fell in. "It's hot! I'm going to be boiled alive." But then she realized the water was only lukewarm. Of course, that was because Alison had cooled it down beforehand. Then, he took off his outer clothes and got into the water with Rurin. Rurin hesitated for a moment before asking, "I saw you disappear. Where did you go?" Alison replied that the mine had collapsed, so he went there to save people. But Rurin only cared about whether he had gone with Elena. Alison quickly explained, "Of course I needed her. You know I'm not very good at healing magic, don't you?" But Rurin sulked and turned away. "No wonder you looked so happy. I had to go dig this cave while you know I hate other species, but I hate all of them except for you." It seems this girl is jealous seeing her man with another woman. Alison then carefully brewed a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to Rurin. Even though she was pouting, Rin couldn't resist and took the cup, drinking it happily. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Alison brewed a cup for himself and said, "Cocoa powder is made from cocoa beans. You might think this powder is simple, but it takes many steps: planting, fermenting, drying, roasting, grinding, and so much more to finally make it. Many people worked hard so we could drink this. I have enough power to blow up a mine, but even so, I don't have the ability to heal the wounded. I couldn't even find any simple ingredients for the restaurant without Mr. Clone's help. Even if I used magic to create a space here, I would still have to ask the dwarves to build the dragon's lair. People may differ in race, ability, and personality, but that doesn't mean we should shun them. Even a dragon can't handle everything alone." Rurin understood these words to some extent. "I get it, but I'll still treat you differently than the others. You're special." And so, the two of them enjoyed the hot springs all night long. Elsewhere, M's mercenary group ran into trouble while escorting their cargo. They were surrounded by a group of people and pushed toward a cliff. Though she tried her best to break the encirclement, Men was tackled by a rogue into the cliffside. Back at the restaurant, today, Alison had hung up a closed sign to focus on other tasks. When Rin asked why, he explained, "We drank hot cocoa the other day, but it was a shame we didn't have milk. So, I'm going to build a farm so we have a steady supply." But everything was starting from scratch, and what Alison needed were the Baroneric at the lower reaches of the Varan River. When told they had to teleport to the lower Varan River, Rurin was a bit confused. "Don't you know you can't teleport to a place you've never been before? Last time, you teleported us to the Lord's castle by tracking that kid's scent." But Alison was stubborn. "I'll tell you the location and distance, so just follow your instincts." Rurin didn't want to, but she had to comply. And just like that, both of them were teleported to the lower reaches of the Venit River. From there, Alison could clearly see a herd of Baroner nearby, the only problem being that they were currently free-falling from the sky. Even now, the two were still arguing. "You're a dragon. Why are you afraid of falling? Don't you have wings?" Rurin hugged his neck and screamed, "I won't turn into a dragon. I'd rather die." It seems for some reason, Rurin didn't want to change into her dragon form. Alison didn't feel comfortable asking any further. Afterward, the two landed safely thanks to Alison's magic. As soon as they hit the ground, Rurin was overwhelmed by the vastness of the river. When Alison explained that it was the sea, she felt a little embarrassed. That was only natural, as Rin had never seen the sea since she was born. And so, a plan for a beach day was made. Rurin felt incredibly excited about this. Their current task was to catch about 10 Baroner. Whoever caught fewer would have to do the cooking today. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, 3 people were slumped outside the door as if they were starving to death. It seems Alison's 3 biggest fans couldn't live without his food. While waiting, the 3 of them got to know each other. Alison, oblivious to it all, enjoyed playing with Rurin for a long time before returning. Thanks to the Dragon Clan's mind manipulation magic, the Baroneric followed obediently and settled into the pen. Because of that, the flimsy fence Alison built would hold. He would build proper sleeping quarters for the Baroneric later. The priority now was reopening the restaurant. As soon as he reached the door, Alison was startled to see the 3 starving ghosts slumped there. Luckily, he returned in time to prevent any casualties. The 3 were then served their favorite dishes. "Seriously, what would you have done if I hadn't come back today? Just waited in front of the door like that?" Clone calmly replied. "I guess you would have had to dig 3 graves next to the restaurant. The reason? Starvation." I'm truly speechless. Meanwhile, Rurin was stuck washing the dishes because she lost the bet with Alison. When he found out Alison wanted to raise Baroner, Clone asked, "How do you plan to manage them? Aren't you short on staff?" Alison replied, "I'm thinking about that, and I intend to hire a few employees. The pasture needs to be taken care of carefully. I can't just hire anyone, so I need to prepare some interview questions." She immediately had a bright idea. "You mean interviews? Haha, don't worry. Don't elves have the ability to see through a person's inner thoughts?" And you, my master, also need to know who's good and who's bad. I've met a lot of people back when I was a mercenary. We've bothered you on your day off. So let us help you. We will help you interview the candidates. We will pick the most talented employees for you. So leave it to us. And that was the reason the interviews for the pastor position began the next day. Many people heard the announcement and came to apply. The judges this time were none other than Baron, Elena, and Darian. The first applicant barely opened the door before he was immediately rejected. A young man with no passion at all. How could someone like you manage Baron Eric? The next person was handsome. Is this hiring staff or a model agency? The next applicant was a handsome young man who seemed very energetic. Clone looked satisfied, but the guy's head was full of dirty thoughts about Elena. Elena, who could see through people's hearts, rejected him immediately. The next person was a middle-aged uncle with a pipe in his mouth. I have 30 years of work experience. I will create the most beautiful pasture for Greg. Now it's Deanne's turn. So, what do you think about the comfort of the Baron Eric? Before the uncle could finish his question, Deanne pulled out a long scroll filled with writing. Do you have a plan for the Baron Eric's sleep and recreational activities? And what about those who have bad intentions toward them? Have you thought of ways to deal with them? What about the milk supply? That means you must have a clear plan ready to compete with others. And I'm also curious about how you would handle it if one gets sick or injured. You will have to write a health report for the Baron Eric and ensure they remain healthy. This isn't just a simple pasture. As a noble, I care deeply about these Baron Eric, just like I do for my own people. You shouldn't underestimate them. Damn, I'm truly speechless. The uncle couldn't take it anymore, so he picked himself up and left. Before leaving, he left one final remark. What a maniac. Diane still wouldn't stop. Where are you going? You're supposed to be protecting the civilians. People like him don't even care if Baron Eric are sad or not. Watching the three of them work, Alison was left speechless. He had a bad feeling about this. And so, the interviews continued. As they went on, the reasons the three gave for rejecting candidates became increasingly ridiculous and absurd. Some candidates were even rejected before they could say a single word. Alison was practically in tears, helplessly watching the chaos. Talk about enthusiasm without intelligence, it's just plain destructive. Before long, there were no candidates left. No candidates left? Was the salary and the job posting too low? Ha ha ha. Clone still had no idea that it was all because of the three of them that the candidates had all run off. Left with no other choice, Alison had to step in. I'm sorry. I'm very grateful for what you've done, but let me handle the next interview. Just then, Minin pushed the door open. I saw the job posting. Can I work here? Clone was incredibly surprised. Minin, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on an escort mission? Minin then explained the situation. We were attacked by a band of robbers, and my senior fell off a cliff while trying to protect me. She was deeply worried. That jerk man. Why didn't he tell me about something like this? How is his condition? Minin's face darkened when mentioning it. My senior is covered in injuries, but he can only move one leg now. So, my senior has had to retire from his mercenary career. Although Elena really wanted to help, because so much time had passed since the injury, she couldn't do much. The only thing she could do was examine him and check his condition. Just then, Rurin chimed in. But why are you the one looking for a job when Men is the one who's injured? Alison immediately scolded her. Watch your mouth. She's already stressed enough, and you're still complaining. But Rurin was still curious. But aren't you curious? It looks like she's quit being a mercenary too. The fact that she followed Men and applied for a job here is pretty strange. Minin shyly explained. I'm just trying to find a job that suits Men so we can work together. As she spoke, her face turned bright red. Anyone could see what was going on. Clone couldn't believe it and asked, Don't tell me how old are you this year? When he learned Minin was only 29, Clone shouted, That's a 13-year age gap. But Minin didn't care. She only saw age as a number. Elena then wondered, why not? Among the elves, a 13-year gap was considered a relationship between peers. Alison explained that you couldn't view this through the lens of elf lifespans. Human lifespans are much shorter than elves, so 13 years is quite significant. But Minin showed her resolve. Forget it, I've decided. I've left the mercenary group. If you don't let me work here, I'll starve to death on the road. Damn, that's one hell of a way to apply for a job. But Rurin seemed very interested. That passion, I like you. You're right. Age isn't a problem. You're hired, you're in. It seems like Rurin wanted to prove that a 700-year age gap with her own men wasn't an issue either. Minin was overjoyed to be hired, but Alison spoke up. Wait, I'm grateful that you and Men want to work here, but we haven't heard Men's opinion on this yet. Minin blushed. That's true. I haven't asked my senior's opinion yet. I intend to tell him after I manage to milk a cow here. My senior is the one who taught me how to wield a sword, from how to hold it to how to maintain my weapons. Of course, Working in the meadow is quite difficult, but I want to learn how to handle those things myself. And after that, I want to show him how the work here gets done. She hadn't even started yet and was already planning all this? That's surreal. This touching love story moved Elena deeply. How wonderful. That is the steadfastness of love, a beautiful longing. Although, the wording seemed a bit off. Alison, after thinking for a moment, spoke up. Once you get that first bucket of milk, I've just thought of the perfect meal for our visit to men. I'm really looking forward to working with you. And so, the restaurant's staff count increased by 1. The next day, Minnan arrived early, eager to work. Her first task was to lead the Baroneric out so they could graze. Minnan was very excited and carefully approached the first Baronere. She was quite surprised because the Baroneric didn't cause any trouble at all. She thought, I don't know what kind of magic they used, but the Baroneric are incredibly obedient, so there shouldn't be any issues. But things weren't that easy. The Baroneric didn't actively attack, but even a light nudge sent Minnan sprawling to the ground. No matter what method she used, all Minnan got was a bruised body. After struggling to get the Baroneric to the meadow, Alison gave her the next task. Wild Baroneric are very active, so you don't need to trim their hooves, but since these are domesticated, you must check their hooves regularly. And of course, Minnan was kicked flying time and time again. The next day, as Minnan was preparing dry straw for the end of the day, the Baroneric crowded around. No, get away, the fresh grass is over there. As the old saying goes, playing the lute to a cow and these creatures looked just like cows, so they weren't going to listen. And so, Minnan was kicked flying once more. A few days later, Minnan sat on the ground, covered in dirt, complaining. I'm completely exhausted. Nothing has gone right. Herding cows, trimming hooves, I haven't even managed to milk them yet. I was so confident at first, but what am I doing now? What if I get fired before I get to work with my senior? As if understanding Minan's heart, the Baroner came over to comfort her. They seemed to understand the situation and voluntarily offered to be milked. And so, Minnan excitedly carried the first bucket of milk to show Alison. Boss, I did it. I got the milk. This exceeded even Alison's expectations. He thought it would take about a week to get milk. Taking the bucket, Alison beamed. Great, we should get ready, shouldn't we? There's some clean clothing over there. Go get changed first. Minnan didn't understand and asked. Wait, get ready for what? Alison replied. A special meal for men. Of course, a super cheesy pizza. First, pasteurize the milk at a low temperature for 30 minutes. Next, lower the heat and add vinegar so the milk curdles. Once the milk thickens, scoop out the curds and leave the whey behind. After putting it in salt water, knead the curd immediately after soaking it in warm water. Next, lower the heat and add some vinegar to curdle the milk. Once it thickens, skim out the curds and leave the liquid behind. Drop them in salted water, and knead the curds right after soaking in warm water. Throughout this process, the air and leftover whey are removed, and after shaping it, we have mozzarella cheese. Seeing this strange thing, Minnan couldn't help but wonder, is this cheese? It looks nothing like the cheese I know. Alison explained immediately, it's just a different kind of cheese. We'll put it on top of the bread and bake it. You need a special gift for your confession, right, Mr. Men really loves food, so this would be a perfect gift, wouldn't it? Mentioning the confession made Minnan blush with shyness. Confession? I haven't even thought that far ahead yet. No, this could be your chance. Alison bragged while kneading the dough. Trust me, when I was young, I had plenty of women chasing after me. Why does that sound so hard to believe? Minnan asked shyly. So, do you have a lot of dating experience? Alison nonchalantly replied that he hadn't been on a single date, which almost made Minnan punch him. Alison then handed over the pizza and continued, however, one thing I know for sure is that sincerity always works. So, put your heart into this dish. Mr. Men will surely notice. Ah, typical love experts giving advice. After everything was prepared, the group went to visit Mr. Men to check on his health, while Minnan timidly stood outside holding the pizza. What will she decide to do? After asking after him for a while, they introduced him. This is Elena, who runs a clinic. Men was very surprised by their visit. Oh, that famous elf? But how did you guys know about her? You couldn't have known unless you were with the mercenary group. Just then, Minnan walked in, blushing. Senior, how are you feeling? Now I finally understand the reason why. Elena then used healing magic on Men's leg. Although it couldn't be completely healed, she would help with the rehabilitation process. Men then stepped over to Minan's side. Ah, I thought you had something else to say. Minnan turned bright red, sweating all over. This is a huge deal. It's way more embarrassing than I thought. The others were waiting for a romantic confession, but Minnan changed the subject instead. You must be hungry, right? Let's eat first, then we can talk. Minnan was trembling. Calm down. As she had been told, sincerity always works, and she would express her feelings through the food. It turned out Minen had arranged the sausages on the pizza into a heart shape, but men didn't understand at all. Seeing that, Minen explained, "This dish is called pizza. I made it myself." Alison helped out a lot too. "It looks good, right?" It looks like, just as she reached the important part, Men couldn't resist and reached his hand out. "Let's taste it, shall we?" Poor Minen couldn't even cry out loud. When he found out the stretchy stuff on the pizza was cheese, Men was amazed. He had always thought cheese was just that smelly stuff sold at the corner of the market, but that was just spoiled milk. After taking one bite, Men was immediately conquered by the flavor. The flavor and this chewy texture, it's delicious. Everyone, try some. And just like that, the plan to confess through food failed completely. Minen could only eat through her tears. After finishing the pizza, Men chatted happily. "Minen, I never thought you could cook this well. How did you do it?" Minen spoke up seriously. "Senior, have you decided what you're going to do in the future?" Men didn't understand what was happening, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Why do you ask?" "I'll think about it slowly." "Then why don't you come work with me at Alison's pasture?" Men was quite surprised by this new information. "Alison's pasture? You have a pasture?" Alison smiled and said, "Only recently, and I would be honored if you worked with me. Minen is working for me too." Men was shocked to hear that. "She's working there? What about the mercenary group?" Minen turned away, too embarrassed to look Men in the eye. She gathered all her courage and shouted, "I'm leaving right after you, Senior. In the future I want to be by your side." Men seemed to understand something and accepted the job at the pasture. Everyone was extremely happy, especially Minen. But it turned out Men didn't understand a damn thing. "I'm glad you're coming to work at the pasture. At least now you can be free to date, right? I didn't think you could date anyone while you were a mercenary. Now that you've grown up, you should try dating some guys. I think I owe Alison one for this. When can I start working?" Damn it, I'm speechless. Alison could only reply, "Right after you recover. Just rest for now." Alison felt very guilty at that moment. "Minen, I'm sorry. I thought it would work." So, in short, sincerity doesn't work at all. It's true that you shouldn't trust advice from people who have never been in a relationship. On the way back, Alison tried to comfort her. "Minen, please don't be too heartbroken. You two will be working at the pasture together." Minen forced a smile. "I'm not heartbroken. There will be plenty of chances in the future. I said it before. I'm just happy to be working with everyone. I'm heading home now. See you later, boss." Even though she said that, Minen couldn't help but cry while walking away. But she was determined not to give up, no matter what happened. The power of love is truly intense. The three onlookers could only shake their heads in frustration, unable to help at all. Meanwhile, Men sat in the dim light, sighing thoughtfully. What should I do? It seemed Men had realized everything from the start. He just didn't want to face the truth. The next day, the Crown Prince of the Loven Empire, Leiden Grake, visited the area. Although he smiled, he showed nothing but contempt. So peaceful. This place is truly ugly. When he saw two beautiful girls standing by the side of the road, he didn't hesitate to approach them and demand they come to his room tonight. What a piece of trash. Duke Pogo Tamaran saw this, and asked the Archmage Marin what the prince was doing. He wants those two girls to come to the castle tonight. Pogo's face suddenly turned extremely dangerous. This is a royal meeting. How disrespectful. Well, tell them to handle it themselves. I'm tired of babysitting the prince. Meanwhile, Diane was preparing for the meeting with the prince. Because his mother wasn't feeling well, he had to go alone. The butler saw he looked nervous and encouraged him. "After everything that has happened recently, you have become a true lord, and every word you say will represent the Greg territory. Please don't forget that." Walking into the room, the presence of the prince and Pogo made Dion feel a bit anxious. "Father, please grant me your wisdom." As he sat down at the table, Pogo asked, "Any progress on Count Greek's health?" Dion felt a bit sad at the mention of this. "No, my father is still bedridden." Leiden Greek spoke up. "That's unfortunate. If I remember correctly, Count Greek is under the Duke of Sarin." Diane replied, "That's right, but it's been a long time since they last spoke, and I haven't seen the Duke in ages." He was trying not to say the wrong thing to avoid being cornered. Leiden Greek continued, "I assume so. I heard the Duke of Sarin hasn't been in good health either." Pogo immediately chimed in. "Then isn't it time for you to change allegiances? I'm saying you should side with me. That way, this territory will receive solid protection, and your status will remain unshaken. Don't you think so?" Diane thought carefully before answering. It was a difficult question to answer right away. He knew better than to make hasty decisions during such a sensitive time. Pogo wouldn't let it go, and kept pushing. "Then let's talk about something else for now. With the large-scale irrigation system and the neighboring kingdom's civil war, so many things are happening. This means Greek City, just like other territories, will have to pay more taxes." Desran was stunned. Is that an official request from the central royal family? Pogo smiled slyly. That doesn't matter, right? Managing the territory is the Count's responsibility. Of course, if you accept my offer from earlier, this matter could be reconsidered. So, what do you say? Is this also hard for you to answer? Being a Count always involves making choices. Whether good or bad, one must make a decision, because doing nothing is not an option. So, what have you decided? Pogo was like a venomous snake coiling around his prey. If he did nothing, Great City would be mercilessly torn apart by the wheels of power. With no other choice, Dian shouted, "Fine, I will host a grand banquet, and then I will give you my answer." Pogo thought there wouldn't be anything good to eat in this godforsaken place and was about to refuse. Just then, Leidengrake interrupted. "Sounds interesting. Perfect timing. I need something to entertain me until dinner. Can you bring out a dish that will satisfy me? I'm sick of the food at the royal palace." Diane could only force a smile. Of course, because here in Great City, there is an excellent restaurant. Now he could only rely on his self-proclaimed master. At the restaurant, Alison was serving lunch to his employees. The menu today was fried rice, and just looking at it made one's mouth water. Before eating, Rurin complained, "The amount of food I'm going to eat is decreasing. Truly a gluttonous dragon." Fortunately, there was plenty, so she could have another plate if she kept talking. Just then, the door was kicked open, and a squad of knights entered. "You're the owner of this restaurant, aren't you?" They didn't know they had messed with the wrong person. Alison stepped forward without fear. "That's right, but what is the meaning of this? And put your swords away." The knight still wouldn't back down. "Who do you think you're ordering around? You realize who we are, don't you?" Alison replied, "I know you are knights of the Empire, the Origin Order." Minon was so scared he couldn't even move. As for Rurin, she was focused only on eating. She needed to eat fast to ask for another plate, but she didn't forget to eavesdrop. What's going on?" Alison said he would handle it, so there was no need to worry. "Once again, can you lower your swords? People are trying to eat." The knight held his sword to Alison's throat and threatened him. "You don't seem to understand the situation, do you? Kneel, or today will be the last day you see the sun." Alison couldn't take it anymore. "I'm warning you one last time. Get out of this restaurant immediately." He was ready to use magic at any moment. The knight didn't realize anything and angrily swung his sword. Just as the knight was about to lose his head for his stupidity, a voice rang out. "Stop! What are you idiots doing? Who ordered you to do this?" It turned out to be an acquaintance of Alison, Vice Commander Darian. "Please forgive our rudeness. Long time no see, Grand Mage Alison." Afterward, the foolish knights were punished by kneeling outside the shop with their hands in the air. "I sincerely apologize on behalf of my men. I ordered them to keep an eye on you in case you left again, but I didn't expect them to act like this." Alison wasn't a petty person. "It's all right, no problem. Your men are very loyal. How long has it been?" Darian replied that 5 years had passed. Being called a Grand Mage made Alison a bit uncomfortable. "You've been out of the military for a long time now," Darian reminisced. "I haven't forgotten a single moment of that day. When the 3rd Legion was surrounded and nearly annihilated because of my poor command, Grand Mage Alison broke through the encirclement single-handedly and turned the tide of battle." Alison smiled. "That's because the Legion held the formation until the very end. You fought with all your might and risked your life to do that, Darian. And ever since then, you've kept refusing the rewards and insisting on punishment. Please don't do that anymore." At the mention of this, Darian felt a bit ashamed. Of course, a knight must live and die with honor. At the time, I couldn't believe that a criminal could receive a reward without knowing that my wife was suffering terribly because of the war. When I heard the news, I felt like I had been slapped in the face. I only thought about my own honor. A knight who couldn't even protect the person he loved. The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Darian, but later, I found out that Grand Mage Alison had secretly sent the reward money I refused to my wife. "I cannot express how grateful I am to you. I've been agonizing over how to return this favor to you. Is there anything I can do to help Grand Mage Alison? You've left the military." Then, when I heard you were opening a restaurant, an idea suddenly popped into my head. "Let's shut down every restaurant in Great City except for this one. That way, Grand Mage Alison's restaurant will become the greatest restaurant in Great City." It was a perfect plan. This was truly the whisper of a stonehead. Alison was stunned after hearing it. "Is your brain functioning properly?" And so, Darian drew his sword and rushed off to execute his stupid idea. Truly hopeless. Elsewhere, Pogo was extremely worried about Crown Prince Leidengrake's decision to eat at an unfamiliar restaurant. Currently, they had no escort with them, and it would be very dangerous if anything happened. But Leidengrake didn't care at all. Just then, countless arrows soared straight toward Leidengrake, but all were instantly blocked by magic. That was exactly why Leidengrake felt so at ease. The presence of Archmage Marin was enough to overwhelm almost anything. The assassins revealed themselves then. Hand over the crown prince. If you comply, we'll let the others go, but you will pay a heavy price with your own lives for daring to oppose Archmage Marin. Shrill screams erupted. The assassins were completely buried under a layer of earth and stone. Crown Prince Leiden Greek, without a single scratch, exclaimed at such overwhelming power. Looking at the severely collapsed mountain range in front of him, Leiden Greek didn't hold back his praise. So, this is the Empire's strongest Archmage. With you here, even dragons are nothing to worry about. Marin gave a light smile, saying he was too kind. Surprisingly, one of them survived being crushed under the rubble. The man even had the strength to call Marin a monster. Crown Prince Leiden Greek smiled gently while uttering something vicious. Enough. They'll just ramble on with the same nonsense anyway. So, this is my order. Leave no one alive. Following Marin's acknowledgement, another wave of earth and stone crashed down. The survivor didn't even have time for last words before meeting their maker. Diane silently marveled at the extraordinary sight before him. So the rumors were true. There is only one mage in the Empire capable of taking on an entire army single-handedly, and this Archmage Marin is that very person. As it happens, she's already cleared a path for the Crown Prince to proceed. Meanwhile, at Alison's restaurant, he was chatting with Darian, saying Darian had a bad habit and he wanted to know what it was. Whenever I get excited, I just rush forward without looking around at all. Darian confessed honestly. I wonder why someone as knowledgeable as you would do that. It really brings back memories of years ago, doesn't it? Alison smiled, but he was currently using magic to pin Darian upside down with his head in the dirt. The blood rushing to his brain made Darian realize many things, including reconsidering his friendship with this guy. It wasn't until Darian screamed, "I'll fix it," that Alison let him return to his proper position, head back in the fresh air instead of sniffing the dirt. God, I'm alive. Alison loudly criticized Darian, while the soldiers were questioning who the reckless guy was that pointed his sword at whom. How could the soldier have known that in his haze, he had poked a hornet's nest disguised as a black ant hill? On this side, Darian was honestly reporting that he intended to repay Alison by going to every restaurant and spreading rumors that there were bugs in their food. This guy is quite creative. It's just that his creativity is being used in the wrong place. Darian apologized shamefully and promised to find another way to repay him. Just then, Darian saw something that startled him, hurriedly ordering the knights to stand at attention. The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince approached, recognized Darian, and judged that this was no ordinary restaurant. Darian knelt on the ground and greeted him. Your Highness, I am deeply sorry. I heard that you would be staying at Count Grey's place until evening. That was my plan, but I heard there was an excellent restaurant, so I came to see for myself. And of course, I didn't come alone. Let me introduce the Crown Prince's devoted retinue. Darian seemed uncomfortable seeing Marin there too. Crown Prince Leiden Greek turned to greet him enthusiastically. Leo greeted him back, but inside, he was thinking, the Crown Prince of the Empire is here, so that's why the Genesis Knights are in the city. Greek, and the woman behind the Crown Prince, was a familiar face that Leo didn't like. Wait, is that uniform the old attire of the Royal Mages? This Crown Prince is quite observant. I served in the Mage Corps while I was on active duty. I wear it because this uniform is comfortable, although I've been discharged for quite a while now. Leiden Greek's face lit up when he learned he was a mage. Then you must have heard the name. I'm talking about Marin over there, a 7th level Archmage. If you were in the service, you must have heard that name, right? The Crown Prince excitedly introduced his prize subordinate. Before Leo could reply, he loudly called out, Marin, come here for a second. Your subordinate is here. God, why is this guy calling out like that? Count Pogo grimaced. TSK. What a waste of time to be in this tiny restaurant. Marin, the Crown Prince is calling you. Marin heard him, but was too busy trembling to respond. Her look of terror was written all over her face, as if she couldn't see anything but Leo in front of her. It's bad enough to be scared, but being pushed by your own team really stings. Marin? It wasn't until Pogo called a second time that Marin startled and reacted, but she still couldn't find her voice. Were you too tired earlier? Go meet him and take a look at him, the Count reminded her. Marin apologized, dismounted, took off her hat, and walked over to the Crown Prince. Leiden Greek, still oblivious, enthusiastically introduced her. I heard this person was also a mage once. Do you know him? Marin broke into a sweat and stammered. She remembered the scene where she had met Leo before and tried to calm herself down. If she messed up, everyone here would be buried with her. Just then, Alison flashed a smile. Nice to meet you, I'm E. It might look normal, but this was a warning signal Alison was sending to Marin. She hurried to follow his lead. I'm Marin, nice to meet you as well. Leiden Greek realized they were meeting for the first time and felt it was a pity. He didn't know that Alison was using his brain at full capacity to guess the situation. Alison is pretending not to. know him, so he must not want to get involved in trouble. That means I have to try to act as natural as possible. That way, even if I'm a little rude, I'll surely be forgiven. Thinking this, she used all her acting skills. We will organize a banquet for the Crown Prince at this restaurant. This is a huge honor for any chef. So could you please go prepare a lavish meal right away? Leo looked at her with a dark gaze, but still agreed to the request. Minun, who was working in the meadow, was also eavesdropping. Now that even royalty is involved, she couldn't help but wonder what his true identity was. Inside, Liedengrake was praising the restaurant's interior for being cleaner than he expected. Leo smiled and said, I didn't expect such esteemed guests to visit, so my hospitality might not be perfect. I hope Liedengrake understands. Liedengrake laughed heartily, telling Leo not to worry because the most important thing in a restaurant is the taste of the food. But because everything is so sudden, may I confirm one more time? Does the restaurant serve dishes that could even surprise the Crown Prince? Liedengrake spoke up excitedly. The Count's heir is very confident in his choice, so I have very high expectations. Alison looked curtly at the golden, spotless leopard sitting timidly over there. Turns out this guy is the one who brought this trouble here. Ison finally gets the hang of this ridiculous situation. He can clearly feel that his peaceful, post-military life is now in serious jeopardy, because Count Grake is bedridden with a severe illness. Grake territory is in turmoil. The young man must have come to him for help because he couldn't handle the pressure of the power struggle anymore, especially because of this old man, Duke Pogo Tamarin, known as one of the 3 great pillars of power in the imperial palace. He's holding a steak knife, eyeing Dion with a judgmental gaze. I hope this isn't just your way of stalling for an answer. Dion and the Crown Prince are on the Duke's side. Liedengrake says with a half-joking, half-serious tone, take a look at that man over there. Prepare a feast for him. We've got a lot of work to do tonight. Alison thinks to himself that he can't just let this slide. Just then, the Crown Prince comes up with an idea. Hey kid, we trusted you and traveled all the way to this remote restaurant. So, shouldn't you trust us back? Darian couldn't immediately wrap his head around what this guy was implying. Let's make a bet. Liedengrake laughs, but he radiates a dark, ominous energy. Can this restaurant serve a dish that actually satisfies me? If you lose, you have to run around Grake City naked. Good lord, this guy has some twisted fetishes, right? That's definitely it. The young Greek heir turns pale at the Crown Prince's ultimatum. Yet, he still laughs haha and says, if you truly believe in this restaurant, you have nothing to fear. Alison says with a dangerous smile that he will serve a dish that will satisfy the prince. He's thinking that both the Crown Prince and Duke Pogo Tamarin need to understand that no one is allowed to lay a finger on Grake territory. The Crown Prince excitedly suggests they seal the deal. A dish that satisfies the prince. Does such a dish even exist? The opponent has surely tasted countless delicacies of the Empire before. Alison brings out an appetizer and introduces it. This is a light mushroom soup to stimulate your palate, Your Highness. The prince looks quite intrigued when he sees the mushroom soup. Alison also knows that satisfying a diner with a dish is certainly no easy task. Liedengrake compliments the scent, calling it fragrant and rich, adding that the perfect temperature control maximized the essence of the mushroom's flavor. But this isn't enough to satisfy me. I've already had plenty of mushroom soups like this. Duke Pogo wipes his mouth and nods in agreement with the prince. Alison smiles gently and says, I would also love to hear the opinion of other guests, from someone who couldn't refuse your request. Marin trembles as she lifts the lid of the soup pot, only to receive a message floating on the surface. Give a truly fiery review. Seeing this, Marin breaks out in a cold sweat, desperate to save her makeup. She shakily takes a spoonful, then explodes into performance mode. Oh my, this flavor. Marin slams the table and stands up. What a truly exquisite soup. This flavor and texture are the absolute essence of culinary perfection. I feel like the mushrooms are literally blooming inside my stomach. This is like a level 7 spell of the culinary world. No, wait, level 9, it's definitely level 9. She looks like she just had a wild night with a lover, not like she just ate a good meal. Marin's excessive reaction leaves Duke Pogo and Crown Prince Liedengrake stunned. Diane is also surprised. Only Alison knows the full story, so he clutches his stomach, trembling as if trying to hold back his laughter. Marin blushes and continues. So, would you mind tasting this one more time? It's truly incredibly delicious. This humiliating situation makes her feel like appearing before the King of Hell would be more pleasant. Liedengrake is startled and reluctantly says, if she's praising it that much, I'll try it again. Marin, you have a much wider range of expressions than I thought. Diane also admits that this soup is genuinely delicious. If it weren't such a high-stakes occasion, he would have ordered another bowl. But Marin's fiery reaction to the taste of the soup, a high-ranking mage in the Imperial Palace must have tasted this kind of soup before, right? So why is she suddenly praising it so much now? The prince and the duke finish eating and think it's just okay. What else could it be? Who would dare force a level 7 grand mage to act like that? Could it be the restaurant owner? Looking at his reaction, that seems plausible. Ison covers his mouth and chuckles. In that case, I will prepare the next course. Crown Prince Leidengrake still says, I tried it again. But I still don't see much of a difference compared to the soup in the palace. Duke Pogo agrees. I didn't expect you to like the mushroom soup that much. I'll definitely add it to the diet menu when we return to the palace. Marin is startled and hurriedly says, the food here is very special. She slurps down the rest of the bowl in a heartbeat for everyone to see. Once the bowl is empty, another message appears. Come to the back of the restaurant when you're done. She should have known better than to gulp it all down. Marin immediately spits out the soup she just took into her mouth, coughing uncontrollably. Leidengrake senses something is wrong and whispers to Pogo, she doesn't usually act like this, does she? After recovering, Marin goes to the meeting spot with Alison. She sees him standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Marin creeps closer but doesn't dare approach. She decides to talk from a distance. Did you call for me? A rainbow barrier appears. Marin knows immediately that it's a sound-blocking spell. Alison turns his head and smiles very innocently. Long time no see, Marin. Your review while eating that soup was quite excellent. Alison is complimenting her, but Marin acts as if she's being reprimanded. Before she can stammer out a coherent response, he continues. But you shouldn't do this. He keeps a smile on his face, but terrifying magic power radiates from him. I am happy to see you. Just like last time, I warned you clearly. Don't let me see you again. I swear I really didn't know you were here. Marin snaps back immediately. Alison narrows his eyes and asks why she came here. Marin says she's only following Duke Pogo Tamaran's orders. Currently, they are traveling across all the territories to increase his influence within the Imperial Palace. I'm not talking about Duke Pogo Tamaran. I'm talking about the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Marin breaks into a cold sweat. Her face freezes completely. Even though he's in a remote region, Alison knows that Crown Prince Leidengrake's reputation is truly terrible. They say he is famous for being morally depraved, not only lusting after women and power, but also showing no concern for others, only caring about his own pleasure. To this day, I still believe that to be true. Alison sighs. But although he pretends to oppose power, he actually knows how to exploit his status. He is threatening the Count of Grake's son as if it were a game, all while using his image as a shield. To me, Duke Pogo Tamaran taking over Grake territory is just a small step in a much larger plan. Marin bites her lip until it's almost raw, while Alison continues. What is the Crown Prince's ultimate goal? That is exactly what I'm asking. I can't say. Please, I beg you. Anything but that. Even if my mouth were to be ripped apart, I would never reveal it. Oh? Even if I were to cut your mouth open, you wouldn't spill? Let's see if that's true. Rurin radiated an oppressive, dark aura as she approached. Medine cried out in pain and collapsed to his knees. I want to go home. Is this place full of man-eating demons? Of course, there was absolutely no way she was letting him leave. Min returned to the dining table looking pale, causing both the Crown Prince and the Duke to worry. Minrin stroked her chest to calm down, making up an excuse that she was simply savoring the aftertaste of the soup. The Crown Prince sighed upon hearing this. Soup? How surprising to find such a dish in a restaurant out in the countryside like this. Perhaps even young Grake is secretly optimistic about this wager. Of course, the Crown Prince wouldn't let it go that easily. In a flash, he turned to ask Duke, Pogo Tamaran, what were the terms of this bet again? It's simply to serve a dish that can satisfy him, isn't it? Leidengrake smiled sinisterly. Ha ha. What should I do now? I'm not in the mood for any more surprises today. Ha ha ha. Usually, this soup alone would be enough to satisfy me. The difficulty of the first request was clear as day, making Darien turn red with anger. Yet, the Crown Prince just kept on laughing. But we have a very important wager today, don't we? Ha ha. After laughing so hard he felt lightheaded, he clutched his head for a brief pause before continuing to press Diane. You're not an idiot, so you must understand what this means, right? Leidengrake said coldly. Even if your father, who is currently suffering from a serious illness, were to stand up and invite me to a feast, I wouldn't be satisfied. But if I hear the answer you've been delaying in Grake, my mood might change. Well, can you answer me now? Diane clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and blurted out, a count must be responsible for his people. I can endure personal humiliation, but I cannot let the lives of my territory's residents be threatened just to ease my own disgrace. And above all, I believe in this restaurant. Let's continue the bet. If I lose, I'll run around Greg naked. Determined? Aren't you, kid? But this was certainly not the answer His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to hear. I hope you won't regret your faith. The sunset painted the sky in shades of orange. At this moment, the main course was served. Seeing the smile on his lips, Crown Prince Leiden Grake sensed absolute confidence. Ison also said this dish was significant, so he had to be confident. And surprise! Lifting the lid, they saw a lump of dirt steaming hot. Duke Pogo asked what that was. Alison replied nonchalantly that it was a baked mud pie. Pogo showed clear contempt. Mud? You dare to serve us mud? Are you sure you want us to eat this? Ison picked up a hammer and calmly replied, Of course not. He struck the mud lump with the hammer, shattering it to reveal the layer of leaves inside, which stunned the Crown Prince. Removing the leaf layer, they had a perfectly roasted, golden brown palanquil chicken. He had learned this dish from a guild. In Earth's language, it's called beggar's chicken. Leiden Greek wondered how Alison had obtained this type of meat. He answered innocently, Usually, we don't serve this meat, but we save it for our most honorable guests. Alison helped them carve the chicken, saying as he worked, At first glance, this dish just looks like a worthless lump of mud. Anyone who doesn't know might point at it and wonder what it is. It can hide its true self once, twice, even 3 times. As he spoke, he had already sliced the meat and placed it on Leiden Greg's plate. He smiled charmingly, but that's only because the chefs don't understand the true nature of the dish. Once you break the outer layer of mud, the delicious palanquil meat inside is revealed. And then, everyone's reaction will be, heh heh. The Crown Prince was dying to know exactly who this guy was taking a jab at. Alison turned his back to them, holding a piece of broken mud, admiring it as he spoke slowly. Oh, nothing. It's just that this dish is like a deep-seated conspiracy to eliminate nobles to consolidate royal power, while acting like an idiot, just like the Crown Prince. He even dared to say that to his face. Alison left everyone stunned. Everyone's face showed sheer horror. Yet, he acted as if nothing was wrong, coldly snapping a piece of mud in two and saying, Of course, just like this dish, even if it's broken, it still keeps its beautiful value inside. Doesn't it, Your Highness? Crown Prince Leiden Grake suddenly felt he was being treated to a hongman feast. The situation reversed so rapidly that it was unexpected. Let's talk about the current situation of the Rurin Empire. The empire had been weakened by the war with the Dragon Clan. The king's loose control had led to counts openly carving out territories and expanding their influence within their own domains. Alison held the piece of mud, rubbing his chin as he reasoned like a brilliant detective. The king's authority has hit rock bottom, and in such a situation, the Crown Prince has to find a way to survive. Alison claimed to be living in seclusion, yet he knew everything as if he were hiding under someone's bed. He placed the mud fragment on the table and said, Therefore, the most logical approach is to abandon authority. The Crown Prince was hit right in the heart, his body trembling as he broke into a cold sweat. Look at me. I have no desire for power or anything of the sort. I am completely harmless. Just leave me alone with my wine and women. That was his intention. That was exactly what he had been doing. Under the watchful eyes of others, Leiden Grake was completely immersed in beauties and wine. Faced with Alison's exposure, the Crown Prince sat silently like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for a verdict. Alison calmly added that all of the above were just his own guesses. Meanwhile, Duke Pogo looked at him with dangerous eyes. Are you insane? Do you realize what kind of nonsense you're spouting? Ison turned his back on them again and said calmly, Please be patient and listen a little more. The most surprising part hasn't even come yet. The truth is, everything the Crown Prince has been doing is just an act. The Crown Prince is secretly preparing step by step to counterattack the nobles to reclaim the lost royal power. He didn't know how much he had guessed right, but the Crown Prince was shaking as if he were having a seizure. Alison smirked. What would happen if this plan were exposed? All the assassination attempts until now are just child's play. Duke Pogo slammed the table and shouted, Darien! Darien immediately burst through the door. Oh, Deputy Commander Darien is ready to receive orders. Pogo looked as if the next time he dared to breathe a word, he would be shredded to pieces immediately. He said, That is an interesting thought, but don't you understand the situation you're in? This restaurant will be wiped out today, including its owner. Darien was extremely worried, wondering what on earth Mr. Alison had done to cause such a disaster. So you're planning to dispose of me, are you? Do you think I'm that easy to deal with? Alison smiled faintly. This old man is truly a fool. I could take on 10 Origin Night orders by myself, let alone deal with you. Pogo was furious to see him mocking him with that smug look. He spat out, Your tongue is quite sharp, kid. Enraged, Pogo continued to mobilize his available forces. Minrin immediately signaled for him to kneel. Help! Can Minrin please get out of this conversation? Minrin was shivering uncontrollably. She bit her lip in terror. Let me kneel instead. Shut it. Don't provoke him any further, she whispered, trembling. I can't do it. Pogo might not know, but Bin is fully aware of just how terrifying Alison actually is. It was just her luck that even after sending such clear warning signals, her allies were on a completely different frequency and just didn't get it. Pogo jumped in surprise. What? What are you saying? Unbelievable. Alison stopped hiding his mocking smile and said bluntly, "At least Min knows how to behave." Minrin giving up didn't mean Pogo would let it go. He was so angry, his face contorted. "You dare! Origin Knight Order, hear my command. Decapitate him at once." He didn't even wait for the Origin Knight Order to surrender and embarrass them all. Just at that critical moment, the Crown Prince picked up a fork, skewered a piece of chicken, and stuffed it into his mouth. He even used his hands to tear off a whole chicken leg. The commotion was so loud that the other three stared in disbelief. Leiden Greek grinned ear to ear. "Ha ha ha! This dish is incredibly delicious. What are you all still doing? Hurry up and try some." They were all just frozen, staring at him. Pogo stammered, Your Highness, I apologize, but under the current circumstances the Crown Prince made a face and slammed the table, shouting, "Sit down and eat." It wasn't in vain that Leiden Greek had been pretending for all these years. He understood the saying that those who adapt to the times are wise quite well. Pogo saw how crazy he was acting, gulped nervously, and sat down to cut the chicken and eat. "How is it?" Leiden Greek asked. It's delicious, sir. Are you satisfied?" Pogo froze for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. "Yes." Finally, the old man seemed to have caught the same wavelength as his ally. Seeing that everything had calmed down, Crown Prince Leiden Greek decisively declared, "It seems the outcome is clear. I have lost. It would be a lie to say I am not satisfied with such an excellent meal." He wiped his mouth and said, "Congratulations to the heir of Count Greek. You have won the bet." Diane was startled to be praised suddenly, but quickly thanked the Crown Prince. Leiden Greek stood up and said to Alison, "Thank you for the wonderful meal. We will be leaving now." Alison replied politely, "It is my honor. But didn't you say you wanted to hear the answer from young Master Grey?" The Crown Prince put on his cloak and said, "I intended to stay here for another day because I had appointments with the ladies. However, I think I have already heard the answer from young Master Grey." He sighed and promised there would be no more trouble. "Gather the entire Origin Knight Order. We are returning to the capital." Finally, those high and mighty people were scramming. Alison, who had been tensing up the whole time, immediately slumped like mud and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Phew, it seems everything went smoothly. It's a relief, we won the bet." Dian smiled, feeling quite reluctant. He felt happy but didn't understand the current situation or how he had managed to do that. Alison smiled kindly. "You don't need to understand that yet. What I can say now is that as long as I am here, you won't need to worry about things like this anymore." Dian wanted to say more but was cut off by Alison. "Now that the troublesome guests are gone, slowly enjoy your grilled palinkill. You said you wanted to try it earlier, didn't you?" "Ah, that's right. I will enjoy it. By the way, your words earlier were very impressive. A count must be responsible." Dian felt shy being praised. Alison grabbed a chicken leg for him to help him grow up fast. Outside, the Crown Prince's entourage returned in silence. Count Pogo and Min both bowed their heads without a word. Darien looked completely confused, not understanding what just happened. "Can someone explain this to Darien?" The Crown Prince suddenly spoke up. "Min, is that chef, the person you mentioned before?" Minrin had survived the ordeal but was still anxious. She answered slowly, "Yes." Count Pogo was startled. "That's impossible." Leiden Greek laughed. "Ha ha, I thought so too, but reality shows that isn't the case. There is a person whom even my father and the nobles dare not underestimate." Pogo, still unconvinced, said, "Is that the only reason?" But both the Origin Knight Order and Min were there at the time. To just leave him be like that is too dangerous. "Of course, that's not the only reason. What have we been doing to expand our power? Pressuring the nobles with the Origin Knight Order and tightening the encirclement, forcing them to submit." But the Crown Prince suddenly remembered how determined that Greek kid was, and laughed bitterly. "If I were in that situation, would I have accepted the bet like he did?" Pogo couldn't answer that, and could only listen in silence, entrusting everything to the kid I once threatened and tried to control. "Let's start over. But this time, let's be more patient to build trust. The path we are on now is more dangerous than walking naked through the streets." It seems that after this banquet, Crown Prince Leiden Greek had finally been enlightened. Come to think of it, he didn't lose out at all, did he? Back at the restaurant, the morning after the stormy reception of the Crown Prince, everything was peaceful again. "What is this?" Rurin asked, bewildered, while Minen behind her marveled. "It's amazing." Alison breathed a sigh of relief, wiping sweat as he looked at the construction in front of him with pride. "This is a shed for Beriak to sleep comfortably." The innocent cow let out a sound and then lightly kicked the door with its hind leg. The shed immediately collapsed into a pile of wood. Alison was speechless, frozen stiff. If he could turn to stone to be less embarrassed, he would have done it immediately. Rin looked at him with utter disdain. If they had slept in there, they would have probably been done for. Alison hugged the pile of scrap wood and cried out. Building a shed without any knowledge of architecture was truly a bit reckless. Rin wondered, how did you build the restaurant then? Did you spend all day hammering away? Alison sighed and admitted, although it's a bit embarrassing, I just hung up the sign. The restaurant was built by professional builders. There are also rare cases I might have to visit that place. Where is that? Of course, the place with the best architects in the world. Get ready, we are going to meet the CWF. Mount Myler, a place deep in the mountain ranges, contained a large amount of gold and rare treasures, looking just like a hoard. I can sense a familiar aura here, an interesting fellow creature. Just when I was bored, meeting someone like this is quite fun. It seems this hot girl with a toned body, more abdominal muscles than gym goers, and hair as red as fire was the guardian here. She belonged to the Red Dragon race, named Serena. Serena smiled with little goodwill. Daring to step into my territory, I will teach you some manners. You thought she looked super cool, right? A second later, she showed her true, goofy colors, just glad to finally be out. She stood up and said, I've been so bored with no pathetic humans bringing me tributes. These two will be the perfect targets for me to punish. For the crime of daring to trespass on the territory of Red Dragon Serena. While lost in her inner monologue, she accidentally kicked a golden crown, slamming the top of it right into her own shin. She literally hit herself with a crown and still wanted to talk about punishment. She's beyond clueless. Meanwhile, in another place, there's another unlucky dragon facing a new ordeal. Rin hates climbing, and she pouted. Ugh, Alison told her to just hang in there. Rin wondered why he didn't just hire human architects. The problem is, he's got OCD about anything related to restaurants, including the construction. Plus, truly, no one compares to Alison when it comes to building. Seeing Alison so confident, Rurin became much more excited. They're that talented? Then the WF village must be amazing. I haven't been there in a long time, but it should be around here. The gate and the walls are covered in moss and decay. Does that count as wild beauty? Rin marveled at how huge the gate was, but something felt off. Alison didn't expect it to end up like this, either. There was no one on guard at the entrance, and inside, piles of bones were scattered everywhere. It seems someone got here first. Rurin immediately took a defensive stance. Who could it be? A giant shadow loomed over them, followed by something charging in and causing an explosion right in front of the gate. A massive, spiky tail with fur at the tip appeared. What's this? I rushed out thinking it was one of my own kind, but it's just an arrogant brat? How disappointing. The giant red dragon sneered, looking down at Rin and Alison. It's annoying to think someone dared to invade my territory, only to find it's just a human and a baby dragon. Hey, are you the one who did this? The red dragon froze for a moment, looking completely stunned. You did? You just talked to me? How dare you show such disrespect to a dragonkin, who stands at the pinnacle of all living beings? Alison threw his bag on the ground and told her to answer him. The red dragon immediately snapped. You must be out of your mind. Calling him low-life vermin, the red dragon opened her mouth and unleashed a massive blast of fire. Rurin shouted in panic. It's the red dragon's breath. You can't block this with a magic shield. Alison went into cold mode, and without anyone noticing when he started the formation, his eyes shot out a bolt of lightning. He used a level 9 magic spell, and the red dragon's terrifying flame was shrunk down to the size of a torch. The red dragon's eyes went wide with shock. My red dragon's breath, Alison said coldly. Then, he fired an extremely powerful beam of blue light at the red dragon, burning her in the stomach where it hit. Only then did the red dragon realize who was in control. Are you even human? How is this possible? Seeing Alison's handsome face, the red dragon suddenly remembered something. Serena appeared, holding her stomach and gritting her teeth. Legend says a human once slaughtered many of my kin in a battle long ago, but why are you with a black dragon? Rin really didn't like how this red dragon described her. Alison sighed and frowned. I asked first, and you still haven't answered me. Annoyed, Alison prepared to fire another blast of light-based magic. When Serena saw that spell, she was so terrified she fell to the ground, stuttering before finally screaming a defense. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. When I got here, everything was already like this. I apologize for my rudeness. I messed up. Alison kept frowning. Serena whispered. I went inside once, but I didn't see any surviving WF members, so I haven't received any tributes yet. There's a large door blocking the way inside, so I haven't seen anything else. A door? Where is it? Serena saw this as a chance to turn the tables and had an idea. She flipped her hair, and if he needed a guide, she went over to wrap her arms around Alison's neck, acting coy. I can take you there. How about it? It'll be way more fun than going with this little brat. No dragonkin understands human men better than I do. He's mine. Rurin immediately rushed over to assert her claim, while kicking Serena straight in the shin. Seriously, why does it always have to be that spot? Serena doubled over in pain, clutching her poor shin with both hands. Rurin yelled at her. Spit out the location, now! Alison was busy dealing with her, saying he belonged to her. Serena, still in too much pain to stand, could only reveal the location to these two unruly guests. Deep underground at the lowest level, Rurin excitedly headed off. Never seen this girl move so fast. Meanwhile, at the Count's castle, Diane was recounting everything that happened at the restaurant to his mother. I heard you haven't been feeling well. Are you feeling better now? The boy asked cautiously. The Countess of Greg, Lady Bona, kept a cold expression and said she was fine. But she didn't touch the delicious plate of pastries on the table, Diane said worriedly. You skipped breakfast again. If you don't like what's on the menu, we can change it. You don't have to worry about that. Bona was truly cold to Diane, which made the boy feel hurt. Returning to his room and sitting by the bed of her unconscious husband, Bona began to vent her feelings. I feel so suffocated. This vast space feels like a coffin wrapping itself around me. Even the sweet breakfast tasted like ash. Do you even hear me? I can't take it anymore. The emaciated man kept his eyes tightly shut. Every moment spent with Diane feels like torture. Back at the ruined dwarf village, the road was littered with corpses. There was no one left alive. This was definitely caused by Dragonkin. We should go back and deal with that red dragon. Rurin was definitely still holding a grudge against Serena for flirting with him, right? Alison hurriedly stopped this girl who had more guts than brains. Calm down. I don't think the Dragonkin is lying. Just then, the two of them came across a door. That must be the door she mentioned. It was a massive, sturdy door with a protrusion and complex patterns on it. Alison could sense that there were many signs of life being held back inside. This door didn't look like it would be easy to open. Rin even tested the door's hardness by punching and kicking it, thinking she could just break it down. Suddenly, the orb in the middle of the door glowed and spoke. Stop. Get away, intruders. You are not welcome here. Alison was surprised to see this amazing sight, but he realized it was someone from the WF tribe and asked them what had happened here. The voice inside replied, The red dragon destroyed this place. Rurin shouted, See? I knew it was her. All right, let me go deal with her. Seriously, this girl has such a short fuse. Dealing with it is 10 times more annoying than any other creature. Alison hurriedly grabbed her to stop her from acting out. Hey, hold on. It's not too late to try talking first. From inside, a red dragon's roar echoed out. The more Alison tried to calm her down, the more Rurin threw a tantrum. Why? It's simple, just go in and rip their heads off. That'll get the door to open, won't it? She made it sound as easy as plucking a blade of grass. Alison told her it wasn't that simple. There were traces of several dragonkin on that door. Inside, they were trembling. Dragonkin, the pinnacle of living beings. Rurin's blood boiled as she shouted, Then just find another red dragon and crush its head in. If this brat gets any older, she's going to think she owns the place. Alison whispered to her, Calm down. I've got an idea. What are you planning? Right now? I'm done making a scene. Heh. Peaceful measures are always the priority. Alison gave a cryptic smile. When it came to dirty tricks, he wasn't behind anyone. How long have you all been behind this door? Probably about a year. Well, it's no wonder some problems have popped up. Like food shortages, for example. Are you all really not going to open the door? I'm saying this because I want to help you. Why should we trust you? Can you prove you're not a pawn of the red dragon? Rurin went haywire again. Do you dare treat us like your servants? That's not it at all. Alison hurriedly covered the dragon's mouth. He sighed. All right, I'll respect your decision. Thanks for understanding. Alison told Rurin to bring the luggage over. Rurin gave a loud humph. Alison arranged some stones and used magic to create a fire for cooking. The people inside grew curious. What are you doing? Oh, nothing much. We need to head back to the surface. But it's a long way, isn't it? It's going to be exhausting. So, we need to eat something before we go. He sat right in front of their gate eating while they were starving. How cruel. Wait, why are you eating here? Go eat outside. The people inside couldn't take it anymore and ordered them away. Alison, with innocent charm, replied, It's a long way to the outside, so we're eating here first. Hand it over, Rurin. Rurin immediately pulled out a sausage. The people inside were curious again. What is that? This is called a sausage. It's made from minced meat, seasoned, and stuffed into a casing. Alison put the sausage in the pan. The delicious aroma immediately wafted out, smelling amazing. The group that had been starving for a year grew loud. Enough! We're underground. The smell shouldn't reach us. Alison replied instantly. Fine, then we can enjoy the aroma even longer. The people inside jumped. Don't you have a shred of empathy? Do I need empathy for this? Bickering broke out from within. Boss, the smell is really good. Let's just try a little shut up. Outside, Alison whistled happily. Rurin realized this was his peace-loving plan. He said, "Actually, these supplies were a gift I brought to ask for your help, but seeing the current situation, it doesn't seem like the right time to ask. However, I still want to know what happened here. Can you at least tell us that much?" The people inside seemed stubborn and didn't want to talk, so he opened his pack. No choice, time to pop the beer. Inside, they reacted. "What's that sound?" Alison shook the sausages as he introduced them. "Actually, these are quite salty for preservation, so they go perfectly with beer." He and Rurin each took a sausage and a beer can, counting 1, 2, 3, cheers, and started digging in. At this point, the door began to open. Alison smirked. It seemed there was progress. The massive door swung wide open with a desperate voice calling out. Just one bite. The hot, crispy, fragrant fried sausages were laid out before them. The four dwarves were drooling. Alison saw how thin they were. The food shortage must have been critical. He told them to eat slowly, as he had prepared enough for everyone. The old man with the white beard took a bite and was moved to tears. Another man drinking beer exclaimed that it was the best thing ever. "I never thought I could eat something this delicious ever again." Alison thought that normally, you shouldn't let starving people drink alcohol, but the dwarves had a high tolerance and weren't about to die from hunger. "Boss, how does it taste?" The one in the iron helmet was the leader. Even though he was worried about being poisoned, he was the first to take a bite. The dwarf leader cackled. "Ha ha ha, that's an exception. We owe you a huge favor. I'm glad to hear that. I intended to share the rest of the sausages with the other dwarves. Is Goza here?" The dwarf leader was shocked. "How do you know him?" "I've met him before, and I have something to discuss with him." The dwarf leader realized Alison had connections with high-ranking figures, so he said he would personally lead him to meet his target. Dwarves were much more reasonable once they were full and tipsy. Inside the dark mine was a whole village with winding paths. It was estimated that about 20 to 30 dwarves were still alive and surviving here. Alison really didn't understand how things ended up like this. They quickly arrived at a room with guards outside. The leader asked the people inside, "Master Goza, there is a human who wishes to see you." Meanwhile, Alison asked Rurin if she had handed out all the sausages to everyone. She confidently confirmed that whatever she might forget, she definitely hadn't forgotten that. "Come in. Goza, let them inside." "Long time no see, Goza." Alison greeted him friendly, like an old friend. This elderly dwarf with a silver beard was the clan leader of the dwarves. "I apologize for meeting you in such a state, Alison." He looked at the person next to him. "And this must be the Almighty One, right?" He spoke of this hot-tempered dragon. Rurin, being complimented, politely acknowledged that Goza was old, but his eyes were still sharp. "Heh, I've gotten used to this presence." The dwarf leader wondered who these two were that even Master Goza had to speak so humbly to them. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Goza asked. "You must know, right? What happened here? How did the clan's prosperous gold mine fall into such decay?" Goza grimaced, struggling internally for a moment before speaking. "It was an attack by the red dragons. We fought for our lives, but it was futile. In the end, only a few survivors remained to guard this place." Alison asked immediately if that red dragon had red hair and curved horns. "No, that's not it. Rurin almost tore the wrong person's head off." Goza continued, "We were attacked by a group of red dragons. Alison knew it. The traces on the door were indeed caused by a coordinated attack by the red dragons. It was unbelievable that those proud dragonkin would work together. Had they gone mad? Or was there a greater issue that forced them to lower their pride? There's something going on here," Alison said somberly, making the dwarf clan leader shudder. Goza calmly stroked his beard, hesitated for a moment, then reached under the desk to press a secret red button. "Alison, you'll be fine." The bookshelf beside them slid open like a door, revealing a passage to a hidden room. Goza led the way. "Please, this way." Alison and Rurin were both stunned, standing frozen in amazement at the secret room. "There is something I want to show you," Goza said. "Actually, this isn't the first time we've been attacked by dragonkin," Goza explained as he walked. The hidden chamber was quite spacious. They might come to demand tribute or just for amusement, but our mine has been attacked many times in the past. Still, the only reason we've been able to stay here all this time is because of our guardian deity." Goza held up a ring with a glowing blue gem, illuminating the entire space to reveal a colossal skeleton. He introduced it as their guardian, the noble golden dragon Kulos, protector of the WF tribe. Seeing the dragon's remains, Alison was shocked by their massive size. Judging by this size, this dragon must have lived for at least 5,000 years. "Have you been paying tribute to the dragonkin in exchange for protection?" Goza immediately denied it. He never accepted tribute. He simply helped us. He protected us from outsiders and shared his wisdom with us, all while remaining generous and warm-hearted. But in the end, even he could not withstand the flow of time. Alison and Rurin didn't know what to say. Goza held up the glowing ring and turned back to look at them. You're curious too, aren't you, Alison? Why do the Red Dragon Group attack us? Why do we insist on staying in this humble mine? The ring's light transformed into a jewel. Rurin seemed drawn into the light. Goza said, "It is all because of this. The ancient gem is the essence of magic that can give birth to a Dragon King. Our DF tribe must protect it. The Dragon King is said to have commanded the Dragonkin. They say that if the Supreme Dragonkin acted as an independent nation, no country or hero could stand in their way, especially since this carries the will of all living things. This world could be destroyed, and very rarely, only a few Dragonkin can create the ancient gem, which is essential for birthing a Dragon King. The Golden Dragon Kulos was one of them. He hid himself and protected this place to prevent this gem from being used for evil purposes, and to stop a new Dragon King from being born. The number of gems required to create a Dragon King is unknown. But the Dragon King Kulos Rurin's face grew increasingly pale as she recalled old memories. At that time, she was still a little black dragon, happily playing around. Rurin trembled. She remembered the silhouette of a woman being taken by the black dragon elder Medidana. That was the guy who had come to the restaurant to threaten her and Alison. At this moment, Goza mentioned a name. That name completely awakened memories that had seemed dormant in Rurin's heart. It was her mother. Rurin remembered being with her mother, lying in her mother's arms, laughing so hard she couldn't see the sun. "Rurin, I told you not to come here." Rurin still replied with a beaming smile. "You're always such a fool." Rurin, back in the present, clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale, as visions of blood flowing like a river flooded her mind. Rurin's tears fell as she called for her mother. Alison hurriedly hugged and comforted her, while answering Goza's concern. There are three crystals collected by a Dragonkin, necessary to fully awaken a Dragon King capable of destroying everything. Goza held the gem and closed his eyes, saying, "I understand the pain you bear. I have been truly selfish." Goza hid the ancient gem back in the ring and continued, "The ancient gem is always bound to sorrow and pain. Dragon King Kulos and I tried to find a way to destroy it, but we never succeeded." Alison said to him, "We plan to build a dragon den in Greg City. Then come with us to Greg City. We intend to build a new village there." Goza was astonished, a new village for the WF tribe. As you've seen from Rurin's reaction, we have no intention of using the ancient gem to create a Dragon King, and since this place has already become a target, the Dragonkin will keep attacking. Goza looked at the dragon bones with lingering affection. He seemed reluctant to leave this place. Alison spoke up immediately. "I'm not forcing you. I know that for the WF tribe, nothing is more precious than your homeland. The decision is yours, Goza." Struck by the truth, Goza stood still, saying nothing. Once outside, Rurin stopped sobbing and was only sniffling. "Are you feeling better?" Rurin wiped her tears and answered with a single word, then asked, "But are we just going to leave like this? Shouldn't we take the ancient gem with us?" Alison said he had already set up some magic traps for intruders, so they could provide support if needed. Hearing that, Rurin accepted it. Alison explained that leaving so suddenly was a very difficult thing for them to accept, as they had so many memories tied to this place. Over there, Goza was lost in thought, when suddenly the leader entered. "Chief Goza, I have something for you." He brought over a plate of hot sausages. "What is this?" Goza's eyes widened, staring at the sausages as if they were alien objects. "This is the food that human left for us. Everyone else has already started eating. I told them to wait a moment, but they couldn't curb their hunger any longer." The leader lifted the curtain and led Goza outside. The entire dwarf tribe was feasting as if they were at a party. Goza was incredibly surprised and moved to see the smiles on his people's faces. He suddenly realized something and remembered a distant memory from when he was young. "Look here, Goza, are you calling for me?" The frail old dragon said, "Isn't it miserable living in this dark, cramped place?" Goza firmly replied, "Dragon King Kulos may see it as cramped, but to us it is quite spacious." "Oh, really? I thought you were here because of the ancient gems." "Ha, cough. There it is. Old age makes one brittle. Even a big laugh makes me choke." "What are you saying, sir? We are fully aware of how important they are." Goza was startled by Kulos's joke. "Ha, Goza, right now my magic can conceal the power of these gems, but if I do that, the Dragonkin will come looking for them. So after I am gone, you must lead the WF tribe and leave this place." Goza was surprised. "What? Why are you telling us to abandon both Dragon King Kulos and our home?" Dragon King Kulos laughed foolishly. Ha. What remains after I pass away is nothing but dry bones. Please, don't say that." The Dragon King turned serious. "Listen, if no one remembers me, then both I and this homeland will become nothing but meaningless ash. So, please survive. What is the meaning of departure if it only feeds on the pain of the living? Eat, drink, cherish, and find happiness for the sake of future generations. I'm not here to make you suffer. Goza looked stunned. What do you mean? You've helped us so much already. Kulos burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I wasn't expecting you to protect the ancient jewel anyway. Were you, Mr. Kulos? It's been a long time since I last saw my people smile. I'm sorry. Goza collapsed. Chief Goza, Goza, the leader shouted in a panic. Meanwhile, Alison and Rurin had already left the village. Hey, kid. Alison suddenly heard a voice calling. They both turned around to see someone approaching. Please, wait a moment. I was wrong. Alison wore the smile of a winner. Top of Mount Myler. We'll help you build the dragon's den. Goza, leading his villagers who were all packed up, panted and said, Please, take us in. And just like that, the WF tribe moved to Greg City. Imagine tricking an entire tribe into becoming construction workers just with some sausages. That's absolutely top tier. As soon as they arrived, the WF tribesmen immediately started building the dragon's den for Rurin. Now there's no need to worry about the Black Dragon Elder, Medidana, coming to harass them. Building Rurin's nest was as good as done. They might look small, but they were incredibly productive. Alison looked at the structure before him, feeling reassured. All right then, I'll entrust this work to you. Even Alison was impressed by how fast they were. Let the WF tribe handle the construction. But is it okay to start right away? Don't worry. Even though we're hungry, everyone is still very strong. But I'd still like to eat a few more sausages. Haha, don't worry about food. Alison turned back to ask Rurin, How is it? It looks good, right? Humph. I'm actually really excited. Rurin smiled, couldn't be more satisfied. How could she not be happy when she no longer had to sleep in a nest covered in mud and dirt? Now, the only problem left is this. Alison held the ancient jewel with hesitation. I believe you will use it correctly, Goza said, full of trust. That is why I trust you with the future of the WF tribe. Alison stared blankly, looking at Rurin. Absorb it? Rurin grew annoyed. Don't make such ridiculous jokes. She reached out and punched his arm repeatedly while Alison tucked the jewel into his pocket. So, I have to keep this from now on? He patted Rurin's head, comforting the shocked girl. Rurin frowned and said, The birth of a new Dragon King will never happen. Alison agreed. To prevent that, we need to do something. At that same moment, someone was crying. What is this? I was so excited to go out and breathe some fresh air, but I almost ended up broke because I got beaten up by those jerks. Serena hugged her leg and cried like a storm. I get it. I'm never going out again. Suddenly, she realized something and asked with a scowl, Who's there? Don't tell me it's Giat. Get lost. I have nothing to say to you. Giat? Who is that? The two figures seemed familiar. It turns out she was hiding something. Serena started trembling. Why are you? Rurin and Alison were radiating terrifying magical power, ready to overwhelm her. You never accept tribute, but this nest is overflowing with treasure, isn't it? I came here to ask a few things, but after seeing this, it seems we don't need to do that anymore. Serena face-planted onto the ground, looking at the two monsters before her with a tear-streaked face. I already told you everything I knew last time. Go away. Why does it have to be me? Why are you doing this to me? Poor girl, known as the proudest dragonborn in the world, and now she looked like a total mess. After all, Serena is the most pitiful one. Of course, Serena wasn't let off the hook just because of her tears and teary face. Who is Giat? Through our conversation, it sounds like he's your own kind, right? Does that mean you attacked the WF tribe's mind together with him? No! Serena denied it immediately. She stammered, feeling shy and whispering. He is my ex-boyfriend. Alison said he didn't hear what she said. Serena turned bright red, shut her eyes, and yelled, I said he's my ex-boyfriend. I mistook you two for him because he stops by all the time. Alison looked blank and apologized for accidentally poking at Serena's trauma. The girl started crying again. I've only been here for half a year, so I haven't met any gangs yet. Rurin still didn't believe her and kept pressing. Then where did all this treasure come from? You said you didn't accept tribute. Serena gritted her teeth and snapped her fingers. The mountain of treasure evaporated like boiling water, and she screamed, They're all fake! Alison and Rurin stared in amazement at the empty space around them. Serena felt like she had just been stripped naked in front of them, blushing and screaming while crying. Are you satisfied now? If you want them, just take it all. Poor girl. Seeing her cry is both pitiful and hilarious. Back at the restaurant, Alison and Rurin were still discussing it. Maybe we went a bit too far. I've never seen a dragonborn so miserable. We still haven't found any information about the group of dragonborn that attacked the WF tribe, have we? There's nothing left for us to investigate, Alison said. But since we have the jewel, we'll eventually find out. I'm just curious which gang would do such a thing. Just then, customers arrived at the restaurant. Mr. M and Elena. Alison was very happy to see them. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Are you okay? It was great to see Mr. Men recovering so well. Mr. Men replied while moving his legs. Although strenuous activity is still difficult, I'm much better now. It's all thanks to Miss Elena. Elena modestly said she hadn't done much. It was his strong willpower during the treatment that led to a faster recovery than expected. Alison smiled and said, "Everyone trusts Miss Elena anyway." His attitude made Rurin, standing beside him, feel like a jar of sour vinegar, emitting constant jealousy. "Have you had any trouble at the clinic lately?" The oblivious Alison kept asking Elena about her life, completely unaware of Rurin's mood. Elena smiled and said, "Oh, no, it's been better." Although that problem still exists, Nellen and her mother came to the clinic to express their gratitude, and many minors came too. They are now responsible for helping Elena stop those men who have ill intentions. I'm not sure, but it seems to have decreased since then. Hearing this, Alison immediately guessed that Miss Wren had a hand in this. With just a few well-placed words like asking if people had heard rumors about how difficult things were for Miss Elena. Wow, this lady is really sly, isn't she? Elena was about to talk about the sauce for the vegetables that Alison had taught her before, when the dwarf elder popped his head out from a tunnel he dug in the middle of the room, laughing loudly. "Alison, is there any of that braised hazelnut dish you cooked last time left?" "Oh, the gluttons." Elena was surprised to realize the newcomer was from the WF tribe. Alison stood there blankly, wondering when those short people had dug all the way to this spot. Goza kindly told Miss Elena that she didn't need to treat them like monsters. Elena, hearing that, recognized that he knew the customs of the elf tribe, but Goga didn't want to hear her talk like that. Just then, the main door of the restaurant burst open. Mr. Clone was screaming for pork belly. The common room was buzzing with everyone talking at once. It was almost overwhelming. Io gave a sheepish smile to Rurin and said, "It's starting to look like a real restaurant, isn't it?" Rurin sighed as she put on her apron, ready to get to work. "Didn't you want a quiet, easy life?" The food was served in no time. Sausages, pork belly, salad, and pizza. Count Leiden took a bite of the pizza and couldn't stop praising it, saying how much he'd missed this dish. "I need to learn how to properly name things for Min," I thought. That one casual remark was enough to make her heart flutter, her face turning bright red. As if she wasn't embarrassed enough, Rurin started teasing her from the side. "Give us all a break, will you?" Of course, everyone else was equally satisfied and hooked on the delicious food. Alison laughed, asking, "Should I cook some more?" The dwarves were happily raising their glasses to toast, snacks in hand. The cozy, lively atmosphere of the restaurant made Dian, who was outside, look quite lonely. He watched Io smiling and serving food to Rurin, then slumped against the wall and called out dejectedly, "Master, are you calling for me?" Alison suddenly opened the door and stepped out, startling the boy so much he nearly jumped out of his skin. "Why are you sitting out here? Master, would you be able to make a dessert?" the boy stammered. "Dessert? I know how," but Dian bit his lip, bowing his head in a plea. "Please, could you make a dessert that might make my mother smile?" This request caught Io by surprise. He asked, "You mean Lady Bona? This steak looks pretty decent." The head chef was working on it, asking his assistant if the soup was ready yet. "Keep an eye on it so it doesn't burn." This was the Count's castle kitchen, where most tools and ingredients were readily available, but Dian still told Io to let him know if he needed anything else. Looking at the abundance of ingredients, Io marveled that the Count's castle was indeed on a different level compared to his own restaurant. A regular restaurant wouldn't have spices like these. Everyone here seems so skilled too. "Just look at the way the head chef scolded his assistant for overcooking something," Dian said shyly. "The atmosphere here isn't usually this tense." Io didn't pay it much mind. The Count had just walked into the kitchen, after all. Usually, head chefs don't talk much, but that wasn't the case here. It was hard to believe, seeing the head chef laughing with the teary-eyed staff member. "Anyway, with all this, I think we can make a great dessert," Dian asked excitedly. "Really?" Io nodded. "Definitely," and told him to wait until dinner. Lady Bona wiped her mouth and praised the meal, but she left the tempting plate of cake untouched. Seeing the plate returned exactly as it was, for the first time, Alison doubted his own skills. Seeing him frozen, Dian stammered, I didn't expect her not to even take a single bite." Alison replied with a tremble, "No, if she had even taken a bite, it would have been more painful. I understand now." After steadying himself, Alison turned to Dian. "You still keep your distance from the Count, right? Since when did Lady Bona stop eating dessert?" Dian lowered his head sadly. "It wasn't always like this. She used to love dessert. But dessert is the key to opening my mother's closed heart." As he had mentioned before, Lady Bona was a stern woman. For the many years after she left Grake, neither father nor son had seen her smile. And Count Grake had been very anxious about it. The Lord of Grake at the time, Count Leiden Grake, was still healthy and strong. During dinner, Leiden and Bona had a small exchange regarding Dion's education. It seems Dion follows you around a lot. But you don't need to be so strict with him. He's still just a child, isn't he? I'm teaching him how to behave like a nobleman. Dion sat obediently eating, not joining the conversation between his parents. Leiden smiled gently. Behaving? Is that why you don't smile because of those etiquette rules? This question caught Bona off guard. I've noticed it for a while now. It seems like you're bound by duty. The things you like, the things you want to do. I haven't seen any of that for the past 4 years. Can't you be a little more comfortable? This place is our home now. Leiden noticed Bona's plate was empty and exclaimed, You finished your dessert? Even Bona was shocked to see only crumbs left on the plate. Count Leiden laughed broadly, full of joy. Ha ha, I get it now. You like dessert, don't you? Bona blushed, intending to deny it, but Leiden remained incredibly excited. I couldn't make dessert while restoring the territory, but now I know what you like. We're still in wartime, so it's hard to get sugar. But I promise, there will always be dessert on the table. Little Diane heard his father say this and felt happy, too, and that was how he learned his mother liked dessert. From that day on, Count Leiden brought desserts constantly, starting with a tempting 2-tier cake and the radiant faces of the father and son. After that, Count Leiden created a menu full of desserts that made Dion feel like he was going to pass out. More dessert after more dessert, it was inevitable. Diane excitedly shouted, Father, please, calm down. The result of the obsession with desserts was that after finishing the menu, both father and son were pale because they had eaten way too much. Even so, Leiden insisted on keeping the menu. At the critical moment of deciding whether the whole family would get diabetes or not, Lady Bona couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you can stop now. Seeing her smile, the father and son were as happy as if they had struck gold. The Countess's smile was truly beautiful. No wonder the Count was willing to risk diabetes just to stick to a menu full of sweets. Did anyone notice this house has 2 total pushovers for her? One day, while Diane was walking down the hallway, he heard shouting, I can't believe you still haven't produced an heir. The boy was startled, but quickly and cleverly stayed back, leaning against the door to eavesdrop. He didn't waste his time listening. The booming voice from inside continued. It sounded like the person inside was absolutely furious. It's been 5 years. 5 years. Lately, you haven't even been responding to me. What are you doing? Don't test my patience anymore. With that, the person inside opened the door and walked out. Diane couldn't react in time and took the door right to the face. Since he wasn't a professional eavesdropper, getting caught was only natural. The man seemed too angry, however, and stormed off without caring about the damage he had caused. Diane and Lady Bona came out and were surprised to see the boy sitting on the floor. Diane asked his mother awkwardly, Mother, what's going on? Bona kindly helped her son up and explained, It's nothing. I think he was just annoyed that I haven't been replying to him. He? Do you mean the Count of the Desron family? Bona smiled gently. Hey, don't you worry about it. After all, I'm still a citizen of Grake. Now, let's go eat. Bona cheerfully held her husband's stepson's hand, leading him to grab a bite. Dion was still young and oblivious, so he didn't think much of it. Looking back now, he realized things must have gone wrong right from that moment. Dion thought that his mother had changed a lot because of the desserts. For instance, during meals, whenever he got messy around his mouth, Bona would still frown and remind him, Dion, watch your table manners. He knew she was still strict, but at least she was willing to smile now. Proof of that was how she'd scold him one second and smile gently the next, holding up a handkerchief. Use this to wipe up. Diane was so happy when Bona, his father, and he would sit down to enjoy their meals and applaud enthusiastically. Only then did they truly feel like a real family. But that period was so brief. During that time, the two of them even learned how to make cream puffs together. Lady Bona might be good at playing the piano, but she definitely wasn't a good baker. Just looking at those messy puffs was enough to tell. Another failure. Lady Bona sighed dejectedly. If you were calmer while piping the cream, the results would be better. The head chef gave her a little advice. Bona said she would try one more time. The chef told her to give it a rest so she wouldn't exhaust herself, but Bona was determined to do it because she wanted to make a dessert all on her own. Just then, Deanne chirped up excitedly from the side. Mom, I did it! Deanne held a perfect cream puff in his hand, leaving Bona stunned and on the verge of tears. The little boy comforted her. It's okay. Didn't you say that effort is always rewarded, right? Yeah. She never thought the words she used to teach him would eventually be used to teach herself. Bona felt a sharp pang in her heart, then she suddenly snapped at the servants. Who is that? Who's wandering around the castle like that? The butler, wearing his glasses, hurried over to Bona, looking flustered. My lady, young master, there you are. You must hurry. The lord he has collapsed. The cream puff, its filling oozing out, dropped to the floor with a splat. The cause is unclear, That was the doctor's diagnosis regarding Lord Leidengrake's current condition, but there were no signs of poisoning, and the symptoms were so rare that it was hard to make a diagnosis. He wasn't recovering, and he wasn't even taking in normal meals. Diane cried out, begging his father to wake up, but Leidengrake couldn't respond to the boy now. It was as if his soul had been snatched away. Little Diane looked up at his mother in panic. He still remembered Bona's expression clearly that day. Her soul seemed to have drifted away with Leidengrake, filled with both sorrow and anger, devoid of any will. Her gaze looked as if she wanted to discard everything. After that, Bona didn't touch the desserts anymore, and even kept her distance from me. She only expressed her opinions through the servants. She didn't chat or smile anymore. Ever since then, my life has been under constant control. That's why I ran to my master's restaurant. Master, I just miss those days. Alison listened quietly to Diane's story. The boy was still sobbing, remembering when they would sit together, laughing and eating. That was my happiness. Diane cried so pitifully. Was asking for that too much? On the way home, Alison felt that everything was very strange. There were many confusing things about the lady's actions. She became depressed after Count Grake collapsed. But why did she keep her distance from Diane and control him? Was it because he wasn't her biological son? No. If that were the issue, she wouldn't have opened up to him before. Lady Bona had a political marriage, but it seemed like she loved her husband, at least during that time. So, the reason she kept her distance from the remaining family members, even though she loved them, could it be an inferiority complex? That seemed plausible. Alison immediately rushed home to call Rurin. Rurin was busy with Minun when she heard Alison's voice and jumped in alarm. What? What is it? I didn't do anything wrong. Alison replied coldly. I wasn't planning on scolding you. I need you to help me with something. What is it? He set up a scenario for Rurin. Imagine, if I suddenly collapsed and couldn't speak, would you be sad? Rurin didn't even have to think to confirm she would be sad. Hearing that, he told Rurin to follow him immediately. Rurin got annoyed and told him he had skipped way too many details. So, Alison added that even though she liked desserts, she hadn't eaten any. Are you drunk or something? Rurin was completely bewildered. She couldn't understand what this guy was babbling about. Oh, if you don't understand, just come along and you'll figure it out. Meanwhile, at the Count's castle, in Lord Leidengrake's room, Bona was feeding Leidengrake porridge, spoonful by spoonful. Leidengrake was now just an empty shell, not taking anything from the outside. Consequently, the porridge just dribbled back out. Bona didn't react, acting like a robot, helping her husband wipe away the spilled porridge. Just then, that servant with the incredibly annoying face walked in like he owned the place. He said, "We should prepare now. Count Desron is here." Hearing that name, Bona's face looked even more horrified than if she'd been struck. She froze for 2 seconds, then set the bowl of porridge down. I understand. Then she stood up and followed that annoying man. As soon as she left, Alison's teleportation portal appeared. This time he brought Rurin along and arrived straight at Count Leidengrake's room. Phew. I was wondering when she would leave this place. It seemed they had been hiding in the portal for quite a while, waiting for the right moment. Rurin looked at the man on the bed and began to assess him. Is this man the Lord? Could it be that he's been cursed? Alison speculated. I'm not sure. Rurin couldn't diagnose him just by looking. Alison walked around, searching for something, and asked Rurin if she didn't know the cause either. Rurin said it had been too long since she'd seen a case like this, so she was stumped. But she was also curious about why he had to come here. I thought there would be a clue here, but I can't understand Lady Bona's true purpose, Alison said while rummaging through the drawers. Just as he turned, he caught Count Leidengrake looking in one direction. Because he was suffering from the final stages of overt insight, Alison felt something wasn't quite right. It wasn't just his empty eyes. It was as if he were looking at something. Where? Rurin didn't know either. Following the Count's gaze, it seemed to be the piano. Why is it here? While Alison was wondering why there was a piano in this room, Rurin shrieked. Here it is. She pried open the white keys on the piano, searched inside, and pulled out a scroll. Secret documents. There are secret documents here. At this point, why was the detective just standing there dumbfounded? Did you get hit by a curse like the Count too? Open it up, fast, Rurin urged. All right, but calm down. The two of them silently examined the contents. Alison and Rurin were incredibly shocked and horrified. So the secret was that these documents proved Lady Bona had been embezzling taxes from the Greg region. Furthermore, it clearly stated how much she had embezzled from almost every source. A truly shocking truth. But it didn't end there. The person who compiled the documents, Alison folded the scroll up. Rurin, could you please head to the imperial capital for a moment? Rurin was taken aback. Right now? Go ahead and bring someone to stay in a different room. Did you call for me, father? Yes, father. Bona greeted her father, Count Desran, with a blank expression, though he really shouldn't have shown his face here. Count Desron stopped looking out the window, turned around, and flashed a devious smile as he told Bona to come in. Hold on. Whose house is this that he's acting so at home? This old man is already halfway to the grave. Who knows what kind of twisted scheme he's plotting at his daughter's husband's estate? Sitting alone in her room, Diane heard a knock at the door and wondered who could possibly be visiting in the dead of night. Goza hamburger delivery. Alison pushed the door open with a radiant smile. Diane jumped when he saw him. Master, why? Weren't you supposed to be at the restaurant? Alison handed him the scroll that he and Rurin had just found. Read this. What is this? Diane asked, surprised. After reading the contents, his face slowly turned pale. What? My mother transferred the tax revenue from Grake to Desron? He was so shocked by what he saw that his voice rose a little. Alison had to remind him that Count Desron was still nearby. Dion quickly covered his mouth with his hand, and then his mood plummeted. His face went ghostly pale as he began to tremble uncontrollably. So everything my mother has been doing was it all this? Who could have gathered all this information? There's a name at the end. Alison was silent as well. He reminded him. Diane looked down at the end in shock. The name written there shocked him even more. Diane dropped the scroll to the floor, and Alison said heavily, No one is supposed to be able to gather this kind of information. It was a confession written by Lady Bona herself. The last few lines of the scroll stated exactly that. I, Bona Gregg, admit to the entirety of the tax embezzlement mentioned above. Diane trembled in confusion. Why would Mother confess on her own? Alison used a magic spell that was only meant for special situations to speak to Diane. We have to investigate. You know Count Desron is here, right? Meanwhile, in a chilling father-daughter reunion. Why are you here, father? Bona asked coldly. Desron replied casually. Do I need permission to visit my own daughter? Bona maintained her icy demeanor. Since when were we on such close terms? Desron stroked his chin and lamented. You're so cold-hearted. I heard some interesting news recently. The look on the old man's face turned menacing in an instant. The Crown Prince and Duke Pogo Tamaran have arrived in Grake, and Dion is the one who welcomed them, and the boy behaved himself quite well. That insolent brat. Isn't he a bit different from what you told me? Bona immediately denied it. I don't know anything about that. Desron tapped his head, acting like a senile old man. I thought the boy was useless. Did he regain his confidence? Haha. What should I do now? Should I turn him into a second gift? This sentence made Bona freeze in absolute terror. She asked him with trembling lips, What are you talking about, father? The old man tilted his head back and laughed maniacally. Aha ha. You don't know? Well, I guess I did it without telling you, didn't I? But it shouldn't be that hard to figure out. I was the one who poisoned Leiden. Desron's laugh made him look exactly like a monster, and I plan to do the same to Diane. At that moment, Bona couldn't help but lash out. You bastard, I won't let you touch Diane. My dear daughter, I wasn't asking for your opinion. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man who had called her here appeared behind Bona. He was holding a rope, and anyone could guess what happened next. Meanwhile, Dion and Alison were able to hear everything happening on the other side. Desron was telling his henchmen to be careful, as they couldn't afford for Lady Bona to get hurt. Alison grimaced upon learning that Count Desron had poisoned Leiden, so the reason for Lady Bona's confession was now clear. On the other side, Count Desron was continuing his plan, keeping her hidden in the basement so no one would find her. Diane was furious. He slammed the table, demanding to summon the guards at the Lord's castle immediately, but Alison restrained him with magic. He shouted, Master, what are you doing? Alison said with a cold face, Watch the situation. Count Desron's spies had infiltrated deep enough to poison the Lord's meal, and had even kidnapped the lady. Can we even trust the guards in the castle? Just as he said, the butler with the monocle was also blocked by the guards. Alison held Lady Bona's confession and told Dion, Of course, we can catch them with my help, but the chances of Count Desron carrying poison on him are very low. Even if we catch him, we have no proof. We can only charge him with kidnapping, not poisoning the Lord. Or are you planning to use this document as evidence? This way, we can lock up both the Count and Lady Bona. Diane felt helpless. Then what should I do? Alison proposed a plan. We need to create a situation with ironclad evidence, executed by someone of high status. As soon as he finished speaking, Rurin grabbed that high-status person and brought him there. And who else but poor Marin, who was minding his own business in the middle of the night before being tied up and dragged here. Is it this person? What the hell is this? Diane was astonished. I have an idea. Alison smiled at Diane while the boy looked confused. Can you act a little? The long night passed, and a new day dawned at the Count's castle. Bona's hood was removed. She had been tied up and gagged. Count Desron put on the facade of a concerned father checking on his daughter. Are you okay? It's bright outside, but it's still dark in here. There's a place we need to go. Follow me for a moment. Bona still hadn't recovered from the shock her father had caused last night. As soon as she was ungagged, she screamed. Why? Embezzling taxes from Grake and constantly criticizing everything Dion does. You've already gotten everything you wanted. Why would you touch Diane? The old man laughed as if he'd just heard a joke. Ha ha ha. I told you. I can't stand his attitude. Oh, by the way, I originally intended to poison Diane first, and once I secured the heir, I planned to take over the entire city of Grake. Is it because the count changed? Or because you aren't charming enough? The old man walked while leading Bona out of the basement. Suddenly, Desron turned around and yanked Bona's hair hard. But this is my judgment. You knew I was the one who poisoned him, didn't you? He sneered, disgusted by the pathetic faces they were making at each other. Desran threw Bona to the ground like a piece of trash. You need to learn how to act. If I said I poisoned him, you should at least pretend to be surprised. Bona ignored the blood trickling down her forehead, begging in agony. Please, I beg you, father, please spare Diane. Desron grinned widely, as if the more his daughter trembled, the more he enjoyed it. Even if you say that, I already put the poison in his breakfast. Desron excitedly opened the door to the room to show Bona his accomplishment immediately after deciding to act last night. It would be better if you saw it for yourself. At that moment, Diane wore an expression identical to Count Desron. He sneered as he watched Bona's stunned face. But don't worry too much, because you'll never know what I'm capable of. Haha. Lady Bona burst into tears. You monster, the fact that you share the same blood as him is absolutely disgusting. Bona sobbed uncontrollably, screaming and calling out Diane's name. Ison sighed, finding the scene heartbreaking, though he wore a smirk on his face. Just then, the soldier beside the old man pulled out a scroll. Count, what is this? Desron looked surprised at the sight. This was found in Count Leiden Greek's room. My lady collected evidence of tax embezzlement in Grake City under your orders, Count Desron. Desron was stunned as he read the contents of the scroll. Bona looked like she had lost all hope. No, it can't be. Bona tried to lunge forward to grab the scroll, but the soldier blocked her. Count Desron laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha. Is this what you were relying on? My adorable daughter. Ha ha ha. It was over. Count Desron ruthlessly burned the scroll containing all the evidence. Bona stared at the blazing paper, completely dazed. At this moment, Ison began to narrate the ending of this twisted affair. After her husband was poisoned, the only thing she had left was her son. And when the son also began to resemble the husband, Ison pulled out a dagger. In absolute despair, she finished off her husband, her son, and eventually herself. A perfect story. The old man trembled, marveling at his own genius for making things up. Meanwhile, the soldier who had been holding Bona tightly whispered into her ear, It's all right. Ison wanted to finish off Desron quickly. He wanted to send him to the afterlife with a compliment. You did very well too, Diane. The soldier removed his helmet, revealing a devastatingly handsome face, and flashed a smile that could drop anyone to their knees. That's not how a perfect story goes. Ison used magic to block Count Desron's strike and incinerated his weapon. Desron clutched his sprained wrist, confused about what had just hit him. At that exact moment, Marin stormed in. Count Desron, I arrest you for the attempted murder of the Grake family. Marin, the captain of the mages? The old man's face turned pale at the sight of her. Diane immediately dropped his act and delivered the final verdict. It's over, Count Desron. Lady Bona saw that her precious son was unharmed and began to tremble uncontrollably, unable to contain her emotions. Tears welled up like a broken dam. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Lady Bona didn't even notice she was still tied up, shaking as she bowed repeatedly to thank him. Thank you, really, thank you so much. Diane looked like he was about to murder someone. Count Desran still couldn't understand how his masterful plan had met such a miserable failure. And the most confusing part was that Dion was sitting there, completely unscathed. Marin frowned and told the old man to stop struggling in vain. Just quietly follow the Empire's orders. Desron gritted his teeth. The old man's brain was still sharp despite his age, and he was thinking fast. He knelt on the ground with a serious face and said, What are you talking about? This dagger was only for self-defense. I dropped it by accident. I swear I had no intention of harming Dion. Marin coldly replied, And you also had no intention of murdering the Grake father and son, right? But isn't Count Leiden Grake ill? I knew you would say that. Marin waved her hand, and the steak sandwich was brought out. I brought the breakfast that was given to Diane earlier. Eat it and prove your innocence. Desron was stunned. How could he dare to eat something he had made himself? Trembling, he reached out, grabbed the bread, crushed it, and threw it away. This time, he had completely revealed his true colors. So what? He flipped the entire food tray over. Do you think I'm the only culprit? Bona has been embezzling taxes from Grake City for a whole year. If we're talking about crimes, throw that BTC in jail first. Lady Bona couldn't say anything other than cry. She couldn't believe the twisted man in front of her was her own father. I don't know what you're talking about. Diane picked up the scroll containing all the evidence that he had burned a few minutes ago and asked, "Where is your evidence?" Desron, pushed into a corner by his own actions, cursed Diane as a filthy bastard. "Have you been watching from the start?" Desron roared. The soldiers saw this and shouted in unison, obeying the Count's orders. They were loyal, indeed. But let's see how long they could last against Marin's magic. She angrily pulled up the earth and stone, preparing to bury this bunch of idiots along with Count Desron. There are things in this world that should not be touched, even if you are a knight captain, a duke, or even the emperor of this land. Everyone is the same, yet a mere common noble like you dares to act so recklessly. Down in the courtyard, a cloak fluttered, accompanied by a familiar voice. It was none other than the captain of the Origin Knights, Darien. "Knights, hear my command. Eliminate the pest that has infiltrated Grey City." The knights moved like zombies into the castle as if it were empty. Inside, old man Desron laughed, as if he had completely lost his mind. Bound by Marin's magic, he still acted dangerous, screaming and asking how they dared to do this. The traitorous soldiers in the castle were all subdued, and the few treacherous servants were also tied up, weeping and saying they only followed Count Desron's orders. Ison watched this scene through the window, smiling with relief that everything seemed to have worked out. He turned to untie Lady Bona, saying, "I should leave now. I'm glad you're safe, my lady." "Wait, who are you?" Lady Bona was still wondering about Ison's true identity when she heard a cry of "Mother." Diane sobbed, approaching her with a worried face. "Mother, are you okay? You're hurt." Bona bowed her head and sobbed. "Don't worry about me. I'm just so glad you're safe." Diane knelt in front of his mother. He didn't seem happy that it was all over. "Why won't you look me in the eye?" "Because I'm a criminal. Because of me, Count Greek ended up like this. Not to mention the tax embezzlement in Grey City. I continued to live in this castle even after knowing Count Desron was the culprit, and I even put you in danger. I just feel guilty for being alive right now." Lady Bona confessed all her sins. "So please, do not forgive me." Diane didn't know what to say when he heard these words directly from her. "Mother, you have lived under the burden of guilt for too long. Why are you even using the word forgive? Everything is Count Desron's fault, not yours." As expected of a member of the Simp family, Dion inherited all the sensitivity from his parents. But one had to admit, the boy was truly very mature. Seeing his mother acting more fragile than usual, he couldn't help but get angry. "Why did you leave this folder behind without saying a word? Did you think you would feel less regret if you went to jail with Count Desran? You should have told me. No matter the situation, Mom, you have to talk to me." Diane couldn't hold back his trembling both for you and for father. He dropped the charred scroll to the ground. Sobbing into his hands, he said, "I will always be by your side, Mom, because that's what a family is. So please, lift your head up." Lady Bona reached out and embraced him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," Bona sobbed, holding him tightly. "Diane, I am so sorry. I was such a fool. I won't ever do that again." Mother and son clung to each other, weeping. By late afternoon, Count Desron had been locked in a cage and was being transported to the Lord's castle. Even now, the old man showed no remorse. Instead, he grew even more aggressive. "Untie me, you idiots. Do you have any idea who I am?" The two guards in charge of the transport acted as if they were deaf. They chatted about whether all the belongings in the Lord's castle had been moved yet. Naturally, everything had been cleared out. "You have made a grave mistake," he spat, gritting his teeth in a threat. "Do you think I have no connections within the Empire? When I get out of this, you two will be the first I finish off. How dare you look down on me? I am Count Desron." Who were they talking about? When did Alison fly in here using magic? Hearing that was irritating, so Alison decided to show his face. This old geezer needed a bigger lesson. Alison was fuming. "Who do you think you are to talk like that?" Desron broke into a cold sweat upon seeing him but still put on a tough act. "Who are you? Did the Empire send you, mage?" Alison didn't answer him. He glanced over coldly and said, "To get such a large territory and castle, you laid your hands on Greg territory. Watch closely." He cast his spell with a cold expression. "Everything you spent your whole life building, how pathetic." The majestic castle and the beautiful, fertile land trembled and collapsed, as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. Count Desron shook uncontrollably, stammering. What are you doing? It's impossible. This is impossible." "There's no such thing as impossible when I'm involved." "Look at that, Dion. What is that?" Lady Bona, head bandaged, stared blankly at Dion, who was sitting at the dining table with great excitement alongside Count Leiden. "I wanted us to have dinner together as a family after such a long time, so I ordered a whole table of desserts for you, Mom. Good heavens, that's so much sugar. If we eat all this, we'll all get diabetes. Diane even invited a whole bunch of acquaintances, mostly people familiar to Alison. Miss Wren looked at the pastries with sparkling eyes. Mister Clone warned her that if she ate too much, she'd gain weight, but he was immediately punched in the head by his wife. Over there, Elena and Rurin had reached their limits too. As for someone addicted to desserts like Lady Bona, there was no need to ask. She was drooling. Just then, Marin stood by a tree and shouted, "Everyone, pay attention!" Look toward Count Desron's castle for a moment. There's a special performance for tonight's dinner party. Diane excitedly turned Count Leiden's chair in the direction pointed out. Bona was startled, having no idea what was going on, but when she looked, she froze in shock. Oh my god, the Lord's castle had been ripped from its foundations and was flying like a UFO in the sky. A strange light enveloped it. The castle began to explode from within. In the blink of an eye, a massive blast occurred. Count Desron sat in his cage, wailing. "Stop! Stop it! My castle! Make it stop!" Unfortunately, that was impossible. Alison smiled with satisfaction and pointed. "You won't be seeing the light of day anymore, so enjoy it while you can." No wonder Marin was scared of Alison like a tiger. With destruction on this scale, even 10 times the land she had wouldn't be enough to bury it, let alone fight back. Alison used Count Desron's entire castle to create a spectacular fireworks display, celebrating the Grake family's return to normal life. Dion watched the fireworks in awe. "How is it, Mom?" The clear eyes of Lady Bona were now completely filled with those one-of-a-kind fireworks. Bona picked up a cream cake and ate it, trembling. With tears streaming down her face, she replied, "It's wonderful." The brilliant fireworks exploded, illuminating the vast sky. This was the most wonderful party in their lives. Even though the dishes were a bit too sweet, everyone seemed to love them. Everyone was grabbing food, stuffing their mouths, filling their bellies with sugar until they all had to run to the bathroom. After eating, the moon rose to its peak. Phew, today was truly so much fun, wasn't it? I don't know how long it's been since. The last time I could carelessly enjoy desserts to my heart's content. That castle had always held me captive. But finally, I've been set free. Lady Bona stood by the window, watching the moon with excitement, then turned to feed Leiden, still rambling on. "You don't need to worry about Diane. I've realized how foolish I was. No matter what happens in the future, I won't run from my sins again. Count Leiden is reacting better now. He has started taking food." Lady Bona gently wiped her husband's mouth. There's something I haven't told you yet. I should have told you sooner, but I'm glad I can express it to you, even if it's late. It took a lot of courage to say this, so please, listen." Lady Bona took Count Leiden's thin hand. "I, Bona Grake, love my husband, Leiden Grake, and will always continue to do so." Diane, standing outside the door, heard everything and approved. For the first time, he could wear a truly satisfied smile. While the family of 3 was professing their love, Count Desron was being carted out into the middle of the street, where the public pelted him with rotten vegetables and eggs, hurling endless insults at him. Miserably, Count Desron could only mumble in confusion, mourning his giant, massive castle. Not far from the Count, the dynamic duo Darien and Alison stood watching the lovely scene. "We have captured many spies, but we shouldn't be careless. You should be careful from now on," Darien reminded Alison, who coolly praised his friend for a job well done. But Marin did all that. Being kidnapped in the middle of the night like that, Alison gave a wry smile. "Sorry, it was too rushed. Haha. So, what about Duke Pogo Tamaran? Did he say anything?" At first he was surprised, but then he went silent when he heard it was your plan. Perhaps he would have wanted to come here in person if he saw what was down there. Darien turned to look at the massive crater behind them, and couldn't help but marvel. No matter how you look at it, he is very strong. He has always been that strong, but he never shows off too much. "That's why he survived so long," Alison said with a smug smile to Darien. "That was a grand performance I created." Grake territory was about to experience some beautiful days ahead. Reality proved that one could be a talented mage, but certainly not an outstanding prophet, because the very next day, it poured rain like buckets, and lightning struck the ground. Alison stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the rain, thinking about the beautiful and happy days he had talked about. Rurin, standing beside him, yelled angrily, "I just hung out the laundry." Truly, everyone has their own share of misery. Meanwhile, Mr. Men and Miss Minin were struggling to hold onto the fence, but no matter how hard they tried, Minin couldn't withstand the ferocious wind and ended up getting crushed by the collapsing fence. Mr. Men panicked, but it was already too late. By the time they returned to the restaurant, they were soaking wet. "I told you there was no need to go out to the farm in this kind of weather. From now on, I forbid anyone from doing any work outside." Alison looked at these workaholics with a mix of helplessness and frustration. He handed them towels to dry off. Even after he lectured them, Mr. Men and Miss Minen still seemed more worried about the fence than themselves. Meanwhile, Rurin was still fixated on the clothes. Alison suggested that instead of struggling against the harsh weather outside, they should just help him serve the customers. The restaurant was surprisingly lively today. Worried, Alison draped a towel over Rin's head and started drying her hair. "Dry yourself off, or you'll catch a cold." Mr. Men and Miss Minen stared with wide, stunned eyes, seeing these two youngsters being overly affectionate. And yet, Leo was still casually drying Rin off. They were flirting in broad daylight without a shred of embarrassment. Just then, a customer braved the rain and arrived at the shop. "What a peaceful sight," the guest remarked, immediately catching Leo's attention. He looked up and recognized Benin. Benin smiled, took off his cloak, and ordered something warm for this rainy day. Not long after, Leo brought out a bowl of noodles. "Here is the Pen-Q meat noodle soup, which is basically chicken noodle soup." Benin was surprised and excited. "Oh, didn't you say you stopped selling palanquil meat? Since so many customers have been coming to the Creston Butcher Shop, I've started using palanquil meat for cooking again. More importantly, how is your orchard doing? Is it still okay?" "Haha, aren't you the same person who tried to buy my orchard the first time you came here? Wouldn't it be better for you if I just gave up my orchard?" Leo laughed loudly. "What do you mean? The price you offered was several times higher than the market value. I would be very disappointed if the orchard had to close down because of bad weather like this." Benin laughed and conceded. He couldn't win against Leo's sharp tongue anyway. "It seems the rain won't stop just because I stand in the orchard trying to do something about it. I've already done everything I could." Benin took a bite of the noodles and let out a sigh of pure bliss. "Wow, this is truly delicious. Even braving the rain to get here was worth it." Rurin ran over with a towel, throwing a tantrum. "Why aren't you drying my hair anymore?" "Wait a second, I have a customer." Leo tried to soothe her, but she just kept making a scene. Benin watched the scene, stunned for a moment, then poured himself a glass of wine and called out to Leo. "In your life, have you ever made a decision that you regretted?" Leo froze and asked back, "What was that?" Benin tilted his head back, took a drink, and continued, "A decision you would take back if you could travel back in time. A decision you remember every time you close your eyes, one that breaks your heart. You probably haven't experienced that yet, right? You seem to get along so well with your wife, so maybe you haven't gone through it." Leo made a wry face and told him, "Wife? Rin and I don't have that kind of relationship," but it seemed Benin wasn't listening. "Even though I'm living alone now, there was once someone I loved with all my heart." He innocently continued to pour his heart out. "I've been in love with her since I was 10, for over 30 years now. You could say she's my childhood sweetheart. No one else has ever been able to move my heart like she has. No matter how much time passes, I can never forget that name." Leo was surprised. "Men, that's the person you've been pining for 30 years? Why didn't you confess your feelings to her?" Benin smiled bitterly. "That's exactly what I'm talking about. A decision that makes you regret it later. I was young back then, so I wasn't mature enough. I just assumed that she and I would end up together because we had so many happy times. That's what I thought back then." Benin reminisced as he told his story. "It wasn't until she grew up and started talking about marriage that I finally woke up. But that was right before men decided to move to a neighboring village to start a family. I arranged to meet her on the outskirts of Grake and told her I had something to say. I had planned to confess my love to her." Benin had excitedly carried a basket of goods through the dead of night. "However, I never got to see her again. A dragon attacked, and right around that time, Alison arrived in this world." Hearing this, he was quite surprised and stunned. Could it be that's right? That was 15 years ago, just when the war with the dragon race began, and I ran for my life. After that night, I found out she was still safe, but I no longer had the courage to look for her. Because I was a coward, I didn't even keep my promise. For the past 15 years, I haven't heard any news about her at all, and just recently, she returned to Grake. Benin looked at Leo with sad eyes, as if searching for some empathy. "Haha, can you understand the situation I'm in? I'm always tormented by regret, every single day, unable to forget or change what happened. I've thought about her every moment we were apart, but I'm afraid to go out on the street in case I run into her. So, please take care of your wife with all your heart." Leo was feeling inexplicably moved by the chill. Just then, Rurin started sneezing and coughing, throwing a fit and saying she had caught a cold. "I feel so tired." "Your wife is about to kick the bucket, and you're not even going to take care of her?" Benin had already put on his raincoat and was preparing to leave. Before heading out, he continued to eagerly share his wisdom. "That way, even if you have to leave tomorrow, you won't have any regrets." Leo tried to explain that Rurin wasn't his wife, but the man wasn't listening anymore. That night, Rin slept soundly while Leo was wide awake. He looked at her and wondered, what is 15 years of human longing compared to 150 years for a dragonkin? Then he realized something was off. This wasn't really his business, was it? Remembering what Benin said, that girl had recently come to Grake. He had to ask about her tomorrow. Ren seemed surprised to hear the name. Then she smiled brightly. Of course I know her. She just opened a tailor shop nearby recently. We've even become friends. As expected, he hadn't asked the wrong person. But why are you asking about her? It seems like she's been very troubled lately. What? Troubled? Yeah. Last time, she asked me something with a very sad expression on her face. Ren tried to recall. Men asked if I had ever made a decision in my life that I regretted. How could their lines even match word for word like that? That's exactly what Mr. Benin asked me too. Ren was surprised. Benin? Isn't that the guy who manages the orchard? Alison could see that she clearly knew a lot. I should ask her to tell me exactly what they talked about, so I can figure out how to help Benin. Have you always lived here? Men asked Ren. Ren said she moved here because of the war and decided to settle down with her husband. Men mentioned she had left Grake City 15 years ago and only recently returned, which is why Ren seemed a bit unfamiliar to her. 15 years? Why did you leave? Ren asked, surprised. There was someone I once loved. No, I still love him, but I can't see him anymore. 15 years ago, he wanted to meet me one last time, but I couldn't make it. I fled from that place, but he had bought flowers and gone to our meeting spot. I ran away like a coward. Even after 15 years, she was still trembling and her heart was aching as she retold the story. Alison, who had been listening, immediately insisted that the person she was talking about had to be Benin. What? Ren was so stunned she forgot to maintain her composure. Wait, so she also had regrets about Benin? That was exactly it. Both of them had gone to the meeting spot, but both had fled due to an attack by the dragon tribe. Both of them thought that they had run away and abandoned the other, living with regret for 15 long years. They're both such hopeless romantics. Even though the story was a bit cliché, Ren seemed incredibly moved. Men said she had lived alone ever since, and had turned down every marriage proposal her father tried to force on her. To think she chose to live in solitude all this time just because of a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Minin, Alison smiled. Could you tell Minin this for me? Eo brought a box to Benin. At that moment, he was harvesting apples. Eo told Benin it was a pair of reading glasses. He mentioned that his eyesight had been a bit poor lately. If she finds them uncomfortable, she can bring them to me. I'll adjust them as a gift for Minin. Eo gave him a knowing smile. Tonight, Minin will be waiting for you on the outskirts of Greg City. You can give them to her then. Benin froze, his eyes wide. Eo, what are you talking about? I can't see her. Didn't you say that was your biggest regret? I believe everyone makes mistakes. No one wants to mess up, and no one can predict the future. But dwelling on the same problem only creates more problems. You know what you have to do. That evening, Benin walked down the old road, feeling like his feet were made of lead. With every step, he thought of a dozen different scenarios. Will she be mad at me? If she calls me a coward, I'll just run away again. It's been 15 years. But what if she doesn't show up? I miss her. I miss her so much. Good Lord, if he didn't die of a broken heart soon, he'd die of terminal overthinking. Seeing the familiar figure under the tree, Benin burst into tears. It really was meaningless. Yet he was still the same. Just then, Minin turned around. Benin? Benin was stunned. Is it really you? Minin? Benin gripped the glasses box tight, calling himself a fool for almost running away again. That wasn't what he should be doing. Minin was also incredibly moved. I have something to tell you about that day. Benin bit his lip, startled, his heart finally settling. Benin smiled in resignation. He felt the same way. He thought that even if Minin yelled at him or blamed him, it would be fine, because his biggest regret in life was not being able to apologize for that day. I'm sorry I didn't come to our meeting spot 15 years ago. I'm sorry I didn't come to our meeting spot 15 years ago. Both of them squeezed their eyes shut and shouted at the same time, tears welling up in their eyes. Then, both of them froze, completely stuck. Benin was so surprised he even stopped crying. Minin also stopped crying, looking confused. What? We both? Then they both burst out laughing. Oh my God, there are two crazy people here. Now, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. Ren was beyond excited. She and Alison had found the perfect spot to witness the entire reunion of these two terminal overthinkers. Ren looked at Eo, puzzled. Anyway, why didn't you just tell them the truth beforehand? Eo laughed. That's a problem they had to solve themselves. We couldn't just tell them. Then there wouldn't be a good show for us to watch. But don't you think it's unfair that they lived alone for such a long time just because of a small misunderstanding? But isn't it good that the misunderstanding was resolved? That's what had been tormenting them for 15 years. Alison looked at the successful outcome of this meddlesome intervention, smiling with gentle satisfaction. And they had reunited. Benin gave Minun the Nobita glasses, and they were holding hands, laughing happily. Both of them held hands for the entire journey back, and nothing could make them let go ever again. A few days later, Benin and Minun visited Io's restaurant together. They came to sell the orchard that Benin had been tending all this time. But of course, there were no discounts here. This time, Benin was determined to sell the land and use the money to build a house in the heart of Grake City to bring his beautiful lady home. He kissed Men's hand. I've hesitated for 15 years. I won't hesitate anymore. Minun was so embarrassed that her entire face turned bright red, and she definitely wasn't thinking about living in a house right in the middle of the city, right? But regardless, that was what Benin wanted to do so he wouldn't have any more regrets. After buying the land, the orchard from Benin made Alison a real estate mogul. The entire large area around the restaurant was his land now. In short, despite being that rich, Io still complained. Even though the area around the restaurant is my land, there's no room left to build a village. Luckily, I found a place to build it. Rurin, while munching on an apple, agreed with Io's plan. The reason was that she didn't like the idea of the Waf tribe staying in the dragon's cave. Most importantly, that was Rurin's space, and she didn't want to share it with others. Of course, except for one person. Rurin looked sad. Well, even if you stay at the restaurant, the cave is still very spacious. Io felt sad seeing her look down. Remembering Benin's advice, Io blushed and cleared his throat, calling to Rurin, "Should I live in the dragon cave after the construction is finished?" Rurin was stunned at first, then her eyes lit up like car headlights, her grin stretching from ear to ear as she lunged at Io like a spring. "Really? Are you serious? Are you sure? Besides, more space is more convenient. Plus, you can totally build a tunnel leading to the restaurant, so traffic won't be an issue." This time, Rurin was the happiest one. Remember, don't go back on your word. Now, they were even more excited for the dragon cave to be completed. Yellow leaves fell, autumn arrived, and the dragon cave was 70% complete. It would be finished by next year. Goza announced the progress, and Rurin was very satisfied, saying, "Good work." Just then, Io brought out hot steaks and also praised them for their hard work. Goza grinned, saying they hadn't even finished paying off their debt yet, and Io had already found land for them to build a village. Across the table, Minun said to Sang, "Well, the baroneric population has increased a bit." "Really?" "Yeah, looks like we'll need to upgrade the farm." And so, they all started discussing the farm expansion. Outside, the siblings Lin-Tae and Matt were standing quite far from the restaurant. Even though they were far away, the younger sister, with her sharp nose, could still smell the aroma. And naturally, her brother smelled it too. "Excuse me," he said. "My name is Lin-Tae. I heard you're hiring for the farm. Can we apply?" "And I'm Matt." They held out a dirty, tattered piece of paper. Alison's eyes went wide. "Oh, we threw that paper away a long time ago. Where did you find that?" Lin-Tae turned bright red and stammered. The two siblings were frozen stiff. Alison laughed. "But we were just about to make a new flyer to hire more workers. Eat first, then we'll talk." The cooking class began. Io said he would prepare something hot since it was freezing outside. Chunks of beef were fried with butter. In another pan, he sautéed minced onions, garlic, and mushrooms. Once they started to change color, he added tomato sauce, spices, and beer to the meat, and simmered them together. A delicious aroma wafted up, making even Io exclaim. He didn't need MSG. This was natural flavor. He said that, but his hand still added MSG anyway because he thought, what's the harm? Oh, there's harm all right. Eat that and you'll lose your mind. After simmering for a while, the beef stew was finished. Lin took a bite and was stunned. It was real meat. Io told the siblings he made plenty, so don't worry and eat until they were full. Lin-Tae and Matt happily agreed. The meat was tender, and the rich sauce warmed their bodies with every bite. The warmth made them blush with happiness. "I feel like this is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Thank you so much," Lin-Tae said solemnly. Seeing they were hungry, Io told them to take their time and not be shy. "By the way," he asked, "you want to work at the farm, right? Is there a special reason?" Io used the opportunity to interview them. Lin-Tae looked determined. "Yes, we love animals. And besides that, I don't know much else. But my sister and I are very resilient. We don't give up easily. That's some spirit." "But that sounds suspicious, Miss Elena." Io called Elena over to verify. He's telling the truth about their resilience. However, they are hiding an important truth. The siblings' faces paled. Lin-Tae clutched his bandaged wrist. Io gave a cold smile. "I'm sorry. May I take a look at your wrist for a moment?" Lin-Tae gritted his teeth and removed a white bandage. On both of their wrists were fresh red marks. Men realized right away those were handcuff marks. "Are you two criminals?" Io asked sharply. Matt stammered, trying to explain. but Lin T shouted to stop her. He hung his head. I'm sorry for hiding the truth, but please, believe me. We have no ill intentions. I understand we've asked for too much from you. After saying that, Lin Tae stood up and left. Matt wanted to hold him back, but her brother stormed out of the restaurant. What are you doing? They seem like good people. Shouldn't we have at least cleared up the misunderstanding? Lin Tae rebandaged his wrist, telling Matt that regardless of the reason, a crime is a crime, and he didn't want to talk about what happened. Matt was sad and teary-eyed. Lin Tae patted her head. However, he didn't regret his actions. Do you regret not finishing the food too? Well, would it be embarrassing to say yes? But they couldn't possibly finish the meal in that atmosphere. That evening, after the whole village had finished eating, Io was washing dishes while Rurin stood by, starting a conversation. So, the servant interview failed, huh? It seems they have their own secrets, but if they won't explain, there's nothing I can do. You should also think about how that makes Minin and men uncomfortable. Rurin agreed that finding good servants was truly difficult. Io thought they needed to make more flyers. Looking at the kitchen shelf, he realized the restaurant was out of spices again. Maybe it was because it had been so crowded lately. He used the usual trick of buying supplies from the modern world. His magic activated. After summoning the items, Io winced from intense dizziness. Is this due to exhaustion? Summoning is the only spell that makes me this drained. Forget it. He shouldn't have been able to cast this spell since he hadn't absorbed the Dragon King's heart yet. Suddenly, Io felt strange. He swayed, causing Rurin to call out in worry. Io panted, his eyes sunken. This feeling was different from usual. He couldn't absorb any more magic. Hey, what's wrong? Rurin panicked. Alison collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Ah, if I knew this would happen, I would have listened to you that day. It felt like a heart was breaking. His vision slowly cleared. Rurin, with tears in her eyes, called out to Io. Io's face was flushed red, and he was sweating profusely. Are you okay? Can't you see, you nut? Why even ask? I'm fine, don't worry. I'm just out of mana. Out of mana? You're a 9th level mage. Rurin was completely flustered. Io comforted her. I'll be fine once I get some rest, so please calm down. Rurin pursed her lips and said, Is there anything I can do to help? Just tell me. I'll take care of you today. Rurin declared boldly, startling the exhausted Io. Then, Io smiled happily. Then, can you do me one favor? Rurin wore an apron, looking at the familiar cooking ingredients. It's true that I offered to help, but why did he make me cook? Rurin wailed. This was worse for her than being kidnapped by those dragons. When he said he wanted to eat something cooked by me, what did he expect? Who knows? He was probably delirious from the fever. Meanwhile, some people were stranded in the cold night, none other than the siblings Lin Tae and Matt. Even if we try to find work, no one in the city will hire us because we were criminals. That's why we came to that restaurant in the outskirts. How can we survive the winter? It would be warmer in prison. Who told them to be so prideful and avoid mentioning their past? If you had just been honest, maybe they would have taken us in. Happy now? Lin Tae gritted his teeth at his sister. I can't take this anymore. He was overwhelmed with rage and frustration. We've been through too much. I don't care about anyone else anymore. This time, Matt completely agreed with Lin Tae. Their anger and starvation had driven them to fight a stray cat for food in a trash can, stealing food from the Moran house. We've become true criminals now. That's right, nothing can stop us anymore. I don't know if the food from the trash had side effects, or if this brother-sister duo's brains were fried by hunger and cold. Lin knew they were rummaging through the trash, and that was also where the two found the restaurant's flyer. At this moment, he left. Lin noticed a stray cat crying and meowing nearby. His compassionate nature kicked in. He really loved animals, so he spoke to the cat. All right, let's check the dumpster more thoroughly. Hey, that's a fat noble and his lackeys. Are you sure Lin and Matt are getting out of prison today? Yes, I'm sure. Then go find them right now. These two brothers were something else, dealing with both shady technology and gangsters posing as nobles. Lin flared up with rage the moment he spotted the fat nobleman. His face was twisted with hatred. Matt felt the same. She remembered clearly that he was the supervisor of the Rotunda construction site. I never imagined he'd still be hunting us down. Lin gritted his teeth, flames of anger burning at the top of his head. The man never once took responsibility for his mistakes. Lin was so furious he jumped up, but Matt pulled him back. Brother, we must be patient. This time, it won't just be 2 years. 2 years ago, in a room, sounds that should never have been heard echoed out. The fat guy Rotunda forced a girl against the wall, ignoring her weeping. He sneered. Isn't it absurd to kick me out while the construction site is still running? He reached out to stroke her cheek. Think about your husband. He's working himself to the bone while getting paid nothing. It must be really tough for him. The girl bit her lip, staying silent. Rotunda continued to boast, I'm much more manly than you think, so don't worry about a thing. Just then, two people burst through the door in a panic, the brothers Lin and Matt, both covered in blood. The scaffolding at Zone 3 collapsed. Many are injured. We need medical help. Hearing about Zone 3, the girl who had been crying in Rotunda's clutches suddenly found the strength to bolt away. Rotunda couldn't stop her in time, so he turned his anger toward Lin and Matt. You idiots. You didn't help at all, and now you've caused this mess. His face looked like a deformed slab of lard when he was angry. So creepy, man. We followed the plan exactly, but the scaffolding just collapsed. Rotunda grunted. It must have been low-quality materials. He muttered to himself, calculating, then immediately turned on them and ordered his men to restrain Lin. What did you say? Are you saying I embezzled the site's funds? Rotunda kicked Lin hard in the chest. He beat him repeatedly, cursing him. I even adopted orphans and gave them work. You're all fired, and the losses from this accident will be deducted directly from your wages and turned into debt. Seeing her brother being beaten so brutally, Matt cried and begged. I'm sorry, sir. Rotunda, please have mercy. The lecherous fat man, having just lost his prey, set his eyes on Matt. He smirked and stepped forward, lifting her chin to inspect her like merchandise. Looks like you have another way to make money. Plenty of nobles have strange tastes. How about it? Seeing her sister being humiliated, Lin completely lost it. He lunged, and Rotunda's well-fed guards were sent flying. Under the fat man's stunned gaze, Lin struck like lightning, punching him square in the face, making him see stars and causing his nose to bleed and teeth to fall out. The fat man landed on his head, crying from the pain. Two of Rotunda's lackeys rushed to stop Lin, but they couldn't. When Lin got into combat mode, he could take all three of them on. The fat man was beaten to a pulp. After that epic fight, Lin and Matt were dragged off to jail. Ever since then, even in prison, he constantly fought other inmates and got injured. I don't want to see you like this anymore. Matt held her brother's trembling hand. Lin realized she was right. If he went back to prison, how would he ever get a wife? So, he admitted he had been too hot-headed and let go of the idea of beating that pig again. Before we get caught, we should hide. Meanwhile, Rotunda was gnashing his teeth, cursing those bastards. Do you think everything is over just because they spent 2 years in jail? Bring them to me. Just beat anyone you find who knows where those bastards are. The man with the headscarf said awkwardly, Sir Rotunda, you know how it is. Lord Desran has been moved to the capital. Making a scene won't be good. Rotunda was furious. What did you just say? He slapped the man who spoke. Do you think I can't do anything without someone backing me up? The subordinate with the headscarf was fuming, but could only glare at him in silence. Rotunda continued ranting like a madman. Useless idiots, if I hadn't intervened. Just then, he caught a glimpse of someone lightly flitting past. It was none other than Elena. Lady, it's late. What are you doing here? Rotunda smirked. Look there. He immediately moved his fat body toward Elena. Ask the person who just passed by. See if anyone is hiding around here. At that moment, Io was pulling out the ancient gem. He finally understood why he couldn't accumulate magic power. It was a side effect of absorbing this ancient jewel. Io sat on the floor, absorbing the gem's energy, panting. He was drenched in sweat. He had to use all his strength to crawl back to bed. Io hadn't intended to absorb it, but it seemed like using a large amount of magic for the summoning spell had triggered this side effect. Now he could only wait, but once the absorption began, it would continue for a while, even if he tried to stop it. Io pulled up the blanket and smiled to himself. After all, he only had to wait for Rurin to bring him a midnight snack. Rurin had said she would do whatever he asked. Io was confident. He had been cooking for her for a year now. Surely she had picked up the basics by now. Perhaps because his fever was so high, Io's mind wasn't clear, and he was being way too optimistic about Rurin. Just then, he saw the very last leaf clinging to the branch outside the window. Io's high spirits vanished halfway. Have I reached my limit? He thought he was about to die of hunger, but Rurin still hadn't arrived. How could she? The kitchen was burned, eggs broken, tomatoes smashed, and oil everywhere. The food on the plate was half burnt and half unrecognizable. Rurin stood there with a dirty face, looking at her masterpiece and wanting to cry. I can't let him eat this. Io was about to starve to death. What kind of care was this? In his hour of need, Rurin had an idea. What if I could contact Elena with the elf tribe's magic transfer skills? He would recover immediately. Although she didn't like being with her, for the sake of his life, Rurin decided to endure it. However, she didn't know where Elena lived, so she had to go to the chair where she used to sit to sniff for a scent. Even though Rurin's sense of smell was not quite as good as a dog's, the chair didn't retain any scent at all. Rurin angrily kicked the chair. If this kept up, she would have to go kidnap a chef from another restaurant. While plotting the kidnapping, Rurin froze. She was always looking to others for help. She remembered what she had told Io about the dragon body being able to resist healing magic, while she carelessly asked him to cook for her. Rurin bit her lip, trembling. In the end, she couldn't use healing magic, and she couldn't cook either. She remembered that he had once said that regardless of race, ability, or personality, there was no reason to alienate anyone. Even a dragonkin couldn't live all alone. Back then, Rurin didn't listen to a word of it. Now, she just blamed herself for not being able to do anything for E. Meanwhile, Elena had been cornered by the guy with the headscarf. She was panicking and begging for mercy. The guy, Rotunda, was stroking his chin, looking her over. No matter what, Elle always looked so beautiful. I've visited the clinic a few times. Do you remember me? I'm looking for some people. If you answer well, you can go. He patted Elena on the shoulder, then licked his lips lecherously, implying that if she couldn't answer, things wouldn't go well. Heh. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin and M. Do you know where those two brothers are? Elena froze upon hearing those two names. Weren't these two just at Io's shop to apply for a job? The guy with the headscarf thought, this idiot must be brain dead. How could an elf living in the outskirts possibly know about two guys who were just released from prison yesterday? There was no need to ask. He knew she didn't know, yet he kept pestering her, which was just exhausting. Yet, Elena actually said she knew, leaving both of them stunned. The guy in the headscarf swore he would never make guesses again. Rotunda asked her how she knew. Elena silently cast a spell and shouted, "But I won't tell you people." A blinding light erupted, blinding the bastards. Elena seized that short opportunity to escape. Rotunda gritted his teeth and cursed Elena, calling her a lowly creature for daring to run. If I catch you, things won't be so simple. Know your place. As soon as Elena turned her head, she saw the fat man's hand was already very close to her. Holy crap. How is he so fast despite being so fat? Logically, he should roll faster than he runs. Just as things reached a boiling point, he truly couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Tae was the one to strike. This time, just like before, he aimed a punch straight at the face of that despicable fat man. I'm sorry, he muttered, but Rotunda was sent flying like a punching bag from that blow. He couldn't hold back anymore. Even after hitting him, Lin Tae was still gritting his teeth in fury. This time, M didn't blame him. Instead, he readied a wooden staff to support him. It's okay, brother. Rotunda was sent flying straight into his two lackeys. He couldn't hold back anymore. Rotunda's blood was still smeared on Lin Tae's hand. It's fine, I'm glad you did that. This time, even M wanted to join him. Because of this, we managed to live through the winter in peace. Why are you two here? Elena trembled on the ground, but still recognized the familiar faces. M looked back and told her to get out of there quickly. Either way, that pig was already hunting them down. Lin Tae cracked his knuckles and cursed through gritted teeth. This piece of trash, he's actually causing trouble for people unrelated to us. I'll remind you of what happened 2 years ago. Rotunda was lying on his back after being hit, but he still had enough strength to pull out a whistle and blow a loud alarm. The despicable fat man stood back up while laughing. Heh. You're talking about memories from 2 years ago? You think I didn't prepare anything to come and catch you guys? You're dead meat. The people who arrived made the brothers Lin Tae and M curse. 3 thugs just appeared, and the screen was suddenly full of hooligans. Oh my god, the person who hired us is in trouble. The guy with the open shirt leading. This group was the boss of the Roman Hodder gang. They are the people you wanted us to handle? Meanwhile, a young girl stood knocking on a door in the middle of the night. Miss Ren was tucked in, warm and cozy with her husband, but had to crawl out of bed. Honey, I think someone is at the door. Mr. Clone, with his eyes barely open, groggily asked who would come at this hour. Ren opened the door, yawning, and asked, Who is it? Seeing Ren standing there with a pale complexion, Ren was startled. I can smell it. This is the closest place. Can you tell me where the clinic is? The person being examined was currently at the scene of the fight. Right then, Lin Tae took a punch to the face. His jaw didn't look okay at all. Lin Tae was pissed too and wanted to hit back, but before he could do anything, Roman punched him straight through the gut. Lin Tae grimaced and coughed. Seeing his brother getting beaten up so badly, M swung his staff aggressively, but before he could land a hit, he was noticed. Roman grabbed the staff with his bare hands as easily as eating cake, then sighed. This isn't a joke. Roman snatched the weapon, grabbed M by the neck, and threw him to a lackey to hold him down. Lin was already beaten and unsteady. Seeing his younger brother being bullied, there was nothing he could do because he couldn't even stand up. Heh. Rotunda laughed with delight. Don't treat Roman like an ordinary person. He is a mercenary with plenty of combat experience. Roman cracked his neck and said, Should we beat them up some more? Don't touch him. He's still useful. And don't lose track of that elf. Roman was also getting annoyed with this fat pig's tastes, but since he had already taken the money, he could only go along with it. Lin Tae gritted his teeth and grabbed Roman's leg, telling the others to run. Roman flew into a rage and kicked Lin Tae in the stomach without mercy. M looked at his brother being beaten so miserably and burst into tears. That guy Roman still wasn't satisfied and demanded to twist Lin Tae's wrist. Elena was terrified but still trembled and begged for the two brothers to be spared. Does this lady even understand the situation? These thugs were still threatening to break people's arms. Roman's lackey saw Elena talking nonsense and raised his blade to warn her. You'd better keep quiet. On this side, Lin Tae was hit with countless punches. He was beaten to the point of questioning life. Lin Tae asked himself, what did I do wrong? Should I have just walked past and pretended not to see? Covered my ears and blinded myself? Or maybe I should have run to another village as if nothing happened. No, if I had to endure it, I would have endured it 2 years ago. At this moment, Lin Tae's arm was twisted behind his back by Roman. Lin Tae gritted his teeth, refusing to submit. Just when things were at a critical point and the whole group was being controlled, a voice shouted out, "Found you!" Rurin appeared like an angel, not using teleportation because being deep in the forest was the right decision. Who would have thought I'd run off to find you? Hey, elf, we need your abilities. The lackey, who was holding Elena, wondered who the kid who just appeared was, acting so naturally. Elena trembled and said, Rurin, I want to help, but based on the current situation, it really isn't possible. Rin walked past Roman, and just a glance from her made him sweat bullets. Roman's intuition told him that this girl looked unassuming but was very dangerous. The only way to survive was to bow his head and run away, which was the best policy. Rurin's face was as cold as ice. Should I take care of this bunch? Roman immediately raised both hands in surrender and tremblingly told his lackeys, that girl, let her go, quickly. The lackey released her immediately, and his eyes went to his brother. Rotunda looked at this scene and froze, not understanding what was happening. It was obvious they had taken his money to beat people for him, so what the hell? They were abandoning the job entirely. What are you guys doing? Why are you just standing there watching? Drag that woman over here, now. Yeah. The gang led by Roman had disappeared, leaving only an astonished Rotunda. Where did those guys go? With no one left to order around, the fat man reached out to grab Rurin, intending to kidnap her to sell. Talk about bad luck, he messed with the wrong person. Rurin didn't even flinch. Coldly, she said, Gravity. Why does this piece of trash talk like a human? She twisted Rotunda's arm until he looked completely deformed. The fat pig started wailing with tears streaming down his face. Hearing his pathetic crying, the Roman group felt both terrified and secretly held a moment of silence for him. Rurin rushed over to Elena. Hey, are you done? I've taken care of everything. Let's go. There's another urgent matter. So Elena was carried back to the restaurant to treat Io. Phew, that's enough. Elena was completely drained after finishing the treatment. Rurin rushed over with tears in her eyes. Io, are you okay? Io patted Rurin while sighing. Thank you. I'm in your debt again. Elena, still trembling, said, You won't have any trouble with your daily activities. Thank goodness. Elena had used up all her mana. She wondered just how strong Io was to hold out like that. Rurin frowned as she sat up on the bed. Your name? You said it was Elena, right? That's right. Yeah. Well, thanks for your help. Thank you. Rurin even stumbled over her words while blushing. This sentence from her shocked both the patient and the doctor. Rurin was actually saying thank you. Huh? Both of you, what's with that expression? Oh, it's just that I'm so surprised. Forget it. I was being very kind to consider that. That's true. I'm surprised too. Io was a bit dazed, then asked, Oh, and when were you two planning on coming out? Matt and Lin Tae, who were lurking outside the door, were startled. Ah, you knew? The two brothers went inside to talk to Io. I just wanted to thank her for saving us. What do you mean? Didn't you two save Elena? Io looked confused. He only knew the site supervisor was named Rotunda. He didn't know which girl had saved them. Matt sighed. No, from the very beginning, Rotunda was already chasing us. We caused trouble for people who had nothing to do with this. It wasn't your fault. Don't think you did something wrong. Is that site supervisor notoriously evil? Why didn't you tell me when you came to find me? Lin Tae stood frozen, clenching his fists. If it had been 2 years ago, I still would have done the same thing. I don't want to lie about my crimes. Io smiled. Do you two have a place to sleep tonight? Io took out a gold coin and said, If not, this will be useful. Lin Tae and Matt were stunned to see an amount of money enough to live on for several months. Lin Tae held the money, still unable to believe it. Why are you giving this to us? What's wrong? Because starting tomorrow, you two need to work on the farm. Lin and Matt were shocked again. Us? You know, we are criminals. While Rurin thought she was about to get new subordinates, Io sighed and explained, We pay our workers, and we know who to point the finger at. I don't think there will be any problems. The two brothers knelt directly on the ground. I will serve you for the rest of my life. I also vow to follow you for life. Just consider me a manager. Early the next morning, the brothers Lin and Matt came to report for work. Once again, starting today, we, Lin Tae and Matt, will help with the farm work here. We are very happy to work with our seniors. The two of them looked much brighter in their new clothes. It's true that clothes make the man. Min, being called a senior, was so shy she stumbled over her words. Seniors ahem, that's right. I'm a senior now, aren't I? Well, I'm very happy to work with you two as well. Mr. Men looked at the handcuff marks on Lin Tae's wrists with a disapproving look, then sighed. That was Manager Eo's decision, so I don't have an opinion on it. But I don't fully trust you two yet. Yes, however, if it were me, I would have definitely beaten that Rotunda guy to a pulp. Lin Tae, who was feeling down, immediately brightened up. This way, start by stacking the straw. We will work very hard. Inside, Eo took out the Dragon King's heart to admire it. He looked at it and thought his mana was about to recover. Surely there wouldn't be any reaction when using mana. Eo suddenly remembered that in just a few days, what he ordered would be shipped. Rurin. This time Eo turned to see Rurin hugging the door, observing something, so he looked puzzled. What are you doing? Watching the customers? I see a lot of strange people. Eo froze. Rurin was paying attention to other creatures. What's going on? Last time she even thanked Elena. Did something happen? Rurin suddenly asked. Human women wear so many sparkly things. Why is that? Oh my, perhaps because it's pretty? Eo realized Benin was hosting another event. Dragonkin also fill their caves with jewels and jewelry, don't they? Well, I don't know much about that, but my mother's cave wasn't like that. Have you ever wanted or received things like that? Just as Rurin saw Benin give Minun a necklace, she looked pensive. I don't know either. New customers arrived. This time, it was an acquaintance. Diane, looking as happy as if he'd struck gold, ran in holding a scroll and shouted, Master, good news! This morning we caught Rotunda, who was in the hospital. Tax evasion, harassment, assault, battery. He's been arrested on many charges. He definitely won't see the light of day for the rest of his life. Dion spoke non-stop. Eo brought out a hamburger for Dion, sighing that the guy was even more disgusting than he thought. Dion continued. Those close to him betrayed him with information. It turns out the one backing Rotunda was Count Dizran. Although Count Dizran has been arrested, that Rotunda still acted recklessly without considering his position. It's surprising to know that not all of the Count's accomplices were in the castle. For every one we caught, another appeared. Diane looked like he was about to wilt. No wonder, talking that much would leave anyone out of breath. But you still did a good job. Oh, are you free on the evening after 3 days? If it's an invitation from my master, I will make arrangements. Eo leaned into his ear and whispered about something mysterious happening at the restaurant. Hearing that, Dion immediately cheered. Amazing! I will definitely be there. Ho ho, you can look forward to that day. 3 days later, Mr. Ga sat quietly for a moment before saying, Mr. Alison, you're right on time. I want to say, give me the items first. Eo interrupted him. I've finished them. He pulled out a bag. Ho ho, very good. Eo looked at the items inside and smiled, satisfied. I've gathered everything. Nothing is missing. Several bags and crates were opened. Everyone, come out and eat. We have delicious sausages and cold beer. The WF clan had a chance to work hard and refuel right away. Was it necessary to act like that? I just wanted to try it. It would be great if everyone could join, Eo said with deep regret. Mr. Ga could only scratch his head. But the project is in the final stages. I can understand you. It was a cool, clear night. Mr. Clone walked and sighed. This is the first time I've had an invitation like this. R was also excited. That's right. I'm very excited. Lin, upon receiving the news, was also surprised. Can we join too? He said the farm staff should join in too. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Rurin saw Eo bustling about with plates and asked blankly, What's all this? Eo looked surprised. Hey, don't you know what day it is? Everyone, I'm so glad you could all make it. To show our appreciation, we've prepared a little event. Rurin, standing next to Eo, realized the restaurant was hosting a game. The game was called Guess What's in My Mouth. The rules were simple. Put on a blindfold, taste the food, and guess what it is. The one who guesses right gets a prize. First up, Minun. Minun was startled when her name was called, but she joined in, feeling quite flustered. Can you actually eat this? Of course. Everything here is edible. Though, it does depend on how you perceive it. Why didn't you say that from the start, you jerk? Food's coming. Something was brought right to Minun's lips. Because of what Eo had said, she was pretty nervous. She felt something hot and soft, but had no idea what it was. She had never felt a texture like that before. A moment later, she felt something slimy inside, which panicked Minun so much she spat the food out. Eo grinned from ear to ear. Ding! Minun is out. The thing Minnan just ate was this. It's called a marshmallow. Minnan, with tears and saliva streaming down, terrified, asked what that was. It's made from sugar, and it's something you can't find anywhere around here because it comes from a place very far away. Ho ho. Minnan was furious that Io was playing such a mean trick. How was I supposed to guess that? Even after eating it, I still couldn't tell. Minnan tried it and judged it to be very delicious. Minnan was resentful. Yeah, being blindfolded made me too scared to even taste the sweetness. The next lucky contestant was Clone. He insisted he would clear the whole table. Ren cheered for her husband enthusiastically. Unfortunately, after eating a chili pepper, Clone was immediately eliminated. He crunched on the chili like it was a vegetable, outraged. It wasn't even that spicy. How could you not handle it? You can't handle spice? Clone wept real tears. Meanwhile, the host of the party laughed like he was having the time of his life, exclaiming how much fun this was. I'm wondering if anyone will actually guess, right? The next dish is being brought out, and Rurin is the candidate for this one. While she was confused, Io pushed her into a chair and put a blindfold on her. He said, "Of course, isn't it obvious? And magic is forbidden, by the way. What are you planning to feed me?" "It's a game. Do your best to guess." Io fed Rurin. She chewed very seriously, racking her brain to figure out what Io was feeding her. Since things had turned out this way, she was going to try and guess correctly using her dragonkin senses. First, it has a softness to it. This is bread, and I can even taste the fresh cream I had at the party recently. The bread has layers and it's sweet. Plus, the fresh flavor I'm sensing definitely means there's fruit inside. I know it. This is a cake. It's a cake. Rurin excitedly ripped off the blindfold. How was that? My senses. Rurin stopped mid-sentence because, before her eyes, people were setting off fireworks. Io grinned. Exactly. This is a birthday cake. Happy birthday, Rurin. Rurin was so surprised her face contorted in shock. Everyone happily congratulated her, while she just sat there, dazed. So today is my birthday. I thought you'd realized when I said we were going to host a party, but it turned out she hadn't. Io was very happy that his little prank had been a complete success. Rurin mumbled something. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. So everyone came here today for me? Io discreetly covered his mouth and whispered to Elena. Rurin was about to say thank you again. But no, she shouted. Don't think I'm going to say thank you, you jerk. It seemed Io had been happy too soon, but he also understood that she was just shy because there were so many people around. Io was very understanding, helping her get over her embarrassment, which also saved him from feeling awkward himself. All right, since you guessed correctly, I'll give you a gift. Alen worked very hard to make this for you. Io pulled a luxurious box from his pocket, containing a pair of exquisite earrings. Rurin blushed. When did you prepare this for me? Io used his magic while holding the earrings, leaning in close to Rurin with a smile. How could I ever forget your birthday? It'll hurt just a little bit. Io helped Rurin pierce her ears and put the jewelry on immediately. The guy very thoughtfully brought a mirror for her to look at and asked, "What do you think?" Rurin's face was as red as a boiled shrimp. She didn't say anything and turned away, letting Io keep asking. Under Elena and Ren's gaze, those two were definitely not acting normal at all. Rurin touched the earring, stammering, "Well, it looks quite elegant." Now, Rurin understood. She remembered the moment she saw him at the restaurant that afternoon, and let out a bright laugh. Heh heh, it's very beautiful. Now she finally understood that feeling. With the main part over, Alison immediately turned back to continue the game. Alright, enough wishing. Let's move on to the next person. Clone. Clone's dish was quite crunchy. Clone immediately chimed in. Hey, that's a bug. Ren immediately spat out what was in her mouth, and Io laughed like he was having the time of his life. Oh my god, the dish Ren just ate was fried shrimp. Ren immediately got furious and hit Clone on the head for making her lose. And he, not wanting to fail alone, accepted his wife's beating. Next was Lin Tae. His dish was pitch black and smoking heavily. Lin Tae chewed very hard but couldn't guess what it was. Io immediately announced his failure. The correct answer is gooba meat, grilled by Rurin. Right now, Rurin was very angry because Lin couldn't guess the meat dish she had made. After the devilish game ended, everyone happily finished off the birthday cake. As the night grew late, this is the first time someone has gathered to throw me a birthday party. This is your last birthday before you reach adulthood after all. Are you feeling all right? She was sprawled out on the table. Rurin blushed and replied, Yeah. Just then, Io looked out the window and motioned for Rurin to come over. Look, it's snowing. Go outside and see, Rurin said. Snow? All right. Hot drinks were prepared. Io and Rurin went outside to sit and drink while watching the snow. Hoo-hoo, winter came so fast, time really flies. Isn't it only been a year since you came here? Has it been a year already? A year for you is short, but for humans, it's quite a long time. Rurin pouted and argued. Wouldn't you notice the difference because you absorbed the ancient treasure? No one can confirm that it effectively extends lifespan, because I'm the first person to have absorbed it. Besides, I didn't even eat the whole thing. Just then, a very bright star appeared in the sky. Rurin exclaimed. A shooting star? Oh, it's your birthday today. Why don't you make a wish? Rurin watched the star for a moment, and then said she had already made one. Her wish was to stay with Io for a long time. Seeing that Rurin seemed very serious, Io teased her again. What did you wish for? I'll wish for the same thing. I'm not telling you. Make your own wish on your birthday. Rurin was being so stingy with Io over a single wish. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon territory, a guy was rushing to report, swearing under his breath. Is that you, Niz? How much longer do you intend to spare that arrogant human? Is a promise to a lowly human really that important? The one who was raging with anger was Black Dragon Niz, while the man sitting on the throne was Black Dragon Diema. He asked Nis nonchalantly. It's because of Rurin, isn't it? Caught off guard, Nis froze. His uncle scolded him, calling him a fool. If you wanted her that much, you should have cherished her more when she was still here. You used to bully her, but now that she's grown up, do you think letting her go would be shameful? Nis's face turned sour. Listen, this isn't just a personal grudge. It concerns the survival of the entire Black Dragon clan. The women of our clan, especially the young ones who can bear children, most of them died in the last battle. Who knows how long this peace will last? We can't rely on just a promise. So, what are you saying? You want me to force Rurin to return? His eyes lit up. If you allow it, calm down. You are no match for him. You hear me? His uncle sighed heavily at his reckless nephew. It's a miracle he didn't send you to the afterlife already. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't understand. Nis gritted his teeth, thinking, a pathetic human couldn't possibly be that strong. But his uncle continued, besides, breaking a promise would ruin the reputation of the Dragon Clan. I won't allow that. Lord Metadona wouldn't let you do something so absurd. Nis frowned. So, you mean as long as it's justified, it's fine? I think I've got an idea. Fine. Regardless, I'm not happy about such a promise, but if things go sideways, I'll pretend we never had this conversation. Do you understand? Nis finally got his way and wore a sharp smirk. Of course, uncle. We are benefactors, not usurpers. Snow fell heavily in the Myloric Mountains in the Arctic. Rurin was bundled up like a cocoon, with only her eyes visible, and glanced over to ask Io what they were here to find. Io was incredibly excited, saying just one word. Truffles. Truffles? Why would we come all this way just for that? These aren't just ordinary mushrooms. They are extremely rare. I heard about them at the restaurant. While clearing plates, Io had accidentally overheard two men talking about a rare type of mushroom found in the Arctic. A nomad was following a few Gooba beasts when suddenly, one of them started digging frantically. That Gooba had found the rare mushroom. The nomad reported it to his leader and received a mountain of gold coins. If I could get that kind of money, I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore, Io thought to himself, stroking his chin with a sly grin. Heh, a mushroom found by a pig. So rare it's never been discovered before. It's gotta be a truffle. It's definitely a truffle. There must be a mushroom like a truffle in this world. So, how do you plan to find it? Rurin wondered. The scent of the mushroom is stronger than normal, but it's hard to find because it grows deep underground. But I have you. Rurin, you have the senses of a dragonkin, so you're using me again. So what does it smell like? Io scratched his head. Well, it smells like a truffle. I think so. He was embarrassed by the circular logic he just realized. To find a truffle, you need to know what it smells like, but to follow the scent, you need a truffle. He slumped down, completely defeated. Do I have to summon truffle oil from the modern world? What if the truffle scent here is slightly different? Rurin was exasperated by this idiot. Just then, a howl echoed from afar. A pack of goblins with spears was ganging up on a giant cat near the cliff. The cat shivered and wailed. Cornered, the mutated cat thought it was about to meet its end, when a red flash streaked by. Wait, what? How is that magic? The cat's leg was slashed, causing it to fall flat, and a thunderous scream shook the area. The fight stopped instantly. I'm sure you have your reasons for fighting, but you can't do it here. Io's meddling made the goblins shift their target to attack him and Rurin instead. But just one look from Rurin made them tremble so hard they dropped their weapons. The whole pack scurried away, leaving the mutated cat stunned, Io said immediately. They didn't run away because of me. Rurin, receiving the compliment, didn't get arrogant, but told Io he should value himself more. The cat approached with a slightly aggressive expression, but then lunged to the ground, wagging its tail. Io immediately thought of Diane back home, who looked just like this when asking to be his apprentice. The cat kept meowing. What is he saying? Rurin became the reluctant translator. Thanking us for saving him? He wants to repay your kindness? The cat looked at Io with sparkling eyes. Wait, repay me? Now these two cats are playing around. Rurin and Io sat at a round table, watching the kittens affectionately. Ah, so that's why you wanted to stop those idiots. But in exchange, what will you get from him? Just a precaution. He can find treasure for us. There was a strange smell. The cat brought over a pile of things, chirping proudly to them. Rurin immediately pulled her scarf over her nose. That's it. What is that smell? That's not treasure. You're wrong, Rurin. This is treasure. Meanwhile, in a ruin that looked like a battlefield, Nis, what the hell is going on? Why did you call us here? 3 black dragons arrived at once. The long-haired one with the high forehead was Daba. The handsome gray-haired one with some bandages on his face was Niku, and the guy with the spiked ponytail and a scowl was Hoven. Nis, looking furious, declared he would bring Rurin back to the Holy Land. Hoven was the first to look shocked. Niku laughed. Ha ha ha, are you looking for a mate? Well, Rurin's looks aren't bad. But isn't Rurin staying with a human mage named Io? In Grake City, right? Nis gritted his teeth. I don't like it. We're keeping a promise to a pathetic human. Furthermore, Rin is too confident. I've received permission from Lord Diema. He said we can attack if there's a valid reason. Niku asked, so what's your plan? What are you going to do? Daba also said this would be difficult. Attacking humans is forbidden by the treaty. It's no joke. The only exception is revenge for killing our people. But isn't that too unreasonable? Even if he is a great mage, he is still human. He can't harm us dragons. The treaty is there to keep him safe when he meets us. They hadn't seen the coffin yet, so they could stand there being arrogant. No, he can do it. What? Really? So the rumors are true? The young dragons were startled. Just then, someone interrupted the conversation. If that's the case, I think I can help you. Nis immediately turned to ask the black thing in the iron cage what it meant. Niku looked at him and frowned, thinking that someone like him was useless anyway. Don't get angry and listen to me first. I know a red dragon. The one inside the iron cage is Red Dragon Gozas. She lives near Grey City. You can take advantage of her. Io is having the time of his life over here. This is it. This is the treasure we've been looking for. This is called a truffle? The big cat sighed. It's their food. They're buried in this land. It seems only they can find this stuff. Still, it smells terrible. Throw it away. Rurin waved her hand and tossed the mushroom, startling the big cat, while Io shouted in alarm. Stop! Do you have any idea how valuable this is? Io was calculating what would happen if this cat could find enough truffles to eat, then asked Rurin to translate his words to the cat. What do you want to say? Thank you for repaying me. I can't just stand by after receiving such a precious gift. Rurin let out a series of meows to the cat. I will appoint you as the guardian of the dragon nest. What do you think about leaving this dangerous place and moving to a peaceful village? Rurin immediately translated, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what did you say? You're planning to keep this guy? The dragon nest needs a guardian. The cat knelt before the two of them, and Io grinned from ear to ear. All right, I don't know what you're saying, but it must be something good. Rurin, however, wasn't so pleased. Isn't the nest supposed to be just for you and me? Meanwhile, Serena was sitting alone, feeling gloomy in the old village of the DF tribe. She recalled the time when this place was accidentally visited by Io and Rurin. Her camouflage regarding her nest full of gold and jewels was exposed, and she broke down crying, throwing a tantrum. At that time, Io apologized very gently because he didn't know it was an illusion spell and that her nest really didn't have much treasure. Rurin looked on with disdain. Now the nest is truly pathetic. Io looked awkward because of his tactless friend, while Serena was furious. Hey, my nest is beautiful. I don't have one. I'm building one, Serena said, purple with rage. You don't even have a nest, and you dare to look down on me? Rurin triumphantly hooked her arm through Io's, making him blush, while she held her head high. I run a restaurant with Io. Even though the restaurant isn't as big as your nest, I've never been disappointed. Rurin stuck out her tongue teasingly. Serena glared, while Io, being clung to by a beautiful dragon girl, felt flustered. Geez. Rurin, let go of my arm. Thinking back on this, Serena wondered if she should meet that human again, just to kill some time, though she didn't say what she'd do afterward. Suddenly, a powerful tremor made Serena think the two people she was longing for had arrived. She immediately put on an act. What is it? What do you want now? And if you wanted to come, you should have come sooner, not after an entire month, Serena. Her face twisted as if she had just heard a sound coming from the throat of a jerk. It really had been a long time, and he truly was a jerk. A haggard-looking guy appeared. Serena instantly lost her temper. Why are you here? She gripped the chair, and flames began to rise. Do you think my threats are a joke? No, I have something to say. I want to date you. This guy really has no fear of death, does he? She was already fuming, and yet he was still talking about romance. Being thick-skinned really is a talent. I realize after a long time that you are the only one who truly loved me seriously. If you're okay with it, I want to spend the rest of my life as your partner. He continued his act so deeply. He should stop being a dragon and become an actor in his next life. What a waste of talent. The more Serena listened, the colder she felt, not moved at all. She gritted her teeth, grinding out each word. And when did you have that thought? The moment I begged you not to leave. Wings and a tail sprouted behind her back. Serena was still screaming about how he disappeared without saying a word. Or was it when they attacked the human village and kidnapped the women? Serena had completely transformed into her red dragon form, shouting, "You jerk! You're still the same! You shouldn't have come here alone!" She looked like she was about to devour this scoundrel, but he hadn't come alone, just as Serena suspected, so he let out a sinister, triumphant laugh. "You're still good at noticing everything, aren't you?" At that moment, the ceiling of the lair was breached, followed by an exclamation from Gozas. Immediately, 3 dragon heads poked in. 2 of the 3 opened their mouths, channeling energy, preparing to gang up on Serena. "Everyone, attack! Damn it! 4 guys jumping a girl, how cowardly." Serena was likely in serious trouble. Look at her frozen in shock, seeing a bunch of men appear in her lair. A purple energy, like hellfire, descended upon Serena. She couldn't dodge it and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. "You aren't unaware of the treaty, are you? Are you confident you can bear the consequences?" 3 majestic black dragons stood there like 3 demons risen from hell. Gozas, nearby, was quick to take advantage of the chaos. "Don't worry, Serena. If you stay quiet, no one will know." He cast a spell, placing a magic ring around Serena's neck. Serena screamed, breaking the binding circle. She shouted, "How dare you use their magic too?" Taking advantage of this, Nis, lying in wait behind her, struck Serena with a palm attack. Purple light filled the screen, and Serena looked to be in rough shape. Meanwhile, Gozas looked blankly at something very tall. "Oh, so that's why this monster is called a mercenary?" "Rurin!" The mutated cat excitedly introduced itself. It even had 2 kittens on its shoulders. Io stated firmly, "Yes, that's right. It's a species called Rurin. Because it's a monster that used to live in a cold climate, please help me turn up the room temperature for Rurin." Rurin looked at Io for the first time with the look one gives a con artist, letting out a bitter comment. "No matter what, I still think you brought it here because of the truffles. So how are we going to cook the truffles now?" "Heh, that's also an interesting point." Io held the jet black mushroom and explained to Rurin, "This type of mushroom has a very distinctive aroma, so no matter what dish you make, its flavor will be very unique, and it will certainly bring a feeling completely different from the dishes we've eaten lately." "Aren't you curious how the customers will react?" Io tried the new dishes like he was throwing a feast for the whole village, from pizza to pasta, from hamburgers to sandwiches. Most people ate while marveling. "Oh my god, this is so delicious. Is this really a mushroom? This is the first time in my life I've tasted such a flavor. This dish is truly fascinating, isn't it? The taste is a bit unique. I'd say it's magical. It seems very good for you too, mister." Clone doesn't need to say anything. Just looking at how he's eating shows it's delicious. Rurin and the lady named Ri were not as enthusiastic. Now Rurin frowned and shouted. Seeing everyone's reaction, Io couldn't manage a bright smile. As expected, there are many mixed opinions. I guess truffles can't be added to the regular menu. Watching Elena and Rurin ordering food like they were arguing, the smile on Io's face looked even more strained. "I guess I can only use truffles to entertain special guests." Elsewhere, in Serena's lair, some weren't too happy and were cursing up a storm. They never expected her to escape using teleportation magic at the very last second. The casting speed was way too fast, as if she'd prepared for everything. She was never like that before. Gia rushed to defend his intelligence report. Niku let out a raspy chuckle as if Serena's escape wasn't worth worrying about. "No need to worry. I've already tracked the magic's displacement flow. It's connected to Grey City. What shall we do, Nis?" Niku asked, looking coldly at the mastermind. Nis smirked wickedly. "I'll find my own way to Grey City. We don't need to teleport directly. Are you sure no other dragonkin will respond to her call for help?" Based on everything he knew about Serena, Gozas was certain of it. He also knew she couldn't teleport directly to the Holy Land, since she was the only female dragonkin in the Red Dragon tribe. Because of that, he felt a bit sorry for Serena and met her briefly. Niku sighed at their gossip. "I assume you've seen them taking humans as slaves, right? Just like us." Niz impatiently waved his hand, telling him to stop the small talk. "I don't care about their hobbies. As long as it connects to Grey City, I'm satisfied. If that works, I'll overlook the things you've done, as promised. Now get lost." Gia waited for those words like a pardon, and immediately scrambled to get out of there at full speed. Nissa's gaze turned extremely cruel. Even if she escaped, losing that much blood means she can't recover. That red dragon is going to die, eventually. Ison killed a red dragon. Hehehe. What a perfect story. Back at E's restaurant, he wondered how the mushroom dish had turned out. Plenty of people found it delicious. Suddenly, Rurin looked grumpy, making E glance over to see what was wrong. Here I am, at your restaurant, so why are you ignoring me? Serena appeared in her beautiful human form without a single scratch. Do I look that pathetic? E held her back. Are you the red dragon who used to live on Moor Mountain? Rurin sharply asked why Serena was there. Serena naturally pulled out a chair and said, I came to the restaurant to eat. What else? What did you think I came here for? Bring me a serving of whatever you have. I'm in a bit of a rush. In such a hurry? E brought out a plate of meat. I have this ready-made. It's the fastest thing I can serve. I don't know if it suits your taste. It looks decent enough, I suppose. Rurin was fed up. She slammed the table impatiently. All right, just tell us why you're really here. Serena casually skewered the meat, sighing as she ate. The service here is quite poor, but those earrings of yours, I'm seeing them for the first time. Who gave them to you? Rurin beamed immediately. Hey, you've got a good eye. E gave them to me. Serena focused on chewing and swallowing, exclaiming, This is delicious, a flavor I've never tasted before. It suits me well. Just like those earrings. He's the man you love, isn't he? If E hadn't stopped her, Rurin would have lunged at Serena. She's just jealous because I'm so gentle. That's right. You'll never know this feeling in your entire life. Since Rurin couldn't attack physically, she attacked verbally. Serena lowered her gaze. She felt the same way. But you have to see it to know. Even though I don't have much time left to live, thank you for this meal. It really is the perfect dish for my last one. The other two were shocked. What? Your last meal? There's this thing. I never knew what true love was. Does it even exist, or is it just a lie told in a moment of impulse? Because of that, I've dated both dragonkin and humans alike. I used to say no dragonkin understood human men like I did, but now I'm rethinking it all. It was just a waste of time. I only did it because I was too lonely. Serena cried while sweating profusely. She looked like she was dying, yet she kept on rambling. I hated being alone, so I caused all that trouble. In the end, I still couldn't gain the trust of my own kind. I look ridiculous right now. Serena's back was burned and smoldering. E suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, your back, those wounds. Should I find something I like? Aside from love, there are many other things to try. Cooking is fine too, right? Serena started spitting up blood and collapsed to the floor, leaving E and Rurin horrified. Wake up. Serena just lay there, gurgling blood. There was no waking up from that level of injury. She's severely wounded. I think her bones are broken too. Even for a dragonkin, there's no way to recover from this. She's dying. Rurin diagnosed faster than any doctor. E was also worried, as this crazy dragon had used illusion magic to hide her wounds, so they hadn't noticed in time. And he couldn't figure out who had done this. Just then, a red portal appeared outside the restaurant, and a massive armored foot slammed onto the ground. Before the person appeared, a voice boomed. Archmage Alison, you've crossed the line. How dare you murder a red dragon? Some people of unknown identity, faces unseen, had tracked E down. Just as Serena coughed blood all over the floor, Rurin looked at E with suspicious eyes. Hey, those people outside. Right, I can sense they are all dragonkin. There are 5 of them, all different shapes and sizes. This was clearly planned. It's a trap. Rurin, do you remember this red dragon said she had lost all trust before passing out? She clearly knew something. Take her to Elena's place. She'll definitely be able to save her. Rurin immediately opened a portal. I understand. I've known the location of the clinic since last time. But what about you? As his military cloak fluttered, E's expression turned serious. Well, I have to greet my guests, don't I? The restaurant door opened, and Ison poked his head out like a thief caught in the act. Hello there. Why are all these difficult customers here at the same time? What do you want? I am the red dragon, luckily. E dodged quickly, or he would have taken that magic circle head on. The restaurant door was blown open, revealing the scene of Serena's blood-soaked collapse to everyone. E didn't expect things to turn out like this. He bit his fingernails. First of all, why don't you all have a seat, have some tea, and we can talk about this calmly. We will deal with you, Ison. All the red dragons launched a full-scale attack. E shouted to the heavens. Well, that was the customer's choice. Meanwhile, in the forest, Nissa's group was laughing with delight. I can feel the magical tremors from here. Just as expected, it seems the battle is getting quite intense. I don't think the Red Dragon clan would be easily fooled by Alison's attack. Who even rallied them together? Nis sighed with a confident smirk. He was the captain of the young Red Dragons, but his methods fit this plan perfectly. He felt that caring for individuals was just a hassle, so he focused entirely on group unity. Besides, he was obsessed with his own reputation. I assumed he'd charge in recklessly the moment he heard his kin were attacked, and that's exactly what happened. The old dragon opened his maw to blast a fireball at Alison. "How dare you attack my people?" As the fireball flew, Alison gently waved his hand, casting a 5th-tier spell that turned the flames into harmless toys, while simultaneously shooting a massive pillar of energy into the sky to open a teleportation portal. "Let's go. You don't want others getting caught in this, do you?" Alison was seething, his face twisted in pure rage. Meanwhile, Elena was busy preparing medicinal herbs when Rurin brought Serena in. Elena looked at Serena with trembling hands and asked, "Is she also an almighty one? Can you save her?" Elena was panicked, but she quickly began casting healing spells to stop Serena's bleeding. A brilliant green light filled the room. Back at the confrontation, Alison had teleported the hot-headed dragons to a desolate, empty field. "Is this the place? Seems like the perfect spot for your grave," the old dragon spat out. Alison furrowed his brows, trying to figure out what was actually going on. They believed he had killed a member of the Red Dragon clan. This was definitely a trap to frame him, but there was still one thing to consider. Did they set this trap specifically for him, or were they being manipulated by the true mastermind behind it? If it was the latter, there might still be a chance to talk. "Everyone, just calm down for a second, and let's talk about that blood at the restaurant." Before Alison could finish, the captain interrupted him aggressively. "Don't think you can talk your way out of this. That was clearly dragon blood. Everyone knows it. It's true that the Red Dragon came to the restaurant to eat. However, she was already injured before she arrived. I'm not the culprit. I'm currently treating her to save her life." The captain was visibly shaken. He demanded that if she were still alive, he must see her with his own eyes. But Alison couldn't let that happen. He suspected all of them were involved in this mess. This whole situation was incredibly suspicious. And more importantly, before she lost consciousness, she said she had been betrayed. Suddenly, a dragon claw swiped directly toward his handsome face. The reckless dragon behind the attack was none other than Goza's. Of course, his claws didn't even graze Alison. "How long do you intend to stand there listening to this human's nonsense? This guy killed Serena. She told me herself this human kicked her out of his cave, and when she refused, he killed her." Alison's expression soured. So the Red Dragon's name was Serena. At that moment, Alison realized that Gozas was the one who had set the trap. That was correct, but not the whole story. When the captain heard Gozas speak, he lost his cool, roaring Alison's name in a frenzy. Alison had been called out quite a bit tonight. "You dare lie to escape your crimes? How disgraceful. We have the testimony of our own kin now, so your words are meaningless." The old dragon was still as stupid as he was old, which made Alison lose his temper. His blood began to boil, and a terrifying aura radiated from him, forcing Gozas to back away. "Are your clansmen really that important to you? If that's true, you shouldn't treat them like this. You shouldn't abandon them when they're injured." "Shut your mouth." The captain was quite good at arguing. He didn't even need to finish his sentence before breathing fire to set the place ablaze. "What do you know about dragon laws?" Alison extinguished the flames with water in a split second. He was furious now. "If you're so desperate to frame me, then stop pretending like you care about them." What was that? Green energy and red flames collided with such force that the other dragons were terrified. Alison dueled the captain without showing a hint of fatigue. Gozas was so scared he fell to the ground. How can a human be this strong? As the dust from the massive collision cleared, a squad led by the 4 brothers, the Deuce Super Team, appeared in the sky. Instead of protecting world peace, these 4 specialized in causing chaos wherever they went. Nis, in particular, arrived and immediately began spewing insults. "You arrogant fool, a mere human daring to attack the dragons." "Nis, you, a black dragon, I felt your magical disturbance, which is why I came. By law, I shall assist you." "Nis, was it?" Alison's expression darkened. He knew that name. Nis looked surprised that Alison recognized him, but he quickly let out an arrogant laugh. "Haha, I've heard rumors about you too. Among the humans, they say you're quite strong." Alison sighed. He knew he had to change his plan. By now, Nis had transformed into his true form, sneering. "But in the end, you're just a pathetic human. You'll pay the price for not knowing your place." As the battle intensified outside, the situation in the sick room was equally dire. Elena was gasping for breath, blood soaking the floor. "I'm sorry, Hick. I'm so sorry. I tried my best to heal her, but it's too late to save her life." Rurin frowned, looking at the dying Serena on the bed. "No, it's not." Rurin grabbed Elena's hand. "It's not too late yet." Rurin's purple magic flowed into Elena. "What? Why are you transferring your mana to me? Just keep treating her. You won't run out of mana this time." Meanwhile, 3 black dragons were opening their maws to fire energy blasts. Alison used earth and rock to block these organic cannons. He thought to himself that while he was truly pissed off, he couldn't kill them all, because even if Serena survived, he would still be in deep trouble, but there were simply too many of them to handle. The situation was still under control for now. Alison needed something to gain the upper hand. He unleashed a golden magic spell, causing rocks to levitate into the air. A black dragon bowed his head in realization. Lord Hema was right. It was a bit too late for them to figure that out now. They were all brawn and no brains. Niku, Kuda, Ba, back me up. At Nissa's command, the trio of troublemakers gathered their breath to form a massive energy sphere. Let's see if you can stop this. Seeing this, Alison knew the situation was getting extremely tight. The red dragons seized the opportunity to pin Alison down with continuous fire blasts. Alison waved his hands, using water to douse the flames. Nis didn't miss this golden opportunity. Just as he was gloating that the battle was over, a thunderous voice echoed through the air. Stop! 4 teleportation portals opened, and the shouting started before anyone even stepped out. You idiots! Are you trying to start a new war? Why are you here, sir? The captain looked terrified. The negotiation meeting about the laws had just ended. What the hell was happening? The people who arrived were all high-ranking figures, including Rurin's grandfather, the Black Dragon Elder Medidana, and the Red Dragon Elder Dane. Medidana stroked his chin. You've always been at the center of these conflicts, haven't you? You really have a silver tongue. So, why don't you explain the situation? He said with a twisted smile as he took off his hood. You've finally arrived. Never thought I'd be happy to see you all. After this less than warm greeting, Nis reluctantly transformed back into his human form, putting on a dignified facade to address his elders. Elder Dedanke, Elder Medidana. Nis thought bitterly. That human must be thrilled right now, seeing the elders here to protect him. Rurin is Elder Medidana's granddaughter, and he is the one staying with her. It's a massive mistake, and yet, this is exactly the situation I wanted. There's no way that Red Dragon survives this. Even the elders will take my side. If I keep insisting that this human murdered a Red Dragon, then I can publicly execute him. He was truly confident in his flawless plan, but he had no idea that Eldwin was playing along in his head, allowing him to think that way. Either way, El was certain that Rurin and Elena would be able to save Serena. He was absolutely sure of it. Well, looking at Elena's expression, the situation wasn't looking quite as optimistic. Even though the bleeding had stopped, it still wasn't enough for Serena to survive. Rurin called out to Elena from behind. This is just like before. The mana I transfer to you, and the mana you use. Aren't we using a small amount of mana just like we did back then? Yeah, I know. I also feel uneasy about saving her. But he is in trouble, and we need a witness. So, I'm changing the method. From now on, what I'm going to do with you isn't just a simple mana transfer, but synchronization. A Dragonkin's mana will flow through your body precisely. If you can't convert all of that mana into healing magic, your body will explode from the overload. Elena was terrified, while Rurin kept pushing her from behind. The choice is yours. What will you do? Elena trembled, but ultimately decided to follow Rurin's lead and accept the mana synchronization. Rurin grinned and praised her. I really like your courage. Prepare yourself. A massive surge of mana invaded Elena's body, causing her to jerk violently and collapse to the ground. She finally understood what a Dragonkin's mana felt like, and her own mana felt like nothing more than a speck of dust compared to this overwhelming power. Master Rurin, please, ease up on the synchronization. I can't take it anymore. Rurin frowned and shouted. Pull yourself together. Aren't you a healer who saves lives? Hurry up and boost your magic power output. Elena seemed to snap out of it, gritted her teeth, and got back up. You can't empty the ocean with a single bucket, after all. Elena bit her lip, focusing all her mana into the healing process. Purple and blue lights flared up simultaneously. Rurin shouted crazily, You too! Hurry up and recover! Red Dragon, show me the resilience of the Dragonkin. Serena's eyes flickered. While the girls were pushing themselves to the limit for him, Nis was busy recounting the situation to the Dragon Tribe elders. Elder Medidana summarized, Alison murdered the Red Dragon, Serena, and you are in the process of punishing him? You noticed the Red Dragon was being attacked and intervened according to the treaty? That is correct, Elder. The other side also spoke up. Elder, what are you still hesitating for? Serena's blood is splattered all over his restaurant floor. If he were just a regular person, I wouldn't dare make such assumptions. But he is a great mage. He calmly suggested that everyone sit down, have some tea and snacks, and discuss the matter clearly. But the other guy jumped in eagerly. I am a witness. I am certain he murdered Serena. If you don't believe me, we can all enter the restaurant right now. Diema immediately realized this was Nissa's plan. And besides, in this case, the Black Dragon would have helped Serena when she was attacked. So even if Alison's charges were dropped, it wouldn't have any negative impact on us. Not bad at all. Dodonke turned to ask Medidana. Since Serena's lair is near Grake City, it seems there's a reason to start a war. What do you think? Alison, do you have anything to say? He shrugged. Finally, someone was making sense. I do. I have plenty to say. First, he claims I murdered Serena because her lair is near Greg City. Anyone who has experienced war knows I would never kill a dragonkin for that reason. Right, Elder Dodonke? That's correct. The only condition I set during the war was not to kill other races. I swear, I never touched those who followed that standard. Even the Red Dragons who started the war. But killing her just because her lair is near Grake City is absurd. The other side argued that it was just his one-sided statement, but he ignored him and continued his argument. Second, the Black Dragon appeared right after the attack happened. Since when are the dragonkin so friendly with each other? They appeared as if they were waiting for it, as if they knew this would happen. Niz frowned. I felt a clash of mana and went to investigate according to the treaty. What are you trying to say? Medidana followed up. Are you saying that the Red Dragon and Black Dragon set a trap, and you were the one being framed? He immediately gave him a thumbs up. That's exactly what the Elder was thinking. Dodonke was furious. I cannot overlook this. Do you have any proof? Proof? It's here, everyone. A teleportation portal opened behind him, accompanied by his smile and Niss's face, which had gone paler than a ghost. It's best if you hear this from the ones involved, right? Not just Niz, but the lackeys. Following him were as shocked as if they'd seen a dead body come back to life. Gat was trembling as he looked over. Surprise, surprise, it's mother and child, Serena. Serena struck a beautiful pose, smiling charmingly. Oh, there are a lot of familiar faces here, aren't there? Behind her were Rurin and Elena, who were trembling. Your expressions are truly worth seeing. He highly praised Elena. She, however, was just terrified, because there were so many omnipotent beings present. While Elena was dazed, counting how many dragons there were, Rurin happily showed off her achievement. I tried a different application of mana transfer called synchronization, because it seemed like a wound that couldn't be healed with regular healing magic. He scratched his face, remembering that she had learned the mana transfer skill from him. Rurin was even more excited. That's right, and Elena is actually quite talented at using magic. That's why she looks like someone who has diarrhea right now. He whispered in Rurin's ear, You saw that, right? It was Nis. This whole thing might be his doing. Wait a moment, I have an idea. He turned to greet Serena. Serena, are you okay? She beamed and turned to answer him. Sure, I'm totally fine. You guys are doing a pretty good job too, right? Leo immediately gave her a flick on the head. There, that's fine for you. But first of all, how do you know my name? Serena clutched the bump on her head, playing the victim. Why? Why would you do that? Why did you hit me? Leo was fuming. Why, you ask? Can't you see the situation we're in? Thanks to you collapsing in my restaurant and spraying blood everywhere, everything has become a mess. You better start explaining, now. Serena, still stinging from the hit, immediately spilled everything. It was those guys, the 4 Black Dragon members and Nis. Wait, where did he disappear to? Your ex-boyfriend is quick, isn't he? Caught a whiff of trouble and bolted instantly. Anyway, those 5 broke into my lair and ambushed me, while this Black Dragon lady and Elle here were healing me. They are my benefactors, not my attackers. The 2 Black Dragon and Red Dragon elders froze. Serena asked Leo if that was enough. Leo nodded, saying that was fine. Rurin insisted he should praise her more. Suddenly, Ben yelled Alison and lunged, kneeling at his feet. I apologize for doing such terrible things to you. I am ready to accept any punishment you deem fit. Leo gritted his teeth and sighed. Your apology is as fast as your actions, but fine. However, liars are a completely different story. Hoven hurriedly begged the elders for a chance to explain, but it was too late. Nobody here wants to hear it. Medidana's expression was grim. What I want to hear right now is not your excuses. Tell me, why did you guys do this when you clearly knew it would break the treaty, huh? The mastermind was now terrified, eyes wide, gasping for air. He still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. That was clearly a fatal wound. Even his internal organs should have been incinerated. Was it because their side took too long to finish off that human? Why? Why did it end up like this? A human with such immense power, that strength, plus Rurin, that's far too much favor for a lowly human. Nis appeared behind Leo with blood-curdling killing intent. He shouted, Know your place, you lowly human, and launched a terrifying strike at Leo. Blood splattered everywhere. Leo hurriedly shoved Rurin aside and took the blow full on. Landing the hit, Nis laughed wickedly while Rurin watched in horror as he collapsed. His back was covered in blood, and he didn't even move. Elena was sweating profusely, dazed. unable to understand what had just happened. Looking at Leo lying motionless on the ground, Rurin trembled as she called out to him. Blood? Why was there blood? Rurin's face went pale, tears streaming down. No, this can't be happening. Why did you push me away? Ben immediately turned to confront Nis. Nis, you attacked him from behind like that. Do you have no honor left? No matter what you do, your sins will never be forgiven. Nis shouted, I am the one who saved the dragon race from the verge of extinction. What? Ben was stunned. Had this guy lost his mind? He was indeed losing it. Everyone, open your eyes. What is the reason we established the covenant? Why do we not create a dragon king, huh? It's to prevent any single entity from holding too much power, right? But look at that human. He's resisting the combined attacks of Dragonkin without even counterattacking. If we leave him be, he will surely become a major threat to our dragon race. Elena was trying her hardest to heal Leo, but it was useless. She cried out, pleading, Lady Rurin, please synchronize your mana with me again. Rurin was so panicked she was practically speaking gibberish. Looking at the blood on her hands, Rurin was even more terrified. Leo, get up, please! The dragon lair is almost finished. If you aren't here, Nis looked at Rurin with a twisted smile. He whispered, that's how it should be. That expression suits you well. No matter what you do, it's all in vain. And you, elf, this is different from Serena. Even if he has mana on par with a dragonkin, his body is still human. Without a shield, he can't withstand my magic. What was that? Serena suddenly laughed, but it was a mocking laugh. Is this your specialty? Attacking from behind? You did the same thing to me once. Then Serena sat down and spoke to a devastated Rurin. Hey, idiot. I know you're in shock, but what do you plan to do? When you don't even understand the situation? Instead of weakening, this guy's power is actually increasing even more. The wound on Leo's back was closing at a dizzying speed. He reached out to wipe the tears from Rurin's face. Don't cry. A blue light erupted. Nis was shocked once again. Elder Medidana immediately recognized this energy as coming from the ancient gem. Leo stood up with the gem glowing above his head. In truth, this was a gamble. The light continued to blaze, blinding those nearby, and a pair of wings sprouted from Leo's back. I was worried you'd lose the will to fight and give up. But luckily, you attacked me first. Rurin was still teary-eyed. Leo patted her head very affectionately. Rurin, from now on, watch closely. Leo's bright smile made Nis even more frantic. Huh? How? How is this possible? The magic you used just happened to awaken the ancient gem. When he attacked, I let the ancient gem absorb all that energy, and it was too weak to kill me instantly. Nis was furious. He gritted his teeth, revealed his true form, and opened his mouth to condense a new attack. I will use all my mana to destroy you. Leo used one hand to block Nis's desperate attempt, mocking him. Your magic is too weak. You understand the terms of the treaty, right? Dragonkin are not allowed to kill humans, kidnap, or attack other races. However, one is permitted to use defensive magic if one encounters a serious threat to life. Nis, I give you permission to defend yourself. Try to block this. A meteor shower with raging firepower rained down. Even in this final moment, Nis was still standing there, thinking it was absurd. He kept grumbling that Leo was just a lowly human, and then he was gone before he could even gasp. He was completely buried in the pile of burning rocks, incinerated into ashes. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the group of troublemakers who had followed Nis were both regretful and terrified to their core. Nis had been taken out, like swatting a fly. Leo turned to look at Rurin with a tender gaze. Rurin, let's go home. Rurin, still crying, immediately dove into Leo's arms and replied, okay. Of course, no one dared to say another word about the decision that had been made. The subsequent rulings were carried out by the elders. Niku, Daba, Hoven, you will be imprisoned in the deepest part of the sacred forbidden grounds for 3,000 years. That was the verdict from Elder Medidana. So, the criminals have been punished. The victims have been compensated. Serena's nest has been fully restored with all the assets replaced. Serena, your nest is completely fixed now. There were only a few treasures left in the nest, so the attackers must have taken them. It's not much, but please, accept these as compensation. Serena was overjoyed but had to keep up the act. That's right, those scoundrels stole every single one of my treasures. Oh, by the way, has Gozas returned yet? The search team is after him. They'll catch him soon. The mention of his name made her blood boil. I swear, once we catch him, I'll make him suffer many times more than you did. Serena felt a bit bad for the guy, but she brushed it off. Besides, she had almost died because of him. I want to see that happen. And just like that, the terrible incident that rocked the restaurant came to a peaceful end. But for some, things weren't so peaceful. It's tough having a grumpy dragon in the house. Rurin had every right to be grumpy. When Io had just a slight fever, she was already panicking. But here, he had collapsed, looking like he was on death's door. No one could just stand by and watch that. Rurin, what's wrong? Seeing her sitting with her back to him, Io asked, confused. Rurin grumbled at him. What you did this time was truly foolish. If Nissa's magic had been any stronger, you would have died before the ancient gem even awakened. I truly thought I had lost you. At that, the young man finally realized what he had done. Rurin was teary-eyed, but she startled when Io hugged her from behind. She turned bright red. Why all of a sudden? I'm sorry, Rurin. I didn't think about how you felt. I should have explained it to you first. The reason I was so reckless is because from now on, and that's enough. Elder Medidana suddenly popped out of nowhere, barging into the romantic moment and giving the two of them a good scare. Because he jumped in at the wrong time, Elder Medidana got punched right in the face by Rurin. What was that for? Why are you here? Elder Medidana stood there, his face dented and in shock. I'm the elder, you know. Io finally scratched his cheek and explained. Calm down, Rurin. It was me who called him here. Rurin was startled. What? You called him? So, what is this all about? Elder Medidana held his red, swollen face not from shame, but from the punch and asked, while Io's expression turned serious. To put it simply, you've probably noticed I've awakened, but this is about the ancient gem. Io thoughtfully prepared some drinks. Is this liquor? Elder Medidana recognized it immediately. Io took the chance to promote it. Whiskey is a type of distilled spirit. I've had it aging for a long time, but since it's so precious, I'm only bringing it out to treat you now. Elder Medidana grumbled, took a sip, and was hit by an incredible flavor. It smelled like flowers and grass in the spring. It was soft, yet intense and refreshing. This must have been aged for a long time, right? All the flavors are so perfectly blended. I never thought a human like you could brew something like this. It must be around 60 or 70 years old, right? That's exactly right. Io gave a faint smile. He guessed the aging time just by tasting it. The dragonkin senses really are something else. Rurin looked at the bottle, wondering if it was really that good. Her hand reached out to grab it, but she was intercepted by Officer Io. He scowled and gave Rurin a tap on the head, scolding her. You can't have this. The alcohol content is very high. You'll pass out immediately if you drink it. Oh, come on. All you ever let me drink is beer. You should be happy I'm even offering. And you're still complaining? Does my dear sister know how destructive she gets after a few drinks? And who's the one stuck cleaning up? You're lucky I'm not drinking, because if I were, you'd be a mess. Elder Medidana laughed and sighed. You two really don't know how to be embarrassed. Sometimes watching you two makes me forget we're actually dragonkin. Is there any difference, sir? All right then. That was the principle you set after the last battle. You've contributed a lot this time as well, especially since you handled Nis in front of everyone. Rurin was still mad about being hit by Io, but she spoke up to defend him anyway. That was that scoundrel Nis's fault. If Io hadn't done it, I would have. Io was silent for a moment, then asked, If you put it that way, are you saying I nearly died? How could someone who told me not to approach Nis until he was ready to attack trick me like this? Wait, is that true? Rurin realized something was wrong and immediately asked, If we absorb one ancient gem, we gain power far beyond other dragonkin. If we absorb 2, we have the power to rule over pure-blooded dragonkin. And if we absorb 3, we gain the power to rule over all dragons. During the previous war against the dragon tribe, the Dragon King had only absorbed 2 ancient gems halfway, right? Io, take this opportunity to absorb another ancient gem. If my theory is correct, it contains the Dragon King's heart. Io agreed with Elder Medidana's suggestion. He has currently absorbed 3 ancient gems. If he were a dragonkin, he would surely be a supreme ruler by now. But this is exactly what he wonders most. Even if someone fully absorbs 3 ancient gems, will more ancient gems continue to appear? Usually, that wouldn't happen. Only when a dragonkin awakens as the Dragon King will no more ancient gems appear. Even if someone hoards many ancient gems, the moment the Dragon King is fully reborn, all remaining gems will vanish. But a human absorbing 3 ancient gems has never happened before, so it's hard to confirm what will happen in your case. Io fell into deep thought. Elder Medidana wondered why he was suddenly asking about this. Io hesitated before revealing his suspicion. There is someone. It seems there are people trying to resurrect the Dragon King. Elder Medidana's heart skipped a beat. Rurin immediately blurted out her thought. Could it be the ones who attacked the WF village? That's right. I saw a group of dragonkin attacking the place where I found the ancient gem in an organized manner. So I want to ask you to investigate that location. Medidana understood what he had to do. He also speculated, could the reason you've been absorbing ancient gems everywhere be that's right? If there really are people trying to resurrect the Dragon King, they will definitely target me. Because who knows, more ancient gems might appear where I am. The elder sighed suddenly. So you've been using yourself as bait? What a fool. After sighing, he got hit on his poor bald forehead. Don't talk nonsense. The one who struck was none other than his granddaughter, Rurin. The elder wondered. He was clearly the elder, but Rurin didn't think that was a concern. Goza is a misfortune. The master is helpless. I hope you will help me investigate. The next morning at Elena's house. These herbs should be enough for a short while. Why are you only showing up now? Serena suddenly appeared behind Elena, scaring the timid girl so much that she screamed. Why are you so jumpy? I felt like staying here a bit longer, so I did, Serena declared brazenly. Only then did Elena realize it was Serena. I heard Clone prepared a place for you, and finished the repairs too. Serena's expression darkened. Since that place is huge, and I'm still a patient, how dare you try to kick me out? You really are colder than I thought, Serena said, shamelessly flopping down onto the bed. No, that's not it. I didn't mean it like that. Aren't you feeling better now? Serena pulled Elena's arm. Do you know what? Elena fell onto Serena, who used her knee to catch her. Serena smirked. If you teach me that mana conversion thing, I might just help you with your treatment now and then. I am a dragonkin who remembers both favors and grudges after all. Well, I don't know about the favors part, but the two of you in that position, something's definitely up. It's not like that. Well, then Elena stammered endlessly. If all the food is vegetarian, how would you feel about that? Big sister, someone outside is watching you two and judging. Both of them were so lost in their own world, they didn't notice a thing. Anyway, let's go to the restaurant to eat later. Such a luxury. While everyone was having a good time, a pair of feet was running desperately. As Gozis was struggling to run away, a mocking voice sounded from behind. Pretty decent escape skills you've got there. Gozis stopped, looked over, and realized it was someone he knew. Sydney Gozis, is it? How should I deal with you, I wonder? Sydney said lazily, smoking a cigarette while leaning against the wall. As Gozis stood there panting in shock, Sydney casually listed a few of his failures. I ordered them to destroy the gate to the WF village, but you couldn't even get past that. After searching the human town, you got your weaknesses exposed by the black dragons. Tell me, what reason do I have to spare you? Sydney asked, his face darkening. Gozis hurried to defend himself, neck straining. Wait, this is actually a huge opportunity. Since it's come to this, that human Io has already absorbed all 3 ancient gems. If we capture him, won't our plan proceed smoothly? This news clearly excited Sydney. Makes sense, right? Gozis grinned as if he saw his life being saved right before his eyes, but Sydney quickly waved his hand. A gust of dragon wind slashed across his neck, and Gozis' eyes rolled back as he collapsed. That wasn't a good enough reason to spare your life. Back at the restaurant, someone had just finished a delicious meal and left. Io and Rurin were busy cleaning the dishes and pots. Rurin turned to him and asked, Are we staying open as usual today? I've already asked Elder Medidana to investigate, so we don't have anything urgent to do right now. Just then, someone looking for him shouted from outside. Nellen walked in carrying an orange rock, excitedly saying, I brought you a gift. Honestly, I'm not sure if it counts as a gift, but this is something I dug up while working in the mines. The seniors said that if I brought it to Io's restaurant, you'd probably love it. So, I brought it here. Io was genuinely delighted by the rock salt. Nellen, who brought it, didn't even know it was salt. Rurin quickly reached out to taste a bit. It's natural salt that has mineralized. Ah, so that's why the seniors said it would fit Io's restaurant. It makes me miss the old days. You said the old days? While the two men were chatting, Rurin let out a painful shriek because the salt was way too salty. She'd made the mistake of trying to snack on it. Io explained he was nostalgic for his time as a soldier. It was thanks to this rock salt that he managed to survive in the training camp. Traveling back in time, when Io first transmigrated to this world, he was dragged to that training camp. He was still dazed when the instructor demanded his name. Seeing him stand there like a blank slate, the instructor got so angry he slammed the table. But when Io said his name, it turned into some strange language. The instructor couldn't make out a word and sighed. What was that? Io? Elsa? How do you even pronounce your name? And come to think of it, you didn't even write down your hometown. The instructor thought Io was insane, so he decisively waved his hand. From now on, your name is Alison. Take this form to the counter next door and collect your basic supplies. Everything Io received back then was completely foreign to him. The red-hatted instructor saw him trembling, unable to lift the bag, and mocked him. Hey, you. Good grief. Can't you even lift that properly? And that wasn't all. Io was bullied by people he was meeting for the first time. In a tent with over a dozen people, they'd agreed to keep quiet while sleeping. But oh my god, there was every kind of snoring and sniffling imaginable. Io stared at the ceiling, wide awake, wishing that morning would never come. That was when he got homesick, pulling the blanket over his head, biting his lip, and crying for his mom. Yes, you heard that right. He really missed his mom. However, that wasn't even the most painful thing for Io. The thing that punched him in the mouth every single day was the food there. After training that left him feeling like he'd been dragged through mud, he'd get a bowl of food that looked worse than pig slop, making Io feel completely miserable. Like everyone else, he sat at the table, confused and wondering, what the hell is this? It had been 2 whole weeks of eating this, and he still couldn't understand how everyone else could eat it without any issues. Was he the only weird one? But honestly, the food had absolutely no flavor. He could handle everything else, but he couldn't stand the lack of iodine. Just a little bit of salt would make it taste so much better. Surely someone else must feel the same way he did. It couldn't just be his taste buds that were strange. While doubting his own palate, Io heard 2 nearby instructors complaining about the food. But generally, they were indifferent to what they ate. After a week or 2, the training became a bit easier to handle. He told himself that to open his restaurant and succeed, he first had to survive here. But Io eventually forgot that. Even as time passed, he could never get used to the constant torment of the 3 meals served every single day. So, he stood there blankly, wondering, is there no place to find salt? If only the ocean were nearby, damn it, I don't want to go back to the cafeteria ever again. While living through such miserable days, one day, an opportunity that could change everything arrived. It was during a magic lesson. Cheer up. Today, you're finally going to learn offensive magic. I am a 5th rank mage, the one with the spiky hair and curled mustache. Being a 5th rank mage, the old man acted very condescendingly. Normally, for new recruits like you, to hear the theory of my magic is already a miracle. But given the current situation, if you can learn this successfully, consider it your golden ticket to becoming an official Imperial Mage. Let's start by closing your eyes and focusing on your internal senses. You might be able to feel the flow of magic power around you. Rurin creates a green orb of energy, introducing it as magic power. This is the foundation of all magic. The effect of this magic circle is simple. It concentrates magic power into one spot. By applying other magic circles here, you can manipulate the attributes of the magic power. The power of any spell is determined by the perfection of the magic power, making it the most basic yet difficult magic. Io, the young man, listens to the lecture very attentively. For example, if you add a fire attribute here, Rurin demonstrates by creating a fireball with sheer skill and firing it at a training dummy, explaining that it becomes a basic attack spell, Fireball. So, who wants to try first? The soldiers use all their might to create a tiny spark, but it dies out before even reaching the target. Rurin scolds them furiously. Not strong enough. The fireball isn't holding its shape. Where are you aiming, huh? Open your eyes. How are you feeling the magic power? The magic power didn't activate correctly. Rurin keeps shouting relentlessly, but the soldiers just stand there like deer in headlights. He grits his teeth, thinking that even with the military shortage due to the war, he can't do anything with these amateurs. How can I let a bunch of people who have no potential use magic so carelessly? Only those chosen like me can use magic. Just as he is feeling smug, a blinding golden light shines forth. A fireball, as huge as a giant's head, is launched, incinerating the training props before exploding with a loud bang. The creator of that cannon-like blast is wide-eyed. The cliff behind it is so affected by the explosion that it collapses. Everyone there, including Io and Rurin, is stunned. How? How did you do that? Rurin grabs Io, agitated. Did I mishear? I just focused my magic power and fired the fireball like I was told, Io replies, appearing innocent and naive. How did you manage to concentrate your magic power like that? Aren't those plumes of smoke floating around just magic power? Io, who transmigrated here, is still dazed while learning everything from scratch, but his natural genius makes Rurin break into a cold sweat. It's like a slap in the face to his earlier arrogance. You can see the magic power in the air? Ah, well, the recruits seem to be able to sense an unusually high level of magic power this evening. What? Rurin is even more shocked by this than witnessing the explosion earlier. This is a rare case that sometimes occurs during magic potential testing. It's similar to how people living in high-altitude areas have developed strong lung capacity for breathing. People from places with sparse magic power often reveal high sensitivity. That said, this is the first time the black-capped instructor has seen it at such a masterclass level. I forgot to introduce him. This guy is the head instructor at the Venin Northern Training Camp. Rurin is so angry he slams the table. No, I had to teach myself magic too, but it's so strange for him to explain it so simply. Even if he has high sensitivity, he shouldn't be able to use such powerful magic right away. Humans are influenced by both environment and talent. It's not that his high sensitivity makes him a genius. Think of him as a genius who just happened to be born in a place with sparse magic power. I never considered him a genius. Given his performance, perhaps it would be better to delay his deployment to the front lines and send him for advanced magic training. Io, listening from outside the door, is visibly delighted. No one in their right mind would want to go to the battlefield. Just as he's listening, the door opens, startling him with no time to hide. Varanen warns him harshly, "Don't get cocky just because you managed to fire that fireball, you rookie. This training camp is funded by the taxes the citizens of the Empire work very hard to earn. Since you damaged it, you'd better restore it to its original state." Is this considered taking his anger out on a subordinate? Even though he feels it's unfair, Io still has to clean up the mess he caused. By evening, it's still not finished. He mutters to himself while sweeping, "I don't know how high a 5th-class mage is, but it seems pretty high." However, his heart is so narrow. Shouldn't he have praised the recruits if they received good evaluations? Io can't help but remember when he was in his old world. "Oh my! Our son passed the entrance exam for culinary school. Oh yes, the results were just announced. Oh my, that's such a surprise. Mom is so proud of you." Heh, I think it was just luck. It wasn't luck. It was your talent. I know it in my eyes. The food you make is the best in the world. Io collapses the moment he remembers this. A little praise wouldn't kill anyone, would it? Just as he is looking down at the ground, he notices some glowing orange-yellow stones. Io picks one up to examine it and realizes they are fragments from the cliff, but they have strange, sparkling edges. Thinking there's no way, he tastes one and is shocked enough to fall back onto the ground. It's rock salt. Is this really rock salt? Io immediately thinks about how to use it. The next morning, a motto is hanging in the cafeteria: "Eat with gratitude and do not leave leftovers." The soldiers groan at the thought of having to eat this food again, but today they have a big surprise. Wait, has the flavor changed? Really? I want to eat another bowl. Me too. The food tastes so good today. Io feels satisfied hearing this. So, even people as dull as them can notice this difference. Just adding a little salt changed the flavor this much. Io quietly resolves to keep improving the food here, little by little. Venin also asks his colleague, "Head instructor, did we change the chef?" The chef hasn't changed, but today's meal is actually quite good. The red-capped instructor guesses the food must have had salt added. Venin really wants to know where this change came from. Io had been working very hard, cooking through the night to improve the meals bit by bit. Of course, he couldn't avoid complaining at times. These people, they don't even bother washing the potatoes before cooking. Ugh, it's so dark in here. They probably just toss the vegetables into the pot without caring, so I'll prep them a little bit. Should I make some soup? Just like that, until his hands are covered. In cuts, Io sheds tears when he receives his meal. That's it. Do you guys understand now? This is the minimum standard for a military meal. This is exactly what Io was longing for. Ideally, he'd add some other spices or mushrooms, but he's not sure if the ingredients in this world are the same as back home, so this is enough. You can't ask for the moon. Just as he puts his spoon into his bowl of food, Io is called by name. Venin says with a dark expression, "Go see the instructor after you finish eating." You know exactly why, don't you? I had no idea what was going on. So, Leo went to meet the instructor, and things got incredibly tense between them. Venin stroked his chin and spoke up first. "Rookie, I heard you've been showing some extraordinary magical talent." Leo sullenly admitted that it was exactly as the instructor had heard. That's good news. Strengthening the soldier's combat power will provide a strategic advantage on the battlefield. However, there have been some unsettling rumors spreading in the kitchen lately. Leo felt a chill. He was feeling very nervous. Someone kept sneaking in during the night and leaving before the cooks started their shift. If he leaves the kitchen before 5 in the morning, there's no way to catch him. But if he is caught, he will face a severe punishment. Leo bit his lip, breaking into a cold sweat. Venin saw this and relaxed his expression, chuckling. "Ah, but that's not the reason I called you here. I called you here to congratulate you on your performance in magic training. Could you help me destroy this on your way out? These are my personal investigation results. You can use them if you want." "Ah yes, I understand." As the two of them held the scroll, Instructor Venin asked again, "You understand, rookie? If he leaves the kitchen before 5 in the morning, there's no way to catch him." Leo froze. That night, he built a fire in the woods, opened the scroll to look at it, and burst into laughter. Haha, so he knew everything all along. The fact that he said he could use it meant the scroll contained information about edible mushrooms and spices. It meant, learn to cook properly, don't you think? And so, with the instructor's silent approval, the meals became much more delicious and varied. Eventually, the northern training camp became famous for having the best food of all the camps. Even after I was discharged, the cooks passed down the recipes and maintained that reputation. Thinking back, it all started with that saltstone. It really is a nostalgic feeling. Nellen asked Leo if he was cooking that dish. Leo grinned broadly. That's right, that's exactly the flavor. The recipe is identical, so let's relive the old memories together. Rurin looked at the pot and asked, "Is this what you ate while you were in service?" "Yeah." For some reason, it felt like a student's meal. "Oh, I came here to give you a gift, but it seems I'm the one being treated." Rurin and Neelan, eating before, it was just enough to fill their stomachs. "Is this really the best meal at the training camp?" Rurin complained harshly. Even Leo, upon eating it again, felt the taste of nostalgia didn't seem as good as in his memories. Food really tastes different depending on the situation, doesn't it? Leo wondered if the old instructor could hear these words. How long had it been since he experienced these old memories again? Honestly, Leo didn't miss it that much. At the same time, in the forest, someone was constantly crying out for food. It was Elena, grumbling while lying on the table. "I need food." But where did she go? "Oh, I'm so hungry." While she was complaining, 2 children came by and asked, "Is Sister Elena here?" "My younger brother fell and got hurt." Serena told the 2 kids that Elena wasn't there. The girl then suggested that Serena treat her younger brother in Elena's place. Serena looked at the boy's scraped knee. "This is just a small scratch. It will heal on its own. Go home and get a bandage." The girl pouted, saying their parents were at work, and the boy kept crying. Serena clicked her tongue, struggling internally. Why do humans always annoy me so much? When Elena returned, the 2 kids were standing outside, chirping happily. "Thank you, sister. Thank you so much." Elena turned to the kids and immediately asked, "Oh, you 2, are you hurt?" "Ah, Sister Elena, we're okay now. The lady over there healed us." He. The new staff member seems very kind." "New staff member?" Elena was still bewildered when Serena stormed out. "Why are you only appearing now? Did you treat those children?" "Yeah, I can use simple healing magic, but only this once." Elena beamed. "Oh, Serena, you're really kind, aren't you?" Serena's face turned red as a monkey's bottom. She retorted immediately. What? Don't talk nonsense. You're mistaken. Where did you go anyway?" "I'm starving to death here. I went to the Lord's castle to check on a patient." "Oh, is it the person you mentioned earlier? The one in a coma?" "That's right. I heard it was due to poison, but it was so unusual that at first, they didn't even realize it was poison. It seems the Lord's brain has been severely damaged, so they've tried many different treatment methods, but there hasn't been any progress." "Brain damage from poison, huh?" Serena thought for a moment and said, "Now that I think about it, there is someone who knows a lot about that, a researcher of brains from another species." "What? Really?" Elena was extremely excited. Serena poured cold water on her enthusiasm, but it's been a long time, so I don't remember the name. Elena's face went blank and stiff. "I don't even know if that person is still alive, but I'll tell you if I remember later." "Yes, thank you." Just then, a blue bird flew to Elena's window. There was a note tied to its leg. Serena noticed it too and asked where it came from. Elena explained, "This bird only lives in the elf forest. It's a letter from my hometown. I haven't received any news from them until now." Reading the letter from home, Elena was more shocked than if she had encountered a natural disaster. "What's wrong? What does it say?" Elena trembled, sweat pouring down. "The elf forest. The forest is in danger of being destroyed by a dragonkin, and to avoid total annihilation, I have to become that dragonkin's bride." After Elena finished speaking, tears welled up in her eyes. "If they don't find a suitable bride, they will burn down the whole forest." Serena sighed. "What? Oh, I thought it was something serious. What should I do?" "I heard that marriage should be between people who love each other. At the very least, I should find out a bit about them first." "Hey, you idiot. Calm down. What they said about destroying everything if they don't get what they want is just a common threat from the dragon race. So, the elf forest is fine, at least for now." Elena finally stopped crying and asked Serena if this information was true. Serena pulled up a chair leisurely. "And what is there to be afraid of? I'm here, aren't I?" Serena radiated intense dominance. "If only it had been this easy when those 4 black dragons attacked me, it would have been less work. Lead me to the elf forest. I'll teach that arrogant dragonkin a lesson." Meanwhile, in the elf forest, the messenger bird had returned. Another elf saw it and said, "Lady Neria, it seems the letter has been delivered safely." What a relief. We couldn't be sure if the letter would make it out of the forest. Neria was the elder of the elf tribe. Although it might be abrupt to ask this, was the letter too detailed? Will Elena really return to her hometown in the face of the dragon race's threat? Neria trusts that Elena will return. She knows Elena has a very selfless heart, but even when she gets back, I'm not sure if she can solve the current problem. Elena can't even solve the problem right in front of us. Serena scowled and shouted, "Hey Elena, don't you trust me?" "Ugh, I was trying to look cool. Why did you bring them along?" "Gross. The restaurant is closed. What's this about Rurin? Do you have a problem with that?" "Elena, please, stay calm. It's not that I doubt your abilities, Serena. but I just want to be prepared for every situation. That's right. If we take her along and then return with holes in our backs again, Elena will be the one left to carry the burden. That's true. The three of them huddled together, not noticing how furious Serena was behind them. Ugh, that's only because they ganged up on me. Anyway, we're going to see what kind of person this suitor of Elena's is. Come on, stop teasing me. While the group is having fun, one person isn't so happy. Or to put it another way, he is losing his mind. Surrender now, or all of you will die. Finally, the whole group arrived at the elf forest, just at the edge. It's quite a distance without teleportation, and it's daytime now, isn't it? Yeah, let's fly. I'm sorry, there is a magical mechanism in the elf forest that disables teleportation. It's fine, I've experienced this before in the WF tribe's mines. Stop, stand still, or you will be shot. What business do you have in the elf forest? Those intruders. The team of elf archers was led by a very cool-looking girl. Elena hurriedly called out, Lilinia, lower your bow. It's me, Elena. These people are with you, Elena? I don't doubt you, but the others need to have their identities verified. You, the young man over there, tell me your race and why you have come here. Io made a sour face and said, I'm a human who came to support Elena. Io realized that the blue light that had just flickered was the eyes that could read minds, a trait unique to the elf tribe. Although he didn't think it would cause a major issue, it was still very important. Approved. Next, the red-haired woman standing near you. Tell me your race and your purpose. Serena was about to reveal her identity when Io cut in. Right, I forgot to tell you. My name is Io and I live in Greg City. I run a small restaurant and have great reviews. By the way, you should stop by for a meal sometime. Lilinia got angry. Hey, I wasn't asking you. I meant the red-haired woman next to you. Answer me. An elf wearing a mask rushed up to stop her and said something. Lilinia looked surprised upon receiving Neria's command. Very quickly, the order to stand down was given. Rurin glared at them. Their attitude makes me so mad. Try to hold it in a bit more. Everything is going smoothly. Lilinia apologized immediately. We apologize for not recognizing such distinguished guests. It was very disrespectful of us to act that way. Please come in. Chief Neria is waiting for you. Welcome to the elf forest. I apologize for what happened at the gate. When I first heard about that, I was extremely surprised that Elena knew Lord Alison. It must have been a long journey for all of you. Io thanked Neria for her hospitality. Elena noticed and was also surprised. Lord Alison and Chief Neria actually knew each other from before. No wonder they let the whole group inside so easily. Elena felt she shouldn't be surprised by things like this anymore, because what happened that day with the dragons was even more shocking than this. Neria said sadly, Elena, it must have been a difficult decision, yet you still came. I feel terrible for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders. Elena tremblingly asked if it was about the marriage. Serena chimed in again. By the way, what's up with that guy? What kind of idiot wants to marry her? Neria turned pale upon hearing Serena. What do you mean by idiot? He might hear you. He is a dragonkin, an almighty being. Rin radiated dark energy as she spoke up. Oh, give me a break. We are dragonkin too. Serena also joined in. Our mission here is to kick that noble creature's butt all the way to the moon. Neria froze, then winced. Sorry, I've got a headache. Anyway, about that matter, I was planning to talk about it. Elena also bowed her head. It's just a bit long-winded. Returning? Yes, they are also almighty beings. Neria suddenly felt a headache, her heart racing, her face turning pale. What? Meanwhile, that monster dragon is still causing trouble. Your life force is fading. Fine. The fat dragon was using his thick skin to breathe out smoke. Fine. If death is what you desire, I shall grant it to you. Damn it. This dragon is so ugly. He's an insult to the eyes. His name is Iramantium. He is a gold dragon who has received offerings from the elf tribe for generations. Neria recounted tremblingly, while Rurin gritted her teeth and cursed the dragon, calling him a jerk. For over 100 years, he had refused to accept the offerings. However, recently he started demanding that she find an elf to be his bride. Neria knelt on the ground telling the story, while Io told her to sit comfortably. Why does it have to be like that? Rin wondered. But why specifically Elena? There are plenty of other elves in the forest. At first, I tried to solve the problem myself. I intended to sacrifice myself for everyone, but at that time, the other elves had stopped her from doing so. Because Neria was the chief, after all. The elves kept crying, but Neria was determined to let the light of the party shine through her heart. Don't be sad. Sacrificing myself for the tribe is my honor, Chief Neria. Who would have thought that before even leaving the threshold, they heard the dragon's voice? Go back. Iramantium said one sentence that made Neria freeze. I don't like your hairstyle. Next, Neria thought she had misheard. Iramantium said again. Didn't you hear? I don't like you. Next. Next. Other elves also returned one by one with smiles on their faces after being rejected by the dragon. The whole tribe was in an uproar preparing the next candidate. But they would go and then return, until there were no candidates left. Neria cried out loud, he doesn't like anyone, and in the end, I had to ask for Elena. If that's the case, then I think I'll be rejected too. Rurin declared, if he dares to hurt you, stay calm and lead me to his lair. Serena seemed to be thinking quite a bit about that dragon. Suddenly, she exclaimed, that's it! Iramantium. I remember now. It's him, a dragonkin who studies the brains of other races. He can even heal the Lord of Greg. This information shocked the whole group. You mean Diane's father? Rin asked immediately. Then we don't need to chase him away. We need to capture him. Io agreed too. That's right. We can't let him get away. Just then, an elf rushed in shouting, reporting that Iramantium was heading this way. Neria guessed immediately that this guy must be furious because they hadn't sent another candidate yet. Hey, since you all are talking about capturing him, keep in mind he is extremely cautious and always avoids other dragonkin. Even though he's demanded tribute from us for generations, he's never once let anyone guard him. He'd always run off and abandon his lair the moment he sensed another dragonkin's energy nearby. So, it's highly likely he'll do it again. Serena immediately thought they needed something to catch this guy's attention. Io also agreed with this plan to lure him out so he wouldn't pay attention to anything else. And so, everyone looked at Elena. Elena, of course, was the one who had to suffer. Wait a minute, didn't everyone come here to do the exact opposite? Elena protested, but it was useless. Meanwhile, the vicious dragon was still stomping through the forest. The elves had been fighting until they were red in the face, calling for all squads to get here fast. Well, you wretched elves, you dare to insult me? This dragon with the pig-like nose was truly an eyesore. Iramantium was screaming while opening his maw, ready to breathe fire. Die in trembling and regret. Wait, my lord. Iramantium, Neria has appeared with the bride. I apologize for being late, since she is the most beautiful elf. In the tribe, it took some time to prepare. I am sure she will meet your standards once you see her, Neria said while removing the hood. Elena had become a beautiful, shy bride, stammering as she introduced herself. My name is Elena. Oh my god. The pig-like dragon was blushing furiously too. How gorgeous. You passed, you passed. Ha ha ha. He laughed like a maniac. Should have brought such a lady from the start, right? Amidst the boisterous laughter of an old dragon who finally got a beautiful wife, the three people in the middle distance were keeping a proper gap to observe everything. Io instructed, you guys, try to hide your presence. All right, I think he's head over heels for Elena now, Serena exclaimed. Get ready to catch him once he's far away from this place. And so, the whole group followed him back to his lair. Elena walked along, wondering why those three still weren't ready. Just then, Iramantium turned back and asked, your name is Elena, right? Elena replied, startled. Yes, my lord, Iramantium said. Don't call me that. The old dragon used his claws to pick up an outfit. It was a maid uniform. He blushed and demanded, from now on, call me master. With that formal style, heh. Elena took the outfit, wanting to cry, but had to tell herself, try to endure it. Everyone will surely save me soon. In the pitch-black cave, a soft voice spoke up. Ma, master. Iramantium answered with a dazed then turned to ask, Elena, what is it? I told you not to enter the research room. Elena, shyly wearing the maid outfit, said, isn't this research room a bit dirty? It looks very messy. Let me clean this place up for you. How is that, master? If you don't mind, please leave the room for a moment. Her pretty appearance had Iramantium feeling extremely excited. He shouted agitatedly, that's not it! That booming voice made Elena flinch back in fear, her voice trembling. What is it? Is it not like this? I'm sorry, master. Iramantium scolded angrily. You look too cheap, and stop apologizing to me all the time. Be confident. Follow my lead. He coldly raised his claws and said, oh, we aren't alone, are we? Just like my disgusting body. And even though I was cold at first, you'll gradually open up to my friendly personality. Elena made a disgruntled face and nodded. Yes, sir. Seeing that expression, he said delightedly, that's it. Exactly that expression. Iramantium put on an air of glare at me with that look, making Elena secretly feel terrified. This is so weird. They clearly said they should hide first. She quickly searched for Alison's group. Where on earth were they? But as she looked up, she saw 3 pairs of eyes intently watching. Serena whispered excitedly. Her face is turning red. Rin also whispered. He told her to stop apologizing. Their nosy behavior made her furious. She shot them a sharp glare. Suddenly, Elena shouted loudly, are you guys following me from that spot? Iramantium looked in the direction of her gaze, confused. What did you say? The three of them also gasped. We're exposed. Seeing Alison's group, Iramantium asked in a panic. What are you doing here? Do you know Elena? In an instant, the three of them were ready in combat positions. Alison coldly ordered to capture him. Iramantium turned and fled in terror, cursing furiously. Damn it, those guys aren't even dragonkin. Just as Iramantium was about to use teleportation to escape, he saw the magic shatter. He let out a confused sound. His escape teleportation magic had. Seeing the three people below preparing to attack, Iramantium shouted in frustration. Ugh, if that's the case, I can only make it as far as the cave entrance. Stay right there, you fools. But in a split second, he was bound by their magic and thrown to the side of the cave. Serena glared sharply and asked, Where did this scumbag think he was going to run off to? Iramantium stubbornly scolded, Let me go! How dare you bastards trespass in my private residence? At that moment, a murderous aura suddenly appeared behind Serena and Rurin, sending a chill down their spines. Elena asked with a dark face, Since when have you been following me? The two immediately denied it, saying, The teleportation magic set by this guy isn't just one or two types, you know. Exactly, because we already broke it. Alison, standing nearby, covered his mouth and nodded in agreement. There probably wasn't just one or two, right? Elena frowned at him and called out, Alison. He immediately shifted the blame to the others. Sorry. The dragonkin thought Elena's reaction would be interesting, so they told me to stay and watch a little longer. Serena angrily lunged at him, hitting him and scolding. Hey, you dare sell us out? You clearly said you wanted to see Elena's new outfit too. Rin also shouted angrily. You've got some nerve! Alison immediately retorted. What are you guys saying? Someone might misunderstand if they heard that. At this point, Elena suddenly blushed, asking shyly, Really? Do I look that good in this outfit? Alison quickly replied, No, they're just making that up. Seeing her demeanor made Serena quite curious. Meanwhile, Iramantium was muttering incessantly. Rurin curiously asked, What has he been mumbling about this whole time? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared around him, and he laughed loudly. You fools, you've made a mistake. Meanwhile, back at the elf forest, a voice called out, Lady Neria. After the call, the atmosphere went quiet for a few seconds. Lilinia hesitated and asked, Will Elena be okay? Neria reassured her gently. You don't need to worry. She said confidently, Elena has brought some truly amazing people along with her. Everyone suddenly gathered in one direction, piquing Neria's curiosity. As the two walked over to investigate, a blue orb suddenly appeared, hovering in midair. What in the world is that? Neria asked, puzzled. Right at that moment, the orb unexpectedly exploded. A wave of black smoke billowed out, and the sheer force of the blast left the pair terrified. Lylan quickly covered her nose and cried out, Lord Neria! But unfortunately, Neria had already inhaled the toxic gas, and her eyes suddenly grew hazy. Soon after, everyone in the tribe became dazed as well. Suddenly, they all drew their swords in unison, each of them unconsciously pointing their blades at themselves. From the edge of the cave, Iramantium laughed and warned, If you want to break the magic I've set, you'll need to check not just this place, but the entire elf forest as well. Release me, leave Elena behind, and get out of here now, he shouted. If you don't, you'll witness every elf in this forest taking their own lives. Everyone was struck dumb with horror at his words. Rurin looked toward the forest. Upon seeing that blue mist, she whispered that something seemed to be spreading throughout the woods. Her expression turned grim as she added, This is for real. It felt like a blade was pressing against her throat. Serena wondered aloud if high-ranking creatures were capable of such large-scale mind control. Hearing this, Iramantium answered confidently, I have been researching the brains of living creatures for 100 years. This level of control is child's play for me. His eyes welled up as he shouted in a voice filled with agony. This is the magic I perfected while gritting my teeth, watching countless bride candidates abandon me and run away. No one understands my pure love. Elena, do you want to be the one I use this magic on? At this point, Iramantium's sanity seemed to have vanished as he threatened her. Decide now, will you abandon the elf tribe? He became increasingly agitated. Or will you let those bastards leave and become my bride? Elena burst into tears, trying to stop him. Wait a second. I understand. I'll be your bride. So, suddenly, a massive surge of magic erupted as she cried, You don't have to do this! Alison solemnly placed a magic circle on the ground and said, Are you Iramantium? If this were pure love, you wouldn't be threatening people like this, nor would you need to force her. The magic circle suddenly appeared right over the elf forest. In an instant, a brilliant source of magic rained down directly onto every member of the tribe. As the magic took effect, It seemed their consciousnesses began to fight back against the compulsion. Neria's hand, which was holding the sword, began to tremble uncontrollably. After finishing, Alison smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone will be safe." Elena collapsed in relief and said, "Oh, thank goodness, thank you so much." She spoke with a voice that kept trembling. I'm truly so grateful." Iramantium looked at him in disbelief, asking, "How? What is the meaning of this?" Rin glared at him, cracked his knuckles, and said, "It seems this guy still hasn't been taught a proper lesson, has he?" Serena sighed in agreement. "That's right. First we have to beat him up. Elena, you're okay, right?" Elena burst into sobs, then looked at him with cold, hard eyes and replied, "Yes, he is the absolute worst dragonkin I have ever met in my life. I hate him." Yet, Iramantium was thrilled by the insults. It was a heartfelt condemnation mixed with genuine anger. So, Elena is right now. He cheered to himself, thinking it was wonderful, but immediately after, he was pelted with countless hits from Rin and Serena. That evening, after dealing with Iramantium, everyone returned to the elf forest. The tribespeople cheered and shouted, "Long live their saviors." They were eager to light a fire and celebrate their liberation. They threw a grand, lively party. Music played everywhere. As soon as she returned, Elena burst into tears and threw herself into Neria's arms. Meanwhile, Iramantium lay injured near the forest, watching them have fun. He wearily wondered to himself if he had really been trampled by a bunch of elves. Is this even okay? Inside the party, Serena looked at the food in front of her and hesitated, asking, "Is this what you call a party? It's nothing but grass." Rurin happily ate a piece of green and said, "It's pretty good, actually." Rurin handed a bottle of seasoning to Serena. She curiously asked what it was. Rin replied, "It's the sauce Maison gave us. If you mix it with the vegetables, it tastes even better." Serena immediately lunged for it. "If there's something good, share it with me. Were you planning on eating it all by yourself?" Rurin angrily snatched it back, saying, "Just go get some yourself, you idiot." At this moment, Neria stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Everyone, I don't know how to express the depth of my gratitude, but the elf tribe will never, ever forget this kindness. Thank you, you mighty ones." She softly continued, "You resolved the crisis and set us free. We were being controlled by magic." But Rurin replied while eating, "I think you're mistaken about something. We just happened to escape from that beggar. The one who actually freed you was Alison." Upon hearing that name, Neria was stunned. Serena laughed and said, "I thought you already knew Alison did it? We couldn't have controlled all the magic here on our own." Neria asked blankly, "What do you mean?" At that moment, at the banquet table, Alison was happily holding the sauce bottle, asking, "Who needs some salad dressing?" Everyone smiled and answered, "I'll have some." As he poured the sauce, he thought to himself, "I figured we'd need it for a meal, so I brought it along. Who knew I'd actually be right?" After eating, everyone happily discussed, "What is this sauce made of? This fresh flavor is amazing." But Alison quietly walked over to a statue, saying, "You should eat too." He looked at the statue and said, "It's been a long time. I'm really happy to see you." But only the silence of the air replied. Alison still spoke gently. "You look more like a statue than a living person." He suddenly remembered the old days when this person would suddenly walk up, shove him, and say, "Hey, back then, you were just a level 7 mercenary mage." While gnawing on a chicken leg, he forced a smile and asked, "What's the matter, you bastard?" That person shouted angrily, "How many times do I have to tell you?" Alison barked back, "What are you getting so worked up for?" Daron sat nearby, indifferently remarking, "Here we go again." That person was the elf hero. Rurin casually dumped his salad, saying, "I told you I don't eat grass. Isn't there any meat?" "Meat?" Alison glared at Rurin and asked, "You can't even digest meat, so why do you keep asking for it?" Rurin frankly admitted, "Your cooking is so good that I can actually digest it." Daron, sitting nearby, chimed in, "I think a war between the elves and the monsters would be more logical than this nonsense. Just fight already." Suddenly, the two of them turned and glared at him, shouting in unison, "What are you rambling about, huh?" Daron kept a straight face and pointed to the other side, saying, "I mean, both of you should stop bickering and look over there." When they saw a pack of monsters attacking the villagers, Daron realized immediately. "What on earth are you rambling about?" Daron snapped, his face darkening as he pointed to the other side. "I mean, you two need to stop fighting and look over there." When he saw a horde of monsters attacking the civilians, Daron instantly realized. He spoke up, "Those are the trolls." Alison looked at the people frantically running away and said, "The refugees are being attacked." Varen sighed in frustration and said, "Can't even eat in peace. Let's go." Just then, a poor villager was being held by a troll, who was about to put them in its mouth. The villager screamed in terror, "Don't eat me." Immediately after, a massive surge of power slammed into the creature's face, sending it reeling. That caused the rest of the trolls to charge in anger. They furiously bashed against the refugee's shield. A girl behind the shield started crying in fear, but suddenly, something appeared that left her completely bewildered. Huh? A man spotted Alison's group and shouted, "Look, those are the 3 heroes." The bearded man next to him exclaimed joyfully, "We're saved," Darren heroically declared. "From now on, you trolls are forbidden from killing, kidnapping, or attacking any other races. If you follow these rules, we will spare your lives. Otherwise, I have no choice but to annihilate all of you." Varen muttered from the side, "Hey, shouldn't you tell them they're allowed to counterattack if their lives are threatened?" Alison replied irritably, "Don't ruin the mood." Darren pointed at the trolls and yelled, "Whatever, just add that in. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now." Back in the present, Alison laid out the food and said, "I've been following that rule ever since. You must feel relieved, right?" He looked at the meat in front of him and continued, "Or maybe you don't want me to do that." Noticing someone approaching, Alison asked softly, "What do you think? Do you not resent me?" Hearing this, Neria slowly replied, "Sir Varen would not do that." Alison smiled and asked, "You think so?" He suddenly turned serious and asked, "Tell me, Neria, what do you really think?" Alison recalled the past and asked, 2 years ago, when I brought Varen back, did you resent me?" Back then, as soon as Neria saw Varen, her face had gone blank, as if she had lost a loved one. Shaking off that painful memory, Neria replied shakily, "Sir Varen took my hand and promised that." She burst into tears and said, "He promised that no matter what, he would return. You helped Sir Varen keep that promise, so how could I possibly resent you?" This time, Neria asked in turn, "Sir Alison, you saved the elf tribe today. Do you think Sir Varen contributed a small part to the immense power you displayed?" Hearing this, his hand pouring the wine paused for a moment. He calmed himself, finished pouring, and replied, "It wasn't just a small part. I owe Varen not just this power, but my entire life." Alison handed a glass of wine to Neria and said, "So, I am not the one who saved the elf tribe." He raised his glass and said, "Let's toast to the hero who reached out." Early the next morning, as the dawn began to break, a fresh, clear atmosphere filled the elf forest. Linnea bowed respectfully. "I want to thank you once again for saving the elf tribe. Thank you all." Rurin pointed to Iramantium and said, "Don't worry about this guy. He won't be able to return to his lair ever again." Elena looked at the elf villagers happily and said, "Everyone, I am so glad to see you all again after such a long time." Iramantium shouted in panic, "Where are you taking me?" Serena frowned and scolded, "Shut up. You'll know when we get there." Suddenly, Rurin spoke up, "Alison, your talk with the tribal leader yesterday was quite long." Alison asked, "Your hearing is pretty good. Did you listen to the whole thing?" Elena asked silently, "Did you talk to Lady Neria?" Rurin, walking beside them, said, "Come to think of it, she probably doesn't know you absorbed the ancient jewel." Alison said, "Hey, that's a secret from everyone else." Serena, Elena, and Iramantium were completely bewildered. "Huh? What?" Rurin ignored them and continued, "Serena and Elena already saw you absorb the ancient jewel." Iramantium, trailing behind, asked curiously, "He absorbed the ancient jewel?" Serena replied, "It's nothing strange. He's incredibly strong." Elena added in confusion, "That's right, it's not very surprising." Ahead of them, Alison nodded in realization. "Is that so?" he asked further. "Neria didn't notice, did she? Do you think she could have guessed it from what happened?" Rurin exclaimed, "Well, you did show off that kind of magic." Alison looked back at Iramantium and said, "Anyway, we came here to help Elena." Iramantium was still stunned, asking, "Did he really absorb the ancient jewel?" That evening, at a certain castle, a voice rang out, "I have received a gift I never expected." As the door opened, Diane rushed over excitedly, calling, "Master!" Alison walked in slowly and said, "Excuse me?" Diane Greca smiled and said, "It seems the restaurant was closed for a short while, but it's open again now." He said in surprise, "I'm very shocked to hear the news that Master arrived at my castle." Alison nodded in agreement. "Right, this is my first time officially visiting you." Upon entering, Alison looked around and asked, "Where are the others?" Meanwhile, Serena and Elena sat to the side chatting. "Will everything go smoothly?" "I don't know, but judging by his magic, he seems very skilled." Hearing his question, Diane Grek replied, "They are in the next room." He led him to his father's room. After introducing Alison, Bona Grek asked blankly, "Master? Dion? Is that a guest?" Dion Greki pointed to him and said proudly, "Ah, mother, this is the person who has helped me a lot." Alison spoke up, "My name is Alison." When she saw his face, Bona Greca suddenly thought of someone else. She shouted in shock. Bona Greca hurriedly ran over and asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Alison smiled and said, It seems you still remember me, my lady. He leaned down and whispered to Diane, she doesn't know I'm the one who destroyed that guy's castle, right? He replied with a forced smile, no one knows but me. It's so hard to explain. She grabbed his hand excitedly, saying, I have always wanted to find you to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me and Diane. Alison calmly pulled his hand away and said, my lady, there is no need to thank me yet. He turned serious and asked, there is still one person I haven't been able to save, right? The question left the mother and son of the Greki family completely bewildered. What? At that same moment, Rurin roughly dragged a man inside. Get in here, you idiot. The man bowed his head and said, I understand. Iramantium looked around and asked, so, who is the person I need to treat? Rurin kicked him and said, over there. Don't you dare do anything weird. He walked to Leidengrek's bed and asked, is this the person? Diangrek looked at him angrily and said, wait, I don't know who this guy is. But Alison patted his shoulder to reassure him. Just watch, it'll be fine. Iramantium gently touched the man's head and said, this person's brain has been severely damaged. I don't know who the culprit is, but they've crafted a truly lethal poison, Iramantium said in a low voice. Let's see. Then, he exhaled a breath toward him. Instantly, a magic circle appeared over Leidengreg. After a moment, he began to stir and wake up. Bona Grake called out emotionally. Count Dion Grake, eyes brimming with tears, cried out, Father! Leiden Grake. Grake looked at them with weak eyes and slowly spoke. Lady Dion. The moment they heard his voice, they were so moved they burst into tears. They rushed to hug him. Sir Leiden, Father! Alison watched them with a kind smile. He was suddenly reminded of his own mother. Remembering those days long ago, Alison had to hold back his emotions. As Rurin dispelled the magic on Iramantium, she warned him, if I hear anything strange about you, I won't let you off the hook again. He nodded. Understood. Alison approached and said, Rurin, let's go. She asked, confused. You healed the Count, but you're not staying for the reward? You said we had enough money already. He looked at the family reunion and said, and how could we possibly break up this moment? Finally, they left, leaving the space for the Greg family. It was late at night by the time they returned to the restaurant. Alison let out a sigh of relief as soon as they got back. Let's get some sleep after we finish prepping for tomorrow. Rurin agreed. Sure thing. He placed a coin on the magic circle on the table and muttered, someone's been stealing the beer. That's why we keep running out. Hearing this, Rurin jumped in surprise. He activated the coin and whispered to himself, come to think of it, this is my first summon since absorbing the ancient jewel. It feels a little less exhausting now. The coin on the table vibrated incessantly. A surge of black magical energy appeared, making Alison gasp in shock. He stared at the darkness before him, bewildered. What is that? That evening, in the middle of the night, a figure walked slowly down the road. Alison walked while yawning. So sleepy, I only prepped the ingredients, but it's already this late. Just then, a trembling voice echoed from the street corner. Please, I beg you. Seeing this, Alison shouted, Hey Rurin, what are you doing there? The girl turned to look at him with sharp, piercing eyes. She asked angrily, Rurin, what are you talking about? Beneath her feet lay a man beaten to a pulp. She looked at him and asked, who the hell are you? The question left Alison completely stunned. What? He looked around at the familiar street corner and let out a confused sound. Alison looked at the girl in front of him and wondered to himself, why is Rurin wearing a school uniform? Seeing he didn't answer, she shouted angrily, Hey, who are you? Alison held his head, wondering, why am I here? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. He remembered this was the exact place he was before he was isekai'd to the other world. Just then, a car appeared behind him. Returning to this place, Alison burst into tears. I've missed this so much. He whispered, I want to go back. At that moment, the car from before reached him. Suddenly, Rurin appeared and shook him awake. Alison, wake up! Alison looked at the girl in front of him and called out, Rurin? She saw the strange cars around them and screamed in shock. What is this? Rurin shouted in fear. Where are we? Alison woke up in a daze, asking, Huh? Is this not a dream? A girl passing by walked over, concerned. Excuse me, are you two okay? The kind girl took out her phone and asked, Are you hurt? Should I call 911? Rurin quickly spoke up. What's 911? But before she could finish, Alison stopped her. We're fine, we aren't hurt. Alison yelled. Sorry, everyone. He then grabbed Rurin and ran off. The girl stared at their retreating figures, confused. What strange outfits. Alison took Rurin to a safe place and immediately introduced her to the area. Hearing this, Rurin shouted in shock. What? This is your hometown? She looked around curiously and said, No wonder. It looks so strange. There are things like iron carriages and skyscrapers. Alison replied calmly. It's been a long time for me too, but it looks pretty interesting. His eyes turned somber, and he spoke in a gentle voice. I never. He gazed at the beautiful city and continued. Thought I'd ever be able to come back here. Rurin looked around, intrigued. She asked, if this is your hometown, you must know it really well, right? Where are we exactly? Alison replied, well, let's see. He remembered the girl from before and thought, that thing I saw earlier, that was definitely a mobile phone, right? It looked like a new model. Alison looked up at the towering buildings and thought, with buildings and vehicles this different, time must have passed just like in the other world over 15 years. A thought flashed through his mind, but after observing carefully, he felt suspicious. Even if the buildings have changed, the road structure should be the same. Perhaps if he compared the locations of the intersections and highways with his memories from 15 years ago, he naively scratched his head and replied, I don't actually know where we are either, Rurin said in shock. You said this was your hometown. Alison comforted her. Don't worry too much. He remembered someone and said, I know where we can go. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket, pulled something out, and said, luckily. Holding a gold coin in his hand, Alison said confidently, we don't have to worry about money. The next morning, back in the other world, at the horse farm, Lin Tae saw Minun and Men approaching and greeted them, good morning, seniors. Men smiled and replied, you two are early. Minun stepped forward to open the farm gate and said, it's still a bit chilly this morning. Men agreed, that's right. If you hadn't rebuilt the stables, we would have been in real trouble. Just then, Lin Tae walked over and said, it looks like the restaurant is opening a bit late today. It's pitch black inside. He asked in surprise. Really? Men asked suspiciously. He's not the type to sleep in, is he? Meanwhile, in the current world, Alison had taken Rurin to get a change of clothes. Rurin looked at the strange garments with interest and said, so these are the clothes from your world? He replied, yeah. The outfits we were wearing earlier were attracting too much attention. He sighed, thinking he couldn't get as much money for the gold as he had hoped. Earlier, Alison had walked into a pawn shop. The owner looked at the coin and said, this is pure gold. He smiled and said, it can be exchanged for 4 million. He continued, if I could see some identification, I'd pay you in cash. Rurin asked, confused, what's that again? Hearing this, he asked, identification? Then what about this? Alison looked at the stack of cash he'd just received and couldn't help but check it. I finally had to settle for selling it at half price, on the condition that he wouldn't ask for my ID. Wait, since when did they have 500,001 bills? Suddenly, Rurin rubbed her stomach and asked, aren't you hungry? Alison put the money in his backpack and asked her what she wanted to eat. Ison hurried to look for a place to eat. Is there any good restaurant around here? When he saw a restaurant, he got all excited. A Chinese restaurant? Yes, Jjajangmyeon is always the best choice. He told her, let's eat there. Rurin excitedly asked, what are we eating? When they went inside and tried the jjajangmyeon, Rurin was amazed. She smiled happily and said, it's so good, Alison. This is delicious. Rurin said naively, you should eat too. But when he looked at the price, Alison just froze. He cried out in agony, is it only the clothes that are expensive here? He continued sadly, in my time, jjajangmyeon was only 4,001. Rurin said helplessly, you sound like some old dragon. Finally, Ison decided to close the menu and said, all right, why save money now? Rurin, next we'll get some rice cakes and intestines too. We're going to eat everything we want, Rurin excitedly asked. Everything I want to eat? Then don't regret saying that. The two of them happily ate and played around. Drink this, he said. Ah, it's spicy. I think I almost used a black dragon's fire breath. When the shaved ice was served, he smiled and warned, you'll get a brain freeze if you don't eat it slowly. Rurin said happily, it's so sweet. I love this. Absolutely delicious. After eating at the restaurant, the two went out to eat at street food stalls. Rurin quickly took a huge bite. So hot. Alison held the food and introduced it. It's called tateok boki. Rurin excitedly pulled him to another spot and said, Alison, this too. Alison looked at the sign and hesitated. They don't have food here. Back in the other world, at Alison's restaurant, Serena pounded on the door and shouted, hey, Alison! When there was no response, she asked angrily, where did they go? Serena said irritably, their day off ended yesterday. Elena clutched her stomach in misery and said, I'm so hungry. We're definitely going to starve to death. He looked at Men and asked, Men, did you hear them say anything? They never go anywhere without letting us know. Men sighed and replied, I'm not sure. We're just as confused. Culistomers kept coming and leaving in anger. Are they taking more time off? I came here for nothing. I'm not even sure if the food is good. Men looked at the departing customers and thought miserably, this is a huge problem. We don't even know when they'll be back. If regular customers keep leaving, it will really damage the restaurant's reputation. Minin asked anxiously. Did something happen to them? Men sighed and replied, I suspect so, but even the Baroners listened to them. Rurin spoke up and suggested, why don't we do this? He said, all 3 of our meals are cooked by the manager, right? And everyone knows how good the food at this restaurant tastes. Rurin made a bold suggestion. Since all the ingredients were in the kitchen, why don't we run the restaurant while he's away? Men and Minen asked blankly, what? Back to Alison's side. After a long day, he said wearily, I don't think I can eat another bite. Rurin happily rubbed her stomach and said, I'm full, so full. I've eaten everything at this place. Alison smiled and said, I'm glad you liked it. While riding the train, Rurin asked curiously, what is this? A bigger iron carriage? He replied. It's called a train. Since our destination is quite far, we have to use this. If we use teleportation, it would cause a stir. Rurin looked at the beauty outside and said, we're going, she asked seriously. To see your mother, right? Alison was a bit surprised. He smiled and asked, you knew? Rurin replied, how could I not notice when you look so excited? Suddenly, the sight in front of her made Rurin open her eyes wide, as the sky was already dyed in orange as the sun was setting. She took a deep breath and smiled excitedly. Your hometown is quite beautiful, isn't it? The peaceful image before her made Rurin exclaim, I love it. Unlike Rurin's eagerness, he seemed much more quiet. His gaze became distant. He pondered for a long time and then called out, Rurin? She asked wonderingly, huh? What's wrong? Alison looked straight at her and asked, what would you say if I asked if we could stay here? His voice hesitated. If we could live here forever and never go back? His question made her gasp in surprise. On that train, he hesitated to continue. I've been thinking about that since I arrived in this world. The peaceful scenery outside made him say, now I'm here. The ancient gem no longer exists in that world, and the threat from the Dragon King has disappeared, right? His eyes suddenly became sadder, and he said, that's why I'm wondering. After a moment of reflection, Alison said, what would it be like if we started a new life here? Hearing that, Rurin fell into deep thought and unconsciously started drawing circles on the train window. When he didn't get an answer, Alison said nervously, of course, you don't have to answer right now. I surprised you, right? Realizing he might have been impolite, he said shyly, just take your time and tell me after you've decided. Suddenly, Rurin called out to him. She asked in a low voice, if I refuse, will you give up your life here and go back with me? You don't have any intention of living here, do you? Back in the old days, when they were in the forest with Varen and Darren, while Varen was fast asleep, he was secretly drawing a magic circle. Vern woke up groggily and asked, Alison, what are you doing? At this point, Ison's body was so exhausted that he was shaking all over. He slowly replied, I've finally succeeded. He weakly touched the magic circle in front of him and commanded, take me home, take me. Varen was shocked, rushed over to grab him by the collar, held him tight, and scolded, oh my god, this jerk is doing it again. Varen turned to Darren and ordered, stop him, now. Alison struggled and shouted, let me go. At this point, Darren couldn't help but scold him angrily. That thing will close very quickly. Do you want to lose a finger? Hearing that, terrified, he decided to test it with a piece of paper first, saying, I understand. Now let me go. As soon as the paper was inserted, an explosion occurred, and the powerful blast spread throughout the forest. After the earthquake, the magic circle slowly faded away. Alison lay down, gasping for air. Seeing that, Varen shouted angrily, Alison, I told you to give up this spell. This is a problem that even your magic can't solve. Varen warned. Now you won't be able to use magic for a few weeks. At this moment, he suddenly asked, Darren, are you going to head back to the mines after the war is over? He slowly sat up and asked, while he would be returning to the elf forest. Your fiancé is waiting for you to come back, right? Varen nodded in agreement. That's right. Hearing this, he said sorrowfully, and what about me? He burst into tears and asked, where am I supposed to go now? His trembling voice echoed throughout the forest. Who's there? Please, answer me. When this is all over, where the hell am I supposed to go? Back in reality, those painful memories made him drift into deep thought. Finally, he replied, have I ever abandoned you? Hearing that, Rurin's eyes lit up. She smiled excitedly and said, you wouldn't do that, right? After that, Alison made a decision. Let's go to my place first. Rurin happily agreed. Good, let's head to your nest. Meanwhile, in the other world, customers excitedly asked each other, did you hear that the restaurant is open again? The other replied skeptically, but isn't the owner away? The two glanced at the restaurant in front of them and discussed it. I think so too. Probably not. Let's come back next time then. Inside the restaurant, Everyone was busy preparing food. Clow looked at the thinly sliced meat in front of him and asked curiously, "Is this enough meat?" Seeing the beautifully cut meat, men praised him. "Your work experience is really paying off." Lin looked at the pile of meat and excitedly said it was perfect. Then he quickly bent down to look for something. Now all that was left was to grill it. "Ugh, where did I put the wood?" At this moment Minen spoke up. "I thought you did everything using magic?" Lin stuttered. "Magic?" Minen replied casually. "That's right, magic." Having said that, the two of them turned to look at Elena simultaneously. Elena quickly understood what they meant. She immediately created a flame with magic, but the fire she conjured was tiny. Elena said shyly, "I only learned this for when I go camping." Lin muttered, "Too small." Suddenly, Serena infused more magic into it and said, "Burn!" The flame instantly flared up, blazing brightly. Serena said confidently, "Don't worry about the fire, just focus on the cooking." Seeing the massive flame, Lin thought to himself, "I don't know who she is, but the problem is solved." Once the issue was settled, Minen immediately put on an apron and said, "Great, the ingredients are ready, you can start cooking now. Let's open the restaurant." The first customer walked in, but the first dish served was burnt to a crisp. The customer looked at it and was speechless. He calmly said, "Listen, I'm a miner, you know? This is basically coal. I see this stuff at my workplace. So, why are you guys feeding me this?" Mutt said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, we'll remake it." The customer asked suspiciously, "That's strange. Are you feeding me coal because I'm a miner?" Inside the kitchen, Luann held a spice jar and looked at the plate of vegetables, asking, "Should I sprinkle some of this on?" Minen asked anxiously, "What is that?" Before she could finish her sentence, he had already sprinkled it on. When the dish was served, the customer immediately spat it out. "What the hell is this? Isn't this supposed to have a light flavor? Why is it so salty?" Men immediately grabbed a jar of sugar. He asked Clone, "That's salt, right?" Clone replied naively, "I think so." After it was reseasoned, the customer tried eating again. He spat it out once more. "Why is it so sweet?" Then followed a barrage of other complaints. "Remake it. Call the owner out here. I want a refund." Lin was restless inside. What should I do? If this keeps up, the restaurant will go bankrupt before the owner gets back. He fearfully looked at the roaring fire in front of him, thinking he had to manage the fire first. As soon as he put the meat on, it burned black instantly. Lin looked over at Serena's enthusiastic expression as she conjured fire and whispered in fear, "But I don't think she has any intention of lowering the heat. How is the meat supposed to cook if it's not grilled properly?" Lin panicked and whispered, "If I pour water on it, we won't be able to cook at all." Suddenly, he looked at the pot of soup nearby and said, "Wait, maybe I can do this." At the same time, in the real world, that night, Alison and Rurin were strolling down a wide street. Rurin called out, "Hey," and asked curiously, "We haven't gotten lost since we arrived, right?" Alison replied confidently, "Of course not." He glanced at the surrounding buildings and said, "Even though the buildings have changed, there are things that haven't. Even after 15 or 30 years, I wouldn't get lost in my own hometown." The two kept walking and chatting. At one point, Alison pensively looked at a familiar road. "I remember this place, so many memories of home." Finally, the two of them arrived at a familiar apartment complex. He smiled happily as he looked up at that room, the place he could finally return to. Alison whispered, "I'm home." The two immediately went up to his mother's apartment. Standing in front of the door, he nervously raised his hand and knocked lightly a few times. Seeing Alison's relieved expression, Rurin playfully teased him, "You're nervous." Her voice made him startle as he suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Now that I think about it, Rurin, what should I introduce you as?" She replied casually, "Shouldn't you tell her the truth? About me being a dragonkin?" Alison scratched his head and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Deep down, he couldn't help but feel anxious. She'll still recognize me, right? Even though 15 years have passed, my hairstyle is still the same. He called out, "Mom, it's me." But there was no response at all. A heavy silence enveloped the two. Rurin said hesitantly, "It's really quiet here." Alison asked, "Is she sleeping? Let me try calling again." But just then, the door next to them slowly opened. "Mrs. Dong Hoa's neighbor asked, 'Who are you?' I'm sorry." But when she saw Alison, she wondered, "I've never met this person. Did he just move in?" He replied shyly, "I'm sorry. I'm here to visit my mother who lives in room 604. Mrs. Dong Hoa's neighbor glanced at that room and blurted out, "Oh my God." She stared wide-eyed and asked, "You're Mrs. Dong Hoa's son?" Alison replied excitedly, "That's right, I'm her son." He quickly asked, "Do you know where my mother is?" The woman replied hesitantly, "She doesn't live here anymore. Could you follow me for a moment?" A while later, on the way, the woman explained that when she moved in last year, she got to know his mother because She was busy with work and only ate instant noodles. After that, his mother started making some side dishes for her. That's how they became close. She looked over and continued. When we ate, she would always talk about her son. She said he was about my age, and now I see she was right. Mrs. Donghoa's neighbor introduced herself. And by the way, I'm a writer, even though I'm not that famous yet. Suddenly, he interrupted. I'm sorry, but he looked at the strange road ahead and asked, where are we going? The girl paused for a moment and then said, Donghoa missed you so much. I tried to convince her to go and distribute the flyers, but she refused. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. The girl asked, why? She led him to the grave, her eyes welling up with tears as she asked, why did you choose to come back now? Her voice trembled as she reproached him. You should have come back 2 years earlier, shouldn't you? Donghoa's neighbor took a drink out of her bag and said, she had been battling stomach cancer even before we met. She slowly set the bottle down, her voice shaking as she recounted. She had to have surgery to remove her stomach, so she couldn't eat or drink. She said she loved watching others eat well, so she took such good care of me. As she said this, tears fell uncontrollably. She explained that 3 years ago, the cancer returned and she had to be hospitalized. Then, looking at the grave in front of him, Alison's eyes immediately blurred, his heart filled with pain. Why hadn't he been reunited with his mother? Memories of her kept flooding his mind. Images of her smiling and asking him, are you hungry? Sit down, dear. That gentle voice, and those words of care, the meals his mother cooked, would likely only remain in his memories now. Alison sobbed, whispering to himself that he never expected things to turn out like this. The girl wiped her tears and spoke up. Honestly, she said, I don't care what you did. It's already too late. She said sadly that even if he explained, she couldn't come back. Then, she reached into her bag and took something out. She handed him an old letter, saying, this is the letter she left behind. After handing it over, she turned and left. Before leaving, she asked if it was true that she said it had fallen into her house. You wrote it, right? She thought you might come to retrieve it, so she wrote her reply right underneath. Alison slowly gave a soft in response. She spoke up angrily. It seems like you didn't even think about coming to get it back. As soon as she left, he slowly opened the letter. Reading the contents, his eyes turned melancholy. Rurin spoke up hesitantly. This paper, it's from the Ruben Empire. She asked if this letter was really from him. The lines of confession in the letter cut into his heart. Mom, you wouldn't believe it, but I'm in another world. Everything here is so different from our world. I'm telling the truth. Having finished reading those lines, he collapsed in pain and said, the magic is unstable, but I wanted to send my mother a letter. Even if I can't return, I still want you to know that I am doing well. I wrote everything, from becoming a 9th-level Grand Mage to my plans to open a restaurant. He gritted his teeth, trembling, and said, but even though I had a way to send the letter, I gave up early because I thought there was no way to receive a reply. Alison shed tears of agony, his voice breaking as he spoke. But here, Mom replied, go ahead and open that restaurant. You've become a Grand Mage, have you? If you open the restaurant, remember to invite me. I love you. Alison wept, blaming himself. How could I be so stupid? He blamed himself heavily. After I obtained the dragon heart and could use summoning magic, why didn't I think about retrieving this letter? His broken voice continued. Why didn't I try to send more letters? If I had, maybe I wouldn't regret this so much. Rurin slowly embraced him and comforted him. The next morning, at Ison's restaurant, customers arrived in crowds. After eating, the guests happily praised the food. It's delicious. Give me another plate. Men laughed and looked at Lin Tae, saying, that's great. The dish is good. Lin Tae replied, the fire was too strong, so I thought of a way to keep it from burning. Then I saw this pot. Lin Tae said, I thought, why not cook the pork belly and turn it into a dish? Serena looked at the result in front of her and laughed out loud. It's all thanks to my fire. Elena also happily said, I helped a little too. Suddenly, M pondered and said, now we don't need to worry about customers anymore. We're just waiting for the manager to return. Early the next morning, in the real world, under the trees rustling in the gentle breeze, Rurin sat quietly beside Alison. She just watched him in silence as a form of quiet comfort. Finally, Rurin gently picked a leaf off his head and said, Alison, you should eat something. Think of your health. Alison interrupted, saying, I'm sorry, Rurin, I lied earlier. Ison said, if you told me you didn't want to stay here, I wouldn't go back to that world with you. The words made Rurin widen her eyes in shock. Alison said with a trembling voice, it's been 15 years, and Mom only had me. No matter what you say, I'm staying here, he said sadly. Now I have nothing left. Rurin grabbed his arm and asked, do you think so? She asked seriously, do you really think you have nothing left? Rurin gently stroked his hand and said, "When you got on that so-called ship, you asked me how I would feel if this place became our new home?" She used her hands to warm him and slowly said, "I didn't even intend to refuse your proposal, and leaving you here to go back alone, that's completely impossible." Rurin said warmly, "If you want, I will be here with you forever." Suddenly, she thought of something and spoke, but Rurin paused for a moment and slowly asked, "What about the people at the restaurant?" Meanwhile, in the other world, at the Grake family's manor, Grake asked in surprise, "Really? The mage isn't at the restaurant?" The subordinate nodded and replied, "Yes, I only saw the others." Bona Greg was panicked. How could that be? At this moment, Leiden Greg spoke up. "Can I not express my gratitude to him? Where is he? Prepare quickly. I must visit that restaurant." At the DF clan, the red-haired man kicked the door open and asked, "Goza, have you heard?" The man said hastily, "Alison has suddenly disappeared." Contrary to that anxiety, Goza replied calmly, "You're worrying too much. The things we need to care about are the construction deadline and the quality of the nest. Only these two things." The red-haired man fumbled with his excuse. "Sorry, I'll go get to work right away." After he stepped out of the room, Goza looked up at the ceiling and wondered, "Alison isn't the type to abandon us, don't you think?" Duran, in the real world, Rurin stood up and said, "Everyone is waiting for you. Humans, dwarves, elves, even dragons might be knocking on the restaurant door." She countered, "There's nothing left? That sentence you said is so meaningless." Rurin asked gently, "Are 15 years there not enough reason for you to return?" Ison listened, paused for a moment, then replied, "The sentence is in the letter I wrote." He asked weakly, "Do you think Mom believed it?" Rurin smiled and replied, "Of course. I've never seen any parent doubt their children." She eagerly pulled him up, standing and saying, "Let's go back, to the place where we belong." At this moment, on the wide street, crowds were bustling back and forth. Donghoa's neighbor was worrying and thinking, "It's been 2 days since then, but still no signs of anything. Maybe I was too harsh?" She muttered to herself in frustration. "No way. Alison has been through so much. Yet he wrote nonsense like becoming a ninth circle grand mage in that letter. It's unforgivable." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Excuse me." Alison appeared out of nowhere, smiling as she handed a money bag to her, telling her to take it. She panicked, took it, and asked, "Where did you come from? And what's with this outfit?" Alison replied, "I was recharging mana to summon this. Mana is so scarce here, it took a long time." She sighed and said, "What? Are you still doing that weird stuff?" But when she looked inside the bag, it was full of gold. Alison said, "It's not much, but I hope you accept it." She gasped in confusion. Alison created a spatial rift and said, "We're heading back to the restaurant. Someone is waiting for me." He stepped into the rift and vanished right before her eyes, leaving only his voice echoing behind. "Thank you for looking after my mother's grave." The sight before her left the girl completely stunned. She suddenly remembered the time she spent caring for Alison's mother. She asked worriedly, "Alison, do you feel better?" She replied weakly, "A bit better." Suddenly, she said, "There's a restaurant I really want to go to." She asked excitedly, "Really? I'm just glad you want to eat something." She asked eagerly, "Where is that restaurant?" She smiled and replied, "It's very far away, but I'm sure it's open now." She imagined the place and said, "The restaurant of the Ninth Circle Grand Mage." At this, she gasped and slumped down, saying, Is that for real?" The people around them were just as startled, wondering, "What's going on?" When they saw the traces left by spatial magic, she slowly spoke, "It's true." Only then did she truly believe those words. He really was a Ninth Circle Grand Mage. In a remote, mountainous region, a gentle breeze blew, and a voice sighed. "Feels like it's been ages." Alison gazed at the majestic mountains before him and said, "This place is way too far from the restaurant, isn't it?" Hearing this, Rurin immediately opened a portal and said, "I can lead us back to the restaurant." But Alison raised a hand to stop her. "Wait a second." Suddenly, Alison created a massive spatial rift. Rurin touched it in astonishment, her voice full of shock. "Huh? It's just like spatial magic." As soon as Rurin stepped inside, she demanded angrily, "You have to teach me!" Alison replied bluntly, "Huh? Didn't you say you didn't want to learn?" She immediately retorted, "Because all the other dragons know how." After stepping through the spatial rift, he chuckled helplessly and said, "Anyway, the regular customers at the restaurant must be annoyed, right? The farm workers too. I've been gone for days without saying a word." Rurin turned and replied, "I doubt there will be many people at the restaurant." However, a noisy commotion in front of them made her gasp in surprise. In front of the massive statue by the restaurant, a crowd had gathered, chatting loudly. The statue made everyone marvel. "It's absolutely amazing. The hero's statue." Witnessing this, Alison asked blankly, We didn't come to the wrong place, did we? Rurin looked just as stunned as he did. What is this? Inside the restaurant, Lin-Tae was telling the story emotionally. Everyone, do you know who saved Lord Dian Gregg? That's right. Lin-Tae cried out with pride. It was the owner of this restaurant, Mr. Alison. The customers below were so moved by the story they were tearing up. Oh, what a respectable man. I can't believe it. Taking this opportunity, Lin-Tae brought out a dish and promoted it. And this is the very dish that cured the Lord back then. Why don't you try a bite to regain your strength? Immediately, everyone was eager to try it. I want to eat that first. I have money right here. At that same moment, Alison walked in and stared at Lin-Tae, making him shudder down his spine. Seeing him, Lin-Tae fell over in a panic and screamed, Alison. He spoke in a cold, commanding tone. Explain this to me right now. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It was my idea. A moment later, Alison sat at a table and tried the special dish. However, Lin-Tae looked miserable. Alison thought to himself while eating, just putting meat in boiling water isn't enough to make it taste good. Perhaps this work suits him better than farming. Once finished, he stood up to address the mistake. Well, I'm at fault this time, so I won't blame you. Alison stepped out, pointed at the statue, and asked helplessly, But what the heck is that statue? Leidengrake replied excitedly, Oh, that's a statue built to honor your achievements. Don't worry, the Lord's castle will cover the costs. Alison looked confused. No, I'm not worried about that. What achievements are you talking about? But he just laughed and told him he was being too humble. Leidengrake gently recounted that long ago, he heard stories of a legendary warrior during the Dragon War. A powerful figure appeared in his mind, and he said emotionally, he didn't take orders from his superiors, but ran around helping everyone. He was a skilled mage, but the worst soldier. The next thing he said made Alison freeze immediately. From what I heard, his name was Alison. Leidengrake looked him in the eye and asked, Even though this isn't a story everyone knows, if I told you that Gregtown was one of the villages you saved, would you believe it? He reminisced about that day and recounted the day the dragon rampaged into the castle. Leidengrake said confidently, The moment you entered my room, I guessed your identity. Hearing this, Alison sighed and admitted, I didn't think you were conscious at the time. A melancholy look appeared in his eyes as he said, You saved this city and my family. I will do anything to help you, so I will use all my strength to support you. When he finished, he asked, Do you understand now? Hearing that, Alison chuckled softly, then coldly used magic to attack the statue and said indifferently, No, I don't. In an instant, the heroic statue was completely destroyed. After destroying it, Alison said quietly, I don't want people mentioning other things when they judge my restaurant. Seeing this, it was Leidengrake's turn to be speechless. He laughed awkwardly, then said, All right, maybe the statue was a bit much. Haha, I went a bit overboard. Alison looked at him with a dark expression and asked, Can you also deal with the rumors that my food cures illnesses? Leidengrake replied, flustered, Of course, I will explain the truth to everyone. The next morning, a beautiful day arrived. At a certain academy, two female students suddenly collided. The two girls scrambled to pick up their books and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. The girl who had been bumped into, using magic to lift the book for her, he asked with concern, I'm fine. Are you hurt? Marin looked at the book and exclaimed, Are you studying magic? Good luck, but be careful when practicing indoors, okay? The brown-haired girl shyly took the book and said, Thank you, miss. After Marin left, the brown-haired girl blushed and blurted out, Marin actually talked to me. The blonde girl beside her giggled excitedly. She's so amazing. Did you see her magic speed? I didn't even notice it. The two girls kept chatting enthusiastically. The rumors about her must be fake, right? I don't believe them at all. Marin hadn't gone far, and upon hearing those words, she jumped in surprise. The girl continued, There's no way Marin was kidnapped, tied up, and crying. Who could have spread such ridiculous rumors? The words made Marin shudder. She moodily whispered to herself, That's right. I wish those things were just rumors. Marin walked while thinking, Once I find the person who did that. Suddenly, as she approached a room, she stopped in her tracks. Marin gloomily peered inside and whispered, There's someone in there. Her eyes darkened as she felt exhausted, thinking, Only Duke Tamaran is allowed in my room without permission. But the Duke isn't home right now. The image of Rin's devilish face flashed through her mind. So, it must be. Just as she walked in, Leidengrake sat inside and said cheerfully, Marin, you're finally here. She suddenly screamed, I'll go with you. Marin cried and pleaded, So please, don't tie me up and drag me away again this time. The rumors about that have already spread across the city. Can you be a little gentle this time? Leidengrake looked at her, bewildered, holding his teacup. He asked nervously, his voice trembling, Marin, what on earth are you talking about? Upon realizing the person inside was Leon, Marin felt a bit embarrassed by her earlier reaction. After a while, they sat down to talk calmly. Marin broke the awkward silence. Crime in Desran City is on the rise and will surely affect neighboring cities, she continued. Personnel have been deployed to handle the situation, but there have been quite a few problems. Leiden Grake gave a hum in response. Marin, it's good that you're aware. He looked at her flushed face and asked, Then why won't you look up? I can't hear a word you're saying. Marin bowed her head and asked, Why didn't you tell me you were coming to visit? Leon promised, I won't tell anyone. Suddenly, he asked seriously, Deathran is currently in a critical state, isn't it? How many of the deployed personnel have already died? Finally, Marin looked up and replied, 3. Leiden Greek asked in surprise, In such a short time? Does no one else want to go? Hearing this, she nominated herself. Can I go instead? Leiden Greek refused. No, if a stubborn person like you goes, they will just run away. He suddenly pulled a vial of medicine from his coat and said, Then we wouldn't be able to find out who made this poison. Marin lowered her head again and said, But we don't have enough personnel to deploy to Desran in this situation. Suddenly, Leiden Great gave a strange smile and said, However, there is one person. An image of that person appeared in his mind, and he added, Although he looks like an ordinary person on the outside, he is actually a monster. Upon hearing this, Marin realized who he meant. Are you talking about? That morning, at Alison's restaurant, a voice shouted that it was time to leave. Alison happily served the food and said, After so long, I finally get to eat a proper meal. Alison carefully sliced the meat, displaying each piece succulent and delicious, then meticulously cut the vegetables. Finished, he carefully plated the dish beautifully. Once the fragrant fried rice was ready, he smiled with satisfaction and said, Gozanguka rice is here. Alison slowly handed it to Rurin and said, Rurin, take this to the customer. She nodded, and replied with a quick, Sure. Immediately after, Rurin quickly brought a bowl of white rice to the customer. Serena looked at the empty bowl and asked in confusion, Hey, where's the meat? Rurin chewed and replied nonchalantly, That's all the bowl comes with. Serena was so angry she started shaking. Serena lunged forward, wanting to clench her fist to attack, and shouted, Are you trying to scam me? Rurin immediately retorted, Just eat it, you're too talkative. While those two were arguing fiercely, Bona Grake was happily enjoying her meal. This restaurant is really delicious. She turned to Alison with interest and asked, So, Dion has come here by himself many times? He nodded while cleaning the table and replied, You could say he's one of our regulars. Hearing that, Bona Grake said shyly, Actually, I didn't want to make a big deal out of this. Alison reassured her softly, You don't need to mention that every time you come here. The king has already explained everything. Just then, someone walked in and asked, Do you have any dessert here? Alison replied, Yes, we do. The person sat down at a table and ordered, Hey, give me 2 more servings of this. Alison sighed and replied, Yes, please wait a moment. A while later, after making the 2 bowls of fried rice, Alison carefully brought them out, placed them in front of them, and said, Here are 2 servings of gua fried rice. Leon quickly scooped a spoonful, put it to his mouth, and said, Let's see. As soon as the rice hit his tongue, the rich flavor spread throughout his body, leaving him stunned. So surprising. Marin, sitting beside him, laughed and replied, Right? It's delicious. Suddenly, she leaned down and asked, Why are you so surprised? You're not someone who is easily surprised. Leiden Greg frowned and said, You recognized me? But I was in disguise. His alertness made Marin exclaim, You really can't get anything past him. The two were none other than the master of disguise Crown Prince Leiden Greek and the mysterious Archmage Marin. Alison shouted in frustration, What kind of disguise is this? Leon pointed at Bona Grake, who was busy enjoying her meal, her mouth continuously praising, Delicious, so delicious. He raised an eyebrow and asked, But she doesn't seem to recognize us. Alison didn't care and asked out of curiosity, But anyway, what's going on? Why are you in such a deep disguise? Leiden Grake scooped another spoonful of rice and slowly replied, First of all, I wanted to try the delicious food here. Second, he suddenly took a vial of medicine out of his coat pocket and asked, Do you know what this is? Alison asked back, confused. What is it? Leon suddenly turned serious and said, Poison. This is a type of toxin that can destroy the human brain. He delivered the shocking news. The very same poison that had left Count Leiden Grake bedridden for many years. After that, Leiden Grake quietly put the vial away, kept chewing, and slowly continued. This type of poison is spreading across the empire. It's truly a miracle that the Count woke up, but I can't hope that everyone will be that lucky, Leiden Grake said slowly. Besides, it's really hard to find evidence since this substance leaves no traces on the victim. Suddenly, 2 robbers burst in, shouting, "Freeze!" They boldly demanded that everyone hand over their money and food. Bonagreek was terrified when she saw them and screamed, "Robbers?" Oh no. They brandished their swords, their cold gazes filled with threats. "If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to us. Do you think we're joking?" The 2 of them were a notorious robber duo named Milan and Voy. Seeing the crowd frozen in place, no one dared to move. They laughed mockingly, sneering. "Looks like they're too scared to even twitch." Milan and Voy shouted, "We warned you, don't mess with us." Just then, Marin radiated killing intent, slammed the table, and stood up. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were beaten to a pulp. Milan and Voy groaned in endless pain, their bodies bruised and heads shoved into the ground. Marin spoke slowly. "So, you come from Desran City?" She sat on top of Milan, stepped on Voy's head, and commanded, "Tremble." The robbers screamed in terror. "We're sorry." They were panicked now, their voices trembling as they begged, "Please spare us, Archmage." Their feeble pleas only made her excitedly laugh. "That's right, I am an Archmage. Do you know who I am?" She laughed aloud, her voice firm and assertive. "I am the only 7th Circle Archmage in the Empire." Her imposing demeanor made Leiden Grake shyly explain, "Marin has been under a lot of stress lately. Please excuse her." Alison held the vial of poison in his hand and asked, "So, what is the reason you sought me out? You want to task me with investigating the origin of this poison in Dedran City, don't you?" Leiden Grake reminded him, regardless of how they pressured the Earl, he wouldn't confess, and all the generals sent there had already perished, so security in Desran City was in shambles. He said firmly, "It's definitely the same group, and they are expanding their reach to Greg City as well." Meanwhile, Marin didn't pay much attention to the 2 of them, preferring to toy with the robbers instead. With a teasing smile, she asked, "Who am I?" They immediately replied, "The Archmage, ma'am." A moment later, Alison frowned and asked curiously, "Why entrust such an important mission to a common restaurant owner?" Leiden Grake smiled mysteriously and replied, "Just recently, the D estate was destroyed. I wonder who would use magic so foolishly." He glanced at him and said, "And I wonder if you feel responsible for the current situation spiraling out of control." Hearing that, he asked curiously, "Who told you that?" Leiden Grake answered nonchalantly, "I can't say. It must be kept strictly confidential." He suddenly mentioned Marin. "Only the Empire's 7th Circle Mage could have told you this." Marin rushed over, holding her dress, and called out, "Your Highness!" Leiden Grake smiled and said, "So, I'm entrusting this to you. Just ask if you need anything." Alison gritted his teeth, enduring it. "This time, I'll follow your plan. See you later." That evening, Marin arrived at the eerily quiet outskirts of Desran City. The residents were struggling, huddled around fires to keep warm in the freezing night outside their tents, their faces showing clear signs of exhaustion and despair. Meanwhile, robbers were blatantly running wild, freely smashing houses. Seeing this, Alison spoke up, "This issue is more serious than I thought." Rurin looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Why are we here?" Alison scratched his head and replied, "To catch the one who made the poison used on the Earl." Rurin frowned and continued, "Is that why this city has turned into such a mess?" He looked at the ruined surroundings and slowly answered, "Perhaps. Word is that all the generals here died from that poison." His mind began to calculate carefully. What should I do? If he caught them all at once, they might escape, but he couldn't ask anyone else for help. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Alison's mind. He called out to Rurin. Rurin looked at him, confused, and let out an inquisitive sound. Alison slowly began, "I have a plan." She looked at him curiously, tilting her head. "What is it?" He said somewhat sheepishly, "But it might make you feel uncomfortable." Rurin laughed, her eyes confident as she said, "You're worrying too much. I told you already." Rurin smiled happily, saying, "I will do anything for you." Alison was touched. "Rurin," she asked curiously, "So, what's the plan?" A while later, according to the plan, Rurin had successfully been captured and locked up. Earlier, Alison had whispered to her that the plan was, and now, inside the prison, Rurin's eyes widened as she looked at the kidnapper and asked, "How did you?" He smirked, his eyes full of contempt, and commanded, "Behave yourself, prisoner." The others in the cell with Rurin saw her, and their eyes lit up as they said, "Hey, there's a girl in here." The big guy in the middle asked, "Whose birthday is it today?" The long-faced guy asked Rurin, "Hey, you want to see what happened to the first girl who entered this room? I'll show you." Rurin said contemptuously, "This place is terrible. Does this prison not even separate men and women?" Her hands suddenly revealed sharp claws, and her voice turned cold. "I wasn't told I'd have to endure this. After this, you all will be part of the story spreading to the next room. I will take out every prisoner in here." The kidnapper was terrified and tried to reassure her, "Calm down." He sighed and said, Just lean against the wall. Just then, as he opened the prison door, a booming voice rang out. The butler is here, a panicked voice asked. Damn it, there's a female prisoner in here? The butler stepped in and asked, Is it in here? He walked in, looked into the cell, and said, They said there was new merchandise today. This man was the butler of Desron City, Ricardo. The kidnapper pointed to Rurin and said, This is the prisoner. She was caught for attacking passers-by. Rurin angrily grabbed the iron bars and scolded, So you guys are the robbers. Suddenly, a voice let out an intrigued sound. Ricardo looked at her with bright eyes and said, That's right. She's a bit rebellious, but that's her charm. Bring her out and separate her from the others. He said Raiden and the others might treat her poorly. It would be a waste to leave her here. Suddenly, a maid approached and called out, Mr. Butler. Ricardo asked curiously, What's the matter? The servant approached and whispered into his ear. After hearing it, he panicked and shouted, Again? Tell them I'm coming. That night, when darkness had completely fallen over the castle, Ricardo walked along, grumbling to himself. Damn it, can't these bastards learn anything? Even so, he kept a smiling face on the outside, but inside, he was constantly frustrated. After 3 people have already come and gone, shouldn't they understand by now? Ricardo opened the door and entered the room where someone was waiting for him. He maintained a calm expression, offered a gentle smile, and spoke, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am the butler here. Pausing for a moment, he hesitated and said, I heard you came from the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, that person interrupted, Oh, so you're the old butler. That person was Alison, disguised as Revo, and he smiled as he introduced himself. Very nice to meet you. I am Count Rivok, and from today, I will be in charge of managing the city of Desran. After hearing Rivok introduce himself, Ricardo bowed awkwardly, his voice full of apology as he said, Forgive my lateness. I've been busy dealing with some prisoners. Rivok took out a notice and handed it to Ricardo. As he read it, he spoke up, mentioning that something very peculiar had occurred at the Lord's castle. Times are quite chaotic right now. I hope you understand. Rivok smiled and said, I've already heard about that. Ricardo stared intently at the notice. Upon seeing that familiar red seal, Ricardo asked skeptically, This is the royal seal. Rivok asked, Do you think it's a forgery? He slowly folded the paper and replied, No, but we thought it would arrive later than expected. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Ricardo said with hidden meaning, Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, 3 of the officials sent here have already passed away. He slowly handed the paper back to Rivok, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk. I thought the nobles would stay away from this place, but it seems that is not the case. He laughed, took the paper back, and nonchalantly replied, Are you trying to say I should be careful not to become the 4th? Ricardo smiled, his voice uneasy as he replied, You really know how to joke. How would I ever dare to think anything so disrespectful? Rivok suddenly flashed a sinister smile, repeating Ricardo's words. Disrespectful, you say? He casually tore the notice to shreds in front of Ricardo, then softly said, This action left Ricardo completely stunned, unable to utter a word. Rivok continued nonchalantly, That is what you call disrespectful. Ricardo was terrified and asked in a panic, What are you doing? How dare you tear up a letter from His Majesty? Rivok calmly scratched his nose, thinking that the contents were so clear they were no longer interesting, silently refuting Ricardo's claim that it was written by the Crown Prince. Rivok brazenly propped his feet up on the desk, his eyes scanning the scraps of paper before saying, It's just about ensuring security, caring for the citizens, and eradicating corruption in the city of Duran. I could read it in the blink of an eye, but I'm not interested in that. He rested his head on his hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a cryptic smile, his voice turning threatening. I want to make this place more interesting. I don't think you want to see officials being replaced constantly, do you? Rivok suddenly raised 3 fingers and asked, Aren't there areas where our interests align? He said slowly, I heard many rumors before I even arrived here. Hearing that, Ricardo's face relaxed, though he still watched him with caution. Meanwhile, at the prison, the kidnapper walked in and called out, Get out of there. Rurin looked up, his face filled with frustration as he asked, You suddenly moved me to this cell. Where are you planning to take me now? He replied coldly, You don't need to know. Rurin whispered angrily. If it weren't for Ison's request, they would have been dead long ago. Before being imprisoned, Alison had warned that the citizens of the city who committed crimes would know the origin of the poison, so he should just endure being in prison. Suddenly, a terrifying laugh rang out. Are you leaving already? The male prisoners inside the iron bars mocked him. Let me tell you, you will soon be crying for this place, because this place is like heaven compared to where you are going. He shouted excitedly. If it were me, I'd bite my tongue and die right now. The kidnapper yelled angrily. Shut up. Once he fell silent, Rurin was led away. Just then, Ricardo slowly approached, eyes tracking Rurin. He couldn't help but wonder what he should do. Count Revok seemed different from the soft-hearted men of the past. He pulled something out of his pocket and began to calculate carefully. I can't just keep killing every official who is sent here. And unlike before, I actually like that he is a count. Ricardo looked at the vial of poison in his hand. His heart stirred with a sense of agitation. It might be worth the risk, just to see if he truly has the guts or is just trying to act tough because he's afraid of dying. In the quiet of the night, after observing Ricardo, Revok frowned and pondered. He doesn't seem to have any reaction at all. He glanced down at the vial of poison in his hand and whispered to himself, people rarely make this kind of poison themselves, so he definitely has connections to the underworld. I've acted like a corrupt official, but is it okay that I'm pretending to understand things I know nothing about? Rivok slowly put the vial away, whispering to himself that if he suddenly talked about the poison, he would definitely play dumb. Now, he could only hope that something would happen on Rin's side. Suddenly, a knock came at the door, and someone from the outside asked, "May I come in for a moment?" "Count Revok." He replied, "Come in." The maid entered carrying a tray of tea and said, "I have prepared tea for you. The butler sent me." Revok gave a soft "oh" and replied, "Thank you. You can leave it there." The maid then apologized, but her sharp eyes locked onto him as she said, "The butler requested that I only leave after confirming that you have taken a sip of the tea." The maid added coldly, "He calls it a sign of trust." Hearing that, Revok's mood sank instantly, thinking to himself, "Look at that. It's unbelievable how he blatantly poisons officials. Does he want me to trust this cup of tea if I want to work with him?" Revok watched the maid approaching with the cup of tea, his mind racing. If he used his position as a count as an excuse to refuse, the butler would never reveal his true intentions again. He gently picked up the cup and whispered to himself, if there is poison in the tea, he would stop acting and use this to threaten him. If there is no poison, he would have to keep playing the role of Count Revok. He nonchalantly raised the cup of tea, and without hesitation, finished it in one gulp, saying, "All right." He thought calmly, "Whatever." After drinking it, his face suddenly showed confusion. Revok said in a panic, "This tea." His eyes brightened as he said, "It's delicious. It must be high quality." The maid smiled and replied, "I knew you would like it." He stared thoughtfully at the cup. "There's no poison in the tea. Have I passed the test?" The maid walked to the door, paused briefly, turned to him with a smile, and said, "One more thing. He asked me to give you this gift after you passed the trust test." She said it was a token of sincerity for him. Count Revok. Upon seeing the gift, Revok's pupils constricted, his eyes widening to their limit. He sighed, supporting his head as he thought, "This is more complicated than I imagined." Revok looked at the person the maid had brought as a gift, and a sense of exhaustion washed over him as he said, "I didn't expect them to have slaves." The maid slowly turned and walked out of the room, saying, "I hope you find comfort." Revok stepped forward to observe the slave. She looked dazed, as if she were hypnotized. He called out to her softly. When she didn't respond, he asked, "Can you hear what I'm saying?" Suddenly, she pushed him down and brazenly sat on top of him. Meanwhile, in a terrifying place, a cold voice spoke up. "All right, that is what you wanted to say." The man sitting at the head of the table asked indifferently, "You broke into an empty house, and then a woman appeared out of nowhere and started fighting you?" he asked, confused, looking at their swollen faces. "How did your faces end up like this?" The two thugs, Milan and Voy, replied in pain. "She's so strong." "Yeah, she's not like a normal person," the man said coldly. "I told you so. I told you to lay low because I just killed those officials. If you couldn't resist the urge to fight, at least don't get caught. You should have done at least one of those things." He called out slowly. "No, this won't do. Veneto." The man next to him replied. "Yes, sir," he ordered coldly. "Take them to the training room." Hearing this, they begged in fear. "Please, please spare us. We won't cause any more trouble. Please give us one last chance." Their distressed voices echoed endlessly. Manager Ryden, that ruthless man, was the human trafficker, Manager Ryden of Deathrin City. He asked indifferently, "Why do they keep asking for one last chance? The fact that you're still alive is your last chance." Just then, Veneto spoke up. "And Ricardo wants another slave." Ryden's face darkened, a dangerous glint in his eyes, as he asked, "Doesn't that guy ever get tired? Shouldn't he know better?" A thought flashed through Ryden's mind. It would be dangerous to attract more attention. Should he deal with that guy? He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Wait, didn't Ricardo say he was sending a female prisoner here today?" Veneto replied while hauling up the two thugs. "That's right. I heard she was charged with assault." Ryden's eyes lit up, his voice dropping low. "If it was assault, maybe it's the person who defeated my minions." He immediately inquired, "Is she in the sorting room?" At that moment, Rurin was led in by his subordinates. Following behind her were countless other slaves. Everyone's footsteps were heavy, their eyes vacant. The inspector sat on a chair, nonchalantly reading from a list. 3 in the training room, 2 nobles, 5 for the black market auction. When he finished, he gave an order. Next, Rurin looked at the crowd in front of her, thinking how unexpected this was. Even though she didn't fully understand human ways, she knew slavery was illegal throughout the empire. She glanced around, her heart churning. She hadn't expected them to have such a large-scale trafficking operation. Rurin calculated, not sure if they had manufactured the poison, but she should probably tell him about this. She knew how to connect to Alison's room. Rurin observed carefully and opened a small spatial tier to send a message. She leaned close to the opening and whispered, "Alison, can you hear me? This is bigger than we thought." But the sight in front of her made her gasp in confusion. Seeing Alison exhausted and chaining the female slave before him made Rurin misunderstand. Alison quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding." Rurin radiated murderous intent, asking, "What kind of misunderstanding?" At that moment, the female slave spoke, adding fuel to the fire. "Master, please give me your orders." Alison panicked. "Whatever you're thinking, it's a misunderstanding." Immediately, Rurin's anger shattered the chains on her hands, as she asked in a cold voice, "Do you even know what I'm thinking?" Alison shouted in frustration. "It really is a misunderstanding. She was already like that when I got here. I didn't do it," he said indignantly. "If we keep talking like this, don't you think we'll get caught? It was so hard to get in here." Rurin gritted her teeth and said, "Go find out what the training room is. We'll talk about this later." Before closing the spatial rift, Rurin coldly warned, "You'd better prepare yourself." At that moment, the guards outside noticed a surge of magic and were baffled. "What's that?" He rushed in to check. "Hey, what are you doing?" Rurin turned her head casually and replied, "Nothing." She angrily crushed the handcuffs and said, "The cuffs are broken. Get me some new ones." Meanwhile, 2 men above were watching Rurin's actions. "Is it her?" "That's right, down there." The guard stood dumbfounded, holding the broken pieces of the bracelet, asking, "How did you break them?" Rurin answered calmly, "Maybe because you're using cheap junk?" The 2 men above talked cautiously. The brown-haired one asked, "Should we interrogate her?" Raiden replied, "Of course not." He told the people in charge of her not to provoke her. Suddenly, Raiden spoke coldly, "She isn't human." The brown-haired man asked in alarm, "What?" He looked on with a pensive expression, saying, "I don't know what her goal is, but she is an existence beyond our understanding. If we provoke her, all our hard work will go down the drain. Deal with the matters here first. I need to meet that person." The next morning, a clear day arrived. Ricardo spoke excitedly. "Good morning." He entered Rivok's room, looking at him with eager eyes, asking, "Have you received my sincerity?" Although Rivok was very angry, he smiled and replied, "I'm very satisfied. I felt uncomfortable, as if I were being tested, but I've forgotten all about that." Deep down, he reminded himself, "Don't laugh. I was misunderstood because of you." Ricardo chuckled shyly and said, "I apologize about the tea, but it would be too risky to simply cooperate with you." Rivok said politely, "I told you, I've forgotten all about it." He looked at the female slave lying on the bed and said slowly, "But I'll have to keep that girl for a few more days. I quite like her." Ricardo replied indifferently, "As you wish." Rivok took a sip of tea and said, "By the way, it's not the first time I've seen slaves, but there seems to be something different about her." He said with conviction that she looked quite strange. Ricardo laughed. "You must have noticed. That's what makes the goods from Dizran City different." He thought about the other slaves and shouted excitedly, "Slaves that are completely obedient because they've been brainwashed. We don't need to worry about them running away or rebelling, so we can handle them without a second thought. They will follow any order you give them." The more he spoke, the more excited Ricardo got. Who with a sane mind would refuse this? Hearing this, Rivok's expression sank. How disgusting. He looked at him with eyes full of contempt, cursing to himself. He's rotten to the core. Forget about finding the source of the poison. Should I just destroy this slave market right now? Rivok calmed himself down. I must be patient a little longer. If I don't root them out completely, it won't be any different from when I destroyed the Dezron estate. He flashed a meaningful smile and asked, "So, you want to expand this slave trading market, don't you?" Rivok didn't wait for him to answer and continued, "High-quality goods and my status as a count. You want to combine these two things to create a trading route with influential nobles in the empire, don't you?" "Hit right on the mark." Ricardo scratched his cheek and laughed a few times, replying, "I was right to cooperate with you." Suddenly, Rivok set his teacup down and said in a low voice, "But before that, I need to confirm a few things with you." He looked straight at Ricardo and asked, "Do those slaves have any connection to what you call the training room?" Hearing him mention the training room, Ricardo panicked, his face turning deathly pale. Ricardo stammered in shock. How do you know about that? Rivok replied calmly. I told you. I've heard some rumors about Desran City. Rivok scratched his head slightly and warned. The nobility is extremely cautious. I need clear confirmation and an explanation of the distribution process. If you're not confident, there's no need to show me, but the trade route will have to be delayed for a while. Ricardo suddenly laughed and replied, Why not? He wore a sinister smile. Aren't we partners now? I see no reason why I shouldn't show you. The place is closer than you think. Just then, footsteps echoed through the long hallway. Raiden slowly approached a room and knocked a few times. The person inside said, Come in. Raiden pushed the door open and entered. He spoke, Forgive me, but it seems there is an issue on my end that is difficult to handle. The red-haired woman inside the room let out a surprised gasp. How unexpected, especially coming from someone whom even the Imperial officials sent here don't bother with. What's the problem? Raiden said sternly, that there was a special creature among the slaves. I'm not entirely sure, because she is hiding her energy, but I saw a dragon that looks just like Lady Sydney. Meanwhile, Ricardo had led Rivok to tour what they called the training room. Entering the chamber, he slowly said, This place's Rivok's eyes flicked over the complex magic circles on the ceiling. Ricardo confidently introduced the training room that Desran City was so proud of. Because the scent inside was quite peculiar, the two of them put on face masks. Ricardo watched the slaves working diligently with joy and said, We create medicine by mixing various herbs and mushrooms grown right here. That is how we produce goods that are loyal to their masters. Rivok frowned, looking at the magic circles above, and wondered to himself, Is that light magic? I didn't expect them to be so blatant, right beneath this mansion. He suddenly saw the slaves who had died from the toxic scent in the air and said worriedly, They don't look very good. Ricardo laughed. There are many poisonous herbs. We shouldn't stay here long. Then Rivok stopped and asked in a slow voice, And these ingredients? His eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, Can they be used to create a poison that leaves no trace? Ricardo looked at him as if he had found a kindred spirit, smiled, and asked, Are you interested in other kinds of merchandise? Ricardo reached into his pocket, intending to pull something out, and said, I was planning to show you this. Suddenly, a voice called out, Steward Ricardo. Raiden walked in, his eyes cold and sharp, staring at the two of them. He looked at Ricardo indifferently and asked, What business do you have here? Seeing Raiden, Ricardo exclaimed excitedly, Lord Raiden, I apologize for the late introduction. This is Count Rivok, who will be joining us. He continued blathering, Don't be nervous. But soon, a clean sword stroke would swipe across the nobleman's throat. Raiden angrily sheathed his blood-stained sword, his voice sounding cold and chilling. How could you be so stupid? Raiden continued, irritated, revealing all of this to an official who just arrived. Rivok, standing nearby, was stunned to see Ricardo's head go flying. Next, the magic circles on the ceiling suddenly burst into flames. Raiden stood tall and said, I apologize. I'm not sure if you are truly on our side. He spoke coldly, but it's better to deal with you first. Rivok calmly took off his mask and replied, Don't worry. Your suspicion is correct. The game of playing count is over. At this moment, in the slave-holding area, everyone was busy cleaning their quarters. Inside the Gozam cell, Rurin grumbled irritably. It's too loud. She furrowed her brows, thinking to herself that she heard this place was about to be shut down. Was that Alison? Suddenly, a woman opened the door to Rurin's cell and walked in, saying, It's true. I thought Raiden was mistaken. Sydney looked at Rurin with amusement and said, A dragon slave, it seems I've hit the jackpot. Rurin sat in the corner, sighing, and asked, I didn't expect to meet a dragon in a place like this. My infiltration has been discovered. Who are you? The woman laughed and replied, You don't know me, but I know you very well. Sydney then revealed Rurin's identity. Rurin, daughter of Vizan. She asked in shock, How do you know my mother's name? The woman laughed and replied, I don't just know her name. She looked at her greedily and said, I even remember when she took her final breath. Sydney asked excitedly, Do you want to hear about it? Rurin went quiet, whispering to herself that it was a good thing Alison wasn't there. She released a powerful, lethal aura and said, He would have tried to convince me to give someone like you a chance. A powerful burst of energy shattered the small cage. Rurin transformed into a black dragon and shouted angrily, I will tear you into pieces and leave nothing but your mouth. She lunged at Sydney, standing face to face, and roared, Let's see if you can still talk after this. Sydney, not to be outdone, released her own lethal aura and retorted, Why don't you try? Besides, I know her mouth was quite something too. Fearing she wouldn't understand, Sydney added another sentence. I mean your mother. Rurin shouted in anger, Shut your mouth. Unable to hold back any longer, she let out a roar and attacked Sydney directly without hesitation. Rurin's immense power erupted, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. The guard screamed in terror, his face pale as he blurted out, "No way!" Before he could even react, Rurin lunged to attack them. They were instantly terrified, turned to run, and kept screaming. "It's a dragon! Run!" Sydney teased. "Are you angry?" Amidst the thick black smoke, a red spark flared up, and a cold, threatening voice rang out. "How arrogant! A slave comes in here and dares to act out?" Suddenly, a stream of crimson power appeared, striking straight at Rurin. She quickly dodged the blow. Through the billowing smoke, Sydney transformed into a giant red dragon. Her glowing red eyes locked onto Rurin, and she asked, "Why are you wandering around here? Shouldn't you be staying in Greg City playing house with the man you brought along?" Suddenly, she shouted agitatedly, "If a fly enters your house, you have to catch it, right? So why don't you just keep living like that?" Without hesitation, both of them lunged at each other fiercely. Rurin shouted in fury, "Because your stench is disgusting, even from all the way over here." Back in the training room, the guard saw the fire appearing and panicked, shouting, "Put the fire out! Put the fire out!" Raiden suddenly spoke up. "Don't bother, let's go." He hesitated and added, "Lord Raiden." At that moment, a frost magic circle appeared on Rivok's hand. With a light wave of his hand, all the flames were frozen, turning into cold ice sculptures. Rivok nonchalantly said, "Let me put them out myself. It would be a shame if the evidence got erased." Raiden looked up at him and said, "Just as I thought, you're not an official." He flicked his sword, his gaze sharpening with cold intent. "Mage, huh? I knew there was something weird about you." Rivok lazily picked at his ear, asking in a sluggish tone, "Are you talking about me?" Suddenly, a sharp sword blade tore through the wind toward Rivok, but it was blocked by a shield. Rivok narrowed his eyes and mused. "That swordsmanship." Raiden stepped back slightly, his gaze deepening as he slowly remarked, "Your shield is quite impressive." Rivok frowned, his voice cold. "The moment you lunged at me, I realized it by the second strike." He suddenly asked a question that made Raiden freeze. It was the swordsmanship of the First Order Knights. "You're from the Royal Palace, aren't you?" Raiden's eyes blazed with intrigue, and he said with excitement, "You're becoming more interesting by the second." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But too dangerous." No sooner had he finished speaking than he drew his sword. The steel blade came crashing down onto the shield with a sharp, clashing sound, but Rivok just stood there calmly, casting 3 magic circles. Yet, Raiden effortlessly dodged them all, confidently claiming it was easy to avoid binding spells if one could see the flow of magic. As Rivok drew another magic circle, he casually remarked, "Even Palenque knows how to do that." Raiden surged through the thick smoke like a gust of wind, replying with a confident voice, "And you can't use high-level magic because you want to keep the evidence intact." Rivok flicked his hand, and a golden beam of magic struck straight at Raiden. He jumped quickly to avoid it. Raiden dodged to the side and slowly said, "You're different from me." He suddenly swung his sword at Rivok without hesitation. For a moment, Rivok was enveloped by sharp sword strikes, but his shield remained solid. It helped him block everything. He glanced at the slashes and thought to himself, "This isn't the level of a First Order Knight." Raiden seized the chance to advance, stating firmly that the wider the defense, the weaker it becomes. He calculated, especially if I concentrate the attack on one point. Instantly, his flaming sword swung up, rushing at Rivok like a tiger. The blade pierced through the shield. In just a second, the shield cracked, signaling that the defense was about to collapse. Yet, amidst those cracks, Rivok stood calmly inside, saying in a steady voice, "In theory, that is the correct way." His tone was firm and unwavering. "So, you know how to kill a mage." Seeing that he was still unharmed, Raiden panicked, thinking, "His shield, it didn't take any damage." Suddenly, Rivok glided toward him like the wind and raised a magic attack, speaking coldly, "But that's enough." He threw a powerful punch straight at Raiden. The massive force exploded, creating a violent tremor that forced Raiden back. He stood up in pain, saying, "You're strong." Rivok approached, looking confused. "You stood up just like that? You're tough, even though I didn't intend to kill you." Suddenly, the scene before him made him freeze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Through the thick smoke, Raiden was somehow standing tall. Rivok asked with suspicion, "What are you, that body of yours?" That morning, at Ison's restaurant, a man stood outside and called out, "Your Highness." "No, young master. I've arrived." Darien Ober walked in, holding a scroll, and said, "Just as you requested." Leidengrake Harris sat calmly at the table and replied, "I'm sure you've figured out his true identity by now. Since I've been here for a few days, I was bound to be discovered." Benegray sat nearby, terrified, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why? Why is your Highness here?" He smiled slightly and turned to tell her, "Countess, as I explained, I did not come here to arrest you, so you may leave. I know you were not conspiring with Count Dezran. Berngrake replied excitedly. Thank you for your mercy, your highness. Benegray ran off immediately, her voice full of respect as she fled. Long live the crown prince. Meanwhile, Darien Ober slowly approached, sat down comfortably, and asked, The restaurant is still open even though you aren't there? Leidengrake replied, There's a farm manager who's quite good at cooking. The boiled guava, right? It's delicious. He looked at him and hesitated before asking, What about Defran? Darien Ober answered, He hasn't said a word. He remembered Wanter Defran's pathetic appearance and said, He must have been in deep shock when the castle was destroyed. He kept muttering, Green, the green clothes. The mage in green is coming. Leidengrake Harris fell into thought before suddenly asking, Let me ask you a ridiculous question. Leidengrake Harris paused for a few seconds and then spoke bluntly. If you and Ison were to fight without considering rank, who would win? As soon as they heard the question, both Marin and Darien Ober choked on their water, spitting it out in unison. He asked in a panic, Your Highness, what do you mean? Leidengrake urged him impatiently, I'm serious, answer me. Darien Ober coughed a few times, trying to compose himself before replying, I don't know why you'd ask such a foolish question. He looked Leidengrake straight in the eyes and said firmly, I would never win, even with Lady Medin's help. Hearing this, Leidengrake's expression grew heavy. Is he that strong? He replied, He is a monster that defies common sense. Darien Ober rubbed his chin and continued thoughtfully. However, I know of one other person like that, but since I was infantry, I couldn't serve directly under him. Leidengrake asked in surprise. What? He replied with a look of reverence. A great master and a genius who redefined the swordsmanship of the First Order Knights. Commander Rin Pierce. I have never seen a swordsman as talented as him. Darien Ober's eyes deepened. He lowered his voice and said, Is he the reason why I'm still just a vice commander? Leidengrake sighed upon hearing this. The commander of the First Order Knights, but I'm talking about those who are still alive. It might not be accurate since I've been away from home for some time. He looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked, But didn't he go missing at the beginning of the war? At the same time, in the training room, Raiden stood facing Rivok. He slowly picked up the torn cloth from his body and asked, What is your name? Mage. Rivok was silent for a few seconds before answering, Alison. Raiden whispered, Alison, huh? Suddenly he said, You are the deserter, Alison. Rivok was startled and wondered to himself, He knows that much? Rivok quickly created another magic circle and said, With a body like that, I have quite a few questions, but I'll have to hear the answers from your own mouth in the cell. Raiden brandished his sword and said confidently, That's tough. I've got work to do. Let's meet again another time. He quickly swung his sword, striking 2 blows straight into the ceiling. Rivok looked up in panic as the ceiling began to collapse. Standing nonchalantly, Raiden spoke up. Didn't you want to protect the innocent slaves and the evidence? He wore a sinister smile and said, It's a pity. If someone like you were by my side, perhaps I would have taken a different path. Meanwhile, at the prison, a fire erupted. Amidst the hazy smoke, a devilish laugh echoed throughout the cramped space. Cinny saw Rurin had transformed back into human form and said with contempt, Look at that, she said casually. I told you she talks too much. Rurin stepped forward and said, I heard you know something about my mother. Cinny didn't answer but asked back, Do you think I don't know? No secret can be kept forever. Cinny looked at her with sharp eyes and said, For instance, your mother created the ancient stone and was imprisoned for it. She curled her lips, her voice filled with scorn as she recounted, and she died miserably in prison with no one to help her. Cinny continued nonchalantly, and finally, the ancient stone is. Before she could finish, Rurin suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, attacking violently, cutting off Cinny's words. Rurin used her sharp claws to sever her head, her voice full of killing intent. Why don't you keep babbling? If a secret is exposed, I just need to kill everyone who knows about it. A hexagonal blue shield formed, and falling rocks slammed against it. The slaves clutched their heads in fear, but someone spoke up to reassure them. Hey everyone, calm down, this place won't collapse. A curious slave looked up and asked, Huh? A female slave with teary eyes looked at Rivok, her voice full of emotion. You said you are Count Rivok, right? Thank you so much. Rivok pointed toward the shield above and replied, It's nothing, please take care of the wounded. Suddenly, a shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention. 3 slaves looked at the corpse on the ground in confusion. There's a dead body here. Someone recognized him immediately and became furious. Wait, that's Ricardo. Anger erupted, and people stomped hard on Ricardo's corpse, accompanied by insults. I thought it was someone else. Kick him. That perverted nobleman, this piece of trash noble, did so many disgusting things to me. Someone saw the reaction was too intense and quietly advised the others. He glanced nervously at Revok. Calm down. Don't do that in front of the one who saved us. The girl looked unwilling, but Revok noticed the commotion nearby. Knowing everyone was intimidated by him, he acted naive and innocent. How about we all kick him together? Inside the palace, a powerful tremor caused items in the room to crash, making the maid look very worried. Her face was filled with confusion. What was happening underground? Count Ricardo was still down there. She noticed a figure appearing behind her back, and asked, "Who are you?" A man in a hooded cloak raised a hand emitting a green light and said, "I heard there was a patient." The maid frowned and looked at him cautiously. "Excuse me, but I wasn't told there would be a guest. Please leave." She couldn't finish her sentence as the green mist swirled before her, and she immediately fell into a deep sleep, collapsing to the floor. The man said triumphantly, "Of course, because nobody said there would be guests." He opened a door and went inside. Seeing the female slave lying on the bed, he wondered, "Is this the girl?" Underground, Rurin stood before the iron bars of a cell. She remained calm, using her bare hands to pry the two bars apart, opening a path for those inside. There are no guards left. Everyone run away. Seeing the blank expressions of the people enslaved here, she realized it was the same situation. Rurin muttered unhappily, "Damn it, this is why they can never escape." A joyful voice called her name. "Rurin!" Rurin saw him and asked, "You're here?" Rivik adjusted his clothes and replied, "You said you infiltrated, but it seems you've turned this whole place upside down." Rurin helplessly explained, "I had no other choice. A dragon discovered my identity." Rivok realized immediately. "Oh, is it the one he pointed toward the red dragon form of Sini, whose head had been chopped off? Over there?" Rurin replied, "Yes, so I made sure it wouldn't bother us anymore." Suddenly, her voice became serious. "That's not the problem." Rurin looked at him, worried, and shared her concern. "That dragon knew my mother created an ancient stone, and I have absorbed it." The ancient stone in Rurin's stomach glowed. Rivok scratched his head in frustration and said, "Damn, things are getting complicated." He stood with his hands on his hips and said, "Since I've confirmed the location where the poison is made, let's end this all here." Rurin looked around and asked, "What about the others?" The listless faces without vitality were likely due to being brainwashed, but they wouldn't react to anyone except those they recognized as masters. Rivok said confidently, "I've called someone who can handle that." Then he shouted, "Over here." The hooded man from before had arrived underground. He took off his hood, looked at Rivok, and said, "About this, you said you'd let me go if I could heal the Count." Rurin suspected him. This person was none other than Iramantium. He continued, "You're taking advantage of my favor a bit too much, aren't you? This is the last time, right?" A healing orb floated in mid-air, emitting waves of green mist throughout the basement. The eyes of a female slave regained their focus. This was the green mist that cleared the spells cast on everyone. Those who regained consciousness realized the problem. "I think I was kidnapped," someone said emotionally. I'm free." Immediately, everyone cheered loudly, as if it were the day the country gained independence. "We're free." The spell had been broken. People hugged each other happily. "Hooray! This is wonderful." Alison, having dropped his Rivik disguise, shouted, "Everyone, line up." Next to him was a pot of boiling water and many bowls. He stirred the water and said, "We will serve everyone a meal." Rurin looked at the fancy package in her hand and asked him, "Ew, what is this?" Alison said mysteriously, "It's instant noodles. I brought them from the other world." He thought to himself that after awakening, the summoning spell no longer exhausted him. He added, "This is the best thing to eat when you're hungry." Boiling water was poured into the appetizing cups of noodles. People held their noodle cups and lined up waiting for hot water. Alison instructed, "Close the lid tightly and eat in 3 minutes." The girl stuttered a reply, "Thank you." The yellow noodles looked delicious and steaming hot. They blew on them before eating. Female slaves sat on the prison's iron bars, eating the hot instant noodles and praising them. "The soup is warm. It's delicious. It really is good." While everyone clamored for more, "I want another bowl. Let's go get some more." Sini's corpse twitched slightly, but no one noticed. Rurin touched her lips and called out softly. Alison knew what she wanted to say and replied, "I've already prepared your portion." A dark figure stood in the middle of the cellar, listening to the bustling, lively chatter. Someone asked, "Could I please have another bowl?" A voice responded, "Of course." Iramantium stood there in silence. He recalled the past, the insults and mockery replaying in his mind. "You want to date me? Do you even know your place?" The noble ladies spat out words of contempt. "Do you think being good at magic is everything? I can't stand the sight of you." Iramantium looked at his own hands that had used magic to save so many people. He remembered the mother and child of the Gregg family, weeping and clutching his hands with deep reverence and gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my husband." Diane had even suggested, Should we build a statue of you? A female slave he had saved, lying on her bed, also held his hands and wept. Thank you, sir. I thought I would be trapped here forever. Iramantium looked at the hands being grasped by those he had saved. He stood against the light, his massive silhouette illuminated, his mind seemingly much clearer now. Night fell over the starry sky, and a sigh of relief echoed from Alison's house. We're finally back. Who would have thought that undoing the brainwashing would be so easy? Who would have thought that undoing the brainwashing would be so easy? Iramantium was quite skilled in that field. I heard he already treated the person who came to my room. Rin's eyes gleamed dangerously as she looked at him. Now that she thought about it, she remembered seeing the bound slave sitting on top of Alison. I forgot one thing about what happened back then. Alison's face was full of confusion, not knowing what to say. He backed away in bewilderment as he saw Rurin rushing toward him, asking in a truly dangerous tone, "Are you ready to pay the price?" Thinking a third world war was about to break out, Alison was surprised when Rurin suddenly hugged his waist. Alison blushed slightly as he looked at her and called her name softly. Rurin buried her face in his stomach, hiding her fiery red face as she said, "Your punishment." Seeing he didn't react, her tone shifted, and she barked, "Hurry up and hug me." "Wait, I thought you said that was your punishment," Alison said, confused, as he rubbed her head. All right. The two shared a warm embrace. Rurin said gently, "Don't do that again." Alison knew he was in the wrong too. "All right, I'm sorry. I thought you were more serious than this," Alison said cheekily. "But if this is the punishment, I wouldn't mind receiving it a few more times," Rurin reminded him. Suddenly he asked, "Oh, right. Did you clean up the dragon's remains? Did you do that so the prince wouldn't see it?" Rurin asked, confused. "Huh? I didn't." This time, it was his turn to be puzzled. "What?" Rurin stood up and said, "I thought you were the one who cleaned it up." Both of them realized something was wrong. Alison rubbed his neck and muttered, "Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this." The scene shifted to another location, where a hand held blue magic power. Sydney looked at the blue glow on her hand and muttered, "Is this the limit of a clone with half my magic power? I thought it would fight more fiercely, but it seems a clone is still different." She looked at the person behind her and asked, "What about you?" Aaron, clothes in tatters, looked at her and spoke up, "I'm sorry, he was very strong." Sydney laughed loudly, as if hearing a joke. "This is the first time I've heard that adjective used to describe a human." Then, she held her pipe and said coldly, "Forget it. I should have told you sooner. It looks like we'll need to adjust our plans." A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table, and someone said, "As expected, you've done a great job." Darien Ober sat opposite Leiden Greek and replied, "The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. Not only the poison, but they also treated people like slaves and created brainwashing drugs. It's unimaginable." Leiden Greek rested his chin on his hand, looking at the cup of tea before him, agreeing with what he had just said. "You're right." He raised the cup to his lips and took a sip, thinking to himself that even so, he didn't expect him to solve it so easily. Alison brought out the dessert of sweet cakes and looked at him, asking, "Do you have any more business in the city? You even changed your clothes." Leiden Greek looked at him and replied, "There's one more handover that needs to be settled." "A handover?" Alison asked. Leiden Greek explained, "The most surprising thing is that the main culprit is a dragon," Darien Ober remarked, "and the accomplice is a swordsman from the First Knight's Order. I really want to see who dared to disgrace the First Knight's Order." Someone asked, "I heard the dragon's remains have disappeared." Alison replied, "Perhaps it's still alive." He looked at Leiden Greek and said, "I warned you that it involved the Imperial territory, but you know you shouldn't get involved in dragon matters, right?" He rested his chin on his hand and laughed. "Of course, I don't want to die young. Let's end this here." Alison sighed. "If you think so, why not send a proper supervisor this time?" He pulled out a scroll. "I knew you'd say that." He held it out in front of Alison. Alison paid attention to it. "But we don't need a supervisor anymore." Alison took the scroll, opened it, and read it, his face full of surprise. "Wait, what is this?" He rolled the letter back up and asked, "Did you prepare this from the start?" Leiden Greek Hooray held his hot tea and replied disapprovingly, "That could be misunderstood. Forcing someone so blatantly is very troublesome." He remarked that if other nobles received this letter, they would bow down immediately to the offer. In the magnificent palace, there was quite a stir as apologies echoed. "Please forgive me, Prince," Greg said vehemently. "My wife is innocent. It was all Dan's doing." Bona Greg stood beside him, holding out both hands, weeping. "It seems you've finally changed your mind. I'm ready. You can take me away." The prince and the deputy commander were stunned. Leiden Greek held the scroll and spoke each word with irritation. "No, that's not it. That's not why I'm here." Darien Ober stood nearby, waving his hands to reassure them. "Calm down. I'm not here to arrest you either. Read this letter." Lai Gregg tremblingly took the letter and opened it. It was an indictment with charges. Seeing him start to babble, Darien Ober threatened, "Stop it, or I will actually arrest you." Leiden Gregg was full of shock as he finished reading the letter. Seeing her husband silent, Bona Gregg asked, "What does it say?" Leiden Gregg Harre turned around to explain. Ever since Kieran was arrested, the city's management ability has been highly regarded. He glanced at them. Poverty rates have decreased, and security has stabilized. Based on these evaluations, the central government has realized there's a better way than sending a new supervisor. He turned to face them directly. He dropped a heavy announcement. Starting right now, Deathran and Grey City are officially merging. The administration of Deathran will be handed over to the Lord of Grey City. That was the announcement. Berna Gray covered his mouth in shock, barely able to believe it. Leiden Grake broke into a bright grin and spoke up. "Congratulations, Earl. Your territory has expanded massively." He fell into deep thought at the guy's question. "How are you feeling about this?" A moment later, he spoke up. "I'm not." That sentence completely shocked Leiden Greek. "I can't take on the management of Darren." Leiden Greek stood there dumbfounded, scratching his head as he asked, "Why? Why not? This has got to be great news. So good you should be bowing right on the spot." Berna looked at her husband as he spelled it out in more detail. "What I'm saying is, I'm turning it down. There's someone way more suited for that role than me." Time slowly ticked away as the afternoon sun turned a golden hue, casting its light down through the tree canopy. The prince and the vice captain were riding back on horseback when he let out a sharp click of his tongue. "That's a pretty unexpected answer." Darien Ober agreed with it. "I figured as much," Leiden Grake muttered. "I figured this would help strengthen my ties with the Lord." Darien Ober looked right at him, voicing his thoughts. "Still, at least you got the offer, didn't you?" He replied with a cold tone. "You could say that. I just didn't expect him to look at it that way." Dean Grake stood right outside the door of the room. He pushed the door open, stepped inside with a bright smile, and called out, "Father, did you call for me?" Lai Gregg smiled gently, already holding a pastry in his hand as he called out, "Come on in, son, take a seat. I've got some dessert ready for you." That sweet melt-in-your-mouth pastry was gone in 13 bites. Father and son sat facing each other, and as he popped a piece into his mouth, he asked how his father's health was holding up. His father answered honestly, "I think I won't even need this cane much longer." Hearing that, Dion Gray lit up with joy. "That's amazing. We seriously need to thank Miss Elena again." He cheerfully added, "More importantly, I heard the news. Darren is getting annexed into Grey territory. Your workload's going to be a lot heavier now, but congratulations, Dad." Lai Gregg looked deep in thought as he listened to his son. Then he took a bite of his pastry and asked him, "How old are you again this year?" The boy answered obediently, "I'm 17, Dad." He casually chewed on the pastry in his mouth and said without a care, "You're all grown up now. It wouldn't even be weird if you started looking for a wife soon. Is there anyone you've got your eye on?" Hearing that, Diane Greek's face turned completely red. "Huh? Why are you asking me that out of nowhere?" His father held a fork in his mouth and let it drop. "It's about time we started thinking about an heir. I've already sent word to the palace." Hearing his father's sudden declaration left Diane Greek shaken to his core. "You're putting me in charge of managing Duran?" His father looked at him coldly and reminded him, "While I was bedridden, you used to come visit my room all the time. I heard all your worries back then." In the past, the boy had come to see him, pouring out his innermost thoughts. He recounted how, even under all those constraints, his son's concerns were always focused on the people of the territory, and they weren't just idealistic dreams, but actual practical and effective ideas. Confronted with this exposed reality, Diane felt a wave of bashfulness, lowering his head to listen to his father talk just like a reigning lord would. His father reached out and took his hand, giving him some advice, his face overflowing with gentleness and trust. Both of his hands gripped his son's tightly. "From now on, as the official Lord of Darren, you can finally put all those ideas of yours into action, Dion." The boy bit his lip, his eyes welling up with tears as he fought them back while listening to his father. "I know for a fact you're going to turn out to be a way better lord than I ever was." Diane Grake bit his lip hard, using his hand to wipe away the tears threatening to spill over, and instantly switched to a face full of sheer determination. Thumping his chest, he declared, "Got it, Dad. I'll make sure Darren thrives and prospers with my very own hands." Pitch-black night fell over the dreary, lifeless town. The houses barely showed any light. Window panes were shattered to pieces, and rats ran wild everywhere. It looked no different from a filthy slum. Dean and his servant were there. Beside him, the Gregg estate steward unrolled a scroll and said, "I have conducted a personal investigation." The road was lined with desolate, gloomy, high-rise buildings. Security in Desron was still terrible. It was truly embarrassing compared to Grake City. Looking around, he saw that the place was in total ruins. Although the largest criminal organization had been dismantled, many other groups were scrambling to take its place, and the situation was starting to revert to how it used to be. Dian Greg saw the empty streets and asked with dissatisfaction, "What the hell is the army doing? Are they not even patrolling?" The steward pointed in a direction and said, "Please, see for yourself, my lord." Where the soldiers were stationed, there was no sign of strict discipline, only drunk, disorganized thugs gambling and drinking. Two soldiers noticed someone entering and whispered, "What are they looking at? Who is that? This is our first time seeing them." Dian Greg was stunned by the scene before him, while Qin, standing beside him, looked embarrassed and tried to explain. My apologies, my lord. We aren't usually like this." His eyes were filled with confusion as he saw the failure of this place. "It's over. What am I supposed to do now?" Qin kicked the two gamblers and urged them, "You idiots, clean this up immediately." They didn't show any fear and even talked back. "Department head, this is only the first time today. Honestly." Diane collapsed to the ground in fear. "What should I do? Where should I even begin?" The next day, there was a commotion at Alison's house. "It's done." Lin Tay presented a beautifully plated dish of beef and asked, "Does it look okay?" Alison rubbed his chin and remarked, "The colors are beautiful. You cooked it very well." Hearing his praise, Rurin spoke up timidly. I think I could cook something just as good." Lin Tay, playing it cool, said bluntly. "Not necessarily," Rurin asked angrily. "Have you even tasted it?" He replied firmly. Lin Tay has already tasted it. Ren, who was sitting outside eating breakfast, asked, "Did you hear?" "I heard that Master Dian went to the Desran Creston to eat salmon," he replied to the person sitting across from him. "That's right. The young master has truly made a name for himself," Ren continued. "But he has been through quite a lot." Suddenly, the restaurant door swung open, cutting off their conversation. Unsurprisingly, given the current state of Desran, it was none other than the Dion they had just mentioned. Looking completely exhausted, he spoke up. "1 hamburger, please." Then, he immediately slumped his head onto their dining table. Hearing the noise, Alison asked, "Rurin, who just ordered a hamburger?" Rurin peeked from behind the curtain and replied, "A corpse." Alison asked again, "What?" As time passed, Alison finished making the hamburger. "Here is your meal, my lord." Diane immediately grabbed it and wolfed it down. "It's so good, it's absolutely amazing." The three of them watched Diane eat, and Alison felt a twinge of pity. "You must have been very hungry, right?" He sat down next to him and reminded him, "Please, eat a little slower." He asked with concern, "Your complexion doesn't look very good. Have you been facing any difficulties lately? Is there anything I can help with?" Hearing the offer of help, Dian immediately looked up, stopped eating, bowed his head, and spoke. Well, actually, in his heart, he thought, "No, I cannot keep relying on my mentor every time I run into trouble. I can't keep doing this forever." Alison frowned, watching him with concern. His brain was thinking one thing, "No, I'm fine. I'm just here because I'm craving the food," but his mouth had a mind of its own. "I'm dying here. Please, save me." Alison asked, looking confused. "Is it really that bad? Is it so hard to eat that it's going to kill you?" Diane Grake was stunned. That was when he realized something was wrong. "Oh no, I'm so spaced out. I didn't mean to say that." He hurriedly backpedaled. No, I was just joking. I'm fine." He placed a coin on the table. "I'm busy now, I'll be going." He quickly grabbed his hamburger and hurried away. Thanks for the meal. See you next time." Alison rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. "Rurin, do we still have that thing?" She peeked her head out. "Huh? What thing?" In the pitch-black, cluttered attic, Rurin spoke up. "Now that I think about it, we finished it, but never actually used it. I think I stored it in the third-floor attic." At the Lord's office, Dian Grake sat in his chair, clenching his fists, muttering, "What am I doing? I'm relying on him subconsciously again." Suddenly, he slapped his own cheek hard. "I have to snap out of it." His butler was shocked. "My lord." His left cheek was already swollen and red as he pulled out a scroll. He thought, "Stay calm. If a few simple measures could have improved the territory, we would have done it ages ago. I need to set clear priorities." He recalled the gloomy, withered state of Deshran and analyzed that the most serious issues were corruption among the officials and the lack of security in the territory. These are the things that directly affect the lives of the people. It's a vicious cycle. Both issues are linked and only getting worse. Corrupt officials lead to poor security. Meanwhile, criminals use bribes to fuel even more corruption. Diriran read the documents, realizing the top priority was now clear. He remembered the soldiers' barracks, but the situation with the peacekeeping force was dire. He rolled up the report, feeling deeply frustrated. Is there no one? Someone who could quickly round up the criminals? The face of Ison flashed in his mind. Immediately, he slapped his right cheek hard and scolded himself. Stop relying on him. Don't be dependent on him. The butler stepped back in a panic and cried out, My lord, why do you keep doing this to yourself? He looked at him when he heard him say, I've made my decision. Dion clasped his hands together on the desk. He ordered that every department head be called in. We'll start with them. The butler obeyed. Yes, I understand. Then he added, and my face hurts. The butler hurried to care for him. Let me get a cold compress for you. At the military barracks, shouting echoed through the air. You idiots, run faster. 2 soldiers, who had been drinking and gambling earlier, were sprawled on the ground, groaning. My legs hurt, I drank too much, my stomach feels terrible. Kin was furious and scolded them. And you call yourselves soldiers? One of them talked back. Why are you being so strict lately? Is it because of the Lord's inspection last time? Kin stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at them. The Lord has been too kind to you. Do you have any idea how lucky you are to still have your heads on your shoulders? He barked. How long do you intend to live like this? The 2 soldiers looked at him with resentment. No, Captain Kin, we're confused too. You used to be so easygoing. Why are you like this now? The question struck a nerve, leaving Kin stunned. One of them looked up at him and said, We tried, but so what? Bringing up the rot that had festered for so long. With just one order from above, all our hard work goes down the drain. Perhaps it was time to accept the truth. As night fell over the town, Kin was patrolling the streets. His heart was full of conflict and doubt. He kept remembering what the soldier said. You used to be so easygoing. Why are you like this now? He blamed himself. Yeah, it's my fault. Damn it. He wanted to clear his head. Perhaps he would find a place to have a few drinks tonight. A glowing shack caught Kin's attention. Huh? What's this? He wondered. What smells so good? It wasn't here yesterday. Kin approached and lifted the curtain. Welcome. A cheerful voice rang out. Welcome. None other than Alison and Rurin were there. Welcome to E and Rurin's mobile diner. This is a mobile restaurant that can go anywhere. Kin stood there, confused, and asked, This is a restaurant? Alison replied, That's right. You can have a meal or just grab a few drinks. Seeing Kin looking at the delicious skewers, Alison asked, How about it? Want to try some? He gave in and replied, Then give me a few drinks and some snacks. Alison used magic to flare up the grill and said, Wait a moment. Rurin, get more skewers. She replied, Got it. The skewers, marinated in a sweet glaze, sizzled on the grill, sending clouds of fragrant smoke into the air. Beneath the grill, firewood burned fiercely. She poured a glass of wine and happily brought the plate of skewers over. Here is your food and drink. Enjoy. Kin drooled as he looked at the delicious plate on the table. He picked up a skewer and sniffed it, silently praising it. The smell of the charcoal grill is amazing. He took his first bite, his expression filled with happiness. Wow, this is so tender. The sweetness of the vegetables blends with the meat. It's incredibly delicious. His face flushed slightly. He picked up his wine and took a sip. He exhaled. This is amazing. Alison smiled and asked, Is the flavor to your liking? He replied, It's perfect. He hit the mark when he confided in Kin. I've been under a lot of stress today, but I feel like I've been healed. Alison said, Please, enjoy your meal. If you have anything you need to get off your chest, I'll listen. The afternoon sun shone into the Lord's building. A voice called out, Greetings to the new Lord of Desron. A long-haired, bearded man introduced himself. I am Verand, the treasurer in charge of taxes and finance. Diane opened the document to read without looking at him. It is a pleasure to meet you. Inside, he was calculating the taxes. The administrative files of Desron were practically a complete mess. He widened his eyes, looking coldly at Verand. Most of the funds are unaccounted for, and the figures don't match up. He spoke up. For example, 20 million was supposedly used for road repairs 4 months ago, but when I inspected the area, I saw nothing repaired. What is the meaning of this? Verand had already prepared a small wooden box in his hand and offered it immediately upon hearing the question. I knew you would ask about that, my lord. He opened the lid. Inside, gold, silver, diamonds, and precious stones sparkled. He had prepared the perfect explanation. It was blatant bribery. Diane suppressed his anger and frowned at the contents. Stubborn, aren't you? He prepared to raise his hand. Should I call the guards right now? He imagined himself slamming his hand on the desk and ordering, by order of the Count of Desron, gather the guards in the castle immediately. Suddenly, he was restrained by magic. Diane shouted, Teacher, what are you doing? Alison stood beside him and reminded him, Assess the situation first. We need concrete evidence and thorough preparation. Diane snapped back to reality, his hand slowly dropping. He looked at the treasurer before him. If he arrested him now, the rumors would spread, and the other officials would be on their guard. Back then, Cracking down on corruption was even harder. Your fingers brushed against the glittering gems and precious jewels inside the box. Putting on a gold digger persona, you said, "You're way sharper than I thought. I'm a sucker for bribes, and I'm counting on you, Varand." Over at the mobile diner, Kin slammed his glass down hard on the table. It looked like he was sloshed. So was I. I joined the ranks with so many grand ambitions. He really was completely hammered, spilling his guts. And that's how we're going to turn this place into the safest territory ever. I promised I'd build streets where people could walk around safely even after dark. Alison kept his eyes locked on the sword at Kin's hip. He went on. "Even when I'm off duty, I'm still out on patrol." Rubbing his chin, Alison spoke up. "You're a soldier. Sounds like you've been putting in serious work, but things at your unit just keep going downhill. Is something wrong?" Hearing that, Kin had no clue how to answer. Just as he was about to spill the details, a big brute barged in from outside and cut him off. "Hey, what's going on here?" the thug asked, rubbing his rough neck aggressively. "Who gave you punks permission to set up shop here?" Alison didn't even blink, turning his gaze toward Rurin. "Rurin, take care of this for me." But she was completely wasted, clutching a bottle of booze like it was her lifeline, totally not the beer he'd claimed, though it fit her mood. Alison panicked. Whoa, when did she start drinking? Seeing himself totally ignored, the thug flew into a rage. Playing dumb isn't going to save you. His threat was cut short by a sharp bang on the table. "I'm going to flip this whole place upside down." Kin slowly stood up, feeling completely sick to his stomach. The Desran military was in such a pathetic state that a blazing fury ignited inside him, his cold gaze piercing right through the thug. These lowlifes actually dare to commit crimes right in front of me. The moment the words left his mouth, "All of you are under arrest," he caught a heavy punch straight to the jaw. That single hit knocked him out cold on the spot. Alison judged quietly. Pathetic. Clenching his fists tightly, the thug glared at them and snapped, "All talk and no bite." Some people never learn until they taste some pain, and the only language they understood was a punch to the face. The brute swung wildly at Alison while the latter was still trying to steady the drunk Rurin. "Lord Dian must have his hands full," Rurin mumbled incoherently in her drunken haze. "Yeah, you guys totally deserve to be punished." A bolt of lightning crashed down straight onto Alison's mobile tent. The thug got blasted to a crisp, smoking and charred black, left sitting dazed on the ground. Alison rubbed his chin and muttered, "I'd love to go and smash this guy's base to pieces, but I can't just interfere directly, can I?" It seemed Dian wanted to handle this mess all by himself. Rurin wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, giggling under her breath. "You smell so nice." Alison shot a side glance at Kin, who had completely passed out and was now sleeping face down on the table. "Guess we still have to bail him out," Alison remarked. Though he had to admit, his attitude isn't half bad, considering how hard he's tried. Maybe giving him a shot wouldn't be the worst idea. The past flashed before their eyes, a young, fiercely passionate Kin stepping into the guard's quarters for the very first time. "I put my trust in you. I'm Kin, and starting today, I'm joining the guard." The lazy senior guard picked his teeth with a slouch and replied, "I'm Gabon, the captain of the guards. We don't have any specific trainers to teach you weapon handling or arrest techniques, so figure out your own training." Kin stood there in utter shock at those irresponsible words. "Wake me up if anyone from the castle comes down," he added, because to him, this was far from what he had signed up for. But a group of fired-up young recruits, led by Kin, raised their swords high and shouted, "They're looting out in broad daylight on the streets, and you guys are just standing around watching? So what if we haven't learned weapon techniques yet? Numbers win every time." The crowd immediately chimed in, "Yeah, let's handle it ourselves." Eager to catch criminals and completely unfazed by the threat of blood and injury, the young men cheered together. "Look, we caught one," the criminal sneered in disgust. "Who the hell do you think you are? You really think the Lord is going to let this slide?" But the Lord at the time ended up pouring freezing cold water all over the guards' enthusiasm. "Guards, you're sticking your noses where you aren't wanted. Let him go, and escort him back." Those young men, nursing injuries sustained in the name of justice, stood stunned in the face of such pure corruption. Little by little, everyone lost their original drive, beaten down by the rotten rot coming from the top. Kin tried over and over to fire them up and give it another shot, but they all just shook their heads. "I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, but it's not fair to suffer and get criticized for doing the right thing. I'm just going to do what I'm told." Kin watched his comrades slowly drift away. The higher-ups slashed their pay and cut off supplies, meaning the more they patrolled, the more they lost. He called out softly, "Guys," but all that answered him was their retreat. "Captain, let's just stop here." The reel of the past finally came to an end. Kin bolted upright, one side of his face swollen and throbbing. Huh? There was no tent in sight anymore. They were right out in the pitch-black streets. A voice called out from behind Kin. Finally awake, Are you? Kin recognized him. It was the street vendor. Alison gestured to the right with a grin. I left a little present over there for you. Make sure you take it with you. It was the thug, tied up tight and knocked out cold right beside them. Keeping an easy smile on his face, Alison instructed, drop him off at the jail on your way back. Kin stared in shock at the bound criminal. He stammered and asked what the hell happened. Instead of answering, Ison turned the question right back on him. You're Kin, right? He brought up Kin's old ambition, that burning wish to make Dedran safe again. Do you still believe in that? Kin's hand clenched tightly against the dirt, his fingernails digging deep into the ground. With a trembling voice, Kin answered, I do. Alison smiled, satisfied with the response. Yeah, I haven't given up on my dream yet. A figure clad in armor stepped out from a nearby alley and said, then it's time to seize this opportunity. Kin froze in sheer disbelief. No way, you're the vice captain of the First Night Order. Darien Ober raised a hand in salute. Great to meet you, Kin. I'm Darien, the one assigned to personally oversee your sword training. Lights were still blazing inside the Lord's manor, filled with the sound of angry voices. Dian rested his chin on his hand with a helpless smile, his expression looking utterly miserable. He remembered the slimy officials who had tried to bribe him. One guy wearing a flashy hat stepped forward with a beaming smile and a bulging pouch, saying, Greetings, my lord. I've heard so much about you from Treasurer Verand. Please accept this humble token of my utmost sincerity. A chubby official hauled in a heavy chest. I am absolutely thrilled to welcome such an incredible lord. Please, do me the honor of accepting this humble gift. A curly-haired noble stepped up cheerfully, holding a pouch overflowing with golden coins and chiming in, I don't know what the others brought, but I guarantee mine's worth a lot more. Isn't this the ultimate display of loyalty? Behind Dion sat an absolute mountain of bribe money. Looking thoroughly depressed, he muttered, What am I even looking at? The butler standing nearby shot him a watchful glance, making him jump. Hey, don't look at me like that. Dion pressed his lips into a thin line and sighed. Send the next one in. He thought to himself in pure despair. With corruption this deep, the second they started making arrests, the backlash was going to be an absolute bloodbath. The next visitor was a short-haired girl wearing round glasses. Greetings, my lord. She bowed respectfully. Diane asked her, And who might you be? Pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose, she introduced herself. I'm Mohan, and I'm in charge of land management. Her eyes, however, were locked entirely on the massive pile of gold coins stacked up behind his back. Mohan clenched her jaw in bitter resentment, thinking to herself that she'd actually hoped things would be different this time. Dion broke the silence. Anything else? Mohan clutched the lapels of her uniform tightly, lowered her head, and spoke. I apologize. My abilities are limited, and I haven't saved much money, so it's hard to show my sincerity or offer you a gift. My lord. Dion's eyes lit up as if he had found the light of his life. He asked, You have nothing to offer? Mohan replied nervously, Well, you can relieve me of my duties. Dion stared blankly, then stood up and gave his approval, leaving Mohan stunned. He grabbed her hands tightly. I've been waiting for someone like you. Mohan was taken aback. What? Someone like me? What kind of approval is this? Dion seemed overjoyed and began to pour out his ambitions. We are going to collect every single bribe from those corrupt officials together. Mohan trembled. He's insane. The Lord has truly lost his mind. I have to escape right now. Kin was swinging his sword, drenched in sweat. In the empty training yard, only Kin was still swinging his sword tirelessly. Alison asked how things were going. Darien Ober crossed his arms and replied, What do you think? He needs to relearn how to hold a sword. He calmly said, With Darien here, what is there to worry about? Rurin was fast asleep on the grass. The two men were still exchanging information. But how am I supposed to return to the palace? I'll take care of the logistics for you. How long until the guard duty is complete? Darien said. It's surprising that you were taken down by a thug. Even if I train him every day, it would take at least 3 months. Alison leaned against a tree and sighed. That takes so long. He thought he shouldn't interfere anymore, but he couldn't just abandon the suffering people. Suddenly, he realized something. Then, a foolish grin appeared on his face. Darien judged that the kid must have an idea. It's better not to ask, lest he get dragged into it. The full moon hung high in the night sky as a sigh echoed. Indeed, it was a young woman clutching a loaf of bread, walking along the road at night. I intended to get home early but got lost. The light from a sharp knife terrified the girl. Yeah, is this your first time here? 2 thugs wanted to extort her. We haven't seen you around here before. The thug with the goatee asked. Do you know whose territory this is to be walking around so confidently? The girl cried in terror, staring at the blade inches from her face. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The goatee thug gave her a murderous glare. It's okay. Don't be so afraid. You can pay your debt later. This isn't the place. A shout from behind caught the blonde thug's attention. Wait, a finger was raised. This person said, "Drop that sword right now, you villains." Alison and Rurin, hooded and masked, shouted, "We are the guard unit bringing justice to Dayron, the peddler squad," Rurin added from the side. That's right. The two thugs looked at them and asked, "The guard unit?" The blonde thug said fearlessly, "You come here in these rags and want to play hero?" Before he could finish, not wanting to die, Alison pointed a finger at them, summoning a ray of justice. A brilliant golden light shot out, shattering the sword in the goatee thug's hand. The light streaked straight into the night sky. The girl, clutching her bread, was stunned, unable to believe it, while the two thugs stood frozen, sweating bullets as they looked at the hilt that was all that remained of the sword. "My sword!" They immediately fled in a panic, not forgetting to leave their classic line behind. "We'll remember this," Alison boasted, hands on his hips. "Have you witnessed the power of the peddler squad yet?" Rurin stood beside him and poked his arm. "Please, can we change the name?" The girl with the bread had been saved. She trembled as she spoke. "That voice and that magic, it can't be." Alison froze when he heard her ask, "Count Roque?" Alison scratched his head. "I remember that woman. She came to my room." The girl happily asked, "You are Count Roque, aren't you?" Alison groaned inwardly. "It's over. I shouldn't have been caught this early." At a dining table, 3 people sat under candlelight, discussing matters. Mikon spoke first. "Ricardo is dead. Lord Ryden is missing. The farming department and the sorting facility have been closed." The one-eyed man, the leader of the Desron human trafficking ring, asked, "And a new lord has arrived. Now our people are causing trouble, but that won't last forever." Mikon, the leader of the Desron assassination squad, spoke up. "It's time to decide our direction. You are the one closest to Lord Ryden, Vito." Sitting in the middle was the deputy leader of the Desron human trafficking ring, Vernetto. He thought for a moment and said, "We will inherit the legacy Lord Ryden left behind and rebuild our kingdom." A plate holding a slice of dry bread sat on the table. Kin's hands were covered in bandages from relentless sword training. He picked up the dry bread, sadly thinking he still remembered the taste of the meat skewers from back then, not knowing what kind of meat it was, but the taste was wonderful. His hands were covered in wounds as he picked up the bread. "Even so, I have to eat this to endure the training." The soldiers approached to chat with him. "Captain Kin, where did you go?" "Your hands are dirty," he replied. "Just training." This answer made the blonde soldier skeptical. Training? He didn't believe it. No way. Kin picked up the bread, chewing it bit by bit, and said firmly, "Guys, I still haven't given up." The 2 soldiers were stunned to hear him say, "I still have hope for Dayron." The 2 whispered, "Captain." The moon hung high, shining down on a dilapidated building full of cracks. Many people living there spoke up in surprise. "Oh my, I was so grateful back then." The girl was equally surprised. You are Count Roque." Alison put on an innocent face, took off his cloak, and admitted, "That's right, the secret behind the food truck group is Count Roque." He looked at the female former slave holding the loaf of bread he had just saved. Everyone had gathered here. She looked at him and replied, "The new lord has provided temporary housing for all former slaves. When the investigation is over, they will be able to return home." Alison was surprised by this information, thinking to himself, "The lord is doing a great job." The former slave timidly said, "But the meals are so bland, so I plan to buy some bread." The bland plate of food had 2 slices of bread on top. Alison asked, "Were you caught by them just now?" He rubbed his lips, calculating. Everyone blurted out a question that left the girl stiff. "Don't you want to take revenge on those bastards?" She couldn't believe her ears. "What?" The former slaves heard him ask if they were frustrated about having to avoid their territory, even after being kidnapped. He turned toward the door, leaving behind one remark. "If anyone feels that way, follow me." There was someone who taught weapon skills very well. On the training ground, Kin was sparring with Darian. He only used one hand with his sword to instruct Kin. Slashing isn't just about swinging the sword. The knight's swordsmanship isn't just about moving your hands quickly. Suddenly, he swung his sword, cutting through Kin's attack and knocking the sword from his hand. Both looked at where the sword had stuck into the ground. Darian instructed him, adjusting the angle of his blade. A sword that can't do that is worse than a stick. Kin, covered in scratches and grime, sighed in exhaustion, picked up his sword again, and replied, "Yes, please teach me more." Darian looked at him and said, "I would love to, but I can no longer train you privately." Footsteps thundered on the ground, accompanied by a question. "Captain Kin, did you do all of this yourself?" The former slaves had also arrived at the training ground, carrying whatever weapons they had. "Don't be like that. Let us join in. I remember the lessons about running." Kin was panting, sweat dripping down his face, as he looked at the crowd. You all." The former female slaves also spoke up. "Please, teach us too." A girl said, "We want to show those kidnappers what we're made of." Darien scratched his head helplessly and said, "I thought I only needed to teach one person, but now it's different." Allison put on a deadpan, sly look and replied, "I never said it would only be one person." Then he pulled his hood up, leaving only his eyes visible. "The numbers will keep growing. I plan to give an opportunity to everyone who has been a victim of this crime," Darien suggested. "Perhaps I need to bring more people from the capital." At the Desron guard barracks, land manager Mohan was present. She held a document scroll in her hand. "I thought I was being ordered to collect bribes for something shady." She recalled their previous conversation. Diane had said, "Among the officials who gave me money, there must be some who, even if they didn't want to, were forced to bribe because of the previous situation in Desron. Your task is to investigate the source of that money and find out if it was coerced, obtained through embezzlement, or if it was money taken by exploiting the people." Mohan received the scroll, still looking bewildered. "Yes, my lord." She asked him anxiously, "Why? Why entrust me with such an important task?" Diane smiled and replied, "Even in those circumstances, you said that you had nothing to give, didn't you?" Mohan clutched the document and thought, "This lord is truly different. Can Desron really change?" She approached the guard barracks, where unclear noises were coming from inside. She snooped outside, looking through the window, and heard, "Ah, it's simple." It was Gabon, drunk as a skunk, saying, "You want to withdraw the guards from the sorting and farming room? They aren't doing much work anyway. Tell them I agree." He chugged his liquor. "But you know the drill, right? Send me someone pretty once everything is done." The masked soldier stood with his hands behind his back and replied, "I will inform you once everything has been handled. It's easier now that Ricardo is here." Mohan, listening to the whole conversation outside, thought with fear. The sorting and farming room? What is going on? Inside the sorting room, Desron was filled with waste. Thugs had chosen this place as their base. A man holding a torch looked around and said, "It's completely destroyed." The bald man with a sword on his shoulder replied, "There's no one left here." A hand with sharp, claw-like nails was revealed. "Good, Gabon has completed his task." Mikan ordered coldly, "Rebuild this place." As soon as the sorting and farming rooms are reconstructed, Desron will regain its former glory. Late that night, in the Lord's chambers, Diane was still working hard, reading documents, while the steward stood by his side, pouring him tea. The origin of the bribe money was gradually becoming clear. Everything would be finished in a few months. But as swords and axes flashed before his eyes, Diane calculated that the biggest problem was the military. "Once we start gathering them, I must act quickly and cleanly before the other officials find out." He sighed to himself. But the state of the guards is just too poor. As he wondered, "To do this, perhaps I will need the help of the Gregg family." A space rift appeared beside him. Alison jumped out. Diane called out in surprise. "Mentor?" Alison said nonchalantly. "Hello. What are you talking about? I'm just part of the food truck group." He invited him. "My lord, could you follow me for a moment? There are a few people I want to introduce to you." A sword was swung. The former slaves were diligently practicing swordsmanship in the dark of night. Alison led Diane to this very place. He was astonished to see them. Ison stood there with his arms crossed and replied. From guards to former slaves, everyone was training voluntarily. Darien was personally overseeing the work, angrily resting his hands on his hips. "No," I said, "don't do it like that. It's so frustrating. Back in the day this was handled so much faster," Ison's voice boomed. "It started as just one squad, but look at how many people have gathered now." He looked at them as he spoke. Diane's eyes were brimming with emotion. Eliso finished his sentence. "It's not just the Lord who wants change. The soldiers are still practicing hard." Diane was proud and moved as he watched everyone training for the future of Desron. "Yes, I am not alone. Desron will change." 3 months passed in a rotting slum. A masked soldier said, "Lord Veneto, we have a new report." He began to brief him. "The sorting and farming rooms have been completely rebuilt." Veneto smirked triumphantly. "Good. I lost some income because I couldn't touch the people thanks to those food wagons. But that's over now. It's time to seize all the facilities in the region and take control. Notify Mikan and Voda." His sentence was cut off as a subordinate rushed in. Lord Veneto." The two in the room looked at him in confusion. Outside the human trafficker's base, Diane rode his horse in front of the army and shouted, "Veneto, listen up." He declared firmly, "If you surrender peacefully, you will stand trial under the laws of this land. But if you resist, only severe punishment awaits." Veneto was taken aback. "A real army? Are you kidding me?" The guards looked like nothing more than untrained scarecrows. The subordinate stammered, sweating bullets. Something isn't right. A sword was driven deep into the ground. Things were different now. He was tougher. He leaned on his sword and said coldly, All of you criminals. The former slave girl stepped out, looking like a completely different person, shouting with intense spirit. Get out here, you kidnappers! Veto stood on the ramparts, staring at their murderous aura, completely dumbfounded. Huh? What's wrong with them? Mohan raised his hand to point at the corrupt officials, ordering coldly, arrest all those corrupt bastards. Before he could even finish, two soldiers quickly moved in to grab V-Net. Not stopping there, Mohan continued to order the arrest of everyone involved in bribery and corruption. V-Net hadn't even recovered when he angrily sputtered, "What is this? Who gave you the right to act so insolently?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, filled with rage and curses. "You scoundrels!" The newcomer was Gabon. He stormed forward, his voice ice cold. "Are you planning a mutiny?" He tried to remain calm and persuade them. "Remember, I am your leader." No sooner had he finished speaking than the others retorted, "Sorry, but we're just following orders from above." One of them added, "Isn't it a soldier's duty to obey their superiors?" Gabon's expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He gasped, "What?" Diane Drake rode forward on his horse, his face calm but determined. "Today," he opened his mouth slightly, his voice steady and firm. "Today, we wipe out all of Desran's corruption." The men below were ready, swords gripped tight, eyes burning with determination. Diane Drake spoke up, his tone calm but filled with authority. "My army!" Suddenly, he roared, showing them the justice of Desran. No sooner had he finished speaking than everyone charged into battle without a moment's hesitation. A powerful sword strike swung down. That man hurriedly raised his sword to parry, his face strained. He let out a gasp, his face drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, "Are these really Desran's soldiers?" Those thoughts kept swirling in his head, impossible to shake off. "He thought they were just weaklings," Kin said in a cold tone. "Every criminal will be crushed." Suddenly, a large silhouette plummeted from above. The one who appeared was none other than Vernito. With his weapon in hand, he slammed it into the ground. The powerful impact created a terrifying sound, sending debris flying and cracking the earth over a wide area. Vernito noticed the difference and said, "It seems they've gotten a little stronger, but in the end, they're still just untrained fools." He swung his weapon forward and shouted, "Charge!" Seeing his arrogance, Kin hung his head and sighed before coldly replying, "Untrained, you say?" Kin continued in a steely tone, "We've been through hell for the past 3 months. Do you even know what that's like?" Without another word, they both clashed in a fierce battle. Vernetto was surprised to see a completely unfamiliar technique from Kin, and he suddenly blurted out, You little brat! How do you know that swordsmanship?" The battle intensified. The sound of clashing weapons sent shivers down the spine. A strange groan of resistance escaped. "Arg!" One of them shouted out, rallying his comrades. "All right, stay calm and keep moving. Don't forget your formation." Before he could finish, his face showed clear panic. A powerful attack sent him flying, and he groaned. Just then, a voice filled with confusion called out, "What is this?" Voda was clutching a chain, looking at everything in extreme astonishment. He muttered, "They said the new lord exposed the bribery, but could it be that's not the case?" At the same time, the female slave fighting beside her could not hide her confusion. An order rang out from behind. "Soldiers, block the other side." A soldier turned back, muttering in confusion. "Hey!" The female slave looked like she had gone mad, her eyes sharp as blades. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "That guy! We have to catch him!" A hand reached out desperately, blood splattering all around. A body lay still on the ground, and a voice asked in suspicion, "Why isn't Veronetto moving?" Mikon frowned slightly, his voice low. "I don't know who trained them, but they're using some kind of sword techniques, but do they think they can defeat me with just that little practice?" He looked at the person in front of him, his cold gaze continuing to warn, "This guy is different from the others. Everyone, be alert." Mikon remained on guard, his voice full of arrogance. "Remember your level." Before he could finish, a cold voice cut in. "Let me bring you down to my level then." A figure gradually emerged. It was Darien Ober. He was indifferent, his eyes sharp as knives as he spoke. "I only intended to watch from afar at first, but now things have changed." Darien Ober slowly drew his sword, his cold, sharp eyes continuing. "The Moyne assassin group, you are their leader, Mikon, right?" Mikon exclaimed in shock. You before Mikon could recover. Darien Ober swung his sword down hard. In just a flash, Darien Ober's sharp blade cut through, and blood sprayed from Mikon's body, splattering across the ground. Darien Ober only provoked him coldly. "Oh, my hand slipped." Darien Ober turned his back and walked away, his voice sounding icy. "Reaching my level is far too difficult for you." He thought to himself that if one of the 3 main characters were at this level, the current soldiers could handle it, but it would take a lot of effort. He told himself he would end it soon. Meanwhile, Voda was struggling to resist with the chain, his body trembling. The female slave picked up her sword, her eyes sharp and ready to finish him off. Voda faced them, feeling confused. He kept thinking to himself, these little brats, they're the slaves I captured earlier. How did they learn these weapon skills? Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Voda struggled to say, their eyes, they annoy me. Don't look down on me. Saying that, he roared. He used all his strength to swing his weapon toward the female slave and yelled, damn slave. But just before his weapon touched her, Voda's expression suddenly changed. He wondered, his mouth suddenly blurting out. Oh? The female slave's sword had cut through his chest before his weapon could touch her. He screamed in pain. Arg! The female slave, with a look of pure hatred, said in a steely voice, you should lower your voice too, you scum. The whole team cheered. Voda has been captured. Round them all up. One by one, they were captured, and shouts rang out. We've cleared this side. We've won. Vernetto witnessed his side failing, his expression tense. Kin rushed toward him and asked loudly, where are you looking? Veto felt something strange. He thought to himself, there's something weird. My attacks keep getting blocked by strange magic circles. He gritted his teeth, thinking, today was supposed to be the day I took everything back. Thinking that, he yelled, but with things going this way, he frantically unleashed his techniques, making the rocks around him fly. He growled, I can't end it like this. Kin hurriedly resisted and shouted, he's running away! Chase him! Veneto gave it his all to escape, thinking, as long as I don't get caught, there's still hope. I'll try again 10 times, maybe even 20. His figure gradually faded, while thoughts still swirled in his head about taking back their kingdom in Desran. Suddenly, Vernito's face revealed clear confusion. Alison appeared. He was sitting on a corpse, blocking his path. His appearance made Alison sigh. Veto asked in confusion. You are you from the cargo carriage? Alison didn't answer but asked him back. Are you a criminal? He clearly declared to him, go back. You won't make it through. No sooner had he finished speaking than Veto felt shocked, thinking to himself, wait, that voice kept echoing in his head. A pathetic creature like you dares to leave? It kept lingering, constantly reverberating in his mind. You enter this place together, I will burn it all to the ground. Remembering this made Vernito's body tremble. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word, only stammering. You are. He was trembling so much he couldn't speak. His words kept getting cut off. The sight of him right now also made the others extremely curious. He asked himself, what's wrong with this guy? Veneto collapsed to the ground, screaming, a dragon! Ison replied nonchalantly, oh, you found out. How did he notice? Veneto couldn't control his fear, panicking. He's here! Someone stepped forward, sighing with exhaustion. Alison took off his face mask and said cheerfully, it seems everything has been resolved peacefully. Suddenly, a voice replied, that's right. Alison turned around in surprise. It really is, Darien Ober answered wearily. Sorry, we had someone injured while subduing me Khan. Alison asked softly. Han, get up. How are the injured ones doing? Darien Ober replied, their lives are not in danger. Suddenly, Darien Ober stammered, but Alison, didn't we say we would leave this to Count Diane? He continued, why did you decide to intervene? Alison smiled. I intended to, but it seems I'm easily swayed by requests. At a certain villa, a cry rang out. Diane Leiden-Grake ran into the room, excitedly praising him. I heard the news. You did well. You succeeded in capturing the criminal organization and the corrupt officials. He praised him, saying, that's my son. But Diane Grake replied dejectedly, I'm just a failure. He slumped over his desk, muttering, I'm not fit to be a lord. I'm just pure trash. These words left Leiden-Grake very confused. He softly called out his name, Diane. A tray of freshly grilled meat filled the room with its delicious aroma. Rurin cooked the meat and asked, so that's why you used magic to protect the soldiers? Alison gave a faint smile and replied in a deep, warm voice, it wasn't just that. He continued, but Diane's complexion doesn't look very good. Rurin asked in wonder, why? Isn't it because no one died? Hearing her ask that, Alison replied, I can guess the reason. I hope he doesn't blame himself too much. At that moment, Leiden-Grake entered the room. He announced the capture of the bandit gang and the corrupt nobles. The operation was a success. He continued, however, you borrowed Lord Alison's power to win. Looking straight at Diane Grake, who was sitting in deep thought, he asked, is that what's making you agonize, son? Diane bowed his head, his voice filled with sadness. I was determined to resolve this on my own. I thought the first step to becoming a true lord was not to rely on others. He sighed, his voice choking up. But before the battle began, my resolve wavered. He remembered the expressions on their faces and continued, I was afraid my decisions would lead to my soldiers getting hurt or dying. I confidently declared that I would change Desron, but in reality, I only had the determination without any preparation. He lowered his gaze, saying sadly, I'm sorry, father. Perhaps I cannot continue to govern Desron. I am not fit to be the new lord. Leiden Grake stood silently, his eyes deep and contemplative. A long while later, he said gently, Come with me. Dian Grake looked up, blinking in confusion. Pardon? Leiden didn't answer immediately. He opened the door and walked out, replying to his question. Take a walk with me for a moment. I will explain what a lord is more clearly. He led Dian to a dark place, surrounded only by quiet mountains and clouds. The area was illuminated by moonlight. Only then did he slowly advise him, Dian, you've said since you were little that you wanted to become a lord like me, haven't you? Dian Grake replied, Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Leiden pondered for a moment and asked, So, what kind of lord is that? Dian smiled and replied, You are the lord who restored Grake, which had been devastated by the war with the Dragon Clan. The image of Leiden Grake arriving at Grake for the first time came to mind. He had entered, riding his horse in bewilderment, asking himself, Is this Greek? Yes. Dian continued, I was too young then, so I only heard stories about it. Growing up, everyone always told me the same thing. It's hard to believe how quickly the city of Grake was restored from a pile of ashes, so it's only natural that you look up to me as your role model. Lai asked him, Do you know the first thing I did to restore the city of Grake? I begged for help from the lords in the surrounding areas. Hearing this, Dian was completely shocked. He couldn't believe his ears when his father told him that. He recounted the story to him. He had gone to seek support from other lords, pleading with them most earnestly. Please help me. Help the starving people of Grake. Could you possibly provide us with some food and shelter? We need materials to rebuild the territory. He continued to tell Duran, I kept begging others for help just like that. He spoke to him in a soft, guiding tone. Of course, it's unacceptable for a lord to constantly bow his head to others. If one can solve problems on their own, that would be highly commendable. Always remember one thing. He smiled, speaking calmly. All our anxieties are directed toward the people of our territory. He touched his shoulder and added kindly, Caring for your soldiers and being willing to sacrifice for them is something truly worthy of respect. Dian choked up, unable to say a word. He could only whisper, Father? Suddenly, Lai pushed him away and said, So, stop frowning on such a wonderful day like this. Dian was taken aback by his father's sudden behavior. He stammered in confusion. Huh? Father? Lai laughed and continued, Haha, from now on, you're the one in charge of the city of Grake. Dian tumbled to the ground and groaned in pain. Ouch, he asked, completely bewildered. What was that? Before he could understand what was happening, a voice suddenly rang out. He's here! Dian looked up to see everyone waiting for him, and someone called out a greeting. Why are you just arriving now? Welcome, our new Lord Dian. Alison laughed happily and called out. You made it? Come over here and sit down, my lord. Rurin also chimed in playfully. Just roll on over here. What a surprise entrance. Seeing everyone in front of him, Dian cried out happily, Everyone! Master Leiden Grake stood outside, watching and smiling with satisfaction. He said gently, There you go, keep smiling. Dian, isn't everyone enjoying the celebration today? Inside, everyone was enthusiastically welcoming their new lord. They handed Dian a skewer of meat and said happily, My lord, this is delicious, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, so this is Palinkill? Lee stood outside, thinking to himself, If you hadn't asked Ison for help, I'm afraid some of them wouldn't be here today. Just then, Kin shyly approached the female slave. You're really skilled at fighting. Would you like to join our guard unit? The slave smiled and replied, Oh my, would that really be okay? Lai watched the scene inside, a satisfied smile on his face as he said, I'm very proud of you. You have become a capable lord. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky, casting a bright and clear light over everything. After a night of partying, Dian Gray was sound asleep at the table. A voice rang out. Phew, finally done, Rurin said as she walked. I didn't expect them to drink until dawn. Alison chuckled softly. After all, they had just come through a massive campaign. He spoke up. But Rurin, aren't you sleepy? I was thinking of heading out for a bit. If you're tired, I can go alone. Rurin looked surprised and asked, Huh? Where to? Ison replied, To a place where I have a few things to ask and a few things to say. The scene shifts to the Royal Library of the Louvre Empire. Leiden Grake was standing there, intently reading a book. A moment later, light footsteps approached. Hearing the footsteps, Leiden Grake Harris didn't look up, only speaking quietly. Oh, you've arrived, Madrine. She bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. She asked curiously, Is there something you needed me for, Your Highness? Leiden Grake didn't answer right away, pausing before saying, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable about history, don't you?" He continued, "3 heroes sacrificed themselves to protect all races during the war against the dragon race. Thanks to them, the casualties of the Louvre Empire were significantly lower than expected. L. Vernon, D.F. Daron, but the identity of the third one remains a mystery." He thought for a moment and added, "No. To be precise, there aren't any records left about that person at all. Even though I've tried investigating through the survivors of that war, their testimonies are all contradictory and inconsistent." A flicker of suspicion crossed Leidengreek's eyes as he continued, "They say that person was a powerful archmage, and a human." He shared his speculation. "When I heard those two things, I immediately thought of one person." He pointed to the book he was reading and continued, "The problem is this. Even though I've scoured every military file regarding Ison, I only found this single line. After 15 years of dedicated service as an Imperial mage, I request to retire, written when we first visited Greg City." It was clear she seemed to know that person. Madrine felt cold sweat break out on her forehead. She stammered, confused, Ison? Leidengreek's voice grew sharp again. Even though you denied having ever met Madrine, couldn't hide the tremor in her voice, as she replied, "Things are very different from what you imagine regarding Mr. Ison, Your Highness." In another room, a figure slowly appeared. Alison said with a vibrant, cheerful smile, "It's been a long time." He bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty." The king spoke. "Has it really been that long?" This was the king of the Louvre Empire, Lemdan Hellet. He added joyfully, "It is an honor to have such a distinguished guest." Ison smiled and replied, "That's right. It's been a while." A fleeting thought crossed his mind. "Who is this guy again?" Lemdan Hellet continued. "I didn't expect you to return to the palace one day. Have you visited the Magic Academy yet?" Alison sighed, his expression becoming thoughtful as he replied, "Why would I go there? They'd probably go crazy if they saw me." Alison hesitated for a moment and then muttered, "I'm a terrible troublemaker." Just then, Madrine also mentioned his name. To explain this, let's look back at the past. Outside the magnificent castle, a voice announced, "Congratulations, you are the chosen ones. As members of the Imperial Mage Association, pledge to advance magic and dedicate yourselves to the Empire, and you must constantly sharpen yourselves." Cherubon appeared to address everyone. "That is the spirit of the Louvre. Empire, and the goal you must all strive for. Keep your determination firm here at this Royal Magic Academy." A loud scream rang out. "No, not held back again." The voice came from the Royal Magic Academy's headmaster, Astrabon. He was furious, yelling, "How long do you intend to stay here, Alison?" Faced with his teacher's criticism, Alison could only say, "Thank you, sir." Facing his interrogation, he hurriedly explained, "I've tried my best, but life isn't that easy. Right, sir? I remember the saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, right? Or does that saying not exist here? Regardless, I hope you look at my efforts in a positive light." However, his words didn't calm Astrabon down. They only made him angrier. He shouted, "Get out immediately." Alison didn't dare argue and quickly answered, "Yes, sir." At the Royal Magic Academy, upper-class student Marudel watched and smiled, saying, "At first, he was the senior I admired so much." Beside Marudel was upper-class student Yugen. He looked on with a frustrated expression and said, "Oh God, held back again? You've really got a talent for it, don't you?" Ison just smiled back, his voice self-deprecating. "I'm incompetent, so being held back is only natural." A reproachful voice echoed, "What kind of logic is that?" Marudel couldn't stop her surprise. "I really can't understand what you're thinking." Alison just smiled and brushed it off. He lightly suggested, "Let's go get something to eat or something." However, someone stood in the back, silently observing with a look of deep resentment. It was the lower-class student Madrine. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "Alison, that fraud." At the Royal Magic Academy's practice hall, a voice rang out. "Everyone sees this, right?" Astrabon was demonstrating for everyone. He continued explaining, "This is a variation of ice magic. The way you use the magic circle is slightly different. Unlike standard ice magic that uses the environment to take effect, this one is much harder to visualize. Go practice on your own, and remember to keep a safe distance." Ison stood there, watching intently, then said, "I can't do it." Astrabon sighed, trying to be patient with his student. He decided to show him another technique. He said, "Then let me show you something else. This is basic magic that every final year student." Before he could finish, Alison cut him off. "No!" Astrabon's anger flared up instantly. He roared, "Even first-year students can use that spell. Just try it." But Alison still refused to try. He answered cheerfully, "Students these days are probably much more talented than in the past." Alison's words were the last straw, making Astrabon so angry he shouted, "Ah, you rascal!" Even though he was scolded, Ison didn't seem worried. Instead, he smiled smugly, thinking, ha ha ha, as if I'd use magic to help others. I'll just stay here being lazy until the war ends. Elsewhere, a professor didn't stop praising, eyes shining with admiration, simply extraordinary. Where did this talent come from? The professor, witnessing the spell casting, couldn't hide his amazement. I can't believe a first-year student could execute a spell so perfectly, Marine replied modestly. It's all thanks to the professor's teaching. Around them, the students were amazed and didn't stop whispering in admiration. Look closely. This is pure magic, unimpeded by any superfluous elements. The professor walked over to Marine and said to her, it's at such a high level that I wish that guy could learn a thing or two from it. The scene of Alison being scolded by REBORN was replayed. The professor's voice continued. We once had high expectations for his future. Hearing this, Marine couldn't hide her irritation. She frowned, breathing heavily. She thought, how pathetic. Back in the present, a voice interrupted Marine's thoughts. Wait. Leiden Greg Harris pondered for a moment and asked, is that restaurant owner Alison, the one who can't use magic properly? Marine quickly replied. To be more precise, he can only use one spell. Leiden Greg Harris spoke up, interrupting with a curious tone. Hold on, then why did they keep him at the academy and make him repeat the grade? At that time, we were in the middle of a war, so we had no resources to waste on unnecessary things. Those who weren't talented enough were supposed to be sent to the front lines as infantry, right? Marine replied, looking a bit tense. It was only later that I realized the only spell he could use was actually beyond extraordinary. She reminisced and told Leiden Greek. Back then she had walked in with a friend. One of the students, upon seeing Marine, said excitedly, That's Marine! I wonder if I could ask her how to decode that magic circle. The girl who suggested it was quickly shut down by her friend next to her. Hey, she's on a different level than us. Stop dreaming. Marine was praised by the professor again. You got a perfect score on the exam again. Simply extraordinary. Marine, a once-in-a-century genius, a truly astonishing talent. All eyes were on her with undisguised admiration. Compliments were showered upon her non-stop. I heard she's already started learning level 2 magic. It seems she's already surpassed the upperclassmen. She's going to be the mage who turns the tide of the war. Marine heard those praises and couldn't help but feel smug. She smiled, thinking to herself, I really am a genius. All the underclassmen are falling behind, and the older students don't scare me either. I'll catch up to them in a year, and when I'm a senior, everything outside at the academy seemed to be in ruins. Ison's technique had immense destructive power. Headmaster Astrobon saw the terrifying devastation and praised him. Good, that's enough. A voice called out to Alison. He replied excitedly, Yes. Astrobon sighed and asked, Why can't you use other spells like that? He didn't know how to answer, just grinning sheepishly. Heh. Marine happened to be passing by and saw it. She was shocked and wondered when she saw the technique. What? What was that? The friend behind her explained. Oh, is this your first time seeing it? Her friend continued to tell Marine. He's a student who can't use any other spells, but the destructive power of his fireball is unbelievable. The surrounding students were all in awe, constantly discussing the power of the fireball Alison had just unleashed. Marudel said, Wow, that fireball is definitely stronger than the professor's. Alison replied, That's the only motivation that keeps me at this academy. Despite all my other failures, Yugen also spoke up, trying to make excuses for his mistakes. Her friend continued telling Marine, The professors always regret not being able to let him graduate, because he has the potential to become a great mage if he could only learn other spells. But when Marine heard this, she couldn't hide her surprise and frustration, muttering, No way. She looked at the scene before her in disbelief and said, How could it possibly have such immense destructive power? She whispered to herself, I'm supposed to be the genius here. Dense thoughts swirled in her mind. She couldn't accept a future where the Magic Academy recognized someone else over her. She recalled Ison's face with seething hatred and thought to herself, especially the fact that a rude student like him pushed me out of the spotlight. A ball of energy with terrifying power was released, seemingly shattering everything in its path. The professor praised Marin. Well done. Your magical foundation is truly excellent, just as I expected. Everything around her was nearly demolished by the destructive force of the spell she had just cast. Yet despite the professor's praise, her face remained dissatisfied, showing clear disappointment. She frowned and muttered, No, that's not it. It's still not enough. A plate of food was served, but Yugen couldn't stand the sight of it. He furrowed his brows and groaned. Ugh, even the Magic Academy can't get food right. Why is it always such terrible slop? Marudel felt just as disheartened. He spoke up. Clearly, they don't think it's worth investing magic into agricultural production. Alison walked over from somewhere, grinning as he said, You guys aren't really planning on eating that, are you? A voice chimed in. Heh. Headed there again? The three of them walked past and dumped their food into the trash bin. The kitchen staff, seeing this, angrily called out, "Hey, are you all just throwing the food away?" But they didn't seem to care at all. They were busy chatting. "What? You're not going?" A voice replied, "Of course I am." Marin felt anger flare up in her chest when she saw him and his group of friends tossing their meals aside without a second thought. She seethed to herself. That trio again, did they really just leave after dumping their food? Seeing her staring fixedly at Alison, her two friends teased her. "Marin, are you staring at that upperclassman again? You asked about him last time too. How unexpected. Could it be that you like bad boys?" Marin grew annoyed, her expression shifting as she hissed. "What? Can you just stop? I hate people who walk around aimlessly without a shred of responsibility." Her friends quickly backpedaled. "Sorry, it was just a joke." "Yeah, you're right. He's just too different from you, Marin. That Alison guy is irresponsible in every way. I heard he doesn't even want to be a mage anymore." Marin, who had been eating, froze at those words. She raised her voice. "What do you mean? Can you explain that?" Her friend broke into a cold sweat, stammering. "Huh? I just mean it's only a rumor." The scene shifted to another room, where two pieces of fresh, succulent meat hung suspended. The meat was prepared perfectly, and as it was sliced, a delicious aroma filled the air. One piece was popped into a mouth and chewed with delight. After taking a bite, Yugen hummed in praise. "Wow, this meat is so tender. You should have gone to culinary school instead of the Magic Academy." Marudel, eating nonstop, added, "When I try to cook it, this part is always so tough I can't even chew it." Seeing the pot lid open, Marudel turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" Alison replied. Laughter rang out. "Ha ha. There's always a right way to do things. The recipe for cooking the meat is as follows. After marinating the meat with spices, I vacuum seal it and slow cook it in water at a specific temperature. Cooking at a low temperature for a long time helps the meat retain its moisture without overcooking or becoming tough. Then, I sear the outside to give it an appealing color. And that's it." Yugen smiled and said, "Hey, look at this pot. It has all kinds of spells from water circulation, steam temperature control, to even magic blocking for automatic shutdown. After a while, you wove some of these magic circles into the old ones, right?" Ison replied without hesitation. "That's right." Marudel ate his fill and happily spoke up. "And this guy flat out lied to the professors that he didn't know how to use magic." Ison argued back, "Do you want to starve to death or what? Why do you think I bribed you?" Yugen suddenly turned to ask Alison. "Hey Alison, haven't you changed your mind yet? Don't you want to stop failing classes and graduate?" Ison was surprised by that question. At that moment, he answered honestly, "I don't know what I should fight for." He turned his back and continued, "I don't want to become a soldier, but a chef. Magic is just a tool to me. I don't want to use it to kill anyone." Marudel chimed in, "Alison, me too. I don't want to fight for some random country." Alison replied, "I mean, nobody is talking about protecting the country. I'm just an orphan." Yugen sighed and advised, "Whatever, forget it. I was just talking nonsense since graduation day is coming up." Ison's face darkened slightly, his voice growing deep. "Just wait a little longer. I feel like if I fail and repeat 2 more times, I'll be pushed to the front lines." Marudel nodded and gently said, "Yeah, at least we tried." A voice echoed through the air. "By then, we'll probably get promoted, right? And then we'll boss you around endlessly." A laugh broke the quiet atmosphere. "Haha, that's a great idea." Marin stood outside, listening silently to all of it, but in her heart, she felt confused. She frowned slightly, wondering, what the heck? He pretended not to know magic just to keep failing and staying back. On the announcement day, Principal REBORN appeared, and his voice echoed across the space, drawing everyone's eyes to him. "Congratulations to you all." The students below eagerly awaited his announcement. He continued, "Even though your study time here was shortened by the war, you have successfully mastered basic magic skills. This badge shows that you have been officially recognized as royal mages. Remember that not many people can achieve this feat. At the same time, know that there are still many steps to climb. Think of the first year as a low starting point to reach higher peaks." Marudel stood at attention, his eyes fixed on the principal, listening to every single word he spoke. Azraban shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the hall, stepping forward. The royal mages. The people in the courtyard couldn't contain their excitement, shouting back in response. Only one person showed no interest in this matter at all. He sat in a corner watching everything around him without any desire to join in. After the ceremony ended, the students left, and the hall quickly became deserted, without a single soul left. Azraban spoke up. "Do you have something to say to me, Marin?" Marine immediately replied, "Yes. It's about the student Ison. All the graduated students were overjoyed, proudly pointing at the badges on their chests with triumphant smiles. Amidst that joyful atmosphere, a voice rang out from the crowd. Class 312 has graduated. Are you guys leaving soon? Jugen turned toward the sound and softly replied, Yeah, that's right. Except for you. Alison gave an awkward smile and continued asking, Hee, where are you guys heading? Marudel answered excitedly, We've been assigned to the same territory. Thandian in the north. Alison exclaimed in admiration. Quite a long trip. Jugen smiled calmly in response. Yeah, now we're real mages. But we're really going to miss your food. Marudel picked up his backpack and spoke. Then the two headed toward the gate. Marudel turned back to say goodbye to Alison. We're heading out. Rugen beside him also had a few parting words for him. Try to graduate before it's too late. Alison smiled and waved goodbye to them, saying, Don't worry. When the war ends, I'll open a restaurant. Make sure to come visit. Scene transitioned to a campus. Alison walked inside alone. He cast a spell while deep in thought. Now the junior classes are almost reaching their final year. I can definitely make friends in the next batch. Thinking to himself, he spoke out loud. So what kind of dish should I try next? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from inside. You're finally back. Alison was startled, hurriedly looking at the figure of the person who had just spoken. He couldn't help panicking when he realized that person was none other than Principal REBORN, and he blurted out in surprise, Principal REBORN. He looked around the comfortable space and spoke in a calm tone. Such a cozy place, isn't it? His gaze rested on the magic array that Alison had crafted at the door, and he continued, The magic at the entrance is quite creative. I must say, you've combined illusion magic with a shield. Osraban continued walking forward, opened the lid of the pot Alison was crafting, looked at the complex spells surrounding it, and said, Furthermore, these intricate spells on this pot. Alison stood quietly in a corner, not daring to utter a single word. Osraban went on, And this very person made me believe that you couldn't even use the simple spells I taught. Using magic, he took a piece of meat out of the pot, and said in a low voice, Ah, this is. Then he put the piece of meat into his mouth, chewing away, and praised it repeatedly while eating. Delicious. Very delicious. Only then did he speak up amidst Alison's astonishment. Eugen and Marudel told me about you. He turned his back to him and said, They said you didn't have the aptitude to become a combat mage. Not just those two, but everyone who was close to you during your final year said similar things. A pacifist who hates war with a passion for cooking. Furthermore, there's a rumor that you were drafted into the army due to an administrative error, even though you aren't a citizen of the Luvan Empire. He paused for a moment and then stated his condition. So, I'm going to give you two choices. He clearly stated his demands. 1. You will follow your classmates to the front lines as a first-class mage. All the mistakes you've made during your time here will be overlooked and won't leave any record. You'll have the chance to leave with honor and fight alongside your friends. The second choice is to work at the academy as a chef. Hearing this, confusion was clearly written on his face. Before he could think further, Osraban continued, However, you'll have to take on some extra duties. You're going to be in charge of organizing a certain list. What will you choose? Alison stood there frozen, unsure of what choice would make sense. His emotions were a tangled mess he couldn't quite figure out. Flashing back to the present, his voice rang out as he asked, What do you think I picked, sir? On one side, you have a soldier. On the other, the chef you've always wanted to be. Plus, he promised to let you leave when the war ends. Lendon Hell replied, Well, that sounds like a no-brainer. Ison quickly responded, Right. He went on, Of course. I said I'd be the chef. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and his tone grew sharp. Those were happy days. Right up until I found out what that list actually meant. Returning to the past, 3 months prior, he was still happily lost in his favorite work as a chef. He thought to himself, blazing wind, his eyes locked onto the dish he was preparing, pondering his technique. With this vortex of fire, I can mix the ingredients and fry them at high temperatures. The delicious, savory food was piled high onto the plate. Still, thoughts kept spinning in his mind. Usually, it's pretty tough to stir-fry a massive batch of food because the quantity is so huge, and the ingredients tend to cook unevenly. But not with this method. He poured his heart into cooking the dish and brought it out to the customers. With a bright smile, he introduced it. Guba stir-fried veggies. The two student girls in front of him couldn't contain their excitement, and they showered him with praise. Oh, it's seriously so good. I've never tasted anything this amazing in my entire life. Marin thought to herself as she enjoyed the meal. Doing this much is enough for me. I've taken back my spot as the Academy's most brilliant talent. It's a real shame that a top-tier talent got demoted to a chef. But hey, that's on him. She gave a slight nod, her thoughts racing. With this, I'm back at the top. Words of praise echoed around him. Awesome, Alison. Everyone was buzzing with excitement over the new dish. Headmaster Azraban said with a stern look, "Now, I'm leaving the organization of this list to you." He gave instructions for Ison to read through them, group them into batches of 200, and arrange them neatly into books in order. Hearing this, Alison asked in utter shock, "Batches of 200, in chronological order?" He stared intently at the papers in his hands, scanning through them, before suddenly letting out a breathless gasp. "What in the world is this?" Azraban didn't bat an eye, replying coldly, "Read carefully and make sure there are no mistakes in the arrangement. A new batch will arrive in 3 months." Hearing him recount this, Lehman Hell asked, "Is the list you're talking about?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Ison answered, "Yes." He kept his face solemn, speaking in a deep, heavy tone. "It's the list of fallen soldiers, knights, and battle mages. While I'm sitting here living in comfort, the names of the dead are being inked onto these scrolls. Late into a quiet, dead of night, the bright moonlight streamed straight through the window. Inside the small room, Alison was still diligently working away on the task assigned to him. He thought to himself, "I honestly thought the war would wrap up in 2 years and I'd only be spending a little time here. But right now, right in front of him, were names and destinies, each single name holding a tragic story. Name of the fallen, recorded. Cause of death, abdominal wound. Celine Y, age 23. Cause of death, head injury." Thoughts kept racing through his head. Some ridiculously strong people will take care of those nasty dragons. And finally, he imagined a warm, peaceful scene, thinking further, "And everyone lives happily ever after. The war will end with a whimper, and I'll open my very own restaurant." But real life is nothing like a dream. The pretty picture he painted in his head didn't happen at all. He couldn't help but wonder why things turned out this way. This is a fantasy world filled with shining knights and powerful mages. When he first arrived here, they fought bravely against dragons. Those words. He remembered what a man from the Louvre Empire had said. "The future of our nation is under threat. The hired hands have run away, and our knights are falling." He continued his train of thought, which felt like nothing more than news bulletins about some crisis straight out of a movie. He kept writing down the names of every victim. Evan H., age 18, died amidst the ruins of a building. T. Batman, age 25, cause of death, multiple stab wounds. Syrian, age 17, died on the battlefield with multiple body parts missing. Nadrin, age 19, cause of death, wound infection after being evacuated to the rear. Malon, age 35, cause of death, severe blood loss. Alison felt completely hollow inside. He couldn't wrap his head around it, and started questioning himself. Why was he sitting at his desk, totally dazed, unable to believe these brutal truths? Thoughts kept spinning in his head. Why are there so many? His hand couldn't even hold the pen to write anymore, and he grit his teeth in sheer agony. He crumpled the paper in his fist and shouted, "Why? Why?" He kept reading the info on the next victims. 20 years old, died with bruises all over their body during a mission. Marudel, age 19, cause of death, throat wound during a mission. Scene cut to him cooking again, but his face had lost its cheerful smile, replaced by a heavy cloud of worry. He remembered his 2 buddies, Jugan and Marudel, happily eating the food he made. Thinking of them, his eyes filled with a quiet, sorrowful depth. He served the food and said, "Your meal is ready." The student girl immediately stammered, "Oh, sorry, senior, I mean chef." She smiled and praised the dish. "Thank you for the amazing food." The girl next to her also shyly spoke up, "I really missed your cooking after being assigned to the front lines. We're graduating soon, so we wanted to tell you." He trailed off, standing there with a heavy face. He remembered the headmaster Asraban's words. "Read them carefully and make sure the arrangement has no mistakes. A new batch will arrive in 3 months." Remembering this, he finally seemed to catch the hidden meaning behind those words. In the dead of night, a hand pushed open the door. Headmaster Asraban was already standing inside. Hearing the noise, he spoke up. "Is there something you need to tell me at this hour of the night?" "Alison?" Ison stood in deep thought for a long moment without answering. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees right in front of Azraban and blurted out, "Please send me to the front lines. I can't take this anymore." Hearing him say that, Azraban stayed silent for a while. Finally, he pulled out an item, handed it to him, and said, "The fireball you used at the training grounds. I know you've always kept your mana under tight control." His voice was low and steady as it echoed through the room. "Show me. Show me your determination to graduate." In a space completely swallowed by darkness, something suddenly flashed with blinding intensity. Ison continued recounting. That display wasn't witnessed by any students or professors because it was the middle of the night. The 2 student girls sleeping in their room were jolted awake by the massive surge of power. They jerked awake in a panic, crying out, What? What is that? Is it an earthquake? He went on to explain that Headmaster Asraban later claimed a minor accident had happened at the training grounds. Astraban observed the aftermath of his spell and said, "Please, be quiet for a moment. Look at the devastating destruction that orb caused, and then speak your words of parting, so you can save as many people as possible." He continued his story. Ultimately, the question of who created that massive crater only fueled the students' imaginations, and no one had a clear answer. That night, a first-class mage who hadn't officially graduated quietly departed for the front lines. Back in the present, Marine continued the story, her voice full of contemplation and regret. Alison had abandoned his position as a chef and vanished. Leidengreg's face was shocked, his eyes filled with questions. Marine continued the tale. Although the headmaster announced it was just an accident, the massive crater Leidengreg Harris interrupted at this point, saying it was created by Alison. Marine sighed and spoke hesitantly. "I thought I would feel more relieved once he was gone, but I was wrong." She recalled the traces left by Alison's techniques and continued. Even though he had left, the proof of his presence didn't disappear. She closed her eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "The next time I heard about him was a long time later. There were rumors that he had become a soldier on the front lines without officially graduating from the academy. On a night at the front lines, a voice rang out, cutting through the silence. 'So, you are Alison.' Alison spoke up in response. 'I have been contacted by the Magic Academy.' The man who had just questioned him was Captain Dagos of the 8th Battalion, Che City Infantry Regiment. He continued speaking in a somber tone. 'They have never sent a mage this urgently before. It seems you aren't very lucky.' Alison stood still, his face emotionless, listening to him speak. "Ever since you were deployed here, he used his pen to rub his forehead before continuing. We are in the middle of a war against monsters. Although people call this a war against dragons, it is the monsters that cause the greatest losses. They destroy villages and kill people whenever they find a weakness in our defenses, while we are dealing with the dragons." He advised Alison, "It's difficult for you to join the battle right now. Go to your tent, unpack, and wait for orders." But Alison refused to compromise. He spoke up with a resolute tone. "Please, take me to the place where there are the most monsters." Dagos exclaimed in surprise. "What?" An exasperated voice rang out. "Damn it, he won't last long either." One of the people in the team looked confused. He expressed his incomprehension of Dagos's decision to let Alison join the battlefield. He asked him, "Why are you letting him do what he wants? He's still just a rookie." Dagos replied, "The situation is desperate enough." He lowered his voice and continued, "Besides, he wasn't sent here just because he knows a few spells. Have you seen his class badge? I can't do anything while he wears that badge. I don't have the authority to command someone like that." The man next to him also spoke up. "But the students who graduated from the academy were deployed 3 months ago." Suddenly, a soldier ran in, panicked, and shouted, "Commander!" Dagos asked curiously, "What is it?" The soldier stammered, "About the mage, you have to see this on the battlefield yourself." On the fierce battlefield, the scene of death left Dagos stunned. Countless corpses lay strewn about, and blood flowed like a stream. Dagos looked at the scene before him, unable to believe it, and asked, "Are you saying a single person caused all of this?" Right then, a voice called out from behind, "Commander, the one who just arrived is Alison." He spoke softly to him. "Please tell me where the next battle will take place. Hurry, before the list grows any longer." Hearing this, Lendon Hell asked, "Alison, have you ever held a grudge against Headmaster Astraban?" Alison was silent for a moment before replying, "Do I have the right to do that? Should I be angry about why he didn't teach me better when I was still living a comfortable life? Or should I be angry that he didn't transfer me and left me at the academy all those years?" His eyes filled with sadness as he continued. I am sure he had already read those lists. Finally, I understand why he never showed himself to the graduates. I heard he couldn't take it anymore and joined the front lines a few years later. Lendon Hell continued his sentence. He passed away while trying to stop the dragons all by himself. Alison remembered the memories of being scolded by him and said regretfully, "Yes, I blame myself and everything that created those lists." Alison was silent, his hands clenched tightly as he asked, "Do you know what happened after that?" Your Highness Lendon Hell immediately replied with a sorrowful tone, "I am truly sorry for what happened back then." His voice answered deeply, "I know you had no other choice. If I could turn back time, perhaps I would have thought of another solution instead of running away." Turning to Prince Leiden-Greek, Marine continued the story. But when Leiden-Greek Harris heard that, he could not hide his surprise. He suddenly exclaimed, "What? Alison deserted?" Marine saw him being a bit loud, so she gestured to keep his voice down, saying, "This is top secret." Hearing her warning, he covered his mouth and whispered, Sorry." Marine continued the story. For his ideals, he decided to betray them. She bowed her head slightly and said solemnly, "No, No matter how I think about it, I shouldn't say anything more. Just one small mistake, and our heads will be gone. Leiden Grake felt annoyed and spoke up. You're stopping after telling me all that? How frustrating. I am the Crown Prince. Mad Marine's face showed fear. She continued, even if we aren't proud of our actions, the people involved in that event are the biggest problem. Even if you are the Crown Prince, I don't think I can say any more. I heard that person is currently in the capital. Footsteps echoed softly. Suddenly, from behind the two, a voice rang out. How interesting, making both of them break into a cold sweat out of fear. The person who had just arrived was the third Duke, Melik Delian of the Louvre Empire. He stepped in and said, I never thought I would meet His Highness here, and you as well, Marine. Leiden Greek felt a chill run down his spine for a moment, thinking anxiously, one of the three most powerful dukes in the Empire. Why is Duke Delian here? I'm not strong enough yet. It's too early to reveal my intentions. With a bit of tension, Leiden Greek tried to divert the conversation. He stepped closer to Marine, a forced smile appearing on his lips. Haha, indeed. Suddenly, he hugged her and said, I believe anyone would jump into the fire when a beauty is involved. Her chest brushed against his, and he leaned down to kiss her hand, while she shyly stammered. Your Highness, Leiden Greek told himself internally. Please forgive me. Melik Delian sighed and said, I will not discuss your personal life. Your Majesty, honestly, Marine, I never expected you to pull something like this. Madrin muttered to himself for a moment before continuing. You're still chasing after power even after reaching the very peak as a 7th Circle mage? Hearing that, Leiden Greek shot him a confused look and asked, a 7th Circle mage? What on earth are you talking about? That was when Melik Delian stepped in to explain. Didn't you notice the crest on her robe? An emblem with 7 interlocking rings isn't something just anyone gets to flash around. Leiden Greek scratched his cheek awkwardly and replied, Really? I don't know a thing about all that complicated stuff. I just asked Duke Tamaran to lend her to me for a quick mission purely because she's pretty, that's all. Seeing how clueless he was, Melik Delian thought to himself that the guy was still nothing more than a kid. He stepped out of the room and called back inside. At least make sure you spend time together away from prying eyes. The Royal Library isn't a playground. Even inside the palace, I'm worried rumors are going to start spreading. At that moment, Leiden Greek finally let out a sigh of relief. Whew. He loosened his grip on Marine and whispered softly, I'm so sorry for being so rough, Marine, but the situation was genuinely critical. Hesitating for a second, Leiden Greek asked, and as for Duke Delian, what do you think? Before he could even finish his sentence, Marine let out a muffled, tearful gasp. Hickey paused mid-sentence, looking startled as he called out her name. Marin, she replayed those words in her mind. This mage had spent her entire life looking down on everyone else with an air of noble dignity and dazzling talent, a life completely devoted to mastering magic. For her, ordinary personal relationships were totally unnecessary, and the lofty status of being a 7th Circle mage was more than enough to keep clumsy fools from ever getting close. No one had ever shared a genuine deep connection with her. Everything had always been superficial, built solely on her reputation. Marin's choked, weeping sounds echoed through the air. Hick. Ah. Those words kept spinning around inside her head. To put it simply, something like this had literally never happened to her before. Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably, her lips stammering. A man and a woman. Tears streamed down her face, her cheeks burning red as she muttered about being this close to someone. Suddenly, her legs gave out, and Leiden Greek rushed over to catch her, desperately calling out her name. Marine, come on, you're kidding, right? Outside, a voice rang out. Rurin, Rurin. Alison was carrying Rurin on his back, gently calling out to her, Time to wake up. Realizing she was fast asleep against him, he smiled and thought to himself, Man, she's out cold. He remembered asking her beforehand if she was tired. Neither of them had gotten any sleep at all last night. Glancing ahead, he thought, Well, whatever. I've already said everything I needed to. Let's just head back and let her get some rest. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Leiden Greek came running out, carrying Marine on his back. He blurted out in surprise, Oh? The Crown Prince and the Mage Marine, who had come over from Harris's side, looked just as shocked as he shouted, Alison and that girl with him? Alison narrowed his eyes and asked, Are the two of you actually in a relationship? Leiden Greek frantically waved his hands, trying to clear his name. No, wait, don't misunderstand. As they stepped inside the library, a voice echoed with sharp astonishment. I seriously never expected to run into you here. With a suspicious glare, Leiden Greek demanded, What on earth brings you to the royal palace? Alison calmly replied, I just have a few things to discuss with His Majesty. Unable to hide his lingering doubts, Harris turned back to his father. In a low voice, Alison answered, This matter could turn out to be crucial for you in more ways than one. I just hope he eventually decides to tell you. With a faint smile, Alison added, if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave now. If they wake up right this second, things are going to get ridiculously loud. But Harris stepped forward to block his path. Hold on a second, Alison. Stopping in his tracks, Alison asked, is there something you need? Harris clenched his teeth, silently thinking to himself, I'm sorry, Marine. After a tense silence, he spoke up. I heard about your past. His expression darkening, he continued. Of course, I don't know the whole story because Madden refused to give me all the details. Alison stood there in silence, his expression unreadable. Harris kept going. When I finished my studies and finally returned to the Empire, I heard whispers about someone so dangerous that even His Majesty didn't dare speak of them casually. And the moment I visited Greg City, I realized you were that very person. After witnessing your terrifying skills with my own eyes and hearing everything else since then, he vividly recalled the scene from years ago when his father had warned him that they wouldn't stand a single chance against that person, even if they combined all their forces. Harris swallowed hard and said, the more I hear about you, the more your image overlaps completely with him. Lyden Drake and Harris's gazes grew heavy as he spoke in a deeply solemn tone, one of the three great war heroes and the supreme archmage who suddenly vanished. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he sprang to his feet and blurted out. The man hailed as the Dragon Slayer, the ultimate protector of the common folk, and the soldiers, the mage who shattered the ceiling of the 7th Circle and became a 9th Circle Archmage. Suddenly, Lyden Drake's voice dropped to a desperate, gravelly plea. If that really is you, please, I'm begging you, lend us your strength. Maintaining a cold, emotionless expression, Alison didn't give him an answer. Harris called out his name again, with a desperate tone in his voice. Meanwhile, Alison walked back over to the king and murmured, I know you didn't have any other choice back then, but if I could somehow turn back the clock, I probably would have tried to find a completely different path instead of just walking away. I sometimes wonder if rewriting the past would give me the chance to make a better choice. Back inside the palace, Lemden Hellet was sitting in deep distress. Glancing off to the side, he watched as a figure stepped into the room and announced, Your Majesty, I heard a rather fascinating story on my way here. Strutting forward, Melik-Delian demanded, Alison, I heard that wretched mage actually broke into the royal palace, is that true? Looking around the room and spotting the injured knights, he sneered. Looks like it's actually true then. Remaining silent for a long moment, Lemden Hellet finally spoke up. Duke Delian, I apologize, he added heavily. But I cannot answer your question. Melik-Delian's expression twisted darkly. What is that supposed to mean? Stomping forward, he closed the distance toward Lemden Hellet, completely losing his temper as he barked. You've got to be kidding me. Are you playing games with me right now? A royal guard instantly stepped up to block his path. Show some respect in the presence of His Majesty, Your Grace. Suddenly, another heavy-hitting guard materialized right beside him. With an icy glare, Meletian snapped. And just who do you think you are, trying to stand in my way? That man swiftly intercepted Lemden Hellet's personal knight, speaking in a flat, indifferent tone. Do you still honestly think you're basking in the glory of the past? Without an ounce of respect, Meletian scoffed. Try showing a little common sense for once, you pathetic, beaten-up excuse for a knight. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut right through the tension. That's quite enough, Duke. Another figure stepped into the hall, dropping the cold remark. This is the Imperial Palace. If that mage really is here like you claim, then let me remind you I am Duke Bogo Pogo Tamaran of the Ruben Empire. He let out a cool laugh. Shouldn't we all be exercising a bit more caution with our actions? Meletian shot him a sidelong glance, looking momentarily deep in thought, before Pogo Tamaran casually brushed past him. Fine, I'll let it slide for today. As Meletian turned to leave, he didn't forget to throw out a final warning. You'd better take good care of that Archmage, Your Majesty. It makes my stomach turn just watching that gold digger hanging around the Crown Prince. Delivering a final parting shot, he added, Don't drag the honor of the royal family through the mud any further. Bogo Pogo Tamaran fell silent. He turned back respectfully and asked, Are you all right, Your Majesty? Your Majesty, Melik-Delian's face remained heavy with sorrow. Thank you, Duke Pogo Tamaran. A single tear rolled down his wrinkled skin as his voice shook with crushing self-blame. How shameful. It's no wonder my son, Lyden Drake, is disappointed in me. A breeze ruffled the curtains in the room, creating a soft rustling sound from within. Alison, you know this as well as I do. Lyden Drake rested his hands on the table and spoke up. The authority of the Emperor has crumbled, and the primary cause was the dissolution of the First Knight's Order. He began to analyze the situation. When the Dragon War broke out, Father tried to minimize civilian casualties by splitting up the First Knight's Order and sending them to different regions. Because, apart from the border areas, there was almost no defensive force elsewhere. As he thought about the Lenden Hell, he hesitated. But that decision, Leidengreek sighed. Turned out to be a mistake. The shadow of the Lendan Hell loomed, watching the buildings below as they were swallowed by smoke and haze. Leidengreek recounted that at the time, only the captain of the First Knights and a skeleton defensive force remained at the Imperial Palace, far too few to stop the dragons. The First Knights at the palace were wiped out, and their captain went missing. He looked utterly dejected. The knights scattered across the regions had also failed one by one. It all happened less than a year after the war began. Alison turned to him and asked, "Do you have any idea what that means?" Leidengreek replied, "I know all too well." Leidengreek-Here's eyes were filled with sorrow. It meant losing control over the lords. Exactly. He lowered his voice. Once the First Knight's order disappeared, the Imperial commands lost all their weight. The lords barely responded to the summons, sending only their weakest soldiers, and they even used hostages as leverage to demand the withdrawal of troops. Leidengreek slammed his hand on the table, his voice hoarse with indignation. We gave everything we had to protect the people in those regions, but those very people. In his rage, he clawed at the table, leaving deep grooves in the wood, and gritted out, "Those very people." Leidengreek offered a bitter smile. "Yes, I actually knew that too." He continued, "The reason I'm so furious is because of the helplessness of not being able to do anything." He suddenly stood up. Leidengreek pleaded, his voice heavy with regret for being in a foreign land, having to just stand by and watch when he should have been there. "So, I ask you once more, Alison." The man blinked in surprise. "No." At this moment, Leidengreek didn't care about his pride, and knelt down to beg. "I beg you, Alison, please." Before he could finish, the other man hurriedly helped him up. "My lord, please stand up. You don't need to kneel like that," Alison explained. "To you, I am just a restaurant owner." Hearing that, Leidengreek bit his lip, then blushed in embarrassment. "Is that so? I'm sorry. It seems I guessed wrong." The man suddenly pointed at the crest, and it immediately emitted a plume of white smoke. Leidengreek-Here froze and blurted out, "Huh?" Rings began to intertwine from within the crest. Alison said solemnly, "I have not abandoned my duties." He spoke bluntly. "Let me make this clear. I will never carry out orders from the Crown Prince to eliminate political rivals. I have no intention of taking sides within the Imperial Court." Alison touched the crest, saying proudly, "If anyone dares to disturb the Ruben Empire, threaten it, or plunge it into chaos," he turned and walked away, his voice ringing out with authority, "they will have to go through me first, not as a restaurant owner, but as a mage." A low laugh escaped Leidengreek, his face unable to hide his joy. It was the crest of a legendary Ninth Circle Archmage returning. In the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope flashed, and laughter echoed. Leidengreek stopped when he heard a voice. "I heard the Levin Empire is on the verge of collapse because of the dragons? That Crown Prince is so stubborn. Look at him now." Outside, 3 men were cackling and gossiping. "At first he acted all kind, but I almost died having to bow so much. I heard he's clinging to some war hero title or something. Are there really 3 people actually carrying the fate of the nation? We've come this far." Leidengreek-Here ran over, furious, and shouted, "Enough! Shut up! What do you guys even know?" They ignored him. "See? I told you. Hey, this is going to be a hassle if we get involved. Let's go." Leidengreek was trembling with rage. "Do you think you have any idea how many heroes have saved my country?" Leidengreek muttered. "I was right. I knew I was right." He heard the news that he had gone missing. He thought firmly, but it had been that hero for a long time now. Rurin was currently sprawled out, her face pressed against a soft, protruding mound, looking satisfied that she had finally caught him. "Why do you keep avoiding me?" Suddenly, Rurin opened her eyes, looking dreamily at what was protruding in front of her. Marin trembled, stammering, You're awake?" Rurin's expression changed, and she gritted out, "You dare touch my body?" She retorted, "I didn't do anything." Marin explained, "When I woke up, you were already hugging me." Just then, he walked in. I knew it. If I had arrived any later, a disaster surely would have happened. Rurin happily cheered when she saw him. Rurin hugged him tight. "Where did you go? You left me all alone." Ison patted her back and said, "I didn't leave you. Everything is over now. Let's go home." Marin asked, "Even you?" "Alison, why are you here?" Ison explained, "I have things to do. You'll know when Delian arrives." She hesitated for a moment, but still warned him, "Be careful." Clonegg, also known as Delian, was inside the Imperial Palace. Hearing Madrain say that, he fell into deep thought. Ison said coolly, "It's been a while since I heard that name." Rin gently smoothed his clothes, thinking to herself about a name she didn't recognize. Alison sighed. "Don't worry, I'll finish the mission and be right back." She asked in surprise, "Mission?" He explained, "You've cleared up everything about my past." Madrin couldn't hide her astonishment. Ison raised his hand, and a powerful aura emanated from the crest. he said sternly. You couldn't keep the secret about Darren Castle, and now you've done this. Medine spoke hesitantly. Oh, he moved his energy closer, making her whole body tremble as she stammered an explanation. I didn't tell them everything. Not everything. Even though I wouldn't dream of revealing it all, it was just a little bit. She begged. Please, please forgive me. Leiden Greek sat in the corner of the table, muttering, I'm sorry. Marine. Alison replied coldly, that was the Crown Prince's order. Immediately after, only a tragic sound echoed. Outside the restaurant, the sky was blue with gentle, peaceful sunlight. Alison couldn't help but exclaim, now I have to leave the restaurant for quite a while. Turning back, he didn't forget to praise the two of them. Ling and M have taken care of everything during my absence. A round of applause for them. Everyone, Alison added. Of course, thanks to M and Minen too. The two of them happily gave a round of applause. Rurin complained, pointing at herself. What about me? Ling remembered the time she was cooking and saw a dark shadow lurking outside the door. She said bluntly, but sir, you said you left the restaurant, but you still check on us every now and then while disguised with a trash bag, right? Alison felt guilty. Huh? How did you know? They replied. We saw you. He cleared his throat and announced, you've all been working so hard lately. You deserve a break. Alison told us we're going camping. Mintane was incredibly excited. It sounded like we'd all be traveling together. Rurin was stunned, and at the mention of camping, her face flushed red as she asked, We're all going together? Alison smirked, looking smug. Not just us. Who do you take me for? I'm the social butterfly of Drake City after all. He added, I'm going to invite so many people that you won't even be able to tell if it's a camping trip or a festival. She stopped prepping the meat and said, a camping trip? I don't think I can make it. Len was also busy hauling things inside. Sorry about that. It's fine. Recently, we've been getting so many orders from Didron City that we've had to sacrifice sleep just to keep up. She suggested, but I can recommend a few great spots for you. Alison scratched his head, looking dazed. But I don't have anyone else to ask. This is the Drake City Clinic, a modest little house built right in the middle of a small forest. Inside, a girl was waking up, yawning widely. I am Serena, the greatest being in this entire world. Elena checked the boy's hand thoroughly and said with a smile, the wound is completely healed. The boy beamed back at her. Thank you. That was Elena. She praised the boy. You were so brave dealing with that pain. Even though she told her not to worry about money since her cellar was overflowing with treasure, she insisted on continuing to treat her patients. Elena smiled and said, Serena, you're finally awake. Serena scratched her head, looking embarrassed. You really are stubborn, you know? I told you. I could have buried you in gold bars. She replied with a look of pure contentment, but gold bars couldn't ease a patient's pain. Serena was left speechless, helplessly muttering, I'm certain you're a fool. Just then, Alison suddenly popped his head in. Is Ellen here? Serena eyed him, assessing the situation, while Elena stuttered shyly. He cut her off in a rush. I have something I need to talk to you about. Serena fell into deep thought. Look at that expression. It was clearly a smile, but completely different from how she looked when she was talking to patients. Seeing Elena's radiant smile, she analyzed it. A mix of nervousness, joy, and anticipation, a cocktail of all sorts of emotions. Alison explained the situation, then said, So, I decided to go camping with everyone who works at the restaurant, but I thought it might be a bother for you, since you eat at our place so often. I came to ask if you'd be interested in joining us. Elena had been waiting for exactly that, and she quickly agreed. Yes, of course. I'll definitely go. She added, Thank you for inviting me. Serena became even more pensive. I want to know more about that expression. She pondered whether it was love, admiration, or something else entirely. Then, suddenly, Serena flipped her hair in a charming gesture and declared, Camping, you say? Very well. I shall grace your little trip with my presence. A voice rang out. What is that thing? Alison looked surprised. Oh? You want to go too? Hearing that, she flared up in anger. Hey, are you telling me you weren't planning on inviting me?